Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter and Draco shared the same bloodline. Here is short summary. When a heritage potion exposes an unthinkable truth, Harry and Draco discover they share the same bloodline, forcing them to question everything they've ever known about family, loyalty, and destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The autumn air was crisp and biting as Harry Potter sprinted across the grounds of Hogwarts, his worn trainers slapping against the cobblestones with each frantic step. His bag bounced against his hip, books threatening to spill out with every jarring movement. He could hear the distant chatter of students making their way to their first classes of the year, the nervous energy of a new term just beginning. The first day of classes. The first bloody day, and he was already behind. Stupid Dursleys, he muttered under his breath, dodging a group of first years who looked at him with wide, curious eyes. The memory of his summer still burned fresh in his mind. Uncle Vernon's purple face when he'd asked about letting Hedwig out to send his class selection forms, Aunt Petunia's sharp refusal, and the way they'd kept his owl locked in her cage like some kind of prisoner. They'd seemed to take particular pleasure in sabotaging even this small aspect of his wizarding life. Harry skidded to a halt outside the Transfiguration classroom, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Through the partially open door, he could see Professor McGonagall at her desk, her tartan robes pristine as always, her lips pressed into their familiar thin line of disapproval. This was it, his last chance to get properly enrolled in his sixth-year classes. He knocked tentatively on the doorframe. "Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to discuss my class schedule." She looked up from her papers, her sharp eyes taking in his disheveled appearance and flushed cheeks. "Mr. Potter, I was wondering when you might finally appear. Please, come in and close the door." Harry stepped inside, suddenly feeling very much like a first year again under her stern gaze. The classroom felt different when empty, larger somehow, more intimidating without the familiar presence of his classmates. "Now then," McGonagall said, setting down her quill and folding her hands. "I trust you have a very good explanation for why your class selections were not received by the August deadline." "The Dursleys wouldn't let me send Hedwig out," Harry said quickly, the words tumbling over each other. "They kept her locked up all summer, and I couldn't owl the forms back. I tried to explain to them how important it was, but they—" "I see." McGonagall's expression softened slightly, and Harry caught a glimpse of something that might have been sympathy in her eyes. "The Dursleys have always been less than supportive of your magical education. However, Mr. Potter, this puts us in quite a difficult position." Harry's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "Classes begin today," McGonagall said, setting down her quill and folding her hands. "Most students received their schedules weeks ago and have had time to prepare. Starting late puts you at a significant disadvantage." "But surely there's something." "There is." McGonagall held up a hand to stop his protest. "You can take the standard sixth-year core classes that all students are required to complete, plus whichever electives still have available spots. It won't be the schedule you might have preferred, but it will ensure you meet the requirements for your OWLs." Harry felt his stomach drop. What electives are still available? McGonagall consulted her papers again, her lips pursing as she looked down. "Let me see. Advanced Arithmancy, Ancient Runes." She paused and shook her head with a sigh. "No available seats, I'm afraid." She continued to look, and Harry could swear he saw her wince slightly as she finally looked up. "Advanced Potions." "Advanced Potions?" Harry's voice came out as a squeak. "But I was planning to drop potions entirely. There must be something else." "I'm afraid not, Mr. Potter. Advanced Potions is the only level with remaining seats, and you need at least one elective to maintain full-time student status." She looked at him with what might have been pity. "Professor Snape specifically requested that any late-enrolled students be placed in his advanced class. He said, and I quote, 'If they can't be bothered to follow simple instructions, they can suffer the consequences.'" Harry groaned and slumped into one of the desk chairs. This was worse than he'd imagined. Not only would he be stuck with classes he hadn't chosen, but he'd be trapped in Advanced Potions with Snape. And worse, with the Slytherins who were actually skilled enough to qualify for the advanced course. "I'm sorry, Potter," McGonagall said, and she did sound genuinely apologetic. "If there were any other options, I would offer them. But the term is well underway, and we must work within the constraints we have." "When do I start?" Harry asked resignedly. "Today. Your first advanced potions class is this afternoon at 2 o'clock. I'll send word to Professor Snape that you'll be joining." She handed him a revised timetable. "Try to look on the bright side. Advanced potions is an excellent preparation for careers in healing, curse-breaking, or advanced magical research." Harry doubted there would be any bright side to spending more time with Snape, but he nodded anyway. "Thank you, Professor." "Oh, and Mr. Potter?" McGonagall called as he reached the door. "Do try to keep up. Professor Snape doesn't have patience for students who fall behind." The dungeon seemed even more foreboding than usual as Harry made his way to advanced potions that afternoon. The torches cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, and the air felt thick and oppressive. He could hear voices echoing from the potions classroom. The confident, cultured tones of Slytherins mixed with what sounded like a few Ravenclaws. No Gryffindors, of course. Why would any of his friends have chosen to subject themselves to more time with Snape? Harry paused outside the classroom door, steeling himself for what was to come. Through the crack in the door, he could see about 15 students already seated at their desks, cauldrons gleaming in the lamplight. Most were Slytherins, as he'd expected, with their neat robes and perfectly arranged supplies. At the front of the class, Snape stood with his back to the door, writing complex instructions on the blackboard with sharp, precise strokes. Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside. The conversation died immediately as every head turned to stare at him. He felt heat rise in his cheeks as he recognized the faces. Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, and several other Slytherins who had made his life miserable over the past 4 years. "How lovely," came Snape's silky voice from the front of the class. He hadn't turned around, but Harry could practically hear the smirk in his tone. "Mr. Potter has decided to grace us with his presence. How thoughtful of him to join us today." Harry made his way to the back of the classroom, where a single empty desk sat waiting. Every step felt like a walk of shame as snickers and whispers followed him. "Tell me, Potter," Snape continued, finally turning around to fix Harry with his cold, dark stare. "What makes you think you're qualified for advanced potions? I seem to recall your performance in my class being less than stellar." "I was assigned to this class, sir," Harry said quietly, dropping into his seat. "I didn't choose it." "Ah, of course. The famous Harry Potter, too important to follow simple enrollment procedures." Snape's voice dripped with disdain. "Well, since you're here, perhaps you can tell the class what the primary difference is between a draft of living death and a sleeping draft." Harry's mind went blank. He'd barely scraped by in regular potions, and now Snape was expecting him to know advanced theory? I'm not sure, sir." How utterly shocking. Snape's lips curved into a thin smile. "Perhaps Mr. Malfoy can enlighten us, since he actually belongs in this class." Draco straightened in his seat, clearly pleased to be singled out. The draught of living death induces a state so close to death that the drinker appears deceased, while a sleeping draught merely causes deep sleep. The living death requires powdered moonstone and syrup of hellebore, while the sleeping draught uses lavender oil and flobberworm mucus. "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points to Slytherin." Snape's gaze returned to Harry. "Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us as to why one might choose hellebore over lavender oil?" Harry felt his face burning. "I don't know, sir." "Of course you don't. Because you assumed you could waltz into my advanced class without any preparation or qualification." Snape moved closer to Harry's desk, his presence looming and intimidating. "Tell me, Potter, do you even know what hellebore is?" "No, sir," Harry mumbled. "It's a highly toxic plant that, when prepared correctly, can slow the heart rate to near death levels. 1 drop too much, and the drinker dies. 1 drop too little, and the potion fails entirely." Snape's voice was dangerously quiet. "This is advanced potions, Potter. Here, mistakes don't just earn you a poor grade, they can kill you." The classroom was dead silent. Harry could feel the weight of everyone's stares, the barely suppressed laughter from the Slytherins, the pity from the few Ravenclaws present. He wanted nothing more than to disappear into the stone floor. Since you're so unprepared, Snape continued, you'll be working double shifts until you catch up. I expect you to read chapters 12 through 18 of Advanced Potion Making before tomorrow's class. You'll also write a 2-foot essay on the properties of volatile magical ingredients. Yes, sir, Harry said through gritted teeth. And Potter? Snape's voice followed him as he sank lower in his seat. Do try not to poison anyone. It would be such a shame if your famous luck finally ran out. The rest of the class passed in a blur of humiliation. Snape called on Harry repeatedly, each time highlighting his ignorance in front of the smirking Slytherins. By the time the bell rang, Harry's face was burning with embarrassment and his hands were clenched into fists. Same time tomorrow, Snape called as students began packing up their belongings. And Potter, don't be late again. Harry shoved his unused textbook into his bag with perhaps more force than necessary. This was going to be a long year. The next few days passed in a nightmare of humiliation and frustration. Every day, Harry dragged himself to Advanced Potions, knowing that Snape would find new ways to torment him. The Slytherins seemed to take particular pleasure in his struggles, with Malfoy leading the charge in whispered insults and barely concealed laughter whenever Harry made a mistake. Perhaps Potter should go back to first-year potions, Pansy Parkinson had suggested loudly during one particularly difficult lesson on antidotes. I'm sure Professor Snape could find him a nice, safe boil cure potion to work on. Now, Pansy, Draco had replied with mock concern. We mustn't be too harsh. After all, it's not Potter's fault he's completely incompetent. Harry had gritted his teeth and focused on his cauldron, trying to ignore the laughter that rippled through the Slytherin side of the classroom. The Ravenclaws, to their credit, seemed uncomfortable with the treatment he was receiving, but they weren't about to stand up to the Slytherins in Snape's domain. Every morning, Harry woke up with a knot in his stomach, knowing he'd have to face another day of ridicule. Every afternoon, he sat through Snape's cutting remarks and the Slytherins' cruel jokes. Every evening, he struggled through assignments that seemed designed to highlight everything he didn't know about advanced potion making. You look miserable, Hermione observed one evening as she found him hunched over his potions textbook in the common room. Are you sure you can't request a transfer to a different elective? McGonagall already said no, Harry replied without looking up from his essay on the 17 uses of dragon's blood. I'm stuck. It can't be that bad, Ron said, though his expression suggested he knew it probably was. Snape asked me to identify powdered moonstone yesterday, Harry said flatly. When I couldn't, he made me stand in front of the class while he explained the difference between moonstone and pearl dust, and how using the wrong one could cause a potion to explode. Then he asked if I'd prefer to be known as the boy who lived, or the boy who blew up the potions classroom. Ron winced. That's rough, mate. And that was just Tuesday, Harry continued. Wednesday, he partnered me with Millicent Bulstrode for a simple pepper-up potion. She did all the work while I just stood there like an idiot. Thursday, he made me demonstrate proper stirring technique, and when I couldn't do it right, he said I had the delicate touch of a mountain troll with arthritis. At least it can't get much worse, Hermione said hopefully. Harry looked up at her with tired eyes. Tomorrow we start group projects. Group projects, Snape announced on the 4th day of classes, his voice cutting through the quiet murmur of students settling into their seats. You will be working in pairs to complete 2 related potions that will demonstrate your understanding of advanced magical theory. Harry's heart sank. Group projects meant being paired with a Slytherin, and he doubted any of them would be eager to work with him. He'd probably end up doing all the work while his partner took the credit, or worse, he'd drag down someone else's grade with his incompetence. The project will focus on heritage potions, Snape continued, turning to write on the blackboard. Each pair will brew 2 heritage marker potions. 1 for each partner. These potions will reveal your magical bloodlines through the paternal line, demonstrating the complex interaction between magical genetics and alchemical properties. Harry perked up slightly. Heritage potions sounded moderately interesting, and at least it wasn't another lesson on toxic plants or explosive ingredients. The heritage marker potion requires precise timing, exact measurements, and a deep understanding of the theoretical principles behind bloodline magic, Snape went on. A single mistake will render the potion useless, and you will receive a failing grade for the entire project. Never mind. Harry's brief spark of interest died quickly. I will now announce the pairs, Snape said, consulting a parchment on his desk. Miss Parkinson and Mr. Nott. Miss Bulstrode and Mr. Crabbe. Mr. Zabini and Miss Greengrass. Harry listened with growing dread as Snape worked through the list. Most of the pairs were Slytherin, with a few Ravenclaws mixed in. As the list grew shorter, Harry realized with horrible certainty what was coming. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter. The words hit the classroom like a bombshell. Harry looked up to see Draco's face go pale, then immediately flush with anger. Around the room, students were whispering and turning to stare, some looking amused, others horrified. Professor, Draco said, his voice carefully controlled, surely there's been a mistake. I couldn't possibly work with Potter. He'll ruin my grade. There is no mistake, Mr. Malfoy, Snape replied smoothly. You are among the most skilled students in this class, and Mr. Potter is the least skilled. Perhaps you can elevate his performance through your superior knowledge. But sir, the pairs are final, Snape cut him off. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to complete the project alone? I'm sure working with twice the potions would be no challenge for someone of your abilities. Draco's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. Harry could see the fury in his gray eyes, the way his hands clenched into fists on his desk. This was going to be a disaster. You have 2 weeks to complete the project, Snape continued. I expect detailed documentation of your process, theoretical analysis of your results, and of course, successful completion of both potions. The first brewing session will be tomorrow after classes. Don't disappoint me. As the bell rang and students began to file out, Harry caught Draco's arm. Look, Malfoy. I know you're not happy about this, but maybe we can. Don't touch me, Potter, Draco snapped, jerking his arm away, and don't think this changes anything between us. I'll do what I have to do to get a good grade, but I'm not going to pretend we're friends. I wasn't expecting us to be, Harry replied, stung by the venom in Draco's voice. I just thought we could work together professionally. Professionally? Draco laughed, but there was no humor in it. Potter, you can barely brew a simple strengthening solution without it exploding. This is advanced potions, not some children's game. My future depends on my grades in this class. So does mine, Harry shot back. I don't want to be here any more than you want me here, but we're stuck with each other. So we can either work together, or we can both fail. Draco stared at him for a long moment, his gray eyes cold and calculating. Fine, he said finally. But we do this my way. I'm not going to let your incompetence ruin my perfect record. Fine, Harry agreed, though he already regretted it. Meet me in the potions classroom tomorrow at 7. Don't be late. Draco shouldered his bag and headed for the door, pausing only to add, and Potter. Try not to poison us both. Harry arrived at the potions classroom the next evening to find Draco already there, ingredients carefully arranged on their shared desk. The Slytherin looked up as Harry entered, his expression neutral but wary. You're actually on time, Draco observed. How refreshing. I said I'd be here, Harry replied, taking his seat. So, what's the plan? The plan is that you follow my instructions exactly and don't touch anything unless I tell you to. Draco opened his textbook to a page marked with several colored bookmarks. I've already read through the entire procedure 3 times and cross-referenced it with 2 additional sources. The Heritage Marker potion requires a base of distilled water infused with moonstone, followed by a complex sequence of 17 different ingredients added in precise intervals. Harry peered at the page, trying to make sense of the detailed instructions and diagrams. It looks complicated. It is complicated, Potter. That's why it's called advanced potions. Draco began measuring out ingredients with practiced precision. The potion works by reacting with the magical signature in your blood to reveal your paternal lineage. The more pure your bloodline, the clearer the result. What do you mean by pure? Ancient wizarding families have distinct magical signatures that have been passed down through generations, Draco explained, not looking up from his work. My family can trace our lineage back over 1,000 years. The potion will show a clear, strong reaction indicating Malfoy blood. Harry felt a familiar stab of insecurity. And what about families that aren't ancient? Mixed blood families typically show multiple lineages, often muddled and unclear. Draco's tone was matter of fact, but Harry caught the subtle condescension. and Muggle-born wizards, of course, show no heritage at all. Right, Harry said quietly. He'd never thought much about his magical heritage beyond knowing his parents were wizards. The Dursleys had made sure he knew nothing about his father's family, and he'd been too busy surviving to dig into genealogy. "We'll do mine first," Draco continued, "since I actually know what I'm doing. Then we'll attempt yours, assuming you can follow simple instructions." The next hour passed in tense concentration as Draco carefully prepared his heritage marker potion. Harry watched, trying to learn from his technique, but also feeling increasingly useless. Draco's movements were precise and confident, his timing perfect. When he finally added the final ingredient, a drop of his own blood, the potion immediately began to change color. "Excellent," Draco murmured, watching as the liquid shifted from clear to silver to a deep, rich blue. Perfect Malfoy heritage, exactly as expected. The potion continued to change, and Harry could see images forming in the swirling liquid. A family tree of sorts, with names and dates appearing and disappearing. The Malfoy name was prominent, stretching back through generations of pure blood wizards. "Now for yours," Draco said, ladling the remaining base potion into a second cauldron. "Try not to mess this up." Harry followed Draco's instructions carefully, measuring ingredients and adding them at the specified intervals. His hands shook slightly as he worked, partly from nerves and partly from the weight of Draco's critical stare. When it came time to add his blood, Harry pricked his finger and let a drop fall into the potion. The reaction was immediate and unexpected. Instead of the gradual color change that had occurred with Draco's potion, Harry's began to churn violently, the liquid bubbling and frothing as it shifted from clear to silver to blue. The same deep, rich blue as Draco's potion. That's not right," Harry said, staring at the cauldron in confusion. "Something's wrong." Draco leaned over to look, his brow furrowed. "It looks just like mine, but that's impossible." As they watched, the family tree began to form in Harry's potion, names and dates swirling in the blue liquid. But instead of showing Potter heritage, the potion was displaying the same Malfoy lineage that had appeared in Draco's cauldron. "This has to be a mistake," Harry said after a few moments, his voice rising. "There's no way this is right. You must have contaminated it somehow. Maybe a hair fell in, or some residue from your potion." "I was careful," Draco snapped, but his voice was sharp with disbelief. "I followed the procedure exactly. This is impossible." "Well, maybe the ingredients are bad," Harry added, not even bothering to argue. "Maybe the moonstone was impure, or the water wasn't distilled properly." Gray eyes studies his and Draco frowned and looked deep into the potion. "Yes, that's it. Perhaps one of the ingredients went bad. Or maybe the actual procedure was old. Textbooks aren't always accurate. Or maybe someone tampered with the ingredients." "Then we need to redo it," Harry said firmly. "We'll start over, be extra careful this time. Use fresh ingredients." "Wait," Draco said, grabbing Harry's wrist. "We can't just dump it. Snape will want to see the results." "We can't show him this," Harry protested. "He'll think we're idiots who can't follow basic instructions." "Or he'll just think the potion is defective," Draco said slowly. "Which would mean we'd have to redo the entire project." Harry looked at the clock on the wall. "We've got time. The project isn't due for another week and a half. We can redo mine tomorrow, make sure everything is perfect." "Fine," Draco said after a moment, but his voice was strained. "But there's no way I'm letting this ridiculous result stand. Don't get in your mind for 1 minute that this is actually correct. You're not a Malfoy." "Obviously," Harry agreed. I'll take the blame if Snape asks, but we both know this is just a bad batch of ingredients or something." "Of course," Draco said, but he kept glancing at the blue liquid with something that might have been unease. "There's no other explanation." They cleaned up their workspace in silence, both lost in their own thoughts. As they prepared to leave, Draco paused at the door. "Potter," he said quietly, not looking at Harry. "Tomorrow, we'll be extra careful. We'll measure everything twice, check every step." "Right," Harry agreed. "Extra careful." But as Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he couldn't shake the image of that blue liquid, of the Malfoy names swirling in a potion made with his own blood. It was impossible, of course. Completely impossible. Wasn't it? The next evening, Harry arrived at the potions classroom to find Draco already there, looking pale and determined. The Slytherin had arranged the ingredients even more meticulously than before, with each component measured, labeled, and organized according to the precise order of addition. "I've read through the procedure 5 more times," Draco said without preamble. "I've also consulted 3 additional sources on heritage potions. There must be something we missed yesterday, some step we got wrong." "Good," Harry said, feeling hopeful. "So we'll get the right result this time." "We have to," Draco said firmly. "Whatever happened yesterday was a fluke, a mistake. This time we'll show different results." "I know," Harry said, though he felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. They worked in tense silence, Draco directing Harry through each step with even more precision than before. Harry followed the instructions exactly, double-checking every measurement, every timing. When it came time to add his blood, both boys held their breath. The potion reacted exactly as it had the night before. Clear to silver to deep blue, with the Malfoy family tree swirling in the liquid like an accusation. "No," Harry whispered, staring at the cauldron. "No, this can't be right, again." Draco's face had gone completely white, but his voice was sharp with denial. This is impossible. I don't understand. We did everything right. Every ingredient was correct. The timing was perfect. I don't understand it. What did we do wrong?" "There has to be an explanation," Harry continued, his voice rising. "Maybe the ingredients are cursed, or maybe there's something wrong with the classroom, or—" "The ingredients," Draco said quickly, seizing on the idea. "That has to be it. Someone must have tampered with the ingredients. This is Hogwarts. Students prank each other all the time. Or maybe the textbook has a printing error, or maybe Snape gave us the wrong instructions as some kind of punishment." Harry began panicking, his voice rising as he tested out every single possible scenario out loud. Draco listened at first, but then eventually rolled his eyes and put up a hand. "Potter," Draco said, his voice strained but determined. "Listen to me. There's been a mistake. There must be some type of very plausible explanation. I'm going to tell Snape the ingredients are contaminated. I'm going to demand fresh supplies from a different batch. This result is impossible." "You can't do that," Harry protested. "What if he asks too many questions?" "Better than accepting this ridiculous result," Draco replied sharply. "What is our alternative? What are we going to do? This isn't right," Harry demanded. "Exactly," Draco said, but his voice was tight. "It doesn't mean anything because it's wrong. You're not a Malfoy, Potter. You're not." "I know that," Harry said desperately, "but if we keep getting the same result—" "Then we keep trying until we get the right one," Draco interrupted, "because this isn't the right one." "I'll prove it," Harry said. "I'll come back tomorrow and do it again, alone this time. I'll make sure there's no contamination, no mistakes." "Good," Draco said, but his voice was strained, "because you're not a—" "I'm not a Malfoy," Harry finished firmly. "I know that. You know that. Everyone knows that." Harry returned to the potions classroom the next evening, his hands shaking as he gathered the ingredients for one final attempt. The castle was quiet around him, most students already in their dormitories, leaving him alone with his growing dread. He'd spent the entire day trying to convince himself that there was a logical explanation for the faulty potions. Maybe the ingredients had been contaminated. Maybe the dungeon air contained some kind of magical interference. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank on him. But deep down, in a place he didn't want to acknowledge, Harry was beginning to wonder if the impossible might somehow be possible. He prepared the heritage marker potion with painstaking care, following each step exactly as outlined in the textbook. He measured ingredients 3 times, checked the timing obsessively, and made sure his workspace was completely clean. When it came time to add his blood, he hesitated for a long moment before pricking his finger and letting a single drop fall into the churning liquid. The reaction was immediate and familiar. Clear to silver to deep blue, with the Malfoy family tree emerging from the depths of the potion like a ghost from the past. Harry stared at the cauldron, his world tilting on its axis. 3 attempts, 3 identical results. Either the potion was fundamentally flawed, or every ingredient in the school was contaminated, or someone was playing the most elaborate prank in Hogwarts history. Or, "No," he whispered to the empty classroom, "this can't be real." But the potion continued to churn, displaying the same proud lineage that had appeared in Draco's cauldron. The same ancient names, the same pure blood heritage stretching back through centuries of wizarding history. Harry sank into his chair, his mind racing. If the potion was somehow right, if it was impossibly, inexplicably right, then what did that mean? How could he be a Malfoy? How could James Potter not be his father? Everyone always said he looked exactly like James. He had the same dark hair, the same face, the same build. The questions swirled in his mind like the family tree in the potion, each one more impossible than the last. But as he sat there in the dim dungeon light, staring at the evidence before him, Harry began to wonder if maybe, just maybe, impossible things could still be true. The potion continued to churn, its blue depths holding secrets that Harry wasn't sure he was ready to face. But ready or not, something was happening here. Something that challenged everything he thought he knew about himself. And nothing would ever be the same again. 2 days had passed since Harry's solitary brewing session, and the weight of those 3 identical results pressed down on him like a physical thing. He'd barely slept, barely eaten, and had spent most of his time staring blankly at textbooks while his mind churned through impossible possibilities. The Heritage Marker Potion project was due tomorrow morning, and Harry still had no idea what he was going to do. Draco had been avoiding him just as much as Harry had been avoiding Draco. They sat on opposite sides of the Advanced Potions classroom, neither making eye contact, both pretending the other didn't exist. But Harry could feel the tension crackling between them like an electric charge, and he knew something had to give. The problem was simple. Draco had a perfect Heritage Marker potion showing clear Malfoy lineage, complete with detailed notes and analysis. Harry had nothing. Well, nothing he could actually turn in. 3 blue potions all showing the same impossible result, and no explanation that made any sense. He'd considered lying, writing up fake results showing Potter heritage, but the potion itself couldn't lie. He could lie on the notes and the essay, sure, but there was absolutely no way to lie about the potion. The results were clear and he had no way to change it to anything else. He'd even considered telling Snape the truth about the contaminated ingredients, but what if Snape demanded to see the results? What if he made them redo it in front of the class? What if the potion was somehow, impossibly, telling the truth? Harry shook his head violently, trying to dislodge the thought. It wasn't possible. Everyone said he looked exactly like his father. He had James Potter's hair, his build, his face. Lily's eyes, yes, but everything else was pure Potter. The potion had to be wrong. Didn't it? The Great Hall was buzzing with conversation as students finished their dinner, but Harry barely heard any of it. Hermione and Ron were discussing their upcoming Hogsmeade trip, making plans to visit Honeydukes and the 3 broomsticks, but their voices sounded distant and muffled. Harry's world had narrowed to a single, impossible question. What if the potion was right? Harry? Hermione's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Are you listening? We're asking about tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Harry asked, looking up from his untouched plate. Hogsmeade, Ron said, giving him a concerned look. You've been spacing out all week, mate. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine, Harry lied. Just tired. Well, you'd better snap out of it, Hermione said, though her tone was gentle. Your potions project is due tomorrow morning, isn't it? Have you finished? Harry's stomach clenched. Not quite. Do you need help? She offered. I know advanced potions is challenging, but... No, Harry said quickly. It's fine. I just need to work on it tonight. Hermione frowned, clearly not convinced, but before she could press further, the Great Hall doors opened and the Slytherin Quidditch team entered, still muddy from practice. Harry's eyes immediately found Draco among them, his pale hair damp with sweat, his usually pristine robes stained with dirt. The sight of him made Harry's chest tighten with anxiety. I need to go, Harry said abruptly, standing up from the table. But you haven't eaten anything, Hermione protested. I'm not hungry. Harry grabbed his bag and headed for the doors, his heart pounding. He had to talk to Draco. He had to figure out what to do about tomorrow. The corridor outside the Great Hall was crowded with students heading back to their dormitories, but Harry pressed through them, following the Slytherin team toward the dungeons. He caught up with them just as they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Malfoy, Harry called out, his voice tight with nerves. Draco turned, his gray eyes immediately narrowing when he saw Harry approaching. The rest of the Slytherin team looked between them with interest, clearly sensing tension. "Potter," Draco said coolly. "What do you want?" "I need to talk to you," Harry said, acutely aware of the other Slytherins watching them. "About our project." Draco's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "I don't think there's anything to discuss." "Please," Harry said, and the desperation in his voice made Draco's eyes widen slightly. "Just 5 minutes." For a moment, they stared at each other while the other Slytherins looked on with growing curiosity. Finally, Draco jerked his head toward an empty classroom nearby. 5 minutes, he said curtly, then turned to his teammates. "Go on without me. I'll catch up." The classroom was small and dusty, clearly unused for regular classes. Harry closed the door behind them and cast a quick silencing charm, not wanting their conversation to be overheard. When he turned back, Draco was watching him with wary eyes. "Well?" Draco demanded. "What's so important that you had to interrupt my evening?" "The project," Harry said quietly. "It's due tomorrow morning." "I know that," Draco snapped. "I've been ready for days. My heritage marker potion is perfect, and my analysis is complete. What's your excuse?" Harry took a deep breath, steeling himself. "I don't know what to turn in." "What do you mean?" "I mean I don't know what to do about my results," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The ones that showed, you know." Draco's face went pale, then flushed with anger. "We agreed not to discuss that nonsense. Those results were obviously contaminated." "Were they?" Harry asked quietly. "Of course they were." Draco's voice rose. Then he seemed to catch himself and lowered it again. "Potter, you're not. You can't be. It's impossible." "You keep saying that," Harry said, sinking into one of the dusty chairs. "But what if it's not?" "It is," Draco said firmly. "Look at yourself. You look exactly like James Potter. Everyone says so. The dark hair, the face, the build. You're nothing like my family." "Then why did the potion show Malfoy heritage?" Harry asked. 3 times, Malfoy. 3 separate attempts, and every single one showed the same result. Draco went very still. 3 times. Harry nodded miserably. "The 2 we did together, and then once more by myself. I thought maybe you'd contaminated it somehow, so I did it alone. Same result." "That's..." Draco's voice trailed off, and he sank into the chair across from Harry. "That's not possible." "I know," Harry said. "But it happened." They sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of the impossible results hanging between them like a physical presence. Finally, Draco spoke, his voice carefully controlled. "We could do it again," he said. "Fresh ingredients, new cauldron, completely sterile conditions." "Malfoy, I've already done it 3 times, Harry said wearily. "How many more times do we need to get the same result before we accept that maybe?" "No," Draco said sharply. "We're not accepting anything. Tomorrow is Hogsmeade weekend. We can go to the apothecary, buy completely fresh ingredients that no one at Hogwarts could have tampered with. New cauldron, new tools, everything." Harry shook his head. "I can't do this again. I can't keep hoping for a different result and getting the same impossible answer." "Then what do you suggest?" Draco demanded. "That we accept the results? That we tell Snape you're somehow a Malfoy? That we turn in a project claiming Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is actually my brother," he said, beginning serious and then edging into sarcasm. "I don't know," Harry admitted. I don't know." Draco was quiet for a long moment, his gray eyes fixed on the floor. When he finally looked up, his expression was troubled. "There's another option," he said slowly, as if the words were being dragged out of him. "What kind of option?" "Another potion," Draco said reluctantly. "More complex than the heritage marker, more definitive." Harry leaned forward. "What kind of potion?" "It's called a kinship draft," Draco said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's an ancient potion, much more advanced than anything we've done in class. It doesn't just show heritage, it shows exact familial relationships." "How do you know about it?" "I've been researching," Draco admitted. After the results we got, I started looking into other options. The kinship draft is mentioned in several advanced texts, but the full procedure is only available in restricted books. Harry stared at him. You want to break into the restricted section? I want answers, Draco said firmly. Real answers, not more impossible results that make no sense. And this potion would give us those answers. Yes, Draco said. The kinship draft requires blood samples from both participants. It creates a visual representation of the exact relationship between them, siblings, cousins, parent and child, or no relation at all. Harry felt his stomach lurch. And if we're not related? Then we'll know the heritage marker potion was wrong, and we can figure out why, Draco said. But if we are? We're not, Harry said quickly. If we are, Draco continued, ignoring Harry's interruption, then at least we'll know exactly what we're dealing with. Harry considered this, his mind racing. Part of him wanted to refuse, to walk away from this entire mess and pretend it had never happened. But another part, a part that had been growing stronger with each impossible result, wanted to know the truth, whatever it might be. How difficult is this potion? Harry asked finally. Very, Draco admitted. It takes nearly 12 hours to brew, and the timing has to be perfect. One mistake and the entire batch is ruined. 12 hours. Harry's eyes widened. When would we have time for that? Tonight, Draco said quietly. We'd have to start after dinner and work through the night. The potion would be ready just before dawn, which gives us time to analyze the results before our project is due. Harry stared at him. You're serious about this? Dead serious, Draco said. Potter, I need to know. These results. They're driving me mad. I can't sleep, I can't concentrate, I keep thinking about that blue potion and what it might mean. And if the kinship draft shows we're related? Draco's face went pale. Then we'll deal with it, but at least we'll know for certain. Harry was quiet for a long moment, weighing his options. He could walk away, turn in a fake report, and try to forget this had ever happened. But the question would always be there, gnawing at him. What if the potion was right? What if everything he thought he knew about himself was wrong? All right, Harry said finally. Let's do it. Draco nodded, his expression grim. I'll get the book from the restricted section. Meet me in the potions classroom at midnight. And Potter? Yeah? Bring your invisibility cloak. We can't risk being caught. The restricted section of the library was eerily quiet at 11:30, the tall shelves casting long shadows in the dim light. Harry waited in the darkness, his invisibility cloak pulled tight around him, watching as Draco moved silently between the ancient tomes. The Slytherin's pale hair was barely visible in the gloom, but Harry could track his movement by the soft whisper of pages turning. After what felt like an eternity, Draco emerged from the shadows with a thick, leather-bound book clutched to his chest. His face was pale but determined as he nodded to Harry's hiding spot. They made their way to the dungeons in silence, Harry's heart pounding with each step. The potions classroom was dark and cold, but Draco had thought to bring a warming charm along with the necessary ingredients. As they settled at their usual table, Harry got his first good look at the book Draco had stolen. Ancient Bonds. A study of familial magic, Harry read from the cover. This looks old. It's from the 14th century, Draco said, carefully opening the book to a marked page. The kinship draft was originally used to verify bloodlines for inheritance disputes. Powerful families would use it to prove or disprove claims of kinship. The page was covered in elaborate diagrams and text written in archaic script that was difficult to read. Harry squinted at the instructions, trying to make sense of the complex procedure. This is incredibly complicated, Harry said, feeling a familiar surge of inadequacy. Are you sure we can do this? We have to, Draco said firmly. Look, the base is similar to the heritage marker potion, but instead of moonstone, we use powdered phoenix feather. And instead of a single blood sample, we need samples from both participants added at specific intervals. Harry studied the diagram, noting the precise timing requirements and the long list of ingredients. Some of these ingredients. I've never heard of them. I brought everything we need, Draco said, gesturing to a collection of vials and containers he'd arranged on the table. I've been gathering supplies for 2 days. Where did you get all this? Harry asked, impressed despite himself. I have my sources, Draco said evasively. The important thing is that everything is fresh and uncontaminated. No one could have tampered with these ingredients. They worked in careful silence, following the ancient instructions step by step. The kinship draft required a level of precision that made the heritage marker potion look simple by comparison. Each ingredient had to be added at exactly the right moment, in exactly the right proportions, with specific stirring patterns between each addition. Clockwise 3 times, then counterclockwise once, Draco murmured, consulting the book as Harry stirred the bubbling potion. Now we wait exactly 17 minutes before adding the salamander scales. The hours passed slowly, punctuated by periods of intense activity and long stretches of waiting. Harry found himself watching Draco work, noticing things he'd never paid attention to before. The way the Slytherin's brow furrowed when he concentrated. The precise, economical movements of his hands as he prepared ingredients. The almost reverent way he handled the ancient book. "Why are you doing this?" Harry asked during one of their waiting periods. "What do you mean?" "This." Harry gestured to the potion, the book, the ingredients. "Why are you helping me? Why do you care what the results are?" Draco was quiet for a long moment, his gray eyes fixed on the slowly simmering potion. "Because if you're really..." He stopped, then started again. "Because if the heritage marker potion was telling the truth, then everything I thought I knew about my family is wrong." "What do you mean?" "My father has always been very clear about our bloodline," Draco said quietly. "Pure blood for over 1,000 years, no exceptions. If you're somehow part of that bloodline, then either my father lied to me, or..." "Or what?" "Or someone else lied to someone," Draco finished. "And I need to know which." Harry nodded, understanding the weight of that uncertainty. His own identity had been built on the foundation of being James Potter's son, Lily Evans' boy, the child of 2 brave Gryffindors who had died protecting him. If that foundation was cracking. "Blood sample time," Draco said, checking the ancient timepiece he'd brought. "Both samples go in simultaneously, exactly 4 hours after we started." They pricked their fingers in unison, letting drops of blood fall into the shimmering potion. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The liquid began to glow with a soft, golden light, and complex symbols started forming in the depths of the cauldron. "What do the symbols mean?" Harry asked, leaning closer to study them. "They're still forming," Draco said, his voice tight with tension. "We won't know the final result until the potion is complete." The remaining hours passed in a blur of careful tending and growing anxiety. As dawn approached, the potion began to change color. From gold to silver to a deep, rich purple that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. "It's ready," Draco whispered, his face pale in the purple glow. They leaned over the cauldron together, watching as the symbols solidified into a clear, unmistakable pattern. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he recognized what he was seeing. That's a family tree," he said quietly. "Not just any family tree," Draco said, his voice hollow. "It's showing our connection." The symbols were crystal clear now, forming a diagram that left no room for doubt. 2 names at the bottom, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Connected by a line that led up to a single point. Brothers. Not cousins, not distant relatives, but brothers. "No," Harry whispered, staring at the results. "This can't be right." "The kinship draft doesn't lie," Draco said, his voice barely audible. "It's one of the most accurate magical tests ever created." "But how is this possible?" Harry demanded. "I look exactly like James Potter. Everyone says so. How can I be your brother?" "I don't know," Draco said, slumping into his chair. They stared at each other across the purple glow of the kinship draft, the weight of the impossible truth settling between them. Brothers. After 5 years of hatred, rivalry, and conflict, they were brothers. At least that's what the potion said, if Harry were to believe it. "What do we do now?" Harry asked finally. "I don't know," Draco admitted. "But we have to turn in our project in an hour, and I have no idea how to explain this." Harry looked at the damning evidence bubbling in the cauldron, then at Draco's pale, shocked face. "We don't," he said firmly. "We turn in your heritage marker potion showing clear Malfoy heritage, and we figure out what to do about this later." "And your potion?" "I'll tell Snape mine was contaminated," Harry said. "I'll take a failing grade if I have to." Draco nodded slowly. "But Potter..." "Yeah. This doesn't change anything between us," Draco said, though his voice lacked conviction. "We're still enemies. We're still on opposite sides." Right, Harry agreed, but the word felt hollow. Because everything had changed. The purple glow of the kinship draft had revealed a truth that neither of them was prepared to face, and there was no going back to the way things were before. The potions classroom was filling with students as the morning deadline approached, but Harry barely noticed them. He sat at his desk, staring blankly at the empty parchment where his project report should have been, his mind still reeling from the night's revelations. Brothers. The word echoed in his head like a curse. Across the room, Draco was calmly arranging his materials. A perfect heritage marker potion showing clear Malfoy lineage, detailed notes, and a comprehensive analysis. To anyone watching, he looked like the model student he'd always been. But Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands shook slightly as he handled his equipment. "Time's up," Snape announced, his black robes billowing as he moved between the desks. "Present your potions and reports." One by one, students displayed their work. Perfect heritage marker potions showing ancient bloodlines, detailed family trees, scholarly analysis of magical genetics. Harry watched it all with growing dread, knowing his turn was coming. "Mr. Malfoy," Snape said, reaching their table, "let's see what you've accomplished." Draco stood smoothly, presenting his potion with practiced confidence. Heritage marker potion showing clear Malfoy lineage dating back over 1,000 years, Professor. My analysis includes a detailed examination of the magical properties that create bloodline recognition. Snape examined the blue liquid with what might have been approval. "Excellent work, Mr. Malfoy. This is exactly what I expect from advanced students, full marks." "Thank you, Professor," Draco said, but his eyes flicked briefly to Harry. "And Mr. Potter?" Snape's voice was silky with anticipation. "I'm sure you have something equally impressive to show me." Harry stood on shaking legs, his throat dry. My potion was contaminated, Professor. I wasn't able to get a clear result." "Contaminated?" Snape's eyebrows rose. "How convenient, and I suppose you have some excuse for this failure?" "I take full responsibility," Harry said quietly. "I must have made an error in the procedure." "Indeed." Snape's smile was cold. "And what exactly do you propose to do about this error?" "I'll accept whatever grade you think is appropriate," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "How noble," Snape said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, this project accounts for 30% of your term grade. A 0 here will make it quite difficult to pass my class." Harry felt his stomach drop, but he nodded. "I understand, Professor." "However," Snape continued, "I'm feeling unusually generous today. You may redo the project, but you'll have only 1 week, and you'll be working alone. No partner to help you this time." "Thank you, Professor," Harry managed. As Snape moved on to the next students, Harry sank back into his chair, his mind racing. 1 week to figure out what to do about the impossible results, what to do about Draco, what to do about everything his life had suddenly become. He glanced across the room to where Draco sat, perfectly composed, giving no sign of the earth-shattering revelation they'd shared just hours before. But their eyes met for a brief moment, and Harry saw the same confusion and fear reflected in those gray depths. They were brothers, and somehow, they had to figure out what that meant. The purple glow of the kinship draft had revealed the truth, but the truth was only the beginning. Now came the harder part. Learning to live with it. And neither of them had any idea how to do that. The week following the disastrous potions project passed in a haze of sleepless nights and distracted days. Harry had officially accepted a failing grade on his heritage marker potion, claiming his results were too contaminated to be meaningful. Snape had seemed almost pleased by this development, making several cutting remarks about Potter's predictable incompetence in front of the entire class. But the failing grade was the least of Harry's concerns. Every time he looked in a mirror, he found himself studying his reflection with new eyes. The dark hair that everyone said was so much like James Potter's. The green eyes inherited from his mother. The face that supposedly marked him as undeniably a Potter. Was any of it real? The question haunted him through classes, through meals, through the endless hours of lying awake in his dormitory bed. He'd catch himself staring at other students, wondering if their appearances were genuine or if they, too, might be hiding behind magical disguises. "Harry, you're doing it again," Hermione said sharply, snapping him back to the present. They were sitting in the library, supposedly working on their defense against the dark arts essay, but Harry had been staring blankly at the same page for the past 20 minutes. Hermione was watching him with growing concern, her quill poised over her parchment. "Doing what?" Harry asked, trying to focus on his essay. "You're just staring. You're distracted," Hermione said, setting down her quill. "You've been doing it all week. Ever since your potions project went wrong." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, but the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. "No, you're not," Hermione said firmly. "You barely ate anything at dinner, you've been jumpy and distracted in every class, and you look like you haven't slept in days. Something's wrong." Harry forced himself to look at his parchment, trying to remember what he'd been writing about. "I told you, I'm fine. Just stressed about the failing grade." "Harry James Potter," Hermione said, using his full name in the tone that meant she was serious. "I've known you for 5 years. This isn't about a grade. You've failed assignments before, and you've never acted like this." "Like what?" Harry asked, though he knew exactly what she meant. "Like something's wrong," Hermione said softly. "Like you're afraid of something. What's going on?" Harry felt a surge of panic. Hermione was too perceptive, too observant. She'd figure out something was wrong, and then she'd keep digging until she found the truth. And the truth was something he couldn't share with anyone, not yet, maybe not ever. "I really am fine," Harry insisted, but his voice cracked slightly on the words. Hermione studied his face for a long moment, her brown eyes searching. "You know you can tell me anything, right? Whatever it is, we'll figure it." The sincerity in her voice almost broke his resolve. He wanted to tell her everything. About the potions, about the impossible results, about the kinship draft and its devastating revelation. But how could he explain that everything he thought he knew about himself might be a lie? How could he tell her that he might be Draco Malfoy's brother? "I know," Harry said quietly, "but there's nothing to figure out. I'm just tired." Hermione didn't look convinced, but she seemed to realize that pressing further wouldn't get her anywhere. She picked up her quill again, though Harry could feel her stealing glances at him. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Harry cleared his throat. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course," Hermione said, looking up hopefully. "It's about charms," Harry said carefully. "Appearance-changing charms." Hermione's eyebrows rose. "What kind of appearance-changing charms?" "I know it's possible to change how someone looks," Harry said, trying to keep his voice casual. "I was just wondering about the specifics." "Well, yes, of course it's possible," Hermione said, warming to the academic topic. "There are dozens of different approaches. You can alter specific features, change coloring, even transform someone's entire appearance." "How detailed can these changes be?" Harry asked, leaning forward. "Extremely detailed," Hermione said. "A skilled wizard could change everything from bone structure to hair texture to eye color. Some of the more advanced glamours can even alter height and build." "And they're not like Polyjuice Potion?" Hermione looked annoyed. "Of course they're not like Polyjuice Potion. That's a completely different type of magic. Polyjuice physically transforms you into someone else for a limited time. Glamours and appearance charms create illusions or make semi-permanent changes to your existing features." "Right," Harry said, nodding. "And these glamours, how long do they last?" "It depends on the complexity and the skill of the caster," Hermione explained. "Simple glamours might last a few hours or days. But more advanced ones, particularly those cast by very powerful wizards, can last for years. Some are even designed to be permanent." "Permanent?" Harry's voice was sharper than he'd intended. "Well, theoretically permanent," Hermione clarified. "All magical effects can be reversed if you know how, but some glamours are so complex that breaking them requires extensive knowledge and significant magical power." Harry nodded, his mind racing. "Are there glamours that could be cast on someone without them knowing?" "Absolutely," Hermione said. "In fact, that's often how they're used. A parent might cast a glamour on their child to hide a distinctive birthmark, or someone might use one to conceal magical injuries. The person wouldn't necessarily know they were under the influence of the magic." "I see," Harry said quietly. "Thank you. That's helpful." "Helpful for what?" Hermione asked, her curiosity clearly piqued. "Harry, why are you asking about this?" "Just curious," Harry said, but he could see from her expression that she wasn't buying it. "This is about whatever's been bothering you, isn't it?" Hermione pressed. "Does this have something to do with your potions project?" "No," Harry said quickly. "I told you, I'm just curious about the theory." Hermione stared at him for a long moment, clearly frustrated. "Fine," she said finally. "But if you change your mind about talking, you know where to find me." Harry nodded, grateful that she was dropping the subject, at least for now. But as they returned to their essays, he could feel her watching him with worried eyes. Later that evening, as Ron chatted about Quidditch strategies and Hermione worked on her ancient runes homework, Harry found himself studying his friends' faces. Ron's freckles, Hermione's bushy hair, the familiar features he'd known for years. Were they real? Or were they, like potentially everything about his own appearance, carefully constructed illusions? He shook his head, trying to dispel the paranoid thoughts. Not everyone was hiding behind magical disguises. The potions had revealed something specific about him and Draco. It didn't mean the entire world was built on lies. But as he went to bed that night, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that his entire identity was balanced on a knife's edge, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. The castle was eerily quiet as Harry made his way through the corridors at midnight. He'd waited until he was certain his dorm mates were asleep before slipping out under his invisibility cloak, his heart pounding with each step. The abandoned classroom where he'd agreed to meet Draco was on the 3rd floor, far from the Gryffindor common room and the regular patrol routes. When he arrived, Draco was already there, standing by the window with his back to the door. The moonlight cast his pale hair in silver, and for a moment, Harry was struck by how different they looked. Brothers. The words still felt impossible. "You came," Draco said without turning around. "Of course I came," Harry said, closing the door behind him and casting a silencing charm. "Did you think I wouldn't?" Draco turned, and Harry was surprised to see how exhausted he looked. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his usually perfect composure seemed frayed around the edges. "I wasn't sure," Draco admitted. "Part of me hoped you wouldn't." "Why?" "Because then we could pretend this never happened," Draco said quietly. "We could go back to hating each other, and everything would be simple again." Harry understood the feeling. The past week had been torture, carrying the weight of their shared secret while trying to act normal around his friends. "But we can't, can we?" "No," Draco said. "We can't." They stood in uncomfortable silence for a moment, both lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Harry spoke. "I talked to Hermione about glamours," he said. "Appearance-changing charms." Draco's head snapped up. "You told her?" "No," Harry said quickly. "I just asked general questions about the theory. She said it's possible to change someone's appearance completely, even permanently." "What else did she say?" "That glamours can be cast without the person knowing," Harry said. "And that some of them are so complex they're almost impossible to break." Draco nodded slowly. "I've been researching the same thing. The Malfoy Library has several texts on advanced glamour work. And you're right," Draco said. "It's entirely possible that your appearance has been altered by magic. The question is when it was done, and by whom." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "You really think someone's been hiding my true appearance my entire life?" "I think it's the only explanation that makes sense," Draco said. "You don't look anything like a Malfoy, but the potions don't lie. Either your appearance has been changed, or what?" Draco hesitated, then seemed to steel himself. "Or there's something else we need to consider." "What do you mean?" "I mean there might be things about our family history that we don't know," Draco said carefully. "Things that could explain why the potions show we're brothers when we were supposedly born to different parents." Harry felt his stomach clench. "What kind of things?" Draco was quiet for a long moment, staring out the window at the moonlit grounds. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "My mother mentioned something once," he said. "Years ago, when I was young. She said she'd had a baby that died during pregnancy." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. "What?" "She didn't give me details," Draco said quickly. "Just that she'd lost a child before I was born. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was only 7 or 8, and it seemed like something adults talked about when they were sad." "Did she say when? Number just that it happened?" Draco's voice was strained. "But Harry, if she lost a child, And if somehow that child didn't actually die? You think I'm that child? Harry asked, his voice hollow. I think it's possible, Draco said. It would explain why the potions show us as brothers. It would explain why you might be under glamours to hide your true appearance. Harry sank into one of the dusty chairs, his mind reeling. But that would mean Lily and James Potter weren't your biological parents, Draco finished. That you're actually Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy's son. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry stared at Draco, trying to process what he'd just heard. Everything he'd believed about himself, about his heritage, about his very identity, was crumbling around him. There's another problem, Harry said finally, his voice hoarse. What? Our birthdays, Harry said. We're only a few months apart. Your mother couldn't have given birth to both of us. Draco nodded grimly. I thought about that too. Which means either the potions are wrong, or what? Or your birthday isn't actually in July, Draco said quietly. Harry felt the world tilt around him. What are you saying? I'm saying that if you were born a Malfoy, if you were given to the Potters to raise, then everything about your identity might have been constructed, Draco said. Your appearance, your birthday, your entire history. That's impossible, Harry whispered. Is it? Draco asked. Think about it, Harry. How much do you actually know about your early life? How much of it comes from your own memories versus what other people have told you? Harry tried to remember being very young, tried to recall any memories from before Hogwarts. But there was nothing clear, nothing definitive. Just fragments and impressions, most of which could have been shaped by what he'd been told about his past. I need to know, Harry said suddenly, standing up. I need to know what I actually look like. That's what I've been thinking about, Draco said. But breaking glamours isn't simple, especially if they're as complex as these would have to be. We'd need to identify exactly what spells were used, find the right counter charms, and have enough magical power to actually break them. How do we do that? Carefully, Draco said, and with a lot of research. I've been reading about glamour detection, but most of the advanced texts are in the restricted section. We can get those, Harry said immediately. I know, Draco said. But Harry, if we do this, if we actually try to break whatever glamours might be on you, there's no going back. Once we know the truth, we can't unknow it. Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window, seeing the familiar face that might not be his own. I can't live like this, he said. I can't keep wondering if everything about me is a lie. Even if the truth is worse than the lie. Even then, Harry said firmly, I need to know who I really am. Draco nodded slowly. Then we'll figure it out together, but it's going to take time, and it's going to be dangerous. If these glamours were cast by someone powerful, they might have protections built in. What kind of protections? The kind that could hurt you if you try to remove them improperly, Draco said grimly. We need to be very careful about this. Harry felt a chill of fear, but also a strange sense of relief. Finally, they were going to do something about the questions that had been eating at him for a week. Where do we start? Harry asked. With more research, Draco said. I'll get the advanced texts on glamour detection and removal. You see if you can find anything about magical identity concealment. And then we figure out how to reveal the truth about Harry Potter, Draco said. Whatever that truth might be. As they prepared to leave the abandoned classroom, Harry caught Draco's arm. Malfoy, if we're really brothers, if all of this is true, what happens to us? Draco was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he said finally, but I suppose we'll figure that out too. They parted ways in the corridor, each heading back to their respective dormitories. But as Harry made his way through the dark castle, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking towards something that would change everything. The truth was out there, hidden behind layers of magic and deception, and no matter how terrifying it might be, Harry knew he had to find it. Because living with the questions was worse than facing any answer they might uncover. The abandoned classroom on the third floor had become their sanctuary over the past 2 weeks. Harry arrived first this time, his arms laden with books he'd managed to smuggle out of the restricted section under his invisibility cloak. The weight of the ancient tomes seemed to mirror the heaviness in his chest. Tonight, they were finally going to attempt to break whatever glamours might be concealing his true appearance. Draco arrived 10 minutes later, looking as composed as ever, though Harry had learned to read the subtle signs of his anxiety. The way his fingers drummed against his leg, the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his gray eyes darted around the room before settling. "Did you find anything useful?" Draco asked, setting his own collection of books on the dusty desk. Harry nodded, though his throat felt dry. 3 different detection spells and 2 removal techniques. What about you? Similar findings, Draco said, opening one of his books. I also found some information about magical identity concealment. The theory is more complex than we initially thought. They spent the next hour comparing notes, cross-referencing spells and techniques. The more they read, the more Harry's anxiety grew. The magic they were dealing with wasn't simple. It was the kind of advanced work that required years of study and considerable power. "Are you sure about this?" Draco asked quietly, looking up from a particularly dense text on glamour theory. "Some of these spells, they could be dangerous." Harry's hands trembled slightly as he turned a page. "I need to know," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "I can't keep living like this, wondering if everything about me is a lie." But even as he said the words, doubt gnawed at him. What if his true appearance was hideous? What if he looked so much like a Malfoy that no one would ever see him as anything but the enemy? What if removing the glamour revealed something worse than he could imagine? And then there was the other fear, the one he couldn't voice aloud. He was about to let Draco Malfoy, his supposed enemy, cast magic on him. Magic that could hurt him, change him, potentially destroy him. How could he trust someone who had tormented him for years? "You look distracted," Draco said with furrowed brows and then reconsidered. "You look terrified." Harry forced himself to meet Draco's eyes. "Aren't you?" "Terrified?" Draco considered this. "Yes, actually. If you're really my brother, if everything we've discovered is true, then everything I've believed about my family, about myself, is wrong too." There was something oddly comforting about Draco's admission. They were both walking into the unknown, both risking everything they thought they knew about themselves. "Let's start with the detection spells," Harry said, trying to project more confidence than he felt. "We should confirm there are actually glamours before we try to remove them." Draco nodded, picking up his wand. "This first one should reveal any appearance-altering magic. It's completely harmless, just a diagnostic spell." Harry closed his eyes and braced himself as Draco began the incantation. The Latin words flowed smoothly from his lips, and Harry felt a strange tingling sensation wash over him, like gentle static electricity. "Merlin's beard," Draco breathed. Harry's eyes snapped open. What do you see?" "You're covered in magical signatures," Draco said, his voice filled with awe. "I can see at least 6 different layers of magic on you. Your hair, your eyes, your facial structure, it's all been altered." The confirmation should have been satisfying, but instead Harry felt sick. 6 layers? At least. Some of them are so complex I can barely make them out. Draco lowered his wand, his expression grim. "Whoever did this to you was extraordinarily skilled. This isn't just a simple glamour, it's a complete magical reconstruction of your identity." Harry sank into a chair, the weight of the revelation crushing. "So everything about how I look is fake?" "It would seem so," Draco said quietly. "Are you ready to try the removal spells?" Harry's stomach clenched. "What if something goes wrong? What if you accidentally hurt me?" "I won't," Draco said immediately, then paused. "I mean, I'll be as careful as possible. But these spells, some of them are going to be painful. The magic holding your appearance together has been in place for years. Breaking it won't be gentle." "And you're okay with that? With potentially hurting me?" Draco was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "I'm not okay with it. But I think the alternative, living our entire lives not knowing the truth, is worse." Harry studied Draco's face, searching for any sign of deception or malice. But all he saw was the same fear and determination that he felt himself. "Okay," Harry said, standing up. "Let's do this." They started with the simplest removal spell, one designed to eliminate basic glamours. Draco cast it carefully, his wand movements precise and controlled. Harry felt a warm sensation spread across his skin, like lying in sunlight, but when they checked his reflection in the window, nothing had changed. "It didn't work," Harry said, disappointed. "The glamours are too complex," Draco explained. We need something stronger. The next spell made Harry's skin feel like it was being gently scrubbed with sandpaper. The third felt like dozens of tiny needles pricking at his face. The fourth was worse. A burning sensation that made him grit his teeth and clench his fists. Still nothing, Draco said after each attempt, frustration creeping into his voice. They worked for hours, trying spell after spell. Some were painless, others made Harry want to scream. One made his entire head tingle so intensely he felt like someone gave him an intense headache. Another made his skin feel like it was crawling with insects. But his reflection remained stubbornly unchanged. This isn't working, Harry said finally, slumping against the wall. His head was pounding, and he felt drained from hours of magical manipulation. I know, Draco said, looking equally exhausted. The glamours are too strong. We need something more powerful. Maybe we should give up, Harry said, though the words felt wrong as soon as he spoke them. No, Draco said firmly. There's one more book I haven't shown you yet. I found it in the deepest part of the restricted section, behind books that haven't been touched in decades. He pulled out a slim volume bound in black leather, its cover worn and cracked with age. The title was barely legible. Advanced Glamour Dissolution. Irreversible Techniques. Irreversible? Harry asked, a chill running down his spine. Draco nodded, his expression serious. There's a spell in here called the Revelation Hex. It's designed to strip away all appearance-altering magic, no matter how complex or powerful. That sounds perfect, Harry said, though something in Draco's tone made him uneasy. There's a warning, Draco said quietly, opening the book to a page marked with a black ribbon. The spell is extremely painful to endure. And the results are permanent. Once your true appearance is revealed, there's no way to restore the glamours. You can't go back to being Harry Potter, at least not the Harry Potter you've always appeared to be. Harry felt his breath catch. What do you mean? I mean that if we do this, if we cast this spell, you'll never look like James Potter's son again, Draco said. Whatever your true appearance is, that's who you'll be for the rest of your life. The weight of that statement settled over Harry like a shroud. He'd been so focused on learning the truth that he hadn't fully considered the consequences. If he truly was a Malfoy, if he looked like Draco, how would he ever return to his normal life? How would he face his friends, his professors, the wizarding world that knew him as the boy who lived? Potter? Draco's voice was surprisingly gentle. We don't have to do this. We can find another way. No, Harry said, though his voice shook. There is no other way. We've tried everything else. But the consequences. I know the consequences, Harry interrupted. And I'm terrified of them. But I'm already living a lie. Every time I look in the mirror, I see someone who might not even exist. I can't keep living like that. Draco studied his face intently. You're sure? Harry thought about the past few weeks, about the constant questions, the sleepless nights, the way he'd been jumping at shadows and doubting everything he thought he knew about himself. Living with uncertainty was its own kind of torture. Yes, he said finally. I'm sure. Draco nodded slowly, though Harry could see the reluctance in his eyes. Then we'll do it. But Harry, I need you to understand. This is going to hurt. More than anything we've tried so far. I understand. And afterward, no matter what you look like, no matter what we discover, we'll figure out what to do next. The promise was unexpected, but it steadied Harry's nerves. Harry breathed out slowly through his teeth and nodded a few times. Draco opened the book to the correct page, studying the complex incantation. Sit down on the floor, he instructed. The spell can cause convulsions, and I don't want you to fall. Harry's mouth went dry, but he did as instructed, sitting cross-legged on the cold stone floor. Above him, Draco stood with his wand raised, his face pale but determined. Are you ready? Draco asked. Harry closed his eyes and nodded. Do it. The incantation was longer and more complex than anything they'd attempted. Draco's voice was steady and clear as he spoke the ancient words, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air above Harry's prone form. At first, Harry felt nothing. Then, gradually, a tingling sensation began to spread across his skin. It was almost pleasant at first, like the gentle warmth of the earlier spells. Then the pain began. It started as a burning sensation across his face, as if someone were holding a torch too close to his skin. Harry gritted his teeth, trying to remain still. But the pain intensified, spreading from his face to his scalp, his neck, his entire head. "Potter." Draco's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Stay with me." But Harry couldn't respond. The pain was overwhelming, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It felt like his skin was being peeled away layer by layer, like acid was eating through his flesh. He could feel his face changing, shifting, the very structure of his features melting and reforming. He screamed. The sound that tore from his throat was inhuman, a primal howl of agony that echoed off the stone walls. His body convulsed, his back arching off the floor as waves of pain crashed over him. He could feel his skin bubbling, melting, reshaping itself in ways that defied comprehension. Through his agony, he caught a glimpse of Draco's face above him. The boy's usual composed mask had cracked completely, revealing an expression of pure horror. His gray eyes were wide with shock and something that might have been regret. "I'm sorry," Draco whispered, though Harry barely heard him through the roaring in his ears. "I'm so sorry." The pain reached a crescendo that made Harry's previous screams seem like whispers. He felt something fundamental shift, like the last barrier between his false identity and his true self had finally shattered. Then, mercifully, darkness claimed him, falling into oblivion for a few moments. When Harry woke up a minute later, the pain had faded to a dull ache. He was still lying on the cold stone floor, but the convulsions had stopped. Every muscle in his body felt like he'd been trampled by a herd of centaurs. "Potter?" Draco's voice was hoarse, strained. "Can you hear me?" Harry tried to speak, but only a croak emerged. He swallowed hard and tried again. I'm okay." "No," Draco said quietly. "You're not okay. Nothing about this is okay." Something in his tone made Harry struggle to sit up, though the movement sent fresh waves of pain through his skull. When he finally managed to raise his head, he found Draco standing a few feet away, staring at him with an expression of complete disbelief. "What?" Harry asked, his voice still rough. "What is it?" Draco's mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Mafloy, what do I look like?" Harry demanded, panic creeping into his voice. Instead of answering, Draco stared for several long moments. He was silent as his mouth opened and closed, and he eventually picked up one of the books from the desk and pointed his wand at it. "Transfiguro speculum," he whispered, and the book transformed into a hand mirror. With trembling hands, he held it out to Harry. Harry hesitated for only a moment before taking the mirror. Then he looked at his reflection, and his world tilted on its axis. The face staring back at him was his own, but it wasn't. Gone were the messy black hair and bright green eyes he'd known all his life. Instead, he saw Platinum B-owned hair that fell in the same style as Draco's, pale skin that seemed to glow in the dim light, and eyes that were a startling shade of silver gray. But it was unmistakably a Malfoy face. The aristocratic features, the sharp cheekbones, the elegant nose. It was like looking at a slightly different version of Draco himself. The main differences were a few random freckles that Harry had gotten from being out in summer. He also immediately noticed the lack of a scar. The scar that had once identified him as Harry Potter. Gone. It was gone. "Merlin's beard," Harry whispered, his voice breaking. He looked exactly like Draco Malfoy. Not even similar, exactly like him. He was Draco Malfoy's twin brother. The mirror slipped from his numb fingers and shattered on the stone floor, but Harry barely noticed. He was staring at Draco, seeing his own reflection in the other boy's shocked face. We're twins," Harry said, daring to speak the words of what he was thinking. The silence in the abandoned classroom stretched on for what felt like hours, though it had probably only been minutes. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, his back against the wall, while Draco remained standing by the desk, both of them locked in a staring contest that neither seemed able to break. It was unsettling, looking at what was essentially his own face staring back at him. The features were identical, the sharp cheekbones, the aristocratic nose, the pale skin that seemed to glow in the dim wandlight. Even their expressions of shock and disbelief were mirror images of each other. Harry found his gaze drawn repeatedly to Draco's platinum hair, knowing that beneath his own appearance, he possessed the same distinctive Malfoy locks. Although, perhaps, Harry's hair was slightly more messed. compared to Draco's perfectly sculpted hair. The same silver-gray eyes that had always seemed so cold and calculating now looked back at him with familiar confusion and fear. "This is deeply unsettling," Draco said finally, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. He blinked rapidly, as if trying to clear his vision. "I can't stop staring at you." "I know," Harry replied, his voice hoarse from screaming. "I can't believe what I'm seeing when I look into the mirror." Draco's eyes focused on Harry's forehead, noticing details. "Where's the scar?" he murmured, sounding like he was half talking to himself. "Was it part of the glamour?" "I don't know," Harry whispered. "Maybe. There's some differences," Draco said, stepping closer and studying Harry's face with clinical fascination. "Small ones. You have a few freckles where I don't have them and I have a scar here, on my arm and here, near my cheek." Draco showed him a few places that were different, but it was not enough. They were still identical. "I don't think anybody would notice those things," Harry admitted, and then looked down at his hands, noting that they too bore the same pale complexion as Draco's. "Anything else?" "And your eyes," Draco said slowly. "They're the same color as mine, but I don't know. They seem different somehow. Softer, maybe. Just a bit different." "Years of living with the Dursleys will do that to you," Harry said bitterly. They lapsed into silence again, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry couldn't wrap his mind around the magnitude of what they'd discovered. His entire identity, everything he believed about himself, had been built on a lie. He wasn't Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. He was. Who? A Malfoy, Draco's twin brother. "I can't believe this," Draco said suddenly, his voice rising with emotion. "I can't believe they kept this from me, from us." "They?" Harry asked. "My parents," Draco said, his usual composure cracking. "They had to have known. My mother told me she'd lost a baby, but she never said you were alive. She never said you were being raised by someone else." Harry saw the anger building in Draco's expression, the way his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Maybe they didn't know either. Maybe they really thought I was dead." "No," Draco said firmly. "Someone knew. Someone orchestrated this. You don't just accidentally end up with the most famous family in the wizarding world. Someone wanted you raised as Harry Potter." The implications of that statement hit Harry like a physical blow. "But why? Why would someone take me from the Malfoys and give me to the Potters?" "I don't know," Draco said, beginning to pace the small room. "But I'm going to find out. I'm going to demand answers from my parents." Harry watched Draco's agitated movements, feeling a strange sense of familiarity in the way he moved when upset. Were those mannerisms something they shared, as twins? Or was it just coincidence? "Malfoy," Harry said quietly, "I'm stuck this way. You realize that, don't you? I can't leave this room. I can't let anyone see me like this." Draco stopped pacing and turned to face him. "I know." "Do you?" Harry asked, his voice rising with panic. "Because I don't think you understand what this means. I can't go back to the Gryffindor common room. I can't face my friends. I can't attend classes. My life as Harry Potter is over." "Maybe we can remake the glamour," Draco suddenly suggested. "Remake that?" Harry demanded, putting a hand to his chest. "That was painful and difficult. Impossible to ever recreate," Draco agreed, looking lost. His eyes suddenly looked up at Harry. "But you wanted to know the truth." "Yes, I wanted to know," Harry snapped. "But I didn't consider what would happen after. Maybe I should have just left everything alone. Maybe living with the questions would have been better than this." "You don't mean that," Draco said. "Don't I?" Harry asked bitterly. "At least when I was living a lie, I had a life. Now I have nothing. I'm no one." "Apparently," Draco said quietly, slowly, and lifted his light eyebrows. "Apparently you're my brother." Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing and gave a short, rather sarcastic guffaw of laughter. Disbelief almost. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Harry looked up at Draco, seeing his own features reflected back at him, and felt a complex mix of emotions he couldn't begin to untangle. "What does that even mean?" Harry asked. "We've been enemies for 5 years. We've hated each other, fought each other, tried to hurt each other. And now we're supposed to be brothers?" "I don't know," Draco admitted. I don't know what any of this means." They fell silent again, both overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they'd discovered. Harry found himself studying Draco's face, looking for hints of the person he might have been if he'd grown up a Malfoy. Would he have been as cold and calculating? As prejudiced and cruel? Or would he have been different, tempering some of the Malfoy arrogance with whatever innate qualities made him who he was? "I need to go home," Draco said suddenly. "I need to talk to my parents, especially my mother. She's the one who told me about the baby that died. She'll have answers." "You can't just leave," Harry said, panic creeping into his voice. "What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go?" "I don't know," Draco said, and Harry could hear the frustration in his voice. "But I can't get you answers if I stay here. I need to confront my parents." "How are you going to manage that? It's the middle of the term." "I'll fake being ill," Draco said. "Food poisoning, maybe, or a particularly nasty case of flu. Something that requires a few days of recovery at home." Harry felt a surge of abandonment, even though he knew Draco was right. They needed answers, and the only way to get them was to confront the people who might have them. "What if they don't tell you the truth?" Harry asked. "What if they lie to you?" "Then I'll make them tell me," Draco said, his voice hard. "I won't let them keep lying to us." Harry wanted to believe him, but he'd learned not to trust easily. "And what if they tell you something I don't want to hear? What if the truth is worse than what we've imagined?" "Then we'll deal with it," Draco said, "eventually." "Will we?" Harry asked. "Because right now, you're about to walk out that door and leave me here alone. That doesn't feel like dealing with it to me." Draco's face flushed with anger. "What do you want me to do, Pot?" He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he realized what he'd almost said. "What?" Harry asked. "What were you going to call me?" "Potter," Draco said quietly. "I was going to call you Potter." "But that's not who I am anymore, is it?" Harry said bitterly. "I'm not Potter anymore. I'm not anybody anymore." Draco shook his head, looking dazed. "I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe we're having this conversation." "What did you expect?" Harry asked. "Did you think we'd discover we were brothers and everything would suddenly make sense? Did you think we'd hug and be best friends and live happily ever after?" "I didn't think at all," Draco said. "I thought you'd look like, not this. I'm in shock too, you know. It's not just you. I want answers too. And now I have them, some of them, but I don't know what to do with them." Harry could see the internal struggle playing out on Draco's face, the same features he now wore himself. The confusion, the anger, the fear. It was strange, knowing that these were now his expressions on someone else's face. "I need time," Draco said finally. "I need time to process this, to figure out what it means." "Time," Harry repeated hollowly. "And what am I supposed to do while you're taking your time?" "I don't know," Draco said, his voice strained. "I don't have all the answers. I'm just as lost as you are." "No, you're not," Harry said. "You can walk out of here and go back to your life. You can pretend this never happened if you want to. I'm the one who's trapped." "I'm not going to pretend this never happened," Draco said firmly. "But I need to talk to my parents. I need to understand what they knew and when they knew it." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to demand that Draco stay and help him figure out what to do next. But he knew Draco was right. They needed answers, and the only way to get them was to confront the people who might have them. "How long?" Harry asked. "How long will you be gone?" "A few days," Draco said. "Maybe a week. I'll come back as soon as I can." "And if someone finds me here? If someone sees me like this?" "They won't," Draco said. "This room is abandoned. No one comes here." "What if I need food? Water? I'll figure something out," Draco said. "You can configure some things into food. Maybe have the house elves bring you something later on. They won't say anything. They'll think you're me." Harry laughed bitterly. "That's a ridiculous idea. That's all I have right now." As Draco gathered his books and prepared to leave, Harry felt a desperate need to keep him there, to not be left alone with his transformed appearance and shattered identity. "Wait," Harry said. "There's something else." Draco paused at the door. "What?" "My birthday," Harry said. "You said you didn't think it was really in July." Draco's expression softened slightly. "If we're twins, then we share a birthday. Mine is June 5th. assuming at least that was true. June 5th, Harry repeated, getting used to it on his tongue. Yes, Draco said quietly. Your entire life has been a lie. Your name, your appearance, your birthday, your family. Everything you thought you knew about yourself was constructed by someone else. The weight of that realization settled over Harry like a suffocating blanket. He'd always known he was different, always felt like he didn't quite fit in anywhere. Now he knew why. I have to go, Draco said, his hand on the door handle. I'll be back as soon as I can. Malfoy, Harry called out, and the other boy turned back. What if your parents don't know anything? What if we never find out the truth? Then we'll find another way, Draco said. But someone knows something. They have to know. Someone orchestrated this. People don't just accidentally end up with new identities and new families. This was planned. After Draco left, Harry was alone with his thoughts and his transformed appearance. He conjured a small mirror and studied his reflection, still shocked by the familiar yet foreign face staring back at him. He knew now that he didn't just look like a Malfoy. He was a Malfoy. The boy who had been raised to hate everything the Malfoy name stood for was now wearing their face, carrying their blood. The irony wasn't lost on him. Harry found himself thinking about everyone who might have known the truth. Dumbledore, certainly. The headmaster seemed to know everything that happened in the wizarding world. Had he known that Harry Potter was actually a Malfoy? Had he orchestrated the deception? What about his parents, his adoptive parents, he supposed? James and Lily Potter. Had they known they were raising a Malfoy child? Had they been told the truth, or had they been deceived as well? And what about Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy? Had they truly believed their son was dead, or had they known he was alive and being raised by their enemies? The questions multiplied in his mind, each one more troubling than the last. Harry realized that he didn't just need to know who he really was. He needed to know who had made him into Harry Potter, and why. As the hours passed, Harry considered his options. He could try to find Dumbledore and demand answers. He could seek out Hermione and Ron, though he wasn't sure how to explain his transformation. He could try to hide until Draco returned with information from his parents. But each option seemed fraught with danger. How could he trust anyone when his entire life had been built on lies? How could he know who was friend and who was foe when he didn't even know who he was himself? The abandoned classroom felt like a prison, but it was the only safe place he had. Here, at least, he could exist without pretending to be someone he wasn't. Here, he could be nobody, which was perhaps all he'd ever truly been. As dawn approached, Harry found himself wondering if he'd made the right choice. Part of him wished he could go back to living the lie, to being the Harry Potter everyone expected him to be. But there was no going back now. The glamours were broken, the truth was revealed, and he was stuck with the consequences. All he could do was wait for Draco to return, and hope that the answers they found would be worth the price they'd paid to discover them. He was a Malfoy now, whether he liked it or not. The question was what that meant for his future, and whether he'd have a future at all. The sound of the door closing echoed through the abandoned classroom with a finality that made Harry's chest tighten. He sat there for a long moment, staring at the wooden barrier that separated him from the rest of the world, before the reality of his situation truly began to sink in. He was alone. Completely and utterly alone. Harry drew his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, trying to steady his breathing. The panic that had been building since his transformation now threatened to overwhelm him entirely. He needed to think, needed to process what had happened, but his mind felt like it was spinning out of control. Focus, he told himself. Just focus on one thing at a time. He started with his appearance. Harry conjured another small mirror and studied his reflection, still shocked by the aristocratic features staring back at him. The platinum owned hair that fell in perfect waves, the sharp cheekbones, the pale skin. It was all so foreign, yet somehow felt right in a way that disturbed him. Harry studied the mirror closely, looking for subtle differences, but there were little to none. Everything was identical, down to the way his eyebrows arched and the shape of his lips. I'm a Malfoy, Harry thought, and the words felt strange even in his own mind. I'm actually a Malfoy. Hours passed in a blur of anxious thoughts and restless pacing. Harry tried to occupy himself by examining the abandoned classroom, searching through old textbooks and dusty supplies, but nothing could distract him from the magnitude of what had happened. Every few minutes, He would catch sight of his reflection in the window or in a piece of broken glass, and the shock would hit him all over again. As the night wore on, Harry began to realize just how unprepared he was for this situation. He had no food, no water, no way to contact the outside world. Draco had left him with nothing but the clothes on his back and his wand. Speaking of which, Harry suddenly realized something that made his stomach drop. He patted his pockets frantically, searching for something that wasn't there. The invisibility cloak was gone. "That bastard," Harry muttered, remembering how Draco had casually mentioned needing it to get back to his dormitory undetected. He took it. He actually took it. Anger flared in Harry's chest, hot and bitter. Not only had Draco abandoned him in this impossible situation, but he'd also taken the one thing that might have allowed Harry to move around the castle without being seen. The betrayal stung more than Harry cared to admit. The first day passed slowly, with Harry alternating between bouts of panic and forced calm. He tried to transfigure some of his quills into food, but the results were barely edible, tasteless and with the texture of cardboard. The water he conjured from the air had a metallic taste that made him gag. By the second day, Harry was beginning to understand just how dire his situation was. He had no way to leave the room without being seen, no way to get proper food or water, and no way to contact anyone who might help him. The abandoned classroom felt less like a sanctuary and more like a prison. He spent hours staring out the window, watching other students go about their daily routines. Harry could see the Great Hall from where he sat, and the sight of his classmates eating proper meals made his stomach cramp with hunger. He wondered if anyone had noticed his absence yet. Were Ron and Hermione looking for him? Had they reported him missing? The thought of his friends sent a pang of longing through his chest. He missed them desperately, but how could he face them looking like this? How could he explain that he wasn't really Harry Potter at all, but rather the brother of their sworn enemy? By the third day, Harry was desperate. The transfigured food was making him sick, and he was weak from lack of proper nourishment. He knew he had to take the risk of leaving the room, even if it meant potentially being discovered. That evening, after the corridors had grown quiet and most students had retired to their dormitories, Harry made his decision. He couldn't stay hidden forever, and he needed real food if he was going to survive long enough for Draco to return. Harry examined his appearance carefully in the mirror. His Gryffindor robes were an obvious problem. They would immediately identify him as being in the wrong house, especially if he was trying to pass as Draco. He stripped them off, leaving him in his white shirt, black trousers, and standard black school robes without house colors. Next, he tackled his hair. The Platinum B-owned locks fell naturally into the same style as Draco's, but Harry had always kept his hair slightly messier. He used water to slick it back, creating the perfect, controlled look that Draco favored. The change was subtle, but it made all the difference. Harry took a deep breath and opened the door to the abandoned classroom. The corridor was dark and empty, lit only by the occasional torch. He moved carefully, keeping to the shadows and listening for any sounds that might indicate someone else was nearby. The path to the Great Hall was treacherous, requiring him to navigate several staircases and corridors that were usually busy during the day. Harry's heart pounded with every step, terrified that someone would see him and recognize that something was wrong. He was almost to the Great Hall when disaster struck. "Mr. Malfoy." The voice came from behind him, cold and familiar. Harry's blood turned to ice as he slowly turned around to face Professor Snape. The potions master was standing in the shadows, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of suspicion. "Professor," Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady and adopt the slightly superior tone that Draco always used when speaking to teachers. "What are you doing wandering the corridors at this hour?" Snape asked, stepping closer. "And more importantly, what are you doing here at all? You're supposed to be at the manor, recovering from your illness." Harry's mind raced. He had to think fast, had to come up with an explanation that would satisfy Snape without arousing further suspicion. I was feeling better," Harry said, trying to mimic Draco's speech patterns. "I returned this evening, but I couldn't sleep. I thought perhaps some fresh air might help." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Fresh air? In the dungeons?" "I was heading to the grounds," Harry said weakly. "Were you?" Snape's voice was dangerously quiet. "And I suppose you thought you'd take a detour through the Great Hall first?" Harry realized his mistake immediately. The Great Hall was in the opposite direction from any route that would lead outside. He'd been caught in a lie, and Snape knew it. "I apologize, Professor," Harry said, lowering his head in what he hoped was a suitably contrite manner. "I'm still feeling somewhat disoriented from the illness." Snape studied him for a long moment, and Harry was certain he was about to be exposed. But then the potions master's expression shifted slightly, taking on a look of what might have been concern. "Indeed," Snape said slowly, "you do look rather pale. Perhaps you returned too soon." "Perhaps," Harry agreed, not trusting himself to say more. "Come," Snape said, turning and beginning to walk toward the dungeons. "I'll escort you back to your dormitory. You need rest, not midnight wanderings." Harry had no choice but to follow. As they walked, he tried to keep his breathing steady and his movements natural. He was acutely aware of Snape's presence beside him, of the way the older man's eyes seemed to be studying him constantly. "Your mother was quite worried when she heard you were ill," Snape said conversationally as they descended into the dungeons. "I was hoping you would have been feeling better by now." "She worries too much," Harry replied, hoping that was the sort of thing Draco would say. "Perhaps. But her concern is understandable, given your recent difficulties." Harry wasn't sure what difficulties Snape was referring to, but he nodded as if he understood. They continued in silence until they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. "I trust you remember the password?" Snape asked, his tone suggesting that forgetting it would be suspicious. Harry's heart sank. Of course he didn't know the password. How could he? But he couldn't admit that without revealing himself. "Of course," he said, stepping forward and hoping that somehow the entrance would open for him. It didn't. Harry stood there for a moment, staring at the blank wall, his mind racing. Behind him, he could feel Snape's eyes boring into his back. "Well?" Snape prompted. Harry began, then stopped. He was trapped. If he couldn't get into the Slytherin common room, Snape would know something was wrong. Just then, the wall began to slide open, and Harry felt a surge of relief. But his relief was short-lived when he realized that someone was coming out of the common room. Blaise Zabini emerged from the entrance, looking surprised to see them. "Draco," Blaise said, his eyebrows raised. "What are you doing out here? I thought you were still at home." "He returned this evening," Snape said before Harry could answer. "But he seems to have forgotten the password. Perhaps his illness affected his memory more than he realized." Blaise's expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you all right? You look different somehow." Harry's heart skipped a beat. "I'm fine," he said quickly, "just tired." "The password is Serpent's Honor," Blaise said, looking at Harry strangely. "Are you sure you're feeling well?" "Just tired," Harry repeated, stepping toward the entrance. "Thank you." "See that you get some rest," Snape said sternly, "and no more midnight wanderings. If I find you out of your dormitory again tonight, you'll be serving detention regardless of your recent illness." "Yes, Professor," Harry said, practically fleeing into the common room. The Slytherin common room was exactly as Harry had imagined it would be, dark, elegant, and intimidating. Green and silver hangings adorned the walls, and the furniture was made of dark wood and leather. A fire crackled in the fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the room. Blaise followed him in, still looking concerned. "Seriously, Draco, are you all right? You're acting strange." "I'm fine," Harry said, looking around the room and trying to orient himself. "Just the illness. It's left me feeling disoriented, tired." "What did you have, anyway?" Blaise asked, settling into one of the leather chairs. "Your letters were pretty vague." "Food poisoning," Harry said, remembering what Draco had mentioned. "Something I ate didn't agree with me." "That's rough. Your mother must have been beside herself. She's always fretting about you." "She was," Harry agreed, though he had no idea what Narcissa Malfoy's reaction had actually been. "Well, you should probably get some sleep," Blaise said, standing up. "You look exhausted." Harry nodded, but he realized he had another problem. He had no idea where Draco's dormitory was, let alone which bed was his. He looked around helplessly, hoping for some clue. "Are you coming?" Blaise asked, heading toward a corridor that led off from the main room. "Yes," Harry said, following him. "I'm just trying to remember where I put something." Blaise led him down a corridor lined with doors, stopping at one near the end. "Home sweet home," he said, pushing the door open. The dormitory was much like the Gryffindor equivalent, with 5 beds arranged around the room. Harry looked around, trying to figure out which one was Draco's. "Draco," Blaise said, looking at him strangely, "your bed is right there, where it's always been." Harry followed Blaise's gaze to a bed near the window. The trunk at the foot of it had D. Malfoy emblazoned on it in silver letters. "Right," Harry said, moving toward it. "I told you, I'm still disoriented." "Maybe you should see Madame Pomfrey tomorrow," Blaise suggested. "This seems like more than just a mild sickness." "I'm sure I'll be fine after some sleep," Harry said, sitting on the edge of the bed. The other boys in the dormitory, Harry recognized Crabbe, Goyle, and Theodore Nott, were already asleep or getting ready for bed. They barely acknowledged his presence, which Harry was grateful for. Blaise changed into his pajamas and climbed into his own bed. "Good night, Draco," he said. "I'm glad you're feeling better." "Good night," Harry replied, waiting until Blaise had settled before he dared to move. Being in the Slytherin dormitory felt surreal. Harry had spent 5 years viewing these boys as enemies, and now he was sharing a room with them. He could hear Crabbe snoring loudly, and Goyle was muttering something in his sleep. It was strange to realize that they were just normal teenagers, not the monsters he'd sometimes imagined them to be. Harry changed into the pajamas he found in Draco's trunk, trying not to think about the fact that he was wearing another person's clothes. Everything felt wrong: the bed, the room, the identity he was wearing like an ill-fitting costume. Sleep was nearly impossible. Every sound made him jump, terrified that someone would discover his deception. He lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and wondering what Draco was doing at that moment. Had he confronted his parents? Had he learned the truth about what happened to them? Eventually, exhaustion won out, and Harry drifted into an uneasy sleep filled with dreams of platinum hair and silver eyes. He was awakened by the sound of the dormitory door opening. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he saw a figure silhouetted in the doorway. For a moment, he thought it might be another student returning from the bathroom, but then the figure stepped into the room and Harry's heart stopped. It was Draco. The real Draco stood in the doorway, looking shocked to see Harry lying in his bed. For a moment, they stared at each other in mutual horror, both realizing the catastrophic situation they were in. Draco's eyes widened, and he glanced quickly at the other sleeping boys before grabbing Harry's arm and pulling him toward a large wardrobe in the corner of the room rather roughly and abruptly. "Get in," Draco hissed, shoving Harry into the cramped space among the hanging robes. Harry pressed himself against the back of the wardrobe, trying to make himself as small as possible. Through the crack in the door, he could see Draco quickly climbing into his bed just as Blaise began to stir. "Draco?" Blaise's voice was sleepy and confused. "Did you just come back from somewhere?" "Bathroom," Draco said casually, though Harry could hear the tension in his voice. "Oh." Blaise seemed to accept this explanation. "How are you feeling?" "Better," Draco said. "Much better." "Good. You were acting really strange last night. I was worried about you." "Strange how?" Draco asked, and Harry caught the sharp note of concern in his voice. "Just different. Like you'd forgotten things. Basic things. You couldn't even remember the password to get in." "I was still recovering," Draco said smoothly. "The illness affected my memory temporarily." "If you say so." Blaise sounded skeptical, "but you seem much more like yourself this morning." The other boys began to wake up, and Harry listened to their conversations with growing anxiety. They were asking Draco about his time at home, about his illness, about his parents. Draco answered smoothly, but Harry could hear the strain in his voice. Finally, after what felt like hours, the other boys began to get ready for the day. Harry heard them gathering their things and talking about their classes. One by one, they left the dormitory until only Draco remained. The wardrobe door opened, and Harry tumbled out, his muscles cramped from being in the confined space. "What the hell are you doing here?" Draco demanded, his voice low but furious. Harry straightened up, rubbing his sore neck. "I had to eat something. I couldn't survive on transfigured food any longer." "So you decided to impersonate me?" Draco's eyes were blazing with anger. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" "I didn't have a choice," Harry shot back. You left me with nothing. No food, no water, no way to contact anyone, and you took my invisibility cloak. I needed it to get back to my dormitory without being seen, Draco said defensively. And what about me? Harry demanded. What was I supposed to do? Starve to death while you went home to play detective? You were supposed to stay hidden. I tried. But 3 days of eating transfigured quills was making me sick. I had to take the risk. Draco stared at him for a moment, and Harry could see the conflict playing out on his face. Anger, frustration, and something that might have been guilt. You could have ruined everything, Draco said finally, if someone had figured out who you really were. But they didn't, Harry interrupted. I was careful. I changed my hair. I tried to act like you. Blaze said you were acting strange, that you'd forgotten basic things. I got through it, Harry said, and I'm still here, aren't I? Draco shook his head, looking exhausted. This is madness. We can't keep this up. Then you'd better have found some answers, Harry said, because I can't go back to that room. I can't live on transfigured food and hope that no one discovers me. I did find answers, Draco said quietly, but you're not going to like them. Harry felt his stomach drop. What did you learn? But before Draco could answer, they heard footsteps in the corridor outside. Someone was coming back to the dormitory. We can't talk here, Draco said urgently. You have access to the room of requirement, right? Meet me there, after midnight. How am I supposed to get there without being seen? Harry asked. Draco pulled something from his robes. The invisibility cloak. Here. But be careful, and don't let anyone see you leaving. The footsteps were getting closer. Harry grabbed the cloak and looked around frantically for another way out. The dormitory had no windows. They were deep in the dungeons, and there was nowhere to hide except back in the wardrobe. Just wait, Draco whispered urgently. I'll get rid of whoever it is. Harry pressed himself against the wall as the dormitory door opened. He could hear voices, Blaze and Theodore, discussing something about a transfiguration essay they'd forgotten about. I'm just grabbing my notes, Blaze was saying. Going to grab some breakfast. Then we can work on it in the common room. Fine, Theodore replied. But hurry up, I'm hungry. Harry held his breath as the two boys rummaged through their belongings. After what felt like an eternity, they finally left, their voices fading as they walked back toward the common room and then out the portrait, which swung behind them as they left for breakfast. They'll be coming back to the common room soon, Draco said quietly. You need to leave now, before anyone else comes back. Where am I supposed to go? Harry asked, throwing the invisibility cloak over himself. I don't know, Draco said, his voice strained. Just somewhere where nobody else is. We'll figure this out tonight. Harry nodded, even though Draco couldn't see him, and slipped out of the dormitory. He moved carefully through the corridor, his heart pounding with every step. The common room was empty, as Draco had said. He made out to the main corridor with no incident. However, as he walked, unsure of where to go, he heard familiar voices approaching from around the corner. Can't believe McGonagall assigned another essay, someone was saying. As if we don't have enough work already. Harry recognized the voice immediately. It was Ron. He pressed himself against the wall, hoping they would pass without incident, but his foot caught on an uneven stone. The cloak slipped slightly, and for a moment, his face was visible and the cloak fell off of him and pooled unnoticed around his feet. Ron, who had been walking with Dean Thomas, looked directly at him. Their eyes met for a split second, and Harry saw recognition flash across his friend's face. But not the kind of recognition he'd hoped for. Sod off, Malfoy, Ron said with disgust, not even breaking stride. Harry stood frozen, watching as Ron and Dean continued down the corridor, completely unaware that they had just dismissed their best friend. The casual contempt in Ron's voice hit Harry like a physical blow. He exhaled slowly, a shaky breath that seemed to carry all the weight of his new reality. Ron had looked right at him and seen only Draco Malfoy, the enemy, the rival, the person he'd been taught to despise. Harry pulled the cloak back over his head and walked away, his chest tight with an emotion he couldn't quite name. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he knew he needed to find somewhere quiet, somewhere he could be alone with the devastating truth of what his life had become. The look on Draco's face before he'd left had filled him with dread, But this moment with Ron had driven home the reality of his situation even more clearly. Whatever Draco had learned at home, it was clear that their situation had just become much more complicated. The room of requirement materialized around Harry as he paced anxiously in the 7th floor corridor. He had been thinking desperately about needing a private place to meet, somewhere no one would find them, and the room had responded by creating a comfortable space with 2 armchairs positioned near a warm fireplace. Heavy tapestries covered the walls, muffling any sound that might escape, and the lighting was dim and intimate. Harry had been waiting for nearly 20 minutes when the door finally opened and Draco slipped inside. Even in the subdued light, Harry could see the exhaustion written across his face. The same face that Harry now wore. There were dark circles under Draco's eyes, and his usually perfect hair was slightly disheveled. "You look terrible," Harry said without preamble. "Thanks," Draco replied dryly, closing the door behind him and casting a silencing charm. "You don't look much better." It was true. Harry barely got any sleep the night before, and now with bumping into Ron, sleep seemed like it would never come. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Ron's face, heard the casual dismissal in his voice. "Sod off, Malfoy." The words echoed in his mind like a curse. "So," Harry said, settling into one of the armchairs, "what did you learn?" Draco took the chair opposite him, running a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Everything about our situation is complicated," Harry said impatiently. "Just tell me what happened." Draco was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. "I asked my mother about the baby. The one she told me she lost. And she confirmed it. She said she had twins, but one of them died during childbirth." Draco's jaw tightened. "She said they were devastated. That they'd been so excited to have 2 sons, and then..." "Then what?" "Then she started crying," Draco said quietly. "Real tears. Not the calculated kind she uses when she wants something. She seemed genuinely grief-stricken." Harry felt a strange pang at the thought of Narcissa Malfoy mourning a lost child. Mourning him. "What about your father?" He was harder to read. He seemed sad, but also guarded, like he was being careful about what he said. Draco shifted in his chair, his expression troubled. "I tried to ask more questions, but I couldn't push too hard without revealing that I knew something." "Did you learn anything else?" "The baby's name," Draco said. "They called him Dimitri Malfoy. My father told me, in confidence, that they buried him in the family cemetery on our property." Harry's breath caught. Dimitri Malfoy. The name felt strange on his tongue, foreign yet somehow meaningful. "That was supposed to be my name." "It was your name," Draco corrected, "before someone turned you into Harry Potter." The weight of that statement settled over them both. Harry had spent his entire life believing he was James and Lily Potter's son, only to discover that he was actually Dimitri Malfoy, presumed dead and buried in a family cemetery. "But here's the thing," Draco continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "I couldn't stop thinking about it. About the whole story. Something felt off." "Off how?" "Little things. The way my parents looked at each other when they thought I wasn't watching. The fact that my mother has never once visited that grave in all the years I've lived there. The way my father's hands shook when he told me about the burial." Draco leaned forward, his eyes intense. "So I decided to investigate." Harry felt his stomach drop. "What did you do?" "I went to the cemetery. In the middle of the night, I found the headstone. It was small, simple. Just the name, not even a date." Draco's voice was getting quieter, more strained. "I brought a shovel from the groundskeeper's shed." "You didn't," Harry breathed. "I did." Draco's hands were clenched into fists in his lap. "I dug up my brother's grave, Harry. I desecrated what I thought was a child's final resting place because I had to know the truth." The room fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. Harry could see the trauma of that night written across Draco's face, the way his shoulders were tensed, the slight tremor in his hands. "What did you find?" Harry asked gently. "Nothing." Draco's voice was hollow. "The coffin was there, but it was empty. No body, no clothes, nothing. Just a tiny, empty box buried in the ground to maintain the illusion that Dimitri Malfoy died at birth." Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. "So they've been lying this whole time." Not just lying. They've been maintaining an elaborate deception for 16 years. Draco looked up at Harry, his eyes bright with unshed tears. Do you know what it's like to dig up what you think is your brother's grave? To open a coffin, not knowing if you're about to see a tiny skeleton or if you're going to find nothing? I was terrified. Terrified that I'd see something that would haunt me forever, and equally terrified that I'd find nothing and confirm that my entire life has been built on lies. Draco. Harry began, but the other boy cut him off. I stood there for an hour, just staring at that empty coffin, trying to process what it meant. They mourned you, Harry. They grieved for you. But they also buried an empty box and let me grow up believing my twin brother was dead. Harry didn't know what to say. He could see the pain in Draco's eyes, the betrayal and confusion. It was a mirror of his own feelings, magnified by the horror of what Draco had had to do to uncover the truth. I'm sorry, Harry said finally. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was my choice, Draco said, though his voice suggested it had been anything but easy. I needed to know. We needed to know. They sat in silence for a while, both lost in their own thoughts. Harry found himself thinking about the empty grave, about the parents who had grieved him while he was alive, about the elaborate deception that had shaped both their lives. What have you been doing while I was gone? Draco asked eventually. Harry's jaw tightened. Trying to survive. Trying to figure out how to exist without anyone discovering who I really am. The abandoned classroom? For the first 3 days, yes. Living on transfigured food that tasted like cardboard, drinking conjured water that made me sick, and slowly going insane from isolation. Harry's voice was bitter. Then I had to risk impersonating you to get real food, which led to me spending a night in your dormitory, terrified that someone would figure out I wasn't you. Draco looked genuinely guilty. I'm sorry, I should have thought. You should have thought about a lot of things, Harry interrupted. You took my invisibility cloak, left me with no food, no water, no way to contact anyone. You just abandoned me there. I was trying to get us answers, and I was trying not to die of starvation. Harry's voice rose. Do you know what it's like to be completely alone? Not knowing who you are, not knowing if you'll ever have a normal life again. Do you know what it's like to have your best friend look right at you and tell you to sod off because he sees you as his enemy? Draco's eyes widened. Ron? I ran into him in the corridor. He looked right at me and saw Draco Malfoy. Told me to sod off without a second thought. Harry's voice cracked slightly. My best friend didn't recognize me. He saw me as someone to be dismissed, someone he despised. Harry, no, you don't understand. My entire life has been erased. My friends don't know me. My appearance isn't real. Even my birthday is a lie. I have nothing left, Draco. Nothing. The room fell silent again, but this time the silence was heavy with tension. Harry could feel his emotions building, all the stress and fear and loneliness of the past few days threatening to overwhelm him. We need to tell someone, Harry said finally. We can't handle this alone. Tell someone what? Draco asked. That we're brothers? That I've been living a lie my whole life too? Tell someone who can help us figure out what happened. Who can help us understand why this was done to us? Who? Draco demanded. Who do you trust enough to tell them something like this? Harry thought for a moment. Dumbledore. He has to know something about this. And Hermione. She's brilliant, she might be able to help us research what happened. Dumbledore. Draco's voice was sharp. The man who's probably been orchestrating this deception from the beginning? You want to tell him that we've figured out his little secret? He's the headmaster. He's the man who's been lying to you for 16 years. Draco stood up, beginning to pace. If anyone knows the truth about what happened to us, it's him. And if he wanted us to know, he would have told us already. Then who do you suggest? Harry asked, standing as well. Snape, Draco said without hesitation. He's my godfather. He's known my family for years. If anyone would help us get to the bottom of this, it would be him. Snape. Harry's voice was incredulous. The man who's spent 5 years making my life miserable? The man who hates me more than anyone else in this castle? He doesn't hate you, Draco said, and his voice changed tone when he decided to say. He hates Harry Potter. But you're not Harry Potter, are you? You're Dimitri Malfoy. You're apparently my brother. I'm still the same person, Harry shouted. Changing my name and my face doesn't change who I am inside. Doesn't it? Draco shot back, because from where I'm standing, you're acting like a scared, paranoid child who doesn't know who to trust. And you're acting like an arrogant prat who thinks he knows better than everyone else. Harry's hands were shaking with anger. Some things never change, do they, Malfoy? Don't call me that, Draco said coldly. We're brothers, remember? Or have you forgotten that already? How can I forget? You look exactly like me. Every time I see you, I'm reminded that my entire life has been a lie. Well, excuse me for existing, Draco's voice was rising to match Harry's. I'm sorry that finding out you have a brother has been so traumatic for you. That's not what I meant, and you know it, do I? Because it sounds like you're blaming me for something that was done to both of us. Harry felt something snap inside him. All the stress, all the fear, all the loneliness and confusion of the past few days came rushing to the surface. Maybe I am blaming you. Maybe if you hadn't been so obsessed with proving your potions were better than mine, we never would have discovered any of this. So you'd rather live a lie? Draco's eyes were blazing. You'd rather go your whole life not knowing who you really are? Yes. Harry shouted, and the word hung in the air between them like a physical blow. Yes, I'd rather live a lie than deal with this. I'd rather be Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, than be Dimitri Malfoy, son of people who apparently gave me away and lied about it. Draco stared at him for a long moment, his face cycling through emotions too quickly for Harry to follow. Hurt, anger, betrayal, and something that might have been disappointment. Fine, Draco said finally, his voice cold and controlled. Live your lie, but don't expect me to help you maintain it. He turned and walked toward the door, his movements sharp and angry. Where are you going? Harry called after him. Away from you, Draco replied without turning around, since my existence is apparently so traumatic for you. The door slammed behind him with a resounding bang that seemed to echo through the room for far longer than it should have. Harry stood there for a moment, breathing hard, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Then he collapsed into one of the armchairs and put his head in his hands. The room around him seemed to shift and change, responding to his emotional state. The comfortable armchairs became a single bed, the fireplace dimmed to almost nothing, and the walls pressed in closer. It was as if the room was trying to cocoon him, to protect him from the world outside. But there was no protection from the truth, no hiding from what he'd discovered about himself and his life. Harry lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and tried to process everything that had happened. Draco's revelation about the empty grave confirmed what they'd both suspected, that his death had been faked, that he'd been given to the Potters for reasons they still didn't understand. But the fight they'd just had made him realize something else. They couldn't handle this alone. They needed help, needed someone with the knowledge and resources to help them understand what had happened and why. The question was who they could trust. Dumbledore seemed like the obvious choice, but Draco was right. If the headmaster had been involved in the deception, he might not be willing to help them uncover the truth. Snape was Draco's suggestion, but Harry couldn't imagine confiding in the man who'd spent years tormenting him. Harry was still lost in his thoughts when about an hour later he heard a soft knock at the door. He sat up, his heart racing. Had someone discovered the room? Had his argument with Draco attracted attention? Harry? Draco's voice came through the door, quieter now, almost hesitant. Can I come in? Harry hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand to unlock the door. Draco stepped inside, and Harry could see that he was carrying a large plate covered with a napkin. I brought you food, Draco said, setting the plate on a small table that appeared beside the bed. Real food. Harry lifted the napkin to reveal a selection of sandwiches, fruit, and pumpkin pasties. His stomach growled loudly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything substantial in days. Brought you a few chocolate biscuits, too. I like them and, I thought maybe you would too, Draco told him and sounded a bit embarrassed after admitting it. Thank you, Harry said quietly, picking up a sandwich and taking a large bite. Then he took a few bites of the biscuits, but never admitted to Draco that they had always been his favorite. The taste of real food after days of transfigured substitutes was almost overwhelming. I'm sorry, Draco said, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. I shouldn't have left you like that. I shouldn't have left you at all, actually. I was so focused on getting answers that I didn't think about what you were going through. Harry swallowed his next bite of sandwich and looked at Draco. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean what I said about wishing we'd never found out. I was just overwhelmed. I know, Draco said. I've been overwhelmed too. This whole situation is insane. It's overwhelming. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, Harry eating and Draco watching him with what might have been concern. It was strange, Harry thought, how quickly they'd gone from enemies to whatever they were now. Brothers, technically, but that word still felt foreign and uncomfortable. We do need to tell someone, Harry said finally. You were right about that. I was thinking about what you said, Draco replied. About Dumbledore and Hermione. Maybe I need to talk to my parents again. Harry looked up from his food, surprised. Your parents? You were just there, you just tried to get information. Our parents, Draco corrected. Their reaction seemed genuine, being sad, upset that their child died. But I felt that something was off. There were things that were unsaid. I should have asked more questions. I guess I was just shocked that they admitted it, that I had a twin. And this time I want to talk to my parents alone, each one. See if their stories add up. I also want to investigate in our library, in the office. Try to find more records, birth, death. And maybe I can get more ancestry books about the Potters. But they've been lying to you for 16 years, Harry pointed out. You think they're just going to tell you the truth now? Which is exactly why I need to confront them, Draco said. If I let on, even just a little bit, that I know they're lying, they'll have to tell the truth. Harry considered this. You think they'll actually admit it? I think when I hint around that I know something's not right, that my mother will break down and tell me everything. Everything she didn't want to say before. Draco's expression was determined. She's not as strong as she pretends to be. And my father. He might be able to lie to me once, but I won't let him lie to me twice. When? Harry asked. I've been thinking about that, Draco said. Mid-semester break is coming. I could take the train home. And then what? Am I supposed to just stay here? Yes, undercover, Draco said. Harry frowned, not liking where this was going. Can't just sit around waiting, wondering. I already did that. I don't want to do that again. I won't let them lie again. I will demand answers. I know they have them, Draco promised and looked at him. I'm coming back to Hogwarts with more answers this time. And if they won't give answers? Harry dared to ask. Draco hesitated, looking over at the wall. Then I'll tell them the truth. Harry's brows went up. Pale, light brows and gray eyes looked questioning. You're going to tell them about me? They are the ones that buried an empty casket. They know you're not dead. They're the ones with the secrets, Harry. Not us, Draco said and got up, reading to leave. I'm going to go pack. Harry didn't know what to say. He was overwhelmed with everything that had transpired so far and tired. Tired of staying low, tired of being left, tired of not having answers. And lonely. He hadn't talked to his friends in days. I'll be back on Sunday, Draco said and sighed. Just give me some time. I just gave you 3 days, Harry argued, but it came out quiet, defeated. I won't let it go this time, Draco said and hesitated before admitting. I promise I'll come back with answers. The room of requirement had become Harry's prison as much as his sanctuary. Days had passed since Draco left for home, and the isolation was becoming unbearable. Harry had conjured a calendar on the wall and marked off each day with increasingly frantic strokes, watching the hours crawl by with agonizing slowness. He'd tried to occupy himself with reading. The room had helpfully provided a small library of books about magical heritage and bloodline magic, but his mind kept wandering. Every creak of the castle, every distant voice in the corridors made him freeze, wondering if someone had discovered his hiding place. To stave off the loneliness, Harry had begun making regular trips to the kitchens. Sometimes he went under the invisibility cloak, but increasingly he found himself going as he was, looking like Draco Malfoy. The corridors were largely empty, with most students gone for the mid-semester break, making it easier to move around undetected. The house elves had been surprisingly unsurprised by his transformation. Dobby would greet him warmly, offering plates of food and gentle conversation, while Winky would fuss over him in her quiet way. Even the other elves seemed to take his changed appearance in stride, as if they'd been expecting it. Master Harry is looking more like himself now, Dobby had said cryptically during one visit. his tennis ball-sized eyes twinkling with something that might have been knowing satisfaction. "What do you mean by that, Dobby?" Harry had asked, taken aback at the house elf recognizing him. But the elf had just smiled and bustled away to fetch more treacle tart. The comment had stuck with Harry. There was something in the way the elves looked at him now, not confused or surprised, but almost relieved, as if they'd been seeing through something all along. Harry filed the thought away for later. Dobby had been a Malfoy house elf for years before Harry had freed him. If anyone might know something about what had happened to him as a baby, it would be Dobby. But that conversation would have to wait. For now, Harry was content to accept their food and their company, grateful for any interaction that reminded him he still existed. Harry developed a routine. Early morning trips to the kitchens, late-night visits to the library to research glamours and bloodline magic, and long walks through the empty corridors just to feel like he still existed. But on the 6th day, his luck ran out. He was returning from the kitchens, arms full of food and feeling more confident than he'd been in days, when he rounded a corner and nearly collided with a group of third-year Hufflepuffs. In his haste to avoid them, he'd forgotten he was no longer wearing the invisibility cloak. "Sorry," he called out automatically, then froze as they turned to look at him. "Oh, it's just Malfoy," one of them said dismissively. "Watch where you're going." They continued on their way without a second glance, and Harry stood there for a moment, heart pounding. They'd seen him. They'd looked right at him and seen Draco Malfoy. He was safe, for now, but the close call left him shaken. He was hurrying back toward the 7th floor when another voice called out behind him. "Draco! Wait up!" Harry turned to see Pansy Parkinson jogging toward him, her dark hair bouncing as she moved. His stomach dropped. Unlike the Hufflepuffs, Pansy knew Draco well. She'd notice if something was off. "Hi, Pansy," he said carefully, trying to remember how Draco spoke to her. They'd been friends since childhood, he recalled, close friends. "I thought you went home," she said, falling into step beside him. "You said you were leaving on the train last time I spoke to you." Harry's mind raced. "I changed my mind, decided to stay an extra week." Pansy frowned. "Why? You were so eager to get home and talk to your parents about something important." "It wasn't as urgent as I thought," Harry said quickly. "I realized I could use the time to catch up on some reading." "Reading?" Pansy's eyebrows shot up. "Since when do you choose reading over going home?" "Since now," Harry said, hoping his voice sounded more confident than he felt. "I've been working on a project for ancient runes." Pansy studied his face for a moment, and Harry had to resist the urge to fidget under her scrutiny. "You look tired," she said finally. "Are you feeling all right?" "Just haven't been sleeping well," Harry replied. "The castle's too quiet with everyone gone." "Well, you should come down to the common room tonight," Pansy said. "There's only a handful of us left, but we're having a game night. Cards, chess, that sort of thing. It'll be fun." Harry's heart sank. The last thing he wanted was to spend time pretending to be Draco in front of his housemates. "I don't know." "Come on," Pansy insisted. "You've been holed up wherever you've been hiding all week. A little social interaction will do you good." Harry realized he didn't have a choice. If he refused, it would look suspicious. "All right," he said reluctantly. "I'll be there." Pansy beamed. "Excellent. 8 o'clock. She paused. "Oh, and Draco. You might want to do something about your hair. It looks like you've been running your hands through it. It looks messy." Harry automatically reached up to smooth down his hair, Draco's hair, and nodded. "Right, thanks." As Pansy walked away, Harry felt a wave of panic wash over him. How was he supposed to spend an evening with Draco's friends? He barely knew them, and they'd certainly know something was wrong if he acted too strangely. But he didn't have a choice. He was committed now. That evening, Harry made his way to the Slytherin common room with his stomach in knots. He'd spent the afternoon trying to remember everything he knew about Draco's friendships, his mannerisms, his way of speaking. It wasn't much to go on. The common room was dimly lit and much quieter than Harry had ever seen it. Only 6 students remained. Pansy, 2 7th years he recognized but didn't know well, and 3 younger students who looked up at him with something resembling awe. "There he is," Pansy said warmly, patting the couch beside her. "Come sit. We're just starting a game of exploding snap." Harry joined the group, trying to appear relaxed while his nerves screamed at him to run. The conversation flowed around him, complaints about assignments, gossip about teachers, speculation about who was dating whom, and he found himself mostly nodding and making non-committal sounds. "You're awfully quiet tonight," observed Theodore, not. "Usually you're the first to join in when we're gossiping about the Gryffindors." "Just tired," Harry said, echoing his earlier excuse. "Haven't been sleeping well." "Maybe you should see Madame Pomfrey," suggested a fourth-year girl named Millicent. "She's got potions for that sort of thing." Harry nodded absently, his mind already racing ahead to how he could extract himself from this situation. He needed to be more careful, needed to avoid situations where he'd be expected to act like Draco for extended periods. As the evening wore on, the overwhelming sadness and confusion that had been building inside him for days finally reached a breaking point. He was living a lie, pretending to be someone he wasn't, while his real friends thought he'd disappeared. The weight of it all was crushing. When the game finally ended and the group began to disperse, Harry mumbled something about needing to finish an essay and escaped to the room of requirement. Once inside, he collapsed into a chair and put his head in his hands. He couldn't do this anymore. He couldn't keep hiding, couldn't keep pretending. He needed help, needed someone who cared about him to know he was alive and safe. The decision came to him suddenly, clearly. He needed to contact Hermione. Harry found parchment and a quill, and began to write. "Hermione, I know you're probably worried about me, and I'm sorry for that. I'm safe, and I'm still at Hogwarts. I can't explain everything right now, but I need you to know that I'm okay. Please don't tell anyone else about this letter. I'll explain more when I can." He folded the letter carefully and made his way to the owlery. Hedwig was there, looking ruffled and concerned when she saw him. "I know I look different, girl," he whispered, stroking her feathers. "But it's still me. I need you to take this to Hermione, and bring back her reply quickly. Can you do that for me?" Hedwig hooted softly and nuzzled his hand, then took the letter in her beak and flew out into the night. Harry spent the rest of the night pacing the room of requirement, alternating between relief at having contacted Hermione and terror at what her response might be. What if she didn't believe it was really him? What if she thought someone was playing a cruel joke? But when Hedwig returned the next morning, her reply was swift and direct. "Harry, thank God you're safe. I've been going out of my mind with worry. Ron and I have been searching the castle for you, asking everyone if they've seen you. The teachers won't tell us anything, I don't think they even know. Where are you? Are you in danger? I need to see you immediately. Meet me in the library tonight at 10 o'clock. I'll be in the restricted section. I have a pass. If you're in trouble, please let me help you. That's what friends are for." Hermione. Harry stared at the letter for a long time, his heart aching. She was worried about him, wanted to help him. But how could he face her looking like Draco Malfoy? How could he explain what had happened without sounding completely insane? He spent the day wrestling with the problem, considering and discarding various solutions. He could tell her the truth outright, but would she believe him? He could try to avoid meeting her altogether, but that would only make her more worried and suspicious. And then, as he was absently running his hands through his hair, a nervous habit he'd apparently inherited from his true genetics, the solution struck him. Hair. He needed his old hair. Harry wrapped himself in the invisibility cloak and made his way to Gryffindor Tower. The portrait hole was locked, but he remembered the password from before the break. The common room was empty, moonlight streaming through the windows. He crept up the stairs to his dormitory, his heart pounding with every step. His roommates were all asleep, Ron snoring softly in his bed. Harry felt a pang of longing looking at his friends, at the life he'd been forced to abandon. His trunk was still there, untouched. He opened it carefully, trying not to make any noise, and found what he was looking for: his old hairbrush, still tangled with dark strands of hair. He pulled several strands free and slipped them into his pocket, then made his way back to the room of requirement. The polyjuice potion was complex, but Harry had watched it being brewed before. The room helpfully provided all the ingredients he needed, and he worked through the night, following the instructions from memory. He'd never been particularly good at potions, but desperation was a powerful motivator. As dawn broke, the potion was finally ready. Harry held the hair over the cauldron, his hands shaking slightly. "Please work," he whispered, and dropped the strands into the bubbling liquid. The potion turned a familiar golden color, and Harry drank it down in one gulp. The transformation was immediate and painful, his features shifting, his hair darkening and becoming unruly, his eyes changing from silver to green. When it was over, Harry looked in the mirror and saw his own face staring back at him. Harry Potter, with his messy black hair. He put on his glasses that he had swiped when he had been in the Gryffindor dorms. He looked thin and tired, but he looked like himself. Even the infamous scar had reappeared with the polyjuice. The relief was overwhelming. For the first time in over a week, he felt like Harry Potter again. That evening, he made his way to the library, his heart racing with anticipation. Hermione was waiting for him in the restricted section, surrounded by books and looking more worried than he'd ever seen her. "Harry," she whispered, jumping up and embracing him tightly. "Oh, thank God. I was so worried." "I'm okay," he said, hugging her back. "I'm safe." She pulled back to look at him, her eyes searching his face. "You look terrible. Have you been eating? Where have you been staying?" "I've been around," Harry said vaguely. "I can't go back to the dormitory right now. I can't attend classes." "Why not?" Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. "Harry, what's going on? Is this about those glamours we talked about before?" Harry hesitated. He'd planned to tell her everything, but now that he was here, the words seemed impossible to say. How could he explain that he'd discovered he was actually Draco Malfoy's twin brother? That his entire life had been a lie? "It's complicated," he said finally. "Yes, it has to do with the glamours. I can't explain everything right now, but I need you to know that I'm okay, I'm safe." Hermione studied his face for a long moment. "You're not telling me something important." "I know," Harry said quietly. "And I will tell you, when I can. I'm trying to get more information. Things are complicated. But right now, I need you to trust me." "Of course I trust you," Hermione said immediately. "But I'm worried about you. We all are. Ron, Neville, Seamus, Luna, Ginny. Everyone's been asking about you. They miss you." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. "I miss them too, more than you know." "Then come back," Hermione pleaded. "Whatever's wrong, we can figure it out together. That's what friends do." "I can't," Harry said, his voice breaking slightly. "Not yet. But I promise, when I can tell you the truth, I will. You'll be the first to know." Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. "Are you in danger?" Harry considered the question. Was he in danger? He wasn't sure. Someone had gone to great lengths to hide his true identity, to fake his death and give him to the Potters. That suggested there were forces at work that he didn't understand, people who might not want the truth to come out. "I might be," he said honestly. "I don't know yet." "Then you need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said firmly. "He can help you. He can protect you." "I'm not sure I can trust him," Harry said quietly. "I think he might already know about this, and if he does." "You think he's involved? In whatever your secret is?" Hermione questioned. "Yes," Harry said simply. "No details right now, Hermione, but yes. I think he's caught up in this just like he's caught up in everything else that's happened to me. I want to trust him, but I don't know if I can." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the situation settling between them. "What can I do then?" Hermione asked finally. "How can I help?" "Just be patient with me," Harry said. "I'm trying to figure this out, but I need time. And I need you to keep this conversation between us. But if you can, cover for me. For a little while." "Why can't they see you? Ron wants to see you. He's been frantic," Hermione pressured. "I just can't. Not right now. I told you, Hermione. It's complicated. It's not as simple as it looks," Harry responded with his hands outstretched. "Can you just cover for me? Just for a while. Tell everyone I've been in the hospital wing. Something contagious. No visitors. Just for a while. Just for a few more days." "Harry," Hermione began to say and then reconsidered with a sigh. "I need more information." "No, Hermione, I need more information," Harry said, slightly exasperated. "This isn't easy. And I want to tell you. I want to tell you everything, but the knowledge I have of what's going on is limited. Just give me some time to figure this out myself, and as soon as I have more information, I will tell you." Hermione stared at him for a long time and finally released a defeated sigh. "Okay. But promise me you'll be careful. And promise me you'll contact me if you need anything. And when you're ready, please tell me the truth, all of it." "I will. When I'm ready, I promise," Harry said, squeezing her hand. "What about Ron?" Hermione questioned. "Can I tell him that I saw you? What do you want me to say?" "You can say you talked to me by post. Tell him it's something that has to stay quiet for now, but tell him I'm okay. Tell him I'm safe. Tell him that when the right time comes, he'll know what's happening, too," Harry said. Hermione's brows furrowed and she nodded, maybe sensing that whatever secret he had was a big one, not to be taken lightly. "If you need me at all," she began and leaned forward. "I know where to find you, I know," Harry responded. Later that evening, he locked himself in the room and settled down to wait for Draco's return, hoping his brother would come back with answers, because Harry was beginning to suspect that the danger Hermione had asked about was very real indeed. The polyjuice potion was beginning to wear off, and Harry watched in the mirror as his features slowly shifted back to Draco's. Dark hair became platinum blonde, green eyes became silver, the scar began fading away, and the familiar face of his enemy, no, his brother, looked back at him. Dimitri, he thought, not Draco. He wasn't Draco. It was hard to comprehend. But for the first time since this all began, Harry felt a spark of hope. He wasn't alone anymore. Hermione knew he was alive, knew he was safe, and when Draco returned, they would face whatever came next together. The truth was out there, waiting to be discovered, and Harry Potter, or Dimitri Malfoy, whoever he really was going to find it. Harry was deep in a book about ancient bloodline curses when the door to the room of requirement opened. He looked up to see Draco stepping inside, looking windswept and exhausted from his journey. A heavy traveling bag hung from his shoulder, and his usually pristine appearance was disheveled. "You're back," Harry said, closing the book and setting it aside. The relief in his voice was unmistakable. He'd been alone for what felt like an eternity. "I said I would be," Draco replied, dropping his bag near the door. His eyes swept over the room, taking in the scattered books, the makeshift sleeping area, and Harry's somewhat improved appearance. "You look better than when I left." "I've been eating regularly," Harry said. "The house elves have been helpful." Draco nodded, then moved to sit in the chair across from Harry. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, two identical faces, one exhausted from travel, the other from isolation. "Well?" Harry asked finally. "What did you find out?" Draco was quiet for a long moment, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. "More than I expected," he said finally. "Not as much as I wanted, but it's a start." "Tell me." Draco took a deep breath. "My mother broke down completely when I pressed her. I told her that I knew about my twin, but that I needed to know more, deserved to know more. She told me everything, well, almost everything." He paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "When she was pregnant with us, Voldemort knew she was expecting twins." Harry felt his stomach drop. Voldemort knew. "My father had just become a Death Eater," Draco continued, his voice carefully controlled. "To prove his allegiance, Voldemort asked him and my mother to do two things." He met Harry's eyes. "First, that one of their children would devote themselves to him when they came of age. Become a Death Eater." "You," Harry said quietly. "Me," Draco confirmed, though I didn't know it was planned from birth. "The second thing." He swallowed hard. "Voldemort wanted them to give their second child to him. Not as a sacrifice, but as a child he could raise and mold into a perfect weapon. A Muggle-hating Death Eater who would be completely devoted to the dark arts." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. "He wanted to raise me." "Yes." Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. "My mother was terrified. She knew what Voldemort was capable of, knew that if she gave you to him, you'd be lost forever. So she and my father made a desperate choice. They faked my death, and gave you up for adoption," Draco finished. "They told Voldemort that the second baby had died during childbirth, buried in an empty coffin, and secretly arranged for you to be placed with a family who would love you and keep you safe." Harry stared at him, trying to process the magnitude of what he was hearing. "They saved me." "They did what they thought was best," Draco said carefully, "though I couldn't get them to admit who they gave you to. They insisted they didn't know the details, that it was handled through intermediaries to protect everyone involved." "But we know it was the Potters," Harry said. Obviously. Draco rubbed his face tiredly. Though how James and Lily Potter ended up with a Malfoy baby is still a mystery. That's a connection we'll have to figure out ourselves. Harry sat back in his chair, his mind reeling. So Voldemort thinks I'm dead. Has thought you were dead for 16 years, Draco confirmed. Which means if he ever finds out the truth, he'll want to finish what he started, Harry said grimly. Either kill me or try to turn me into what he originally wanted. They sat in silence for a while, both lost in their own thoughts. Harry found himself thinking about Narcissa Malfoy, about a young mother so desperate to protect her child that she'd been willing to give him away rather than let him fall into Voldemort's hands. Are you all right? Draco asked eventually. I don't know, Harry admitted. It's unsettling, knowing that my entire existence has been shaped by Voldemort's plans. Even when I was supposed to be safe with the Potters, I was still living in the shadow of what he wanted from me. You were safe, though, Draco pointed out. James and Lily Potter died protecting you. That has to count for something. But they weren't really my parents, Harry said quietly. They were just guardians. People who took in a child that wasn't theirs and loved him anyway. That doesn't make their sacrifice any less real, Draco said firmly. They chose to protect you, knowing the risks. That's more than most people would do. Harry nodded, but he could feel the familiar ache of loss settling in his chest. Everything he'd believed about his identity, his family, his place in the world. It had all been built on lies and half-truths. I'm tired, he said suddenly. Tired of hiding in this room, tired of eating and sleeping and reading the same books over and over. I feel like I'm going insane. It's only been a week, Draco said. A week too long. Harry stood up and began pacing. I need to tell someone. I need to stop pretending that I can handle this alone. Draco's expression grew wary. What do you mean? He thought about lying, but it was fruitless. He might as well be honest. I contacted Hermione. I met with her while wearing Polyjuice Potion, and I'm going to tell her the truth. You what? Draco's voice was sharp with alarm. Harry, that was incredibly stupid. What if the potion had worn off early? What if someone had seen you? It lasted exactly an hour, just like it was supposed to, Harry said defensively, and no one saw me. Polyjuice Potion can be unpredictable, Draco snapped. Especially when brewed by someone who's not particularly skilled at potions. You could have been exposed, could have put both of us in danger. Well, I wasn't, Harry said, his own voice rising, and I'm going to tell her whether you like it or not. I don't need your permission, Draco. And I'm fine at potions. Figured out I'm a Malfoy with a potion, didn't I? Draco pursed his lips. This affects both of us. Everything affects both of us, Harry interrupted. That's the problem. I can't make a single decision about my own life without considering how it impacts you, and I'm sick of it. Draco stood up as well, his face flushed with anger. So you're just going to tell her? Just like that? Yes, Harry said firmly. Hermione is trustworthy, she won't tell anyone else, and she might be able to help us figure out what to do next. Help us how? By researching more potions? By digging through more dusty books? Draco's voice was sarcastic. We need real help, Harry. Professional help. From who? Harry demanded. Dumbledore, who's probably been lying to me my entire life. The Ministry, who would probably hand me over to Voldemort if they knew the truth. Hermione is the only person I trust completely. Draco was quiet for a long moment, his jaw working as he struggled with his emotions. Finally, he said, what about Ron? Are you going to tell him too? No, Harry said immediately. Not right now at least. Ron would probably want to kill both of us if he found out I look like a Malfoy. That I am actually a Malfoy. He'd never be able to separate me from you in his mind. At least you're thinking clearly about something, Draco muttered. I'm thinking clearly about all of it, Harry insisted. Hermione can handle the truth. She's the smartest person I know, and she's been my friend for 5 years. If anyone can help us navigate this mess, it's her. Draco sank back into his chair, looking defeated. I don't like it. You don't have to like it, Harry said. But I'm telling her. The question is whether you want to be there when I do. Why would I want to be there? Because this affects you too, Harry said, echoing Draco's earlier words. Because she's going to have questions about both of us, and because. He paused, then continued more quietly, because I don't want to do this alone anymore. Something in Harry's voice seemed to reach Draco. His expression softened slightly, and he rubbed his temples. It's complicated. Everything about our situation is complicated, Harry said, but hiding from it isn't going to make it any easier. Draco was quiet for a long time, staring into the fire that had appeared in the room's fireplace. Finally, he looked up at Harry. Fine. I'll be there when you tell her. But if this goes badly, if she reacts poorly or decides to tell someone else. She won't, Harry said firmly. I trust her. I hope you're right, Draco said. Because if you're not, we're both in serious trouble. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of relief and apprehension. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Draco said dryly. We still have to figure out how to actually tell her. What do you mean? Are you going to use Polyjuice Potion again? Show up looking like Harry Potter and then transform in front of her? Draco's expression was skeptical. Or are you going to meet her looking like this, looking like me? Harry considered the question. Both options had their risks. Using Polyjuice Potion would allow him to ease into the revelation, but it would also require him to brew another batch and risk the potion wearing off at the wrong moment. Meeting her as himself, as he looked now, would be shocking but honest. I think, Harry said slowly, I will use the Polyjuice. For a while, when I first arrive so I don't alarm her. But then I'll reveal myself as I am now. If I'm going to tell her the truth, I should do it completely. That's going to be quite a shock, Draco warned. Everything about this situation is shocking, Harry replied. At least this way, there's no deception involved. I want her to know who I really am. Draco nodded reluctantly. All right, when do you want to do this? Soon, Harry said. I'll send her another letter tonight, asking her to meet us. Somewhere private where we can talk without being interrupted. The room of requirement? No, I don't want her to know we're using the room of requirement. Not yet. Harry thought for a moment. The astronomy tower, I think. It's a better choice. It's usually empty at night, and we can see if anyone's coming. All right, Draco agreed. But Harry, are you sure about this? Once we tell her, there's no going back, she'll know everything. Harry looked at his brother, his twin, his identical mirror, and felt a surge of determination. I'm sure. I can't keep living in hiding, can't keep pretending that this isn't happening. Hermione deserves to know the truth, and I deserve to have at least one friend who knows who I really am. Even if you're not sure who that is anymore. Especially then, Harry said quietly. Maybe she can help me figure it out. Draco studied his face for a long moment, then nodded. All right, let's write that letter. As Harry moved to find parchment and quill, he felt a mixture of terror and hope. Tomorrow night, he would reveal his greatest secret to one of the people he trusted most in the world. Whatever happened next, at least he wouldn't be facing it alone. Harry sat in the room of requirement, staring at the fire crackling in the hearth. Draco had been gone a long time, too long. He couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right. Time passed slowly and the ever-familiar weight of anxiety pressed against his chest as he waited for Draco to return. Every possible scenario had played through his mind at least a dozen times, each one worse than the last. When the door finally opened, Harry looked up to see Draco stepping inside, his expression carefully neutral. It was a look Harry had come to recognize. The same mask Draco wore when he was processing something significant. Well? Harry asked, setting aside the book he'd been pretending to read. Where have you been? I talked to Snape. Harry stared at him for an unreadable amount of time and then scoffed. What? I needed to speak to someone about Olive. This. Draco seemed to defend himself. Telling Hermione is one thing. I deserve to talk to someone I trust. Draco pressed and frowned. You told someone you trust. It's only fair that I should talk to Snape. Out of all people, Harry began. Snape hates me. We should have talked about this. Draco moved to his usual chair and sat down heavily. But he knows about the twins, he said without preamble. Harry felt his stomach drop. What did you tell him? I told him that I'd discovered I have a brother who's here at Hogwarts. That I'd found out about the adoption. Draco's voice was measured, careful. I didn't mention your name, but I watched his face carefully. He knows, Harry. He knows about what my parents did, about the twin they gave away. He didn't say for sure, but I think he knows it's you, that it's Harry Potter. Did he seem surprised? Yes, but not enough. That's what convinced me he already knew. Draco leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly. When I told him I'd found my brother, he didn't even blink. He just asked if I was certain, and when I said yes, he nodded like he'd been expecting this conversation for years. Harry tried to process this information. So he knows about the twins, but he didn't admit to knowing it's me. Not yet. But Harry. Draco paused, meeting his eyes. The way he looked at me when I was talking, the questions he asked, I think he suspects. He's too smart not to have put the pieces together, especially with you missing from classes and meals, and the potion. Harry had almost forgotten about the potion. The potion that probably gave it all away. Even if Snape only suspected it was him before, he knew for sure now. What did he say? He told me to be careful, that this kind of knowledge is dangerous, and that I should think very carefully about who I trust with it. Draco's expression was grim. He also said that he's always been willing to help me if I need it, but that some secrets are bigger than others. I don't know how to feel about this. It's Snape. He's my godfather, you forget. I know we seem distant, but he's close to our family, Draco reminded him. He's trustworthy. Harry stood up and began pacing, a habit he'd developed over the past week. I'm conflicted. On one hand, we have an adult who knows something but isn't saying how much. That's something, I suppose, but on the other hand, it's more than we had before, Draco pointed out, and it confirms what I suspected, that there are people who have been aware of this situation for a long time. People who have been keeping secrets to protect us. Or to protect themselves, Harry said bitterly, maybe both. They sat in silence for a few moments, both lost in their own thoughts. Harry found himself thinking about all the times Snape had looked at him strangely over the years, all the comments that had seemed oddly personal. Had he known this whole time? Had he only been angry with Harry Potter, son of James Potter, for the way he looked, the resemblance to his father? Had he known the truth, and for how long? Are you ready for tonight? Draco asked eventually. Harry's stomach tightened. Tonight, he would meet with Hermione and tell her everything. The thought terrified him. I brewed the polyjuice potion this morning. It should be ready by now. You don't have to do this, you know, Draco said quietly. We could find another way. No, Harry said firmly. I need to do this. I need at least one person to know the truth. Someone who's been my friend, who knows me as I was before all of this. He gestured to his face, to the Malfoy features that still felt foreign to him. Maybe she can help me figure out who I am now. Draco nodded. I'll be nearby, like we planned, if you need me. I know. Harry moved toward the small cauldron where the polyjuice potion was bubbling. I should go. We agreed to meet at 9, and I need time to get to the astronomy tower. Harry. Draco's voice stopped him. Whatever happens tonight, whatever her reaction is, you're still my brother. That remains the same. Harry felt a surge of gratitude mixed with fear. It was the first time that Draco had admitted it out loud, not in a sarcastic, obnoxious way, but supportive. I know. Thank you. He ladled the potion into a small vial and drank it quickly, trying not to think about the muddy taste. The familiar sensation of his bones shifting and reshaping washed over him, and within moments, he was looking at the world through his old eyes, seeing his old hands, feeling the weight of his old body. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at his reflection in the dark window. Harry Potter stared back, messy black hair, green eyes, the lightning bolt scar that had defined him for so long. It seemed like clarification that his whole life had been a lie. That even his infamous scar had been part of the glamour. It felt like putting on a costume now, like pretending to be someone he wasn't sure he'd ever really been. Are you all right? Draco asked, and Harry realized he'd been staring at his reflection for several minutes. It's strange, Harry said, his voice back to its familiar pitch. Looking like this again. It feels wrong, somehow. It's still you, Draco said, just a different version. Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed it. He gathered his invisibility cloak and headed for the door. I'll see you later. Good luck. The astronomy tower was empty when Harry arrived, just as they'd hoped. He'd climbed the stairs under his invisibility cloak, though he'd removed it once he'd confirmed he was alone. The night air was crisp, and he could see his breath in small puffs as he waited. Hermione arrived exactly at 9, her footsteps echoing in the circular room. She looked worried, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, her robes wrinkled as if she'd been studying. "Harry," she called softly. "Are you here?" "I'm here," he said, stepping out of the shadows. The relief on her face was immediate and overwhelming. "Oh, thank Merlin," she breathed, rushing toward him. "I've been so worried. You missed defense against the dark arts yesterday, and Ron said you weren't at dinner again, and—" She stopped in front of him, searching his face. "Are you all right? You seem off." Harry's heart was pounding. "I need to tell you something, Hermione. Something important." Her expression immediately grew serious. "What is it?" For a moment, Harry just stood there, looking at his best friend, one of the few people who had never questioned his identity, who had always accepted him exactly as he was. The thought of changing that, of potentially losing her friendship, made him feel sick. "Harry," she prompted gently. "I've been hiding something," he said finally. "Something big, and I can't do it anymore." "Hiding what?" Harry took a deep breath. I'm not who you think I am." Hermione's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm not Harry Potter. Not really." The words came out in a rush, and once he started, he couldn't stop. "I found out a few weeks ago, in potions class. There was this assignment, a heritage marker potion, and when I brewed it, the results were wrong. They showed a different bloodline entirely." "That's impossible," Hermione said immediately. "Potions can be contaminated, ingredients can be mislabeled. We checked. Multiple times. With different ingredients, different cauldrons, different everything." Harry's voice was getting higher, more desperate. "And then we brewed another potion, an ancient one called the Kinship Draft, and it confirmed what the first one showed." "We?" Hermione's voice was sharp. "Who's we?" Harry hesitated. "I can't tell you that yet. But Hermione, I need you to listen to me. Really listen, because what I'm about to tell you is going to sound insane." She nodded slowly, her expression wary but attentive. "I'm not James and Lily Potter's son," Harry said. "I was adopted. My entire identity, my appearance, everything, has all been hidden by magical glamours. The parents I thought I had, the family I thought I came from, none of it is real." Hermione stared at him, her mouth slightly open. "Harry, that's impossible. You have your father's eyes, your mother's." "Glamours," Harry interrupted. "Powerful ones. Ones that have been in place since I was a baby." He could feel the emotion building in his chest, threatening to overwhelm him. "Everything I thought I knew about myself is a lie, Hermione. Everything. Even the scar wasn't real. The one thing that I thought defined me." "But why?" she whispered. "Why would someone do that? To protect me. To hide me from someone who wanted to use me, to turn me into something I wasn't." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "I can't tell you everything yet, but I need you to know that what you're seeing right now, this face, this body, it's not real either." "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm using Polyjuice Potion," Harry said, "to look like Harry Potter. Because the glamours were removed a few days ago, and underneath—" He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Hermione was staring at him with wide eyes. "Underneath what?" "I look like someone else. Someone you know, someone you're not going to like." "Harry, you're scaring me." "I'm scared too," he admitted. "I've been scared for days. I don't know who I am anymore. I don't know what's real and what isn't. I've been hiding in a secret room, afraid to let anyone see me, afraid of what people will think when they find out the truth." "What truth?" Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. Harry looked at her, this brilliant, loyal friend who had stood by him through everything. "The truth about who I really am. About what family I was really born into." "Tell me." "I can't. Not yet. But in just a few minutes, the Polyjuice Potion is going to wear off, and you're going to see for yourself." Harry's hands were shaking now. "And when you do, I need you to remember that I'm still me. I'm still the person you've been friends with for 6 years. Harry, I'm still the person who values your friendship more than anything," he continued, his voice breaking slightly. "I'm still the person who trusts you more than anyone else in the world. And I'm hoping, I'm praying, that you'll still be my friend when you see who I really am." Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. "Of course I'll still be your friend," she said finally. "Whatever this is, whatever you think you've discovered, It doesn't change the fact that you're one of the most important people in my life. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, but he blinked them away. Don't say that yet. Wait until you see. See what? Before Harry could answer, he felt the familiar sensation of his bones shifting, his face changing, his hair lightening from black to platinum blonde. He watched Hermione's expression change from confusion to shock to something that might have been fear. When the transformation was complete, Harry stood before her looking exactly like Draco Malfoy. Hermione's hand flew to her robes, pulling out her wand and pointing it at him with shaking fingers. Malfoy? She demanded, her voice high and tight. What have you done with Harry? Hermione, please, Harry started, but she cut him off. You're not Harry. Harry doesn't look like this. She gestured at his face with her wand. Where is he? What did you do to him? Everything I told you was true, Harry said desperately. I am Harry. This is just what I really look like without the glamours. That's impossible, she said, but her voice was less certain now. I know it's impossible. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. Before Harry could say anything else, footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Hermione spun around, her wand still raised, as Draco appeared in the doorway. He was wearing his school robes, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. It's all right, Draco said calmly, don't be afraid. Hermione's eyes darted between the two identical faces, her wand wavering. I don't understand. Everything Harry's been telling you is the truth, Draco said, his voice gentle but firm. I know it's shocking, I know it's hard to believe, but he really is who he says he is. But you're Malfoy, Hermione stammered. I am, Draco confirmed. And he's my brother. Hermione stared at them both, her face pale in the moonlight. Harry could see her brilliant mind working, trying to process what she was seeing, trying to make sense of the impossible. Twins? She whispered finally. Twins, Harry confirmed. She lowered her wand slowly, her eyes never leaving their faces. How is this possible? Is it possible? It's a long story, Harry said, but I promise you, I'll tell you everything, if you want to hear it. Hermione looked at them both for a long moment. Harry in his casual clothes, Draco in his school robes, two identical faces with completely different expressions. Finally, she nodded. I want to hear it, she said. I want to hear everything. Harry felt a surge of relief so strong it nearly knocked him over. She was still here. She was still listening. Maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have to face this alone after all. The silence stretched between them, heavy with disbelief and possibility. Hermione continued to stare at the two identical faces before her, her wand still loosely held in her trembling hand. Harry could practically see her mind working, trying to process what she was seeing, trying to make it fit with everything she thought she knew. This is impossible, she whispered finally. People don't just have completely different faces hidden under glamours. That's not how magic works. We thought the same thing, Harry said quietly. But the potions don't lie, Hermione. We've tested this multiple times. Potions can be tampered with, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. Results can be altered. Not these results, Draco said. Not with the precautions we took. Hermione's eyes darted between them again, and Harry could see her struggling with the evidence of her own eyes. Finally, she straightened her shoulders, and Harry recognized the expression that crossed her face. It was the same one she wore when she was about to tackle a particularly difficult problem. Fine, she said, her voice stronger now. If you're really Harry, then you'll be able to answer some questions. Things that only Harry would know. Of course, Harry said, relief flooding through him. Ask me anything. Hermione raised her wand slightly, not quite pointing it at him but keeping it ready. What did I turn into when I took Polyjuice Potion in second year? A cat, Harry answered immediately. You had fur and a tail, and you were stuck in the hospital wing for weeks because the potion wasn't meant to be used with animal hair. Her expression changed slightly, but Harry could tell she was trying to remain neutral. What was the first spell I ever taught you? Wingardium Leviosa. In Charms class, first year. You were showing off, and you made that feather float perfectly while Ron and I were still struggling with the pronunciation. She was quiet for a moment, staring, letting the answer digest. What did you see in the mirror of her eyes? She asked stoically, as if trying to disguise her emotions. Harry hesitated for a moment, the memory still painful even after all these years. My parents. My mother had red hair and green eyes, and my father had black hair and glasses like mine. They were standing behind me, and when I waved, they waved back. He paused, then added quietly, though I suppose now I know they weren't really my parents. Something in his voice seemed to reach Hermione, because her wand lowered slightly. What did you tell me about your aunt and uncle that you've never told Ron? That they locked me in my room the summer before second year. That they put bars on my windows and barely fed me. That they've always hated me, not just because I'm a wizard, but because I exist. Harry's voice was bitter. Though I suppose that makes more sense now, doesn't it? They weren't really my family either. Hermione's brows furrowed slightly and she looked a bit upset, but her voice didn't waver. Draco looked a bit shocked, angry even. What did we talk about after the Yule Ball? Harry felt his cheeks flush slightly. You told me that you were disappointed in me and Ron for not noticing that you were a girl. You said that you'd hoped we'd grown up enough to see past the surface, but that we were still just as obtuse as ever. She gave a rather small nod. What did I say to you in the hospital wing after the Department of Mysteries? You said that you were proud of me for trying to save Sirius, even though it didn't work. You said that Sirius would have been proud too, and that sometimes the right thing to do is also the most dangerous thing to do. Harry's voice cracked slightly. You held my hand while I cried. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, and she lowered her wand completely. It's really you, she whispered. I don't understand how, but it's really you. It's really me, Harry confirmed, and he felt like he could breathe properly for the first time in days. But how is this possible? Hermione asked, her voice stronger now. Glamours this complex, this long-lasting, they would require incredible skill and power. And they'd need to be maintained constantly, or they'd fade over time. That's what we're trying to figure out, Draco said. The magic involved is far beyond anything we've studied. How long have you known? Hermione asked, turning to Draco. How long have you both known? A few weeks, Harry said. It started with that heritage marker potion in advanced potions. When the results came back wrong, we decided to investigate further. And you've been working together? Hermione's voice was careful, as if she was trying to process this new dynamic. We haven't had much choice, Draco said. This affects both of us. What does this mean for your relationship? Are you friends now? Harry and Draco exchanged a look. I don't know about friends, Harry admitted with a strange expression as he looked away. But we are brothers and we're dealing with it, Draco responded. Harry said simply. We're just trying to figure out what that means. Identical twins, Hermione said, almost to herself. I wasn't expecting this. Nobody was, Harry said quietly. You look so much alike, but your expressions are different. I think I could tell you apart, possibly, maybe if I try, Hermione admitted and seemed to consider something. Who else knows about this? Just you, Harry said. And Professor Snape, Draco finished. I told him today. Snape? Hermione's voice was sharp with alarm. Why would you tell him? Because he's my godfather, Draco said, and because I suspected he already knew something about the situation. What did he say? That he knew about the twins, about the adoption. He didn't seem surprised when I told him I'd found my brother. Hermione's eyes widened. So he's known this whole time? We don't know if he knew everything, Harry said, but assume that he knew most of it. He knows everything now. Draco talked to him. What about other teachers? What about Dumbledore? Harry and Draco exchanged another look, and Harry could see something shift in Draco's expression. We haven't told him, Harry said. Are you going to? No, Draco said suddenly, his voice firm. We shouldn't. Why not? Hermione asked. Surely he could help. Because I think he's the one who put the glamours on Harry in the first place, Draco said. Harry stared at him. What? I'm not certain, Draco said quickly. But when my parents were explaining everything to me, they mentioned that a wizard of high status had helped with the glamour work. Someone powerful enough to create and maintain such complex magic. You didn't tell me this before, Harry said, his voice tight. Because I wasn't sure. I'm still not sure, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Draco's expression was grim. Who else would have the power to create glamours this sophisticated? Who else would have the authority to place a child with a specific family? Who else would have the connections to make sure the adoption was handled quietly? But why wouldn't he tell me? Harry asked, and he could hear the pain in his own voice. If he knew the truth about my identity, why would he let me live a lie? Because he thought it was protecting you, Hermione said quietly. If you were really meant to be given to Voldemort, then hiding your true identity would have been the safest thing to do. But I'm tired of it, Harry said suddenly, his voice fierce. I'm tired of glamours and polyjuice potions and pretending to be someone I'm not. I don't want to put the glamours back on, Hermione. I want to be myself, whoever that is. Hermione looked at him with understanding. But Harry, you can't just walk around Hogwarts looking like a Malfoy. People will panic. They'll think you're some kind of infiltrator or they'll think I'm with Voldemort, Harry finished quietly. Which brings us to the real problem, doesn't it? What do you mean? Draco asked. I mean eventually Voldemort is going to find out about this. He's going to learn that his intended heir is still alive, that the child he was supposed to raise as his weapon has been hiding in plain sight all along. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. And when he does, he's going to come for me. Not necessarily, Hermione said thoughtfully. Think about it, Harry. If Voldemort believes you're dead, if he's never seen your true face, then your appearance might actually be an advantage. How? Because he wouldn't recognize you. If you showed up looking like Malfoy, he's going to assume you were him. He's not going to guess that you're Harry Potter. Draco's eyes widened. She's right. You could get close to him. You could. I could what? Harry interrupted. Pretend to be on his side? Pretend to be the loyal Death Eater he always wanted? It could work, Hermione said, her voice growing more excited. If you could get close enough to him, if you could make him trust you. I could kill him, Harry said quietly. I could end this war. Not alone, Draco said suddenly. I could help. What? You're not the only one with reasons to want Voldemort dead, Draco said. He's the reason our family was torn apart. He's the reason you were taken from us. If we're going to face him, we should do it together. That's incredibly dangerous, Hermione protested. Both of you going after Voldemort. Might be exactly what we need, she said suddenly, her eyes lighting up with the familiar spark of discovery, and she considered something. Harry, do you know anything about twin magic? Twin magic. It's rare, but it exists. Identical twins, especially those who share a strong bond, can sometimes combine their magical abilities in ways that make them exponentially more powerful than they would be individually. You think we could do that? Draco asked. I think it's worth researching, Hermione said. If you two really are identical twins, if you've been separated for most of your lives but are now reunited, the magical potential could be extraordinary. Harry felt a surge of something that might have been hope. You mean we might actually be able to defeat him? I mean you might have abilities that no one, including Voldemort, would expect or understand, Hermione said. Twin magic is so rare that most wizards don't even know it exists. It could be the advantage we need. What kind of abilities? Draco asked. Shared spell casting, amplified power, enhanced intuition about each other's thoughts and feelings, sometimes even shared magical cores, Hermione said. But I'd need to research it properly to understand what might be possible. So we don't figure out how to put the glamours back on, Harry said slowly. We figure out how to use what we've discovered. We figure out how to use your full potentials, Hermione corrected, both of you. There's still the problem of everyone else, Draco pointed out. The students, the teachers, the Order of the Phoenix. They're not going to understand. Then we don't tell them, Harry said. Not yet. We keep this between us until we understand what we're dealing with. And in the meantime? Hermione asked. In the meantime, I stop hiding, Harry said firmly. I can't keep living in that room, pretending to be sick, avoiding everyone I care about. I need to find a way to be myself. What about Ron? Hermione asked gently. Harry was quiet for a moment. I'll tell him. Eventually. But not until I'm ready. Not until I understand what being a Malfoy means for our friendship. He'll understand, Hermione said. He might be shocked at first, but he'll understand. You're still you, Harry. Am I? Harry asked and felt emotions he'd been holding in suddenly build up, because sometimes I feel like I don't know who I am anymore. You're Harry, Draco said unexpectedly. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're my brother. The brother I never had. The one that's here now. You're the person who's been fighting against everything I was taught to believe in, and you've been right every time. You're the person who's been protecting people like Hermione when my family would have seen her as inferior. You're the person who's been standing up to Voldemort while I was too afraid to even say his name. Draco. I'm not finished, Draco said. You're also stubborn and reckless, and you have a terrible habit of trying to save everyone even when it puts you in danger. You're loyal, and you're braver than anyone I know, and you make me want to be better than I am. Harry stared at his brother, feeling tears prick at his eyes again. That's who you are, Draco continued. It doesn't matter what face you wear or what name you were born with. That's who you've always been. He's right, Hermione said softly. You haven't changed, Harry. You've just discovered more about yourself. So what do we do? Harry asked. We research, Hermione said. We learn everything we can about twin magic, about identity spells, about the history of our families. We figure out who was involved in hiding you and why. And then we decide how to use this knowledge, Hermione said. Maybe we find a way to use your true identity to get close to Voldemort. Maybe we discover twin magic that could help us defeat him. Maybe we find another solution entirely. Harry looked at his best friend and his brother, and felt that spark of hope grow stronger. For the first time since the glamours had been removed, he felt like he might actually have a future. Not as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and not as Dimitri Malfoy, the lost heir, but as himself. There's one more thing, Draco said suddenly. About Snape. I think we should talk to him again. Not to ask him to restore the glamours, but to find out what he knows about twin magic. Why would he know about that? Hermione asked. Because he's one of the most skilled wizards alive when it comes to complex magic, Draco said. And because if anyone would understand the strategic advantages of what we've discovered, it would be him. Do you think he'd help us? Harry asked. I think he'd help you, Draco said. He's spent years protecting you, even when you didn't know it. I don't think he'd stop now. Even if it means going against Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Especially then, Draco said. Because this isn't about politics or sides anymore. This is about ending the war. Harry considered this. The thought of confronting Snape was still terrifying, but if there was a chance he could help them understand their abilities, help them find a way to use their connection against Voldemort. All right, Harry said finally. We'll talk to Snape. But after we've done our own research. I want to understand what we're dealing with before we involve anyone else. Agreed, Hermione said. We need to know what questions to ask. And we need to be prepared for whatever answers we get, Draco added. Harry nodded. For the first time in days, he felt like he had a plan. It wasn't a complete plan, and it was certainly dangerous, but it was something more than hiding and waiting for someone else to solve his problems. I have one more question, Hermione said suddenly. When are you going to tell Ron? I don't think I can keep this a secret much longer. We're close. I'm going to tell him the truth, Harry said, already knowing they were close. Not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. He deserves to know. And if he doesn't understand, then I'll deal with that when it happens, Harry said. But I'm not going to live my life based on what other people might think or feel. I've spent too many years doing that already. But it will be soon, when I'm ready. So what's our first step, then? Hermione asked. Research, Harry said. We find out everything we can about twin magic. We find out if there's a way to use our connection to end this war. And then? And then we save the world, Harry said. No pressure, Draco said dryly. There's always pressure, Harry said. But at least this time, I'm not facing it alone. You're never alone, Hermione said firmly, not anymore. Harry looked at his brother and his best friend, and felt something he hadn't felt in years, not hope, exactly, but certainty. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew he wouldn't face it as a lie anymore. He would face it as himself, with the people who mattered most beside him. Whatever came next, they would handle it together. The Saturday morning sun streamed through the windows of the room of requirement, casting long shadows across the floor where Harry sat surrounded by books on twin magic that Hermione had smuggled from the library. He'd been reading for hours, but his mind kept wandering to the sounds of laughter and conversation echoing from the corridors outside. Students heading to Hogsmeade, living normal lives that felt increasingly foreign to him. "You're going to drive yourself mad if you keep this up," Draco said from across the room, where he was getting dressed in his weekend clothes. "You've been cooped up in here for days." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, though they both knew it was a lie. He hadn't left the room except for brief trips to the bathroom under cover of darkness, and even then, he'd been constantly looking over his shoulder. "No, you're not," Draco said firmly. "You're going stir-crazy, and it's affecting your ability to research. When was the last time you had a proper conversation with someone other than me and Hermione?" Harry couldn't answer that question without proving Draco's point. "That's what I thought," Draco said. "Which is why I have a proposition for you." "What kind of proposition?" "Go to Hogsmeade today, as me." Harry looked up from his book, startled. "What? You heard me. We're identical twins. Literally identical. No one would know the difference if you pretended to be me for a few hours." "That's insane," Harry said immediately. "What if someone notices? What if I say the wrong thing?" "You won't," Draco said confidently. "You've been observing me for years, Harry. You know how I talk, how I act. And I'll coach you on anything specific you need to know about my friends." "Your friends hate me," Harry pointed out. "My friends hate Harry Potter," Draco corrected. "They have no reason to hate Draco Malfoy. Besides, most of them are too self-absorbed to notice if you're acting slightly off." Harry was quiet for a moment, considering the offer. The thought of getting out of this room, of walking in the sun and breathing fresh air, was almost overwhelming in its appeal. But the risks. "What if Ron and Hermione see me?" Harry asked. "What if they try to talk to me?" "Then you act like Draco Malfoy would act," Draco said. "Dismissive, superior, uninterested in talking to Gryffindors. They'll leave you alone." "But what if, Harry," Draco interrupted gently. "You need this. You need to get out of this room, even if it's just for a few hours, and honestly, I think it might help you understand what it's like to be me, to be part of the family you were born into." There was something in Draco's voice that made Harry look at him more closely. "Is that what this is really about? You want me to understand your life?" "Partly," Draco admitted. "But mostly, I want my brother to stop looking like a caged animal. You're miserable, Harry. And being miserable isn't going to help us figure out how to defeat Voldemort." Harry stared at his brother, seeing the genuine concern in his eyes. "You'd really be okay with me pretending to be you?" "I'd be more than okay with it," Draco said. "I'd be relieved. You need to remember what it's like to be around people, to have normal interactions. Even if they're not entirely honest interactions." "What about you? What will you do?" "I'll stay here and continue researching," Draco said. "Someone needs to keep working on the twin magic angle, and I can access the Slytherin common room books without attracting attention." Harry was quiet for a long moment, weighing the risks against the desperate need to escape these walls. Finally, he nodded. "Okay. But just for a few hours, and if anything goes wrong." "You'll come straight back here," Draco finished. "I know." For the next hour, Draco coached Harry on the subtle differences in how he should act. The way he held his shoulders, the particular smirk he used when talking to his friends, the casual arrogance that came so naturally to someone raised in pureblood society. "Remember," Draco said as he helped Harry adjust his posture, "you're not trying to be nice. You're Draco Malfoy. You're better than everyone else, and you know it." "This feels wrong," Harry said, practicing the dismissive wave that Draco used when he wanted to end a conversation. "It should feel wrong," Draco said. "You're a better person than I am, but for today, you need to be me." "You're not as bad as you think you are," Harry said quietly. "I'm not as good as you think I am either," Draco replied, "but we're working on it." An hour later, Harry found himself walking through the corridors of Hogwarts with Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, and Theodore Nott, trying to project the casual confidence that seemed to come so naturally to Draco. The conversation flowed around him. Complaints about assignments, gossip about other students, speculation about the war that felt strangely detached from the reality Harry knew. "You're quiet today, Draco," Pansy observed as they made their way toward the entrance hall. "Just thinking," Harry said, using the slightly bored tone he'd heard Draco use countless times. "About what?" "Nothing important," Harry said with a dismissive shrug. and was relieved when Pansy seemed to accept this answer. The walk to Hogsmeade was easier than Harry had expected. His friends, Draco's friends, he corrected himself, were content to fill the silence with their own chatter, and Harry found that he could contribute just enough to avoid suspicion without having to reveal his ignorance about their shared history. Hogsmeade was busier than usual, filled with students enjoying the weekend freedom. Harry felt a stab of longing as he watched groups of friends laughing together, couples walking hand in hand, people simply existing without the weight of impossible secrets. "Let's go to the Three Broomsticks," Blaze suggested. "I could use a butterbeer." "You go ahead," Harry said. "I want to stop by the bookshop first." "Since when do you willingly go to bookshops?" Theodore asked with a laugh. "Since I realized I'm behind in Defense Against the Dark Arts," Harry said smoothly. "Father won't be pleased if my grades slip." This seemed to satisfy them, and Harry found himself alone for the first time in hours. He made his way toward the bookshop, but his attention was caught by a familiar figure browsing the shelves outside Flourish and Blots. Hermione. She was alone, which was unusual. Ron was normally attached to her side during Hogsmeade weekends. Harry felt a sudden, desperate need to talk to her, to share the discoveries he'd made about twin magic during his research. He approached her carefully, trying to project Draco's usual arrogance even as his heart raced with the possibility of normal conversation. "Granger," he said, using the slightly sneering tone Draco always employed. Hermione looked up, and Harry saw the immediate wariness that crossed her face. Her eyes flicked past him, clearly looking for Draco's usual companions, then back to his face with confusion. "Malfoy," she said carefully, "what do you want?" Harry moved closer, lowering his voice. "It's me," he said urgently. Hermione's eyes widened, and she looked around quickly to make sure no one was listening. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "Draco let me borrow his identity for the day," Harry said quietly. "I needed to get out of that room. But listen, I found something in the research." "You can't be here," Hermione said, her voice tight with worry. "What if someone realizes?" "No one will realize," Harry said. "We look identical, remember?" "But Hermione, I found references to something called twin resonance in one of the books. It's a form of twin magic where—" "Hermione." Ron's voice cut through the air like a blade. Harry turned to see Ron approaching, his face dark with anger. But Ron wasn't looking at Harry, he was looking at what he thought was Draco Malfoy talking to his best friend. "Get away from her, Malfoy," Ron said, his hand moving toward his wand. Harry felt his heart sink. He couldn't break character now, not with other students around, not when anyone could be listening. He had to play the part of Draco Malfoy, even if it meant. "I wasn't aware I needed permission to speak to anyone, Weasley," Harry said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "You need permission to speak to her," Ron said, stepping closer. "What do you want with Hermione?" "Maybe I just enjoy watching you get worked up," Harry said, hating himself for the words even as they left his mouth. "It's quite entertaining, really." Ron's face went red. "You think this is funny? You think it's amusing to harass my friends?" "I think it's amusing that you consider yourself capable of stopping me," Harry said, and he could see the hurt in Hermione's eyes even as she played her part. "You're pathetic, Malfoy," Ron said. "You and your whole family. Death Eaters, all of you. It's only a matter of time before you and your whole family end up in Azkaban." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He wanted to defend himself, wanted to tell Ron that he was wrong, that he didn't understand what he was saying. But he couldn't. He had to be Draco Malfoy, and Draco Malfoy would never defend himself against accusations of being a Death Eater. Not in public, not where anyone could hear. "At least my father doesn't have to beg for scraps to feed his family," Harry said, and he saw Ron's hand clench into a fist. "That's enough," Hermione said sharply, stepping between them. "Both of you. Stay out of this, Hermione," Ron said, not taking his eyes off Harry. "Malfoy needs to learn." "I don't need to learn anything from you, Weasley," Harry said, "except perhaps what not to become." Ron lunged forward, but Hermione caught his arm. "Ron, don't. He's not worth it." Harry felt the words like a knife to the chest. He knew she was trying to defuse the situation, knew she was protecting him, but hearing her say he wasn't worth it, even when she was talking about Draco, was almost unbearable. You're right, Granger, Harry said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. I'm not worth wasting your time on. He turned to leave, but Ron's voice followed him. That's right, run away, Malfoy. Run back to your Death Eater friends and leave decent people alone. Harry stopped, his hands clenched into fists. He wanted to turn around, wanted to tell Ron that he was wrong, that he didn't understand what he was saying. But he couldn't. Not here, not now, not when it could expose everything. He looked back at Hermione, and saw the sadness in her eyes, the understanding of what this was costing him. Harry walked quickly through the crowded streets of Hogsmeade, his heart still pounding from the confrontation with Ron. He needed to find Draco's friends again, needed to slip back into character before anyone noticed his absence. The last thing he wanted was to answer questions about where he'd been. He found them emerging from Honeydukes, their arms full of sweets and their voices loud with laughter. Harry fell into step beside them, trying to match their casual energy despite the turmoil still churning in his chest. There you are, Pansy said, linking her arm through his. We wondered where you'd disappeared to. Bookshop, Harry said shortly, hoping his voice sounded normal. They walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the conversation flowing around topics Harry could easily ignore. But then Theodore's voice cut through his thoughts. Speaking of disappearing, Theodore said, has anyone seen Potter around lately? I haven't spotted him in the corridors for days. Harry's blood turned to ice. He kept his expression carefully neutral, but his heart began racing again. Now that you mention it, Blaise said, I haven't seen him either. Usually you can't go anywhere without tripping over the famous Harry Potter. I miss messing with him, Theodore continued with a cruel laugh. It's no fun when the target's not around to see how brilliant our hexes are. Harry clenched his jaw, forcing himself to remain silent. This was exactly the kind of conversation he'd feared. Actually, Pansy said, her voice taking on a knowing tone, Draco mentioned that Potter was in the hospital wing a few days ago. Harry's eyes snapped to her, his pulse quickening. What was she talking about? What had Draco told them? Both Theodore and Blaise turned their attention to Harry, expectant looks on their faces. Is that right, Draco? Blaise asked. What happened to our dear Gryffindor golden boy? Harry's mind raced. He had no idea what Draco might have told them, if anything. But Pansy seemed confident in her information, which meant Draco must have said something. The question was what, and why? Yes, Harry said carefully, trying to project Draco's usual air of bored superiority. I think he's still in the hospital wing, actually. What's wrong with him? Theodore pressed, his eyes lighting up with malicious interest. Harry felt a strange warmth spread through his chest as he realized what must have happened. Draco had covered for his absence. Draco had lied to protect him, had given his friends a plausible explanation for why Harry Potter wasn't around to be their target. I heard he was ill, Harry said, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. Something contagious. Theodore and Blaise exchanged gleeful looks. Contagious? Blaise said with a nasty grin. How wonderfully appropriate. Trust Potter to catch something disgusting. Probably something he picked up from those blood traitor friends of his, Theodore added. You know how unhygienic the Weasleys are. Or maybe it's something more serious, Blaise said hopefully. Maybe he'll be laid up for weeks. We can only hope, Theodore said, and both boys laughed. Harry stayed quiet, letting their cruel comments wash over him without response. He should have been angry, should have been hurt by their casual cruelty. Instead, he found himself focusing on the fact that Draco had protected him. Draco had thought quickly enough to provide a cover story, had cared enough to shield Harry from exactly this kind of attention. The warm feeling in his chest grew stronger. For the first time since discovering their connection, Harry felt like he could truly rely on Draco. His twin wasn't planning to betray him, wasn't looking for ways to expose him. Draco was protecting him, even from his own friends. Shame we can't visit him, Theodore continued as they walked. I'd love to see Potter laid up and miserable. Don't be stupid, Pansy said with a roll of her eyes. If it's contagious, the last thing we want is to catch whatever plague Potter's managed to contract. True, Blaise agreed. We'll just have to content ourselves with imagining his suffering. They continued their walk through Hogsmeade, the conversation eventually moving on to other topics. Harry walked in silence, no longer troubled by their casual cruelty. Instead, he found himself thinking about Draco, about the brother who had thought to protect him even when Harry wasn't there to know about it. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, Harry felt lighter than he had in days, not because of the fresh air or the change of scenery, but because of the knowledge that he wasn't as alone as he'd thought. Draco was watching out for him, covering for him, caring about his well-being in ways that went beyond their shared research. He found Draco exactly where he'd left him, surrounded by books in the room of requirement. "How did it go?" Draco asked, looking up from a particularly thick book. "I talked to Hermione," Harry said, sinking into a chair, "and I had a fight with Ron." He paused, then added, "Your friends asked about me, by the way. About Potter." Draco's expression became carefully neutral. "What did they say?" "Theodore mentioned he hadn't seen me around and missed having someone to hex," Harry said. "But Pansy told them you'd said I was in the hospital wing." He met Draco's eyes. "Thank you for covering for me. It's working well, for now." Draco looked slightly embarrassed. "I had to tell them something when they started wondering why their favorite target had vanished." "I appreciate it," Harry responded. "So, what kind of fight did you have between you and Weasley?" "The kind where he called me a Death Eater and I insulted his family's poverty," Harry said miserably. "The kind where I had to stand there and let him say horrible things about you, about us, and I couldn't defend myself." "Welcome to my world," Draco responded rather sarcastically and then reconsidered. "I'm sorry. I should have thought about that possibility." "It's not your fault," Harry said quietly, accepting. "So what did you find in the books?" Draco asked. "References to something called twin resonance," Harry said. "It's a form of twin magic where identical twins can share magical energy, thoughts, even spells. But it only works if the twins have been in contact since birth, if their magical development hasn't been artificially separated. And not all twins have it. They have to be exceptionally strong with magic in general. The stronger they are separately, the stronger they are together." "But ours was separated," Draco said. "The glamours." "Maybe not completely," Harry said. "Maybe the connection was suppressed, but not severed. Maybe breaking the glamours restored more than just my appearance." "How would we test that?" "I don't know," Harry said. "But I think we need to find out. If we really do have twin resonance, if we can share magical energy or thoughts, then we might have a real chance against Voldemort. Or we might have something that could get us both killed," Draco pointed out. "That's a risk we'll have to take," Harry said. "Because right now, hiding isn't working. I can't keep pretending to be you forever, and I can't keep avoiding my friends. Eventually, people are going to figure out that something is wrong." "So what do you want to do?" "I want to test our connection," Harry said. "I want to find out exactly what we're capable of. And then I want to decide how to use it." "Both of us?" "It seems to be the only way. It's twin magic," Harry confirmed. "Because if today taught me anything, it's that I can't keep living as someone else. I need to find a way to be myself. Even if myself is more complicated than I ever imagined." Draco stared at Harry and nodded. "This is bloody mad, but I'll do it. It will confirm things, I suppose." Harry's brows furrowed. "Confirm what?" "Confirm the twin thing," Draco continued, and Harry made a face. "Are you still in denial that we're twins?" Harry asked, half laughing in disbelief. Draco managed to look slightly annoyed. "Just want to double-check, that's all, Potter." Harry gave a sudden laugh because it was absurd that they could be anything else. "We look exactly the same, Malfoy." Draco rolled his eyes. "Just getting used to this, you know. Looking at you, and realizing you're not a mirror. You're going to have to get used to it." I am getting used to it. I see little nuances, differences here and there. "You're not like a creepy reflection anymore," Draco said. "And I've realized that everything I was taught was wrong about you. Maybe I was wrong about a lot of things." "What about your friends? What about your family?" "My family will have to accept that I've found my brother," Draco said. "And my friends, well, they'll have to accept that I'm changing. That we're both changing." "This isn't going to be easy," Harry said. "Nothing worth doing ever is," Draco replied. "And it's worth a try, to see what happens. To see if we have special powers." "Twin magic," Harry corrected. "Twin magic," Draco agreed. "Our parents tried to separate us, Voldemort tried to claim us, and Dumbledore tried to hide us. But we found each other anyway. Maybe that means something. Maybe it means we're stronger together than we ever were apart, Harry said. Draco suddenly closed the book he had been reading. You should have just befriended me in first year and we could have all gotten all of this out of the way much sooner. Harry gave a little frown and rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, You wish, Malfoy. Draco laughed and it seemed to ease the rather nervous room. You know, there's only one way to figure out all of this, Draco said, gesturing to the books around them. We keep researching. We keep testing. And we prepare for whatever comes next. Harry looked at his brother, at the books filled with information about twin magic, at the room that had become their sanctuary. For the first time since this all began, he felt like he was moving forward instead of just surviving. What's our next step? He asked. We test our connection, Draco said. We find out what we're capable of. And then we decide how to use it to end this war. And if we can't, then we figure out another way, Draco said. Because giving up isn't an option. Not for us. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of those words settle into his bones. They were Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, identical twins separated by fate and reunited by accident. They were the boy who lived and the heir to a Death Eater family. They were everything their world said they couldn't be. But more than any of that, they were brothers, and together, they might just be enough to change everything. The abandoned Transfiguration classroom on the third floor was bathed in dusty afternoon sunlight, casting long shadows across the desks where Harry and Draco had spread out their collection of books on twin magic. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, his invisibility cloak pooled beside him, while Draco leaned against a nearby desk. They'd grown tired of being cooped up in the room of requirement, and Draco had suggested they needed a change of scenery for their magical experiments. Between them lay an open tome titled, The Mysteries of Twin Magic, its pages filled with diagrams of intertwined magical auras and notes about shared consciousness. Are you sure about this? Draco asked, his voice betraying the nervousness he was trying to hide. Some of these books make it sound intense. Harry nodded, though his own hands were trembling slightly. We need to know what we're capable of. And we've read all we can. He trailed off. Right, Draco said, settling into a more comfortable position. So according to this, we start with basic emotional resonance. Try to feel what the other is feeling. They sat in silence for several minutes, both concentrating hard, but nothing happened. Harry felt only his own anxiety and Draco's growing frustration. This is ridiculous, Draco muttered after their third failed attempt. Maybe we're not actually. Don't, Harry interrupted. Don't start doubting again. We look identical, we sound identical, the potions confirmed it. We just need to figure out how to access whatever connection we have. The classroom door creaked open, and Hermione peered around the edge before entering with an armload of books. How's it going? She asked, setting her burden down on a nearby desk. Terribly, Draco said. We've been trying for an hour and nothing's happened. Hermione flipped through one of the books she'd brought. According to this, twin magic often requires both participants to lower their mental barriers simultaneously. You might be trying too hard to force it rather than allowing it to happen naturally. Hermione looked up and S.Ked on her bottom lip. It was no secret that she was staring at both Draco and Harry. Maybe just still as surprised to see both of them looking alike, just as she was when she first learned of them being twins. What do you suggest? Harry asked. Meditation, Hermione said. Not the kind where you're trying to achieve something specific, but the kind where you just exist together. Let your minds relax and see what happens. Harry and Draco exchanged a look, then nodded. They closed their eyes and tried to empty their minds of expectations. Harry focused on his breathing, on the feeling of sitting in this safe space with his brother nearby. Gradually, he began to feel more relaxed. The tension in his shoulders eased, his breathing deepened, and he felt a strange sense of peace he hadn't experienced in weeks. It was almost like floating, like being suspended in warm water. And then, without warning, he was 7 years old again. The cupboard under the stairs was darker than usual. Uncle Vernon had screwed the locks shut from the outside after Harry had accidentally made the neighbor's cat appear on the roof during Mrs. Figg's visit. The space was cramped and airless, barely large enough for a child to lie down. Harry pressed his face against the thin door. listening to the sounds of laughter and conversation from the living room where the Dursleys were hosting their dinner party. "Did you hear that Potter boy got into trouble again?" Mrs. Polky was saying. "Delinquent behavior, I heard. No surprise there." "We do our best," Aunt Petunia replied in her most martyred voice. "But some children are just difficult. Bad seed, you know." Harry pulled his knees to his chest, trying to make himself smaller. His stomach ached with hunger. He'd been given only a piece of bread that morning, and his back hurt from the wooden boards. But worse than the physical discomfort was the crushing loneliness, the certainty that he was exactly what they said he was. Unwanted, abnormal, a burden that everyone would be better off without. Harry's eyes snapped open with a gasp, but he wasn't alone in the room of requirement. Draco was staring at him with wide, horrified eyes, his face pale as parchment. "What was that?" Draco whispered. "What was what?" Harry asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew. That memory. The cupboard. The hunger. Was that real? Harry's heart sank. "You saw it?" "I didn't just see it," Draco said shakily. "I felt it. I was there. I felt the walls pressing in, the emptiness in my stomach, the way your back hurt against the boards." His voice was getting higher, more distressed. "That was your memory, wasn't it? From when you were a child?" Harry nodded reluctantly. "But that's impossible," Draco continued, his voice cracking. "You're the boy who lived. You were supposed to be. Everyone said you were spoiled, pampered, treated like a prince. The golden boy who had everything handed to him." "Everyone said a lot of things that weren't true," Harry said bitterly. "But a cupboard?" Draco stood up abruptly, pacing in front of the books. "They kept you in a cupboard? Like a prisoner? I know you mentioned a having bad childhood to Granger before when you told her the truth, but..." "It was my bedroom as a child," Harry said quietly, "until I was 11 and got my Hogwarts letter. Then they moved me to Dudley's second bedroom, but only because they were afraid of wizards coming to check on me." "Your bedroom was a cupboard under the stairs." Draco's voice was flat, disbelieving. "Yes. And they starved you? Locked you in there as punishment?" "Sometimes." Harry could feel Draco's emotions now, shock, disbelief, and underneath it all, a growing rage that felt foreign in his own chest. "Draco, you need to calm down. I can feel what you're feeling, and it's..." "How can you be so calm about this?" Draco exploded. "They abused you. They locked a child in a cupboard and starved him and told people he was a delinquent." He whirled around to face Harry, his eyes blazing. "I spent years hating you because I thought you had everything I wanted. A loving family, people who cared about you, a home where you belonged, and instead I had the Dursleys," Harry finished, "who made it very clear every day that I was a freak, a burden, and that the world would be better off without me." Draco sank back down to the floor, his head in his hands. I can't process this. All these years, all the things I said to you about being pampered and privileged." "You didn't know," Harry said. "No one knew. Dumbledore made sure of that." "But I should have known." Draco looked up, becoming emotional. "I should have seen it. The way you acted sometimes, the way you flinched when people raised their voices, the way you never talked about your family. I should have realized." "You were a child too," Harry said gently, "and you were taught to hate me. It's not your fault." Hermione, who had been sitting quietly nearby, spoke up. "The connection is working," she said softly. "You're sharing memories and emotions. That's exactly what the books described." "Can you turn it off?" Draco asked desperately and seemed uncomfortable with the memory. "We're still learning," Harry said. "But Draco, maybe this is good. Maybe we needed to understand each other's pain to really..." The door to the classroom burst open without warning, making all three of them jump. Professor Snape strode in, his black robes billowing behind him, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the scene before him. His dark eyes moved from Draco to Harry, and for a moment, his usually impassive mask slipped entirely. Harry watched as Snape's gaze traced his features, the platinum hair, the sharp cheekbones, the gray eyes that were identical to Draco's. The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating, as Snape stared at Harry with an expression that was completely unreadable. "Professor?" Draco asked tentatively, clearly unnerved by the man's reaction. Snape stared at him for a moment and seemed to almost recognize him. Snape seemed to shake himself out of his trance. His mask slipped back into place, but there was still something unsettled in his eyes. "Mr. Malfoy," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "You're wanted in the headmaster's office. Immediately." Harry felt his heart sink, but Draco stepped forward. "What's this about, Professor?" "I suggest you ask Professor Dumbledore," Snape replied, his eyes flicking once more to Harry before settling back on Draco. "He's waiting for you, as is your father." The way he said, "your father," made Harry's stomach drop. He looked at Draco, who had gone very pale. "I'll be right there," Draco said. Snape nodded curtly and left without another word, though his eyes lingered on Harry and then Hermione for one more unreadable moment before he turned away. "Oh no," Hermione breathed. "Do you think someone found out?" "It's my father," Draco said quietly, his voice hollow. "The questions I asked him, the way I left things. He's suspicious, plus I told him the truth. That I found my brother." "You think he believes it?" Hermione asked. "It's hard to tell. I don't know what to believe anymore. About the twins. About the grave that was supposed to be Dimitri's. About family history." Draco ran a hand through his hair, his movements agitated. "And, Father's not stupid. He knows it's more than just questions. He knows the truth." "What do we do?" Harry asked, already reaching for his invisibility cloak. "I face it," Draco said, though his voice shook. "And you come with me. Under the cloak. We can't run forever, and if he's here, if he's asking questions, we might not have a choice about keeping this secret anymore, about who I really am," Harry finished, throwing the cloak over himself. They made their way through the corridors of Hogwarts in tense silence, Draco walking with forced calm while Harry followed invisibly behind him. The gargoyle stepped aside at Dumbledore's password, and they climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. Harry's heart was pounding so hard he was sure everyone in the castle could hear it. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, his expression grave, and standing beside the window, his platinum hair catching the afternoon light, was Lucius Malfoy. He looked different than Harry remembered, older, more haggard. The arrogant confidence that had always defined him seemed diminished, replaced by something that looked almost like worry. His gray eyes fixed on Draco with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. "Draco," Lucius said slowly, his voice carefully controlled, "I think we need to have a conversation." "Father," Draco replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "A few days ago, you asked me some very interesting questions," Lucius continued. "Questions about twins. About family history. About graves that might be empty." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I want to know what brought on this sudden interest in family genealogy." "I told you," Draco said, his voice gaining strength. "I found something. Someone." "You told me you'd found your twin brother," Lucius said, his tone suggesting he found this claim ridiculous. "Here? At Hogwarts. A fairy tale, Draco. A child's fantasy." Harry could feel Draco's anger building through their connection. Anger at being dismissed, at being treated like a child, at his father's refusal to believe the truth. "It's not a fantasy," Draco said, his voice rising. "It's real. He's real." "Show me," Lucius said coldly. "Show me this imaginary brother of yours." "He's not imaginary," Draco exploded, his composure finally cracking. "He's right here." Before Harry could react, Draco had spun around and grabbed the invisibility cloak, wrestling it away from him despite Harry's attempts to hold on. The silvery fabric pooled on the floor, leaving Harry standing exposed in the middle of Dumbledore's office. "Look at this!" Draco shouted, gesturing wildly at Harry. "You can't deny it anymore, Father." The silence that followed was deafening. Lucius stared at Harry with wide eyes, his face draining of all color. His hand tightened on his walking stick until his knuckles went white, and Harry watched as the man struggled to draw breath. "Impossible," Lucius whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. "This is Dimitri," Draco said, his voice steadier now but still filled with anger. "The dead baby you told me was buried in our cemetery." Lucius continued to stare, his gray eyes, so like Harry's own, moving over every feature of Harry's face. Harry stood frozen under that scrutiny, feeling exposed and vulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with the missing invisibility cloak. The resemblance is remarkable, Lucius said finally, his voice carefully neutral, but resemblance doesn't prove. It's not just resemblance, Draco interrupted. We have the same voice. A similar magical signature. We've learned that we can now share memories, emotions. We're connected in ways that only twins can be. Even if that were true, Lucius said, though his voice shook slightly, it doesn't mean this boy is. Your son? Harry spoke for the first time, his voice quiet but clear. The son you gave away? The effect of his words was immediate. Lucius swayed on his feet, his free hand reaching out to steady himself against Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster watched the scene with sad, knowing eyes. You know who I am, Harry continued, stepping closer to the man who might be his father. You've always known. Maybe not at first, but you must have figured it out just like Professor Snape knew. Just like Dumbledore knew. The only ones who didn't know were Draco and me. This is impossible, Lucius repeated, but his voice was barely a whisper now. Look at us, Draco said, moving to stand beside Harry. Really look at us. We're identical. We're twins. And we're both your sons. Lucius's eyes moved between them, and Harry saw the exact moment when denial crumbled into acceptance. The man who had once been so proud, so certain, so arrogant, looked suddenly fragile and old. Dimitri, he breathed, and the name sounded like a prayer. I may have been Dimitri in the past, Harry started and glanced over at Draco, but in the present you know me as Harry Potter. The silence in the room was deafening and Dumbledore shifted slightly in the background. It was out now, all of it. And Harry knew that everything that would never be the same again. Lucius stared at him with haunted silver-gray eyes, and for the first time Harry saw him not as a Death Eater, not as Draco Malfoy's father, but as his own father. Lucius seemed to snap out of it moments later, and he looked up at Dumbledore. Harry Potter? It was a question, but almost as if he knew more than he was letting on. You gave my son to the Potters? Lucius asked and sounded angry. Perhaps I can offer you all a gumdrop at this time? Dumbledore said as he slowly sat down in his seat. The silence in Dumbledore's office stretched on, thick and suffocating. Harry felt as though he were drowning in it, his chest tight with emotions he couldn't name. Across from him, Lucius Malfoy stared with those familiar gray eyes. His eyes, that were wide with shock and something that looked almost like horror. Harry Potter, Lucius repeated, the name falling from his lips like a curse. His hand gripped his walking stick so tightly that Harry could see the veins standing out against his pale skin. All this time. All these years. Perhaps, Dumbledore said gently, his voice cutting through the tension, it would be best if you three had some privacy to discuss this revelation. My office is at your disposal. With that, the headmaster rose from his chair and moved toward the door, but Lucius's sharp voice stopped him. You will not leave this room, Dumbledore, he said, his tone carrying the authority Harry remembered from their encounters in the past. You have orchestrated this deception for 16 years. You will answer for it. Your sons. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He watched as Lucius's face crumpled slightly at hearing them spoken aloud. Dumbledore waited near the doorway, not leaving and not really appearing like he wanted to stay. He hovered, waiting. Sit, Lucius said quietly, gesturing to the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. His voice had lost all its usual commanding edge, replaced by something raw and uncertain. Harry and Draco exchanged a look, the first time Harry had seen his own features reflected in someone else's eyes while standing in his true form. It was still disorienting, still strange, but somehow less frightening now that the truth was finally out. They settled into the chairs, and Lucius remained standing, pacing slowly near Dumbledore's desk. His eyes never left Harry's face. I need to understand, Lucius said finally. When you said the glamours are gone, this is truly how you appear. This is your real face. Harry nodded, his throat tight. Every morning for the past few weeks, I've woken up looking in the mirror and seeing Draco staring back at me. Seeing a Malfoy staring back at me. His voice cracked slightly. It's been difficult. Lucius stopped pacing. Show me your arm. What? Harry asked, confused. Your left arm. Show it to me. Harry hesitated, then rolled up his sleeve. His forearm was pale, unmarked. The dark mark, Lucius breathed. You don't have it. Should I? Harry asked, though something cold was settling in his stomach. Draco doesn't have it yet either. And the word seemed to echo quietly in the room yet. No, he doesn't have it yet. Lucius's face had gone even paler, if that were possible. When you were born, when both of you were born, the Dark Lord demanded. He said one of his most loyal servants' children would be given at birth. Would be raised as his heir, his weapon. He looked between Harry and Draco, his expression haunted. We were told to choose. Draco leaned forward in his chair. Choose what, father? Which of our sons would live as a Malfoy, and which would be given to him? Lucius's voice was barely a whisper now. Your mother. She couldn't bear the thought. We decided to fake a death, to tell him one of you had died in childbirth. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. You chose me. There was no choice, Lucius said quickly, desperately. We could not give you to the Dark Lord. So, we faked the death, but we never intended. We thought we could hide you, protect you, keep you safe until we could find another way. But instead you gave me to Dumbledore, Harry said, his voice growing harder. And he gave me to the Dursleys when my parents died. When they were murdered. Lucius's eyes widened. The Dursleys? Relatives? But I thought the Potters. He looked sharply at Dumbledore, who had remained silent in the corner. You promised us he would be loved, protected, raised as a member of a pure blood family who would understand his heritage. And instead, Draco said quietly, his voice filled with the same anger Harry could feel building in his own chest, he was locked in a cupboard and starved by the Muggle family who raised him. The effect on Lucius was immediate. His face contorted with rage, and he spun to face Dumbledore fully. You told us he would have the finest tutors, the best of everything. You said he would be raised as befitting his station. It was not about giving him everything. It was about protection, Dumbledore said slowly. He was protected with the Dursleys. Whether you like him to be in that family or not. Whether you wanted him there or not. But the heritage potion showed Malfoy blood, Draco said, confused. Yes, of course, but without making it too complicated, Harry never had Potter blood. He always had Malfoy blood. The truth is that Lily did not protect him with her blood, she protected him with magic. When she died she gave the ultimate sacrifice, loving and cherishing her son not because of any biological ties, but because she simply loved her son. During the moment that Voldemort's spell hit her, a spell, a protection, was placed on Harry that made her his magical mother. Though not biological, the spell protected Harry and even somehow passed on to Lily's sister. Magical mother? Harry asked in disbelief. Dumbledore gave a small, sad smile. Love is not just skin deep. It is not just by blood, Harry. You should know this by now. The Potters loved you. But they weren't my real parents, not truly, Harry repeated quietly, sadly, as if trying to make sense of it. How long was I with them? How did this even work? Dumbledore sighed heavily. You were placed with James and Lily when you were about 1 month old. Long enough after Narcissus' supposed loss for suspicion to be minimal, but young enough that the magical bonds could take hold. The wizarding community believed Lily had been pregnant. She and James were quite convincing in that regard, though she never actually carried a child. There were pregnancy photos and a birth certificate created for you. It all appeared quite normal to those who did not know the Potters well. They pretended I was theirs, Harry said, and there was wonder in his voice now, mixed with the pain. They were willing to fake a pregnancy, to lie to everyone, just to protect me. And ultimately, to die for you, Lucius added quietly, his voice rough with emotion. Harry stared at him in a bit of disbelief. None of this is what he had expected. None of it is what he had been told. Did the Potters want Dimitri to look like them? Lucius asked after a moment. It was the safest for Harry to look like them. If he looked like a Malfoy it would have been a red flag. If he grew up to look like Draco, much worse. Lucius looked livid. You've meddled from the beginning, old man. I trusted you and you meddled in my life and in my sons' lives. Both of them. You do not deserve the trust I put in you to protect Dimitri, Lucius expelled, getting angrier by the moment. Harry watched this exchange with a growing sense of unreality. This man, this Death Eater who had tried to kill him, who had terrorized his friends, who had served Voldemort faithfully, was defending him, was angry on his behalf. Harry is alive because of what I've done. That doesn't make it better, Lucius argued. He should have been cared for all these years. And I had no idea. I had no idea about him being Harry Potter. If only I had known. So many years have gone by. Who he was is insignificant, Lucius. You should know that, Dumbledore responded. Stop, Harry suddenly interrupted quietly, feeling tired, weary. I fought for the Dark Lord, Lucius thought, and it seemed as if his mind was reeling. He looked over at Harry and shook his head. I could have injured him. I could have killed him. Just stop, Harry repeated a bit louder this time, but neither man heard him. 16 years. Lucius seemed to consider as his light brows furrowed. His voice suddenly rose and sounded more confident. And for 16 years you let me believe my child was dead while he suffered at the hands of muggles who despised him. Stop, Harry shouted, rising from his chair. Both men fell silent, turning to look at him. Harry's hands were shaking, his breath coming in short gasps as the weight of everything crashed down on him. Just stop, he said again, his voice breaking. I can't listen to you fight about me like I'm not here. Like I'm just some chess piece you're all moving around the board. He sank back into his chair, burying his face in his hands. 16 years I thought I was an orphan. 16 years I thought my parents died protecting me, that I was alone in the world except for people who pitied me or wanted to use me. When he looked up, both Lucius and Dumbledore were staring at him with expressions of profound sadness. And now I find out that not only do I have a brother, but I have parents who are alive. Parents who chose to give me away. His voice was bitter now, angry. Parents who were willing to sacrifice one child to save the other. That's not what happened, Lucius started, but Harry cut him off. Isn't it? Harry stood again, pacing away from them. You had 2 babies. Voldemort wanted one. You decided it would be me. We thought you would be safe, Lucius said desperately. We thought you would have a better life than anything we could give you while living under the Dark Lord's shadow. Instead I had no life at all, Harry replied. I was a ghost in that house. A burden. A freak. He turned to face Lucius, and something in his expression must have been devastating because the man actually stepped backward. Do you want to know what my first word was? It wasn't, Mama, or Dada. It was, sorry, because that's all I ever heard myself saying. Draco made a small intake of breath and Harry could feel his brother's anguish through their bond. I lived in a cupboard, Harry continued, his voice growing stronger, more accusatory. I went to bed hungry more nights than not. I wore clothes that were too big because they were hand-me-downs from my cousin who was twice my size. I had no friends because everyone was told I was a delinquent, a troublemaker, a liar. Lucius's face was crumpling as Harry spoke, but Harry couldn't stop. 16 years of pain and loneliness were pouring out of him. And the whole time, you were out there. Both of you. He looked between Lucius and Draco. Living in a manor, having family dinners, celebrating birthdays and holidays. You pretended I just didn't exist. No, Draco said firmly, standing up and moving toward him. Harry, no, I didn't know. You may not have known, but they did, Harry said, turning slightly to include Lucius. They knew. You must realize that we spent 16 years wondering if we'd made the right choice. Wondering if our son would have been better off with us, even under the Dark Lord's influence, than wherever he was. Harry felt some of his anger deflating, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. I was suffering. I was alone. All those years. Yes, Lucius said simply, and for that, I will never forgive myself, or Dumbledore. They all turned to look at the headmaster, who had remained silent throughout this exchange. His blue eyes were dim with what looked like profound sadness. Dumbledore, Lucius said, his voice deadly quiet. Explain yourself. Explain why you lied to us about Harry's placement. Explain why you allowed a child to be abused when you could have prevented it. You could have done something, anything. Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Because, Lucius, I needed Harry to be angry. I needed him to be strong. I needed him to understand suffering, to understand loss, so that when the time came. When the time came for what? Draco demanded. When the time he would either defeat Voldemort, or die trying, Dumbledore said quietly. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry felt the color drain from his face, and beside him, Draco made a strangled sound. What? Harry whispered. The prophecy, Harry, Dumbledore continued, his voice heavy with regret. The one that started all of this. It states that either you alone must die by Voldemort's hand, or he must die by yours. There is no other way for this war to end. And now I find out that not only do I have a brother, but I have parents who are alive. Parents who chose to give me away. His voice was bitter now, angry. Parents who were willing to sacrifice one child to save the other. Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his forehead, touching the spot where his lightning bolt scar had always been. But there was nothing there now, just smooth skin. The realization hit him like a cold wave. My scar, he said suddenly, his voice sharp with new understanding. What happened to my scar? Dumbledore's expression grew even more troubled, and Harry saw him exchange a quick glance with Lucius. The scar was part of the glamour, Dumbledore said quietly. Part of the glamour? Harry's voice rose. You mean it was fake? All this time, the most famous thing about me? The mark that supposedly showed I survived the killing curse, was just another lie? Harry. No. Harry shouted, his magic flaring around him again. Don't you dare, Harry, me. Why? Why would you give me a fake scar? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his blue eyes dim with what looked like shame. Because what really happened that night wouldn't have been believable. What do you mean, wouldn't have been believable? Harry demanded. Because you were completely untouched, Dumbledore said finally, his voice heavy. When I arrived at Godric's Hollow that night, when I found you in your crib next to Lily's body. There wasn't a mark on you. Nothing. Voldemort had hit you with the killing curse, and you were completely, utterly unharmed. The silence that followed was deafening. Harry stared at him in disbelief. That's impossible, Draco whispered. Precisely, Dumbledore said. No one would have believed it. A baby surviving the killing curse without so much as a scratch. It defied every law of magic we know. People would have asked questions I couldn't answer. So I gave you a scar. Something visible, something that would make your survival seem miraculous, but believable. You gave me a scar, Harry repeated numbly. You marked me. You branded me like cattle. I needed the story to make sense, Dumbledore continued. The boy who lived needed to bear some mark of his encounter with Voldemort, or people would never have accepted. But why? Lucius interrupted, his voice sharp with new understanding. Why was the boy completely unharmed? What protected him so completely that the killing curse left no trace? Dumbledore looked between Harry and Draco, his expression thoughtful and sad. I believe, he said slowly, it may have been the twin bond. I suspected it before, but it was never verified. But now I believe it is the truth. What? Both boys said simultaneously. You had just been separated, Dumbledore explained. It had been only a few months since you'd been with each other. The magical connection between twins is strongest in infancy, and you too. He gestured between them. Your bond was extraordinary even then. I believe that when Voldemort's curse struck Harry, Draco's magical essence was still so intertwined with his that it created a protection unlike anything we've ever seen. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. You're saying Draco saved me? From hundreds of miles away? I'm saying your twin bond was so powerful that even physical separation couldn't break it completely. Not immediately. Dumbledore's voice grew quieter. The curse hit you, but it hit the combined magical signature of both Malfoy twins. That kind of power. It was enough to not just deflect the killing curse, but to destroy it entirely. Harry felt the world tilt beneath him. But you told me it was my mother's love. Lily's love. You said she died protecting me, that her sacrifice created the protection that saved my life. His voice grew smaller, more confused. That's what I've believed my entire life. That she loved me so much she died for me. Lily's love was real, Dumbledore said gently. Her sacrifice did create a powerful protection that protected you for years. But love alone, even sacrificial love, wouldn't have been enough to completely deflect the killing curse without leaving any trace. The twin bond amplified that protection, made it absolute. So it wasn't really her, not 100% at least, Harry whispered, and there was something broken in his voice. The one thing I thought I knew about myself, the one thing that made me feel special, loved. It was just an accident of timing. Of being separated from my brother. Dumbledore's eyes moved between Harry and Draco, something shifting in his expression, a look of dawning understanding mixed with what might have been hope. Perhaps, he said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, the prophecy was never about Harry Potter at all. Perhaps it was always about what you two could become, together. The silence stretched for several heartbeats as the full scope of Dumbledore's manipulations sank in. When Lucius finally spoke, his voice was deadly quiet, but Harry could see his hands shaking with barely contained rage. "Let me understand this correctly," Lucius said, each word precisely enunciated. "You took my son. You gave him a fake scar to support your narrative about the boy who lived. You placed him with abusive relatives. You made his childhood a living hell, all to prepare him to die willingly when the time came." His voice began to rise. "You didn't just turn my son into a weapon, Dumbledore. You turned him into a sacrifice. And you branded him with a lie to make it all seem heroic." Harry sank back into his chair, his head spinning. All of it, all the neglect, all the abuse, all the loneliness, it had been orchestrated, planned. Dumbledore had known exactly what kind of life he was condemning Harry to, and he'd done it anyway. "How long?" Harry asked, his voice barely audible. "How long have you been planning this?" Dumbledore looked at him with something that might have been compassion. "Since the night your adoptive parents, died. Since the night the prophecy was made. Nearly 16 years, Harry." 16 years, Harry repeated numbly. "My entire life." "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "you must understand." "Get out," Harry said quietly. "I beg your pardon?" "Get out," Harry screamed, jumping to his feet. "Get out of here. I don't want to hear your explanations or your justifications. You used me. You used all of us." Dumbledore's hand stilled on the door handle. "There are things that will need to be addressed before I face Voldemort?" Harry finished coldly. "Before this war ends," Dumbledore corrected, "however that may be." And then he was gone, leaving Harry alone with his father and brother for the first time in 16 years. The silence stretched between them, heavy with grief and anger and the weight of too many revelations. Finally, Lucius spoke. "I failed you," he said simply. "I failed to protect you, to find you, to save you from the life you were forced to live. I am more sorry than I can ever express." Harry looked at him, really looked at him, and saw not the arrogant Death Eater who had terrorized his school years, but a man broken by the knowledge of his son's suffering. "What happens now?" Harry asked quietly. "Now," Lucius said, turning slightly towards Harry so they were at eye level, "we try to undo 16 years of damage. We try to be the family we should have been all along." "And Voldemort?" Lucius's jaw tightened. "Let me worry about the Dark Lord. Your only concern should be healing and learning about who you truly are." Harry looked over at Draco, who was watching them both with unshed tears pooling in his eyes, making his eyes look glassy, like a silver lake in winter. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. Draco let out a watery laugh. "I should be asking if you were all right. You've been through so much we didn't know about. You were tortured for 16 years by people who were supposed to protect you. You're supposed to defeat the Dark Lord by any way you can, even if that means death, and that the headmaster of our school has been orchestrating all of our lives like we're characters in a play. I'm not all right, are you? Can we be all right in this situation? Is it possible?" Harry looked between them, and for a moment, some small part of him wanted to believe it might be possible. But then the weight of everything, 16 years of lies, manipulation, and now this sudden expectation to step into a ready-made family, crashed down on him again. "What can we do?" he asked quietly. Lucius and Draco exchanged a look, and Harry was struck by how similar their expressions were, how similar to his own. "First," Lucius said, "we go home. To Malfoy Manor, your real home, and we begin to heal." Harry shook his head, frustration and anger flaring in his chest, and his reply was quiet, firm, "No." Both Lucius and Draco looked taken aback. "No," Harry repeated, standing up from his chair. I can't just go from being Harry Potter to being a Malfoy overnight. I need time to process this. To figure out what this means for me, not what everyone else thinks I should do." "Harry," Draco started, but Harry held up a hand. "For 16 years, other people have been making decisions about my life. Dumbledore, the Dursleys, even you, he said, looking at Lucius. Everyone deciding what's best for Harry Potter, where Harry Potter should go, how Harry Potter should live. His voice began losing its strength and he became emotional. But I'm not Harry Potter anymore, am I? I don't look like him. I'm not James and Lily's son like I thought for so many years. I don't even know who I am anymore. The silence stretched between them, heavy with understanding. I need to talk to my friends. I need to figure out my next steps for myself, Harry continued with a long exhale. He sniffled slightly, but when he replied, his voice was steadier now. Draco, you should go home. Talk to your mother about all of this, but I need time. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped him. Instead, he nodded slowly. How long? I don't know, Harry admitted, as long as it takes. Lucius stepped forward, and Harry could see the conflict in his gray eyes, the desire to protect and reclaim his son warring with respect for Harry's autonomy. You're right, Lucius said finally, his voice rough with emotion. You've had enough people making choices for you. He gave a curt nod. Take the time you need. When you're ready, if you're ever ready, we'll be there. Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. Thank you. Lucius left the room, the heavy door closing with a quiet thud. Draco sniffled rather loudly and wiped his snotty nose on his school robes. He looked away, embarrassed, and then looked back at Harry. I'll stay for a couple days. Until the weekend. Then I'll go home and talk to my mother. Draco quieted and looked at Harry. Our mother. I'll come back after the weekend. Harry was quiet and didn't respond. The weight of what he had just learned was settling heavy on him and he suddenly didn't want Draco to leave. He was the only one that understood. The only one who truly understood what he was going through. Draco sighed and got up and tentatively put his hand on his brother's shoulder. I know we're not close, but I'll be here for you, Harry, he said quietly, whatever you need. Harry didn't respond. He literally had no words. I'll be here. Draco responded quietly and Harry could almost feel how he felt through the bond as he squeezed Harry's shoulder and then released. Harry felt a surge of emotions, betrayal, anger, frustration, and an overwhelming sadness that just couldn't be disguised. The heavy door to Dumbledore's office closed with a resounding thud, leaving Harry alone with the echoing silence of his shattered world. He stood frozen for a moment, staring at the spot where his father, had just been standing, the weight of 16 years of lies pressing down on his chest like a physical force. Dimitri Malfoy. That was his real name. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one. Just Dimitri. A child who was supposed to have died at birth, whose grave was empty, whose entire existence had been erased and replaced with a carefully constructed lie. The room felt too small suddenly, the walls pressing in on him. Harry, no, Dimitri, stumbled backward until his shoulders hit the door, his breathing coming in short, sharp gasps. His hands were shaking, trembling so violently that he had to clench them into fists to make it stop. 16 years of planning. Dumbledore's words echoed in his mind like a death knell. Since the night your parents died, your entire life. Every birthday spent alone in his cupboard. Every Christmas morning watching Dudley unwrap piles of presents while he got nothing. Every beating, every hungry night, every moment he believed himself unwanted and unloved, all of it had been orchestrated. Planned. Necessary for the greater good. No, he whispered to the empty office, his voice cracking. No, no, no. He pushed himself away from the door and began to pace, his movements jerky and desperate. His mind raced through every memory, every interaction with Dumbledore, searching for signs he should have seen. The knowing looks, the careful words, the way the headmaster always seemed to appear just when Harry needed guidance. Guidance that had always led him exactly where Dumbledore wanted him to go. The Dursleys hadn't chosen to abuse him out of cruelty alone. They'd been allowed to. Encouraged, perhaps, by a headmaster who needed Harry broken just enough to be willing to die when the time came. I trusted you, Harry said aloud, his voice growing stronger with each word. I trusted you. He grabbed the nearest object, a delicate silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk, and hurled it across the room. It shattered against the stone wall with a satisfying crash, and suddenly Harry couldn't stop. He swept his arm across the desk, sending papers and quills and more instruments flying. The portraits on the walls began to murmur and call out in alarm, but Harry ignored them. "Shut up!" he roared at them, and they fell silent, cowering in their frames. He sank into Dumbledore's chair, burying his face in his hands. The bond with Draco was thrumming with emotion. Confusion, anger, hurt, and underneath it all, a desperate need for connection. But even knowing his brother was feeling the same turmoil didn't make it better. If anything, it made it worse, because Draco was suffering too, and it was all Harry's fault for being the wrong twin, the one who should have died. No, the thought hit him like a lightning bolt. That wasn't right. Lucius hadn't chosen him to die. He'd chosen him to live. To be hidden, protected, kept safe from Voldemort. The fact that Dumbledore had twisted that protection into abuse didn't change his parents' intentions. His parents. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy were his parents. The people who had raised Draco, who had given him everything Harry had been denied, who had spent 16 years believing their other son was dead. They were alive, and they wanted him back. But did he want them? The question surprised him with its clarity. After everything, after a lifetime of dreaming about parents who would love him, protect him, want him, now that they were here, he wasn't sure. They were strangers. Worse than strangers. They were Death Eaters. They had served Voldemort, the man who had tried to kill him, who had murdered the Potters. How could he just accept that and move on? And yet, the look in Lucius's eyes when he'd learned about the Dursleys, the rage, the protective fury that had radiated from him, that hadn't been fake. That had been a father's love, 16 years too late but real nonetheless. Harry's head was pounding, his thoughts spinning in endless circles that led nowhere but back to pain. He needed air. He needed space. He needed. "I need my friends." The thought came unbidden, desperate and aching. Ron and Hermione. They would understand. They would know what to do. They had always known what to do. But what could he tell them? That everything they'd known about him was a lie? That he wasn't even Harry Potter anymore? That their best friend had been an illusion created by powerful glamours and maintained by the man they'd all trusted most? Harry pushed himself up from the chair, his decision made. He couldn't stay here, couldn't sit in this office surrounded by the remnants of Dumbledore's manipulations. He needed to move, to think, to figure out what came next. The corridors of Hogwarts felt different somehow as he made his way back to the room of requirement. More familiar and yet more foreign than ever before. These halls had been his sanctuary, the first place he'd ever felt at home. But now he wondered how much of that had been real and how much had been carefully constructed to make him feel bonded to the school, to Dumbledore, to his role as the boy who lived. The room of requirement materialized as he approached, configured exactly as he'd left it. A comfortable sitting area with a fireplace, bookshelves, and a bed where he'd been sleeping since his transformation. His sanctuary. His prison. He collapsed onto the sofa, staring into the dying embers of the fire. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the occasional pop and hiss of the logs. He was alone. Completely, utterly alone in a way he'd never been before. Even during his worst moments at the Dursleys, he'd had the identity of Harry Potter to cling to. Now even that was gone. The minutes crawled by, each one heavier than the last. Harry found himself standing, pacing the length of the room like a caged animal. His stress was building with every step, every breath, until he felt like he might explode from the pressure of it all. Where was Draco? His brother had said he would stay for a few days, but Harry hadn't seen him since they'd left Dumbledore's office hours ago. Was he avoiding Harry, regretting the connection they'd formed? Maybe now that the truth was out, Draco realized he didn't want a brother who came with so much baggage, so much danger. The thought sent a spike of panic through Harry's chest. He couldn't lose Draco. Not now. Not when his brother was the only person who truly understood what he was going through. But maybe that was selfish. Maybe Draco deserved better than a brother who was marked for death, who brought nothing but trouble and pain to everyone around him. "Stop it," Harry said aloud, his voice echoing off the walls. Just stop. But he couldn't stop. The thoughts kept coming, faster and more vicious with each passing moment. 16 years of conditioning, of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden, all of it came flooding back with renewed force. Because now he knew it wasn't just the Dursleys' cruelty. It was Dumbledore's plan. He had been designed to feel this way. The rage hit him like a physical force, sudden and overwhelming. Harry let out a wordless shout of fury, his magic exploding outward and shattering every piece of glass in the room. The mirrors, the windows, even the delicate glass ornaments on the mantelpiece, all of it reduced to glittering fragments on the floor. "I'm done," he screamed to the empty room. "I'm done with all of it." He was done hiding. Done caring about secrecy and protection and keeping everyone else safe while he suffered in silence. Done letting other people make decisions about his life, his identity, his future. If Dumbledore wanted to treat him like a weapon, fine. If his biological parents wanted to claim him now after 16 years, fine. If his friends couldn't handle the truth about who he really was, fine. But he was done hiding in this room like a dirty secret. Harry strode to the door, yanked it open, and stepped into the corridor. He didn't care who saw him. He didn't care if someone noticed he looked exactly like Draco Malfoy. He didn't care about anything except the burning need to do something, to take control of at least one small aspect of his life. The Great Hall was bustling with the dinner crowd when Harry arrived. Students sat at their respective house tables, chatting and laughing and living their normal, uncomplicated lives. The sound of their voices, so ordinary and peaceful, only fueled his anger. Without hesitation, Harry walked straight to the Slytherin table. Several heads turned as he approached, and he could feel their eyes on him, but he ignored them all. "Draco." Pansy Parkinson's voice called out, concerned. "Where have you been? You missed potions this afternoon," and Professor Snape was asking. Harry brushed past her without a word, his jaw clenched tight. He couldn't risk speaking, couldn't trust himself not to snap at her or say something that would give him away. "Oi, Malfoy," Crabbe's thick voice rumbled from further down the table. "Where'd you disappear to earlier? Goyle and I were looking for you." Harry didn't even glance in their direction. He reached for a plate, piling food onto it with jerky, aggressive movements. Roast beef, potatoes, vegetables, he didn't care what he was taking. He just needed sustenance, fuel to keep his body functioning while his world fell apart around him. "Draco, what's wrong?" Pansy tried again, her voice softer now, genuinely worried. "You're acting strange. Are you feeling all right?" For a moment, Harry's resolve wavered. Pansy sounded so concerned, so caring. These weren't his friends, but they cared about Draco, and by extension, they cared about him in this moment. It would be so easy to sit down, to pretend everything was normal, to lose himself in their familiar dynamics. But he couldn't. He wouldn't. He was too angry, too raw, too desperate to maintain the careful facade that keeping his secret required. Harry grabbed his plate and turned to leave, but not before he caught sight of the Gryffindor table. Hermione was looking at him with obvious worry, her brown eyes wide and questioning. She knew something was wrong. Of course she did. She knew him better than almost anyone. Their eyes met for just a moment, and Harry saw her start to rise from her seat, probably intending to follow him or try to talk to him. He shook his head almost imperceptibly and looked away, increasing his pace toward the exit. He couldn't deal with Hermione right now. He couldn't deal with her questions and her logic and her attempts to make sense of everything. He just needed to be alone with his anger and his food and his shattered sense of self. The evening air was bitterly cold as Harry made his way outside the castle. Snow had begun to fall again, light flakes that melted as soon as they touched his skin. He should have grabbed a cloak, but he didn't care. The cold felt appropriate somehow, matching the ice that had settled in his chest. He found a secluded spot near the castle wall, far enough from the main entrances to avoid casual foot traffic. The stone was freezing against his back as he slumped down, but Harry barely noticed. He ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, his mind still reeling with everything that had happened. 16 years. The number kept echoing in his head. 16 years of lies, of manipulation, of carefully orchestrated suffering. How many times had Dumbledore sat across from him, dispensing wisdom and guidance, knowing the whole time that Harry was being groomed for slaughter? The food turned to ash in his mouth. Harry pushed the plate away and leaned his head back against the cold stone, closing his eyes. He wished for a warming charm, for a thick cloak, for anything to chase away the chill that seemed to have settled permanently in his bones. As if summoned by his thoughts, he felt a warm presence settle around his shoulders. But before he could process what had happened, rough hands seized him, hauling him to his feet and slamming him back against the castle wall. Time for answers, Malfoy. Harry's eyes snapped open to find Ron Weasley's freckled face inches from his own, twisted with an expression of fury Harry had never seen before. Ron's wand was pressed firmly against Harry's throat, his grip on Harry's robes unforgiving. Ron, what are you? Shut it, Ron snarled, pressing the wand harder against Harry's neck. Hermione told me what you said to her. Told me how you claimed that Harry is your brother now. What kind of sick game are you playing? Harry's heart lurched. Of course, Ron would see him looking like Draco and assume the worst. But with the wand at his throat, Harry could barely breathe, let alone speak. I don't believe any of it, Ron continued, his voice shaking with rage. Not one word. I know you, Malfoy. I know what you're capable of. You're toying with her, aren't you? Playing with her emotions because you think it's funny. Harry's been missing for weeks. Did you really think I'd just believe that he's ill? I'm not an idiot. I'm tired of being played. Ron, please. I said shut it. Ron's magic flared, and Harry could feel the dangerous edge to it, barely controlled. I know you're a right prat, but this is worse than anything you've ever done. You're taking advantage of Hermione's kindness, her loyalty to Harry. You've put some kind of spell on her, haven't you? Made her believe your lies. Harry struggled against Ron's grip, trying to get enough space to speak, to explain. But Ron was stronger than he looked, and the wand at his throat made any sudden movements dangerous. Where's Harry? Ron demanded, his voice rising. What have you done with him? I know you've done something. Harry would never just disappear without telling us. He would never abandon us for you. The words hit Harry like physical blows. Ron's faith in him, his absolute certainty that Harry Potter would never choose Draco Malfoy over his best friends, it was both touching and heartbreaking. Because in Ron's mind, Harry was choosing. He was abandoning them for the enemy. You're lying to Hermione's face, Ron continued, his control slipping further. Manipulating her grief, her worry about Harry. Making her think. Making her believe that somehow you and Harry are connected, that you actually care about him. It's sick, Malfoy. It's the sickest thing you've ever done. Harry tried again to speak, but Ron's wand pressed harder, cutting off his air. Panic began to set in as he realized how far gone Ron was, how much pain and betrayal was driving his former best friend to this point. I should have seen it sooner, Ron muttered, almost to himself. Should have known you were up to something when Hermione started defending you, started saying you'd changed. Nobody changes that much, that fast. Not you. Ron. Harry managed to gasp out, but it was too quiet, too weak. You've done something to Harry, Ron accused, his eyes wild now. Hurt him, or worse. And now you're pretending to be his friend, his brother, to throw us off the scent. Well, it ends now, Malfoy. Tell me where he is, or I swear. Ron, stop. Hermione's voice rang out across the courtyard, sharp and desperate. Harry could see her running toward them, her wand drawn, her hair flying behind her. But Ron didn't seem to hear her. Something had snapped inside him, some final thread of control. His face contorted with rage and grief, and Harry saw the exact moment when his former best friend made a choice that would change everything. Crucio. The unforgivable curse hit Harry like a bolt of liquid fire. Every nerve in his body screamed as he collapsed to the ground, his back arching as wave after wave of agony rolled through him. He was dimly aware of his own voice, hoarse and raw, as he screamed. The pain seemed to last forever, though it could only have been seconds. When it finally stopped, Harry lay gasping on the cold stone, his whole body trembling with aftershocks. Through his blurred vision, he could see Ron standing over him, wand still raised, looking shocked at what he'd done but not backing down. Expelliarmus. Hermione's voice was sharp with fury, but Ron deflected her spell with practiced ease, his training evident even in his emotional state. Stay back, Hermione, he warned, not taking his eyes off Harry. He's dangerous. Whatever spell he's put on you. There's no spell, Hermione shouted, moving closer despite Ron's warning. Ron, please, you have to listen to me. Everything I told you is true. Harry and Draco are twins. They found out through the potions, No, Ron said firmly, raising his free hand toward her off. No, Hermione. You're under a strong spell. A very strong one. The Hermione I know would never believe such rubbish. Would never choose him over Harry. I'm not choosing anyone. Hermione's voice cracked with desperation. Ron, please, just look at him. Really look at him. It's Harry. It's our Harry. But Ron was beyond reasoning. His grief and betrayal had consumed him, twisted his normally loyal heart into something dark and dangerous. Harry could see it in his eyes, the absolute conviction that he was protecting Hermione from a terrible deception, that he was saving her from the enemy who had somehow corrupted her. The sound of rapidly approaching footsteps echoed off the castle walls, and suddenly Draco burst into view, his pale face flushed with exertion and alarm. He took in the scene at a glance. Harry writhing on the ground, Ron standing over him with his wand raised, Hermione pleading desperately, and his expression hardened into something deadly. Get away from him, Draco snarled, his own wand appearing in his hand with fluid grace. Ron's mouth fell open as he stared at Draco in complete shock. His wand hand trembled as his eyes darted between the two identical faces, his mind clearly struggling to process what he was seeing. 2. Ron whispered, his voice barely audible. There's what? The sight of the twins together seemed to break something in Ron's understanding of reality. For a moment, he stood frozen, his wand lowered as he tried to make sense of the impossible. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Weasley. This isn't a game, Draco replied, his voice low and dangerous. Put down your wand and step away from my brother. Your brother. Ron laughed harshly. Right. Pull the other one. But then his training kicked in. Not any special training, but years of fighting dark wizards alongside Harry and Hermione. His wand snapped back up, covering both boys as his expression hardened with renewed determination. I don't know what kind of trick this is, Ron said, his voice shaking but resolute. Polyjuice, or some other dark magic, but what followed was a rapid exchange of spells that Harry could barely track through his pain-hazed vision. Draco and Ron dueled with a ferocity that spoke to years of accumulated hatred, their magic crackling through the air in brilliant flashes of light. Draco was skilled, but Ron had the advantage of desperate fury and years of experience fighting alongside Harry. The duel might have gone on longer if not for Draco's desperate gambit. Instead of trying to disarm Ron, he threw himself bodily at the redhead, accepting a stunner to the shoulder in exchange for knocking Ron's wand from his grip. Both boys crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs, but Draco recovered first, snatching up Ron's wand and scrambling to his feet. You idiot, Draco panted, pointing Ron's wand at him while keeping his own trained on the stunned redhead. You absolute, bloody idiot. Do you have any idea what you just did? He didn't defend himself against an unforgivable curse because he couldn't bear the thought of hurting you. Ron stared between them in confusion and growing horror, still not understanding. Harry struggled to push himself up on his elbows, his body still shaking from the aftereffects of the Crucio. I didn't want to hurt you, Ron, Harry said, his voice hoarse but steady. I know you were defending me, defending Harry. You were protecting Hermione. But everything she told you is true. I'm not Draco. I'm Harry. I know you don't want to believe it. But you see it now. You see both of us. Harry looked over at Draco for emphasis, and Ron's eyes followed the gesture, taking in the impossible sight of two identical Malfoys before him. The words hung in the air between them, but Ron's expression remained skeptical, disbelieving. Harry could see that words alone weren't going to be enough. Ron had convinced himself so thoroughly that this was all an elaborate deception that no amount of explanation would sway him. With tremendous effort, Harry pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly as the world spun around him. Draco moved to steady him, but Harry waved him off. This was something he had to do himself. Harry pulled his own wand from his robes, the same wand he'd chosen not to use against his best friend, even when Ron was torturing him with an unforgivable curse. The familiar holly and phoenix feather felt warm in his palm. Ron's mouth fell open as he stared between the twins, his certainty finally beginning to crack. But Harry could see he still wasn't convinced. Draco was right. There was really only one way to prove his identity beyond any doubt. I hope this will make you believe it's me, Harry said softly, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag sprang from his wand in a burst of warm light, as beautiful and graceful as ever. He pranced around the courtyard for a moment before returning to Harry's side, nuzzling against him with ethereal affection. The effect on Ron was immediate and devastating. All the color drained from his face as he stared at the stag. The Patronus that had guided them on more than one occasion, the silver guardian that only Harry Potter could produce. Harry. Ron's voice was barely a whisper, broken and disbelieving. Harry let the Patronus fade and extended his arms slightly, a gesture of openness and vulnerability that cost him everything he had left. Because there's nothing else I can do to prove it to you, he said simply. The silence that followed was deafening. Ron stood frozen, his eyes darting between Harry and Draco, his mind clearly struggling to process what he was seeing. Hermione remained a few steps away, her face streaked with tears, her wand lowered but still gripped tightly in her shaking hand. And there they were, the battle lines drawn not by house or friendship, but by family and acceptance. On one side stood Ron and Hermione, the friends who had known Harry Potter but were struggling to accept Dimitri Malfoy. On the other stood Harry and Draco, twins united by blood and trauma and the shared weight of impossible truth. Harry felt the divide like a physical pain in his chest, worse than any crucio. The betrayal cut deeper than he'd expected. Ron had used an unforgivable curse on him. Ron, loyal, protective Ron, had tortured him without hesitation, convinced he was doing the right thing. How could they come back from that? How could Harry ever look at his best friend the same way, knowing that Ron was capable of casting Crucio when pushed to his breaking point? How could Ron ever forgive himself for torturing the person he'd been trying to protect? The trust between them felt shattered beyond repair. Harry had always known Ron had a temper, had always known his friend could be jealous and quick to anger. But this was something else entirely. This was a line crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. Come on, Draco said quietly, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Let's go. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. He looked one last time at Ron and Hermione, Ron still staring in shock and dawning horror at what he'd done, Hermione with tears streaming down her face, and then he turned away. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had been broken tonight. Something that might never be repaired. He had gained a brother, but at what cost? Had he lost his best friends in the process? The cold night air bit at his skin, but it was nothing compared to the chill that had settled in his heart. The silence in the room of requirement felt different now, heavier, more final. Harry sat hunched on the edge of the bed, his body still trembling from the aftershocks of the Cruciatus curse. Every muscle ached with a deep, bone-deep pain that made even breathing feel labored. His hands shook as he tried to steady himself, the phantom agony still crackling through his nervous system like lightning trapped under his skin. Draco paced frantically near the fireplace, his identical features twisted with worry and barely contained rage. We need to get you to Pomfrey, he said for the third time, his voice tight with anxiety. Harry, you're shaking. The curse. Merlin knows what damage it's done. You need medical attention. No. Harry's voice came out rougher than intended, strained from the screaming he couldn't quite remember doing. Too risky. If she asks questions. I don't care about the risk. Draco whirled around, his silver eyes blazing. Look at yourself. You can barely sit upright. That bastard Weasley. He cut himself off, running a hand through his hair in agitation. At least let me get you something for the pain. A simple healing potion. I can handle it. Harry forced himself to straighten, though the movement sent fresh waves of pain coursing through his body. It's starting to fade. It was a lie, and they both knew it. The Cruciatus curse left wounds that went deeper than flesh, scars that lingered in the mind and soul long after the physical agony subsided. But Harry couldn't bear the thought of having to explain what happened to Pomfrey, whether she would believe he was Draco, or not. Draco stopped pacing and stared at him. Then we tell Dumbledore. This can't go unreported, Harry. An unforgivable curse was used on Hogwarts grounds. On you. Harry let out a bitter laugh that turned into a wince as his ribs protested. I'm sure he already knows. And even if he doesn't, what's telling him going to prove? Ron thought I was you. The words hung in the air between them like a curse of their own. Draco's face darkened with disbelief. You're defending him. The question came out as barely more than a whisper, but the incredulity in Draco's voice was deafening. No. Harry shook his head slowly, each movement careful and deliberate. I'm stating a fact. He thought I had Hermione under a spell, a curse. He was trying to. No, Harry. Draco's voice cut through his words like a blade. He thought I had Granger under a curse. But either way, he has no right to cast an unforgivable curse at any student. None. There is no justification for what he did. He didn't know. Harry began weakly, but the protest died on his lips. Even he could hear how hollow it sounded. You should be angry, Draco whispered, and Harry could feel the fury radiating from his twin like heat from a fire. You should be absolutely furious. He tortured you, Harry. He looked at what he thought was me and decided I deserved agony. I am angry, Harry said sadly, and the pain in his voice had nothing to do with his physical wounds. The betrayal cut deeper than any curse, the knowledge that Ron, his best friend, his brother in all but blood, had been capable of such cruelty. I am angry, Draco. I'm tired too. Draco seemed to deflate at Harry's tone, the rage in his eyes softening into something like heartbreak. He could see it now. The way Harry's shoulders curved inward as if trying to protect himself from further blows, the careful way he held himself to minimize the pain, the exhaustion that went far beyond physical fatigue. The silence stretched between them again, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and Harry's slightly labored breathing. It was Draco who finally spoke, his voice heavy with reluctance. I should go. They're waiting, he said suddenly, the words seeming to tear themselves from his throat. Mother and father are expecting me this weekend. But after everything that happened tonight, after what Weasley did, he turned to face Harry, his identical features twisted with worry. I can't leave you here alone. Not now. Harry looked up from where he'd been staring at his hands that looked exactly like Draco's, down to the long fingers and pale skin. You have to go, Draco. They need to hear about tonight from you, not from some ministry owl or Dumbledore's carefully worded explanation. Come with me. The words tumbled out of Draco's mouth with desperate urgency. Please, Harry. Just come to the manor. Meet them properly. Let them see you're real, that you're safe. After 16 years of thinking about you, wondering about you, don't you think they deserve that? The invitation hung between them, tempting and terrifying in equal measure. Harry had been wondering what Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy were like as parents, whether they would truly accept him or if their offer was born from guilt and obligation rather than love. But every time he tried to imagine himself at Malfoy Manor, surrounded by portraits of ancestors he'd never known and luxury he'd never experienced, panic seized his chest. I can't, Harry said quietly. Not yet. I need time to think, to figure out what comes next. And you need time with them alone, to explain everything that's happened, to prepare them for whatever I decide. Draco's jaw tightened. Whatever you decide. What do you mean by that? But Harry didn't answer. He couldn't, not when his own thoughts were still so tangled and uncertain. Instead, he stood and walked to the window, looking out at the grounds where Ron had tortured him just hours ago. Go, he said softly. I'll be fine. Hermione will look after me. Will she? Draco's voice carried a note of skepticism. After what her precious Weasley did. After she watched him use an unforgivable on you without lifting a finger to stop him until it was too late. The words hit Harry like a physical blow, because they echoed his own doubts. Hermione had been horrified by Ron's actions, had tried to talk sense into him, but she hadn't acted quickly enough. She'd hesitated, and in that hesitation, Harry had suffered. She was in shock, Harry said, though the defense felt hollow even to his own ears. Draco made a sound of disgust. She was choosing sides. And she chose his. That's not fair, isn't it? Draco moved to stand beside him at the window. She's known Weasley for years. She's seen his temper, his jealousy, his tendency to lash out when he feels threatened. She should have expected this kind of retaliation. Harry wanted to argue, to defend Hermione's actions, but the words wouldn't come. Because part of him, a part he didn't want to acknowledge, agreed with Draco. Hermione should have known how Ron would react. She should have been more careful, more protective of their secret. I should stay, Draco said again, his voice quieter now. Let Father come here if he wants answers. I won't leave you alone with all this. You have to go, Harry repeated, turning to meet his brother's worried gaze. They're your parents too, Draco. They raised you, loved you, gave you everything I never had. You owe them the truth about what happened tonight, about what Ron did. And they need to know that I'm struggling with all of this. Draco searched his face for a long moment, and Harry could see the internal battle playing out behind his silver eyes, the desire to stay and protect, warring with duty and love for the parents who had shaped his life. Then promise me something, Draco said finally. Promise me you won't do anything reckless while I'm gone. No confronting Dumbledore, no dramatic reveals, no putting yourself in danger because you're angry or hurt. Harry felt emotional, but he almost smiled at that. When have I ever done anything reckless? Don't. Draco's expression was deadly serious. Don't joke about this. I can feel your emotions through our bond, remember. I know how much pain you're in, how angry and lost you feel. Promise me you'll wait for me to come back before making any big decisions. It's only a couple days. Just lay low and rest. The request was reasonable, but something rebellious stirred in Harry's chest. He was tired of people making decisions for him, tired of waiting for permission to live his own life. But the genuine worry in Draco's eyes softened his resistance. I promise I won't do anything dangerous, Harry said carefully. But I can't promise I won't think, or plan, or try to figure out what comes next. It wasn't the reassurance Draco wanted, but it seemed to be enough. With obvious reluctance, he gathered his things and prepared to leave for Malfoy Manor. At the last moment, he turned back, his expression vulnerable in a way Harry had never seen before. You're my brother, Draco said simply. Whatever name you choose to use, whatever identity you decide to claim, you're my brother. And I'll stand by whatever choice you make. After Draco left, the room of requirement felt impossibly empty. Harry tried to sleep, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw Ron's face twisted with rage, felt the agony of the Crucio curse burning through his nerves. By dawn, he was exhausted and raw, his emotions scraped thin by hours of churning thoughts. He needed to talk to Hermione. Whatever else had happened, whatever mistakes she'd made, she was still one of the few people who knew the truth about his identity. And despite Draco's harsh words, Harry couldn't quite bring himself to believe that she had chosen Ron over him. She'd been caught in an impossible situation, torn between two people she cared about. Harry found her in the library, hunched over a stack of books with dark circles under her eyes. She looked up when he approached, carefully studying his face. He knew she wasn't sure if he was Draco, or himself. She must have seen something in him. Something that looked familiar, maybe the way he moved, the way his hair looked, a difference in his eyes. Whatever it was, she somehow knew it was him. And at that moment her expression changed and he could see the guilt and worry written plainly across her face. Harry, she breathed, rising from her chair. Are you okay? I mean, physically. The Crucio curse. I'm fine, he cut her off, though they both knew it was a lie. The aftereffects of the unforgivable still lingered in his bones, a dull ache that would fade with time but not quickly. Although he had rested, the effects of the curse lingered. It would be a long time for him to be fine. They sat in silence for several minutes, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. Finally, Hermione spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have stopped him sooner. I should have seen how far gone he was, how angry he was. I failed you. The apology should have made him feel better, but instead, it only highlighted the gulf that had opened between them. You hesitated, Harry said quietly. When you saw him raise his wand, when you heard him cast an unforgivable curse on me, you hesitated. Hermione's face crumpled. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Ron would never. I never thought he would. But he did. Harry's voice was steady, matter of fact. He looked at me, believed I was Draco Malfoy, and decided I deserved to be tortured for daring to claim a connection to Harry Potter. He used an unforgivable curse, Hermione, on someone he thought was an unarmed student. He was trying to protect me, Hermione said desperately. He thought I was under a spell, that you, that Draco, had done something to me. He was trying to save me from what he thought was a terrible deception. And that makes it okay. Harry turned to face her fully, and she flinched at the intensity in his silver eyes. That makes it acceptable for him to torture another person. No, of course not. But Harry, you have to understand. Harry simply shook his head and a long, uncomfortable silence fell between them. I think I'm done being Harry Potter. The words came out of nowhere, surprising even Harry himself. Hermione stared at him in confusion, her mouth slightly open. What do you mean? Harry exhaled slowly, looking out the tall windows at the grounds where students were beginning their Saturday morning activities. Normal students with normal problems, living normal lives that didn't involve curses and prophecies and the constant weight of other people's expectations. I'm tired of being Harry Potter, he said quietly. Tired of the pressure, the stress. It's overwhelming, Hermione. Every day, every decision, every relationship, all of it filtered through this identity that was built on lies and manipulation. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the symbol of hope for the wizarding world. I never asked for any of it. Hermione's brow furrowed as she processed his words. She was intelligent enough to understand what he was feeling, even if she didn't agree with his conclusion. I think I'm ready to be Dimitri Malfoy, Harry continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. Harry, what do you mean by that? Confusion was written across Hermione's face. You can't just change who you are. Can't I? Harry turned back to her, his expression serious. I've been thinking about it all night, Hermione. What if there was a way to bring Draco Malfoy's twin brother, Dimitri Malfoy, out of hiding? We could create a story. Say that I was sent away as a baby, hidden at Durmstrang or some other school to keep me safe from Voldemort. Now, with the war escalating, my parents decided it was time to reunite the family, to bring me to Hogwarts where I could be protected. Hermione stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. Harry, you're not thinking clearly. That's completely insane. Is it? Harry leaned forward, warming to his theme. Think about it logically. The glamours that hid my true appearance are broken. I look exactly like Draco now, there's no hiding that. We could say Dimitri kept quiet at Durmstrang. He didn't attract a lot of attention. We could say he used another last name for safety, or we could just say he did use the Malfoy name, either way. Draco wouldn't even need to lie. He could just say that his brother went to a different school, it was a family choice. Who cares what other people think? But Harry, the logistics alone. We'd need documentation, yes. Transfer records from Durmstrang, a backstory that holds up to scrutiny. But it's not impossible, especially with the Malfoy family's influence and connections. They could arrange the paperwork, create a convincing history. Hermione shook her head vigorously. This is madness. You can't just abandon your identity because you're hurt and angry. I'm not abandoning anything, Harry said firmly. I'm choosing something. For the first time in my life, I'm making a choice about who I want to be instead of accepting what others have decided for me. But what about your friends? What about Ron and me? What about Ron? Harry's voice turned cold. Ron, who tortured me with an unforgivable curse because he couldn't accept that his best friend might be connected to a Slytherin. Ron, who was so convinced that I could never change, never grow, never form new relationships, that he was willing to use dark magic on an unarmed student. Harry, please. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be. But Ron was trying to protect me. He thought I was in danger, that I was being manipulated. And I'm angry about that too. Harry's words came out sharper than intended, and Hermione flinched. I'm angry that he thought so little of your intelligence, your judgment, that he believed you could be so easily fooled. I'm angry that his first instinct was violence instead of conversation. And I'm angry that you're defending him. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but Harry couldn't bring himself to comfort her. The hurt was too fresh, the betrayal too raw. I want to still be friends with you, Hermione, Harry said more gently. But I'm so angry with Ron that I don't know if I can ever get past what he did. Every time I look at him, I'll remember the feeling of that curse tearing through my body. I'll remember the look in his eyes when he decided I deserved to suffer. Harry. Do you know that in first year, the sorting had almost put me in Slytherin? Harry changed the subject abruptly, his voice taking on amusing quality. It told me I could be great there, that Slytherin would help me on the way to greatness. But I begged it not to put me there, because all I knew about Slytherin was that it was the house of dark wizards and Death Eaters. Hermione nodded slowly. You told Ron and me about that after second year, when everyone thought you were Slytherin's heir. It all makes sense now, Harry continued. The hat saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. It saw Dimitri Malfoy, the Slytherin twin who had been hidden away and replaced with a Gryffindor persona. I should have seen the signs. I've always been drawn to power and ambition despite trying to suppress those instincts. Those traits don't make you a different person, Hermione argued. They're part of who you are, Harry Potter, the boy who chose to be good despite having the capacity for darkness. But what if I don't want to be Harry Potter anymore? The question hung in the air between them, heavy with possibility and loss. What if I want to be Dimitri Malfoy, who has a family that wants him, parents who would fight to protect him, a brother who understands him? What if I'm ready for that, even if it's risky? Hermione was quiet for a long moment, processing his words. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and uncertain. Is that really what you want? To just start over? To become someone else entirely? Harry considered the question seriously. I don't even know my parents, he admitted. I'm still just beginning to know Draco. But yes, I think I'm ready for the change. I'm ready for a family, even if it comes with dangers. Even if Voldemort wants me. Harry, you know who. I'm safe at Hogwarts, Harry interrupted. And my family will protect me from Voldemort. You should have seen Lucius when he found out about the Dursleys, Hermione. The rage, the protective fury, that was a father's love. He stood up to Dumbledore, defended me against the manipulations that shaped my entire life. He'll defend me against Voldemort too. Hermione looked skeptical. Lucius Malfoy is a Death Eater, Harry. You can't trust. Look at me, Hermione. You forget. He's also my father, Harry said firmly, reminding her that he was no longer the familiar dark-headed boy with green eyes and glasses. Instead, in his place was a tall young man with platinum blonde hair and bright silver eyes. This is who I am. I'm a Malfoy now. Everything's changed. And whatever else he's done, whatever mistakes he's made, he didn't know I endured. Now that he does, he'll move heaven and earth to protect me. I can feel it. But what about Harry Potter? Hermione asked, her voice almost a whisper. If you become Dimitri Malfoy, what happens to Harry Potter? The wizarding world needs him. The war. That's the brilliant part, Harry said, his eyes lighting up with the first genuine enthusiasm Hermione had seen from him since the revelation of his identity. Harry Potter needs to be seen in public with both Malfoy twins at the same time. During a major event, like the next Hogwarts feast or maybe even at the upcoming sorting ceremony if we can arrange it. We'd need someone to use Polyjuice Potion to become the Harry Potter that I used to be, just long enough for people to see him standing beside Draco and Dimitri. Hermione's analytical mind immediately began picking apart the plan. That's incredibly complicated and risky. The transformation would have to be perfect, and we'd need someone who knows you well enough to convincingly portray Harry Potter in public. And what about after? What happens when the polyjuice wears off? We'd figure that out, Harry said with a wave of his hand. The important thing is establishing that Harry Potter and Dimitri Malfoy are two different people. After that, we could use Harry's disappearance strategically. What do you mean? Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. I haven't thought it all through yet, but what if we used Harry Potter's disappearance as a weapon against Voldemort? Let him think his greatest enemy has vanished, gone into hiding or been captured by his followers. Meanwhile, Dimitri Malfoy continues his education at Hogwarts, protected by his family's name and status. Hermione stared at him as if he'd completely lost his mind. Harry, this is insane. The plan doesn't make any sense. You're talking about abandoning everything, your friends, your identity, your entire life, because you're hurt and angry. This isn't rational thinking. This is you going off the rails. The accusation stung, but Harry pressed on. Listen to me, Hermione. Really listen. I can't remain Harry Potter anymore. It's impossible. And anyway, Voldemort will still want me. I'll have no support, no family backing me up, no one who truly understands what I'm going through. I'll be the same isolated, manipulated weapon that Dumbledore spent 16 years creating. Or. He paused, his gray eyes meeting her eyes directly. Or I can be Dimitri Malfoy. Voldemort doesn't know that Dimitri is actually Harry Potter. He has no idea that his greatest enemy has been hiding in plain sight as a Malfoy heir. He won't see any of this coming, and when he does come for me, because eventually he will, I'll be ready. We can fight him properly this time, with family support, with allies he doesn't expect, with strategies he can't anticipate. But Harry, the prophecy. I'm tired of worrying about the prophecy, Harry said, exhaustion creeping into his voice. Prophecy or not, the time is coming for me to fight Voldemort. I've always known that, but now I have a choice about how I face that fight. I can go into it as Harry Potter, the isolated boy who's been groomed for sacrifice, or I can fight as Dimitri Malfoy, with a family at my back and the element of surprise on my side. He leaned forward, his voice growing more passionate. Don't you see? For the first time in my life, I have a fighting chance. I have people who want to protect me not because of what I represent or what I can do for them, but because they love me. Because I'm their son, their brother. That changes everything. Hermione was quiet for a long time, her brilliant mind working through the implications of what Harry was proposing. When she finally spoke, her voice was heavy with concern. I think you're making this decision from a place of pain and anger, not rational thought. What happened with Ron was terrible, and I understand why you're hurt. But throwing away your entire identity. I'm not throwing anything away, Harry interrupted. I'm choosing something better. Something that gives me power and agency instead of just making me a pawn in other people's games. And what if you're wrong? What if the Malfoys can't protect you? What if Voldemort sees through the deception? What if? Then I'll face whatever comes, Harry said simply. But at least I'll face it as myself, on my own terms, with people who care about me fighting beside me. Hermione studied his face for a long moment, seeing the determination there, the desperate hope mixed with pain and anger. Finally, she sighed. It's a complicated plan. Dangerous. There are so many things that could go wrong. But you'll help me? Harry asked, hardly daring to hope. I don't like it, Hermione said slowly. I think you're making a mistake. But I can see that you're not going to be talked out of this. And if you're determined to go through with it, then yes. I'll help you. Because despite everything that's happened, despite all the confusion and pain, you're still my friend. Whether you're Harry Potter or Dimitri Malfoy or anyone else, you're still the person who saved my life countless times, who stood by me when no one else would. The relief that flooded through Harry was overwhelming. He'd been so afraid that Hermione would abandon him too, would choose Ron's version of events over his need to forge a new path. Thank you, he said quietly. But Harry, Hermione's voice was serious. Promise me something. Promise me that you'll think about this carefully before you commit to anything permanent. This isn't just about changing your name or transferring schools. You're talking about abandoning an identity that people have built their hopes around, that the resistance against Voldemort depends on. There will be consequences. Harry nodded slowly. I know. But those consequences aren't my responsibility anymore. I didn't ask to be a symbol, didn't choose to carry other people's hopes and fears. If the wizarding world can't survive without Harry Potter, then maybe it doesn't deserve to. The words were harsh, but Hermione could hear the years of pain and frustration behind them. She reached out and took his hand, squeezing gently. Whatever you decide, she said softly, whatever name you choose to use, whatever path you choose to walk, I'll be there for you. Not as someone following the boy who lived, but as someone who cares about you for who you are. For the first time since the confrontation with Ron, Harry smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, but it was genuine. That's all I've ever wanted, he said. To be cared about for who I am, not what I'm supposed to be. As they sat together in the quiet library, surrounded by books filled with knowledge and possibilities, Harry felt something shift inside him. The fear and uncertainty were still there, but underneath them was something new, hope. For the first time in his life, he was making a choice about his own identity, his own future. Whether he remained Harry Potter or became Dimitri Malfoy, whether he stayed in Gryffindor or transferred to Slytherin, whether he fought Voldemort as the boy who lived or as something entirely new, it would be his choice. For once, he will have the choice. The room of requirement felt different when Draco returned from Malfoy Manor. The space, which had become Harry's sanctuary over the past few days, suddenly seemed smaller with both twins occupying it. Harry looked up from the ancient text he'd been pretending to read, anything to distract himself from the churning thoughts about his future, and felt relief at seeing his brother's familiar face as he walked through the door. "Same place I left you," were the first words out of Draco's mouth as he dropped his travel bag near the door. "Thanks for the warm greeting," Harry replied dryly, but he was relieved to see Draco back safe. "How did it go with our parents?" Draco's expression darkened immediately. "They're furious. Not at you," he added quickly when he saw Harry tense. "At Weasley. Mother actually hexed a portrait when I told her about the Crucio curse. Father, well, let's just say Ron Weasley is very lucky he's at Hogwarts and not somewhere the Malfoy family can reach him." Despite everything, Harry felt a warm flutter in his chest at the idea of Narcissa and Lucius being protective of him. It was such a foreign concept. Parents who would be angry on his behalf, who would want to defend him from harm. "And they want to meet you, properly," Draco continued, settling into the chair across from Harry. "Mother was disappointed that you weren't with me when I returned. She's been planning how to redecorate the guest room, well, your room, since I told her the truth about who you really are." Harry swallowed hard. The idea of having his own room in a real family home was both thrilling and terrifying. "Draco, I've been thinking." "That's never a good sign," Draco interrupted with a wry smile, but his expression grew serious when he saw the determined look on Harry's face. "What's going on?" "I want to come back after Christmas break as Dimitri Malfoy," Harry said in a rush, the words tumbling out before he could lose his nerve. "I'm tired of hiding, tired of living this double life. I want to be myself, my real self, openly." The silence that followed was deafening. Draco stared at him as if he'd grown a second head, his silver eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you completely lost your mind?" Draco finally managed, his voice rising. "Harry, that's not just dangerous, it's completely mental. You want to waltz back into Hogwarts as a previously unknown Malfoy heir. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos that would cause?" "It's not mental," Harry protested, leaning forward. "It's logical. The glamours are broken. I can't hide what I look like anymore. We can't keep hiding this. I can't continue creeping around the castle forever. People are going to notice eventually. But this, being open about it, gives us control over the narrative instead of waiting for someone else to figure it out." Draco stood up abruptly, beginning to pace the room with sharp, agitated movements. "No, Harry, no. This is you making impulsive decisions because you're hurt and angry. This is you trying to run away from your problems instead of dealing with them." "I'm not running away from anything," Harry said hotly. "I'm running toward something. Toward a family. Toward people who actually want me." "And what about the rest of the wizarding world?" Draco whirled around to face him. "What about all the people counting on Harry Potter to defeat you-know-who? You're just going to abandon them because Weasley was an ass." The accusation stung, but Harry had been expecting it. "Those people never asked me what I wanted. They just assumed I'd be willing to sacrifice everything for them. And I have sacrificed. For 16 years of sacrificed. I'm willing to fight against Voldemort, but I'm tired of fighting alone. I will fight Voldemort, but only when it's the right time. It's time that I make decisions on my own and for myself. Tired of letting everyone else around me make decisions, even you." "Listen to yourself," Draco said, his voice dripping with disdain. "You sound like a petulant child throwing a tantrum because life isn't fair. Guess what, Harry, life isn't fair for any of us. But that doesn't mean we get to just abandon our responsibilities." "My responsibilities?" Harry shot to his feet, anger flaring in his chest. "I was 11 years old when they decided I was responsible for defeating the most powerful dark wizard in a century. I was a child, Draco. I never got to choose any of this. And now you're 16, and you're still acting like a child, Draco snapped back. This isn't some game where you get to just change the rules when you don't like how things are going. This is war, Harry. People will die if you just disappear. If you've forgotten, you're Harry Potter. People are already dying, Harry shouted, his magic crackling around him in response to his emotional turmoil. People have been dying for years while I've been playing the part of the perfect little weapon Dumbledore created. At least this way, I might actually have a chance of winning. Draco paused his pacing, something in Harry's tone giving him pause. What do you mean? Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself enough to explain rationally. Think about it, Draco. Right now, Voldemort knows exactly what to expect from Harry Potter. He knows my friends, my weaknesses, my patterns. He's been planning around Harry Potter for months. But Dimitri Malfoy, that's an unknown variable. That's someone he won't see coming. Draco sat down heavily, his anger giving way to reluctant consideration. That's actually not completely insane reasoning. Thank you for that ringing endorsement, Harry said sarcastically. But it's still mostly insane, Draco continued, shooting him a sharp look. The specifics of something so complicated would be a nightmare. Documentation, backstory, convincing the entire school that a previously unknown Malfoy heir just happened to transfer in the middle of the year. Who is going to believe this? We could make it work. You will have to convince them, Harry insisted. Say I was at Durmstrang, keeping a low profile to avoid being targeted because of the family name. With the war escalating, our parents decided it was safer to have me at Hogwarts where I could be better protected. But I've never mentioned having a brother, let alone a twin. They're going to be in shock. No, disbelief. Draco reminded him. Let them, Harry said slowly, firmly, let them be in shock, Draco. You're a Malfoy, are you not? Make them believe it. Draco was quiet for several minutes, clearly thinking through the implications. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. Even if we could pull off the deception, and that's a massive if, what happens when you know who figures out that his greatest enemy just became a member of one of his most loyal families? He'll come for all of us, Harry. Mother, father, me, everyone will be in danger because of your choice. In all his planning and scheming, he hadn't fully considered how his decision might put the rest of his newfound family at risk. But even as guilt twisted in his stomach, he found himself unable to back down. They're already in danger, he said quietly. Your father is a Death Eater, Draco. Voldemort doesn't exactly have a good track record of keeping his followers' families safe. At least this way, when he comes for us, we'll be ready. And what if we can play him? Draco's brows rose. Play him. What if we make him believe that the twin he wanted is back in support of him? Harry, you're mental. Draco suddenly expelled a breath and covered up his forehead with his hand. We need to get close to him without him murdering either one of us. What if we acted like it was all on purpose? Draco kept shaking his head. You think that idea will never work. It could work. Our father is still a Death Eater, right? And Voldemort wanted you to join the cause when you were of age, right? Draco refused to answer. What if we make Voldemort believe that this was all done on purpose? The timing, the waiting, all of it. It was to wait for the perfect time for the Malfoy family to show allegiance. Fake allegiance, of course, but allegiance, Harry said, the idea building in his mind. He got up and started pacing, putting it all together in his mind. Maybe father was scared at first of joining Voldemort. He only did it out of necessity when he was younger. He put Dimitri into hiding and it was wrong, but now he's bringing him out because he wants his boys to both join the Dark Lord's cause. This is insane, Draco interrupted. And when the time is right, when we're both there, we can fight him, use our twin magic. We can defeat him, Draco. We don't even know if our magic is strong enough, Draco said, warily. We've been researching and I know you've seen it in the books. That twin magic is stronger than any other magic. When the connection is made, it enhances the magic that both users already have. I've felt the magic. I can feel that I'm stronger than I was before, massively stronger. I know it's crazy. I know it's mental, but I feel like it's right. Harry, Draco began, but seemed to not know what to say. There's still time to figure all this out. Maybe we can plan it out. Make it work. We just have to make Voldemort believe it. You want to join the Dark Lord's cause in order to beat him. Snape's been doing it for years, not necessarily to beat him, but to spy on him. You know about that? Draco asked carefully. Harry furrowed his brows. Please, Draco. Of course I know about that. Draco studied his face for a long moment, seeming to weigh Harry's words against his own fears. Finally, he sighed deeply. You're not going to let this go, are you? You're absolutely determined to go through with this madness. Yes, Harry said simply. Then we do it properly, Draco said, his voice taking on the authoritative tone Harry was beginning to recognize as purely Malfoy. We don't make any moves until after Christmas, and only with Mother and Father's explicit permission and support. This isn't just about you, Harry. If we're going to put the family name and reputation at risk, they need to be involved in the decision. Harry felt a surge of hope mixed with trepidation. You'll support me. I think you're making a potentially catastrophic mistake, Draco said bluntly. But you're my brother. If you're determined to do this, then I'll help you do it right. The relief that flooded through Harry was almost overwhelming. Having Draco's support, even reluctant support, made the impossible seem almost manageable. There's something else, Draco continued, his tone becoming non-negotiable. You're coming home with me for Christmas. Draco, I don't think I'm ready. I don't care if you think you're ready or not, Draco interrupted firmly. Mother was devastated when I came home without you. She spent the entire weekend asking questions about you, what you like to eat, what colors you prefer, whether you need new clothes. She's already having the house elves prepare your room, Harry. She needs to see that you're real, that you're safe, that you're part of this family. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Draco held up a hand to stop him. And Father, he's been different since learning the truth. Quieter, more thoughtful. I think he's been carrying guilt about your childhood for years without even knowing why. He needs this too, Harry. They both do. The earnestness in Draco's voice made it impossible for Harry to refuse. Despite his fears about fitting in with a family he barely knew, despite his anxiety about spending the holidays in a house filled with dark artifacts and Death Eater history, he found himself nodding. I want you to spend Christmas with me at Malfoy Manor, Draco said, his voice softer now. Not because you have to, but because I want my brother there. Because for the first time in 16 years, our family will be complete. All right, Harry said quietly. I'll come. Over the next few days, as they prepared for the holiday break, Harry found himself falling into a routine that was both necessary and exhausting. Using what little hair he had managed to collect from his old appearance, he brewed careful doses of polyjuice potion that allowed him to occasionally appear as Harry Potter around the castle just enough times so that his classmates could claim that he was there, that he had been recovering from his illness. It was during one of these transformations that he encountered Ron in the corridor outside the Great Hall. The red-haired boy stopped dead when he saw Harry, his face cycling through confusion, relief, and then something that looked almost like panic. Harry. Ron's voice was barely above a whisper. But I mean, the other day. Relax, Ron, Harry said, his voice carefully neutral. It's polyjuice potion. Temporary transformation to maintain appearances. Ron's face flushed red. So are you. You're really a Malfoy. I'm still the same person you tortured with an unforgivable curse, Harry replied coolly. Whether I'm Harry Potter or Dimitri Malfoy doesn't change the fact that you decided I deserved to suffer. Harry, please, you have to understand. I don't have to understand anything, Harry cut him off. But yes, I'm a Malfoy. Draco's identical twin brother, to be exact. And before you ask, no, I'm not under any spells or enchantments. I'm making my own choices. Ron looked like he was going to be sick. This is just temporary though, right? You're just figuring things out. You'll come back to being Harry Potter properly. Harry studied his former best friend's face, seeing the desperate hope there, the need for things to return to normal. For a moment, he almost felt sorry for Ron. This is temporary, Harry said finally. But not in the way you think. I won't be doing this much longer, just enough to get us through the holidays. After that, he shrugged. After that, things are going to change. He walked away before Ron could respond, leaving the other boy standing in the corridor with his mouth hanging open. Later that evening, after the polyjuice had worn off and while donning one of Draco's Slytherin robes, Harry found Hermione in the library deeply concentrating on her thick text in front of her. He hadn't meant to sneak up on her, but it was apparent that she had not been anticipating him visiting her. I need someone to use Polyjuice Potion to appear as Harry Potter when I'm revealed as Dimitri, he told her, startling her. Hermione jumped slightly and looked around quickly, pursed her lips, still shocked to see someone that resembled Draco Malfoy so well standing before her. Sorry, Harry apologized, noting the quick scare. You have to remember that you don't look like you used to, she whispered in a high voice, still have to get used to a Slytherin talking to me. I'm not a Slytherin, Harry reminded her, but noted that she was staring at the insignia on his robes. She sighed and Harry continued, I need someone to use Polyjuice to be me so that he, aka Harry Potter, can be seen with both of the Malfoy twins so people see that we're different people. Hermione set down her quill and her ancient runes homework with a troubled expression. Harry, I really don't like this plan. It's complicated, dangerous, and there are too many ways it could go wrong. But you'll do it? Harry asked hopefully. Me? She asked. It has to be someone I can trust, and there's a short list of people right now, Harry admitted. She was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with her conscience. Finally, she sighed. I don't like the idea, but I'll look into it for you, Harry. You're right that we need someone who knows you well enough to convincingly portray Harry Potter in public. But I want it on record that I think this is a terrible idea. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. You really are the best person for this, Hermione. I know it's a lot to ask. It is, she agreed. But that's what friends do for each other, even when they think their friends are making catastrophic mistakes. The conversation with Professor Snape was significantly less pleasant. Harry and Draco had requested a meeting with their former potions professor to discuss both Harry's periodic appearances around the castle and their plans for the post-holiday reveal, as well as their rather dramatic plan to fool Voldemort into believing that the Malfoys were still on Voldemort's side. Snape listened to the twins' explanation with an increasingly dark expression. Let me see if I understand this correctly, Snape said when they finished, his voice dripping with disdain. Potter wishes to abandon the identity that the entire wizarding world is depending on to defeat the Dark Lord, assume the identity of a previously unknown Malfoy heir, and somehow convince the school that this is perfectly normal and not at all suspicious. When you put it like that, it sounds unreasonable, Harry admitted, and then added, and you forgot the part where the Malfoy twins are going to defeat Voldemort. Snape gave him a rocky expression and frowned deeply. Because it is unreasonable, Snape snapped. It's not just unreasonable, Potter, it's the most spectacular display of arrogant stupidity I've ever witnessed, and I've been teaching Gryffindors for 16 years. Professor, Draco began diplomatically, but Harry cut him off. I'm doing this whether you like it or not, Harry said firmly, meeting Snape's black stare without flinching. Professor, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm asking for your discretion while I prepare. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. And if I refuse to provide that discretion, then you'll be explaining to Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy why you endangered their son's safety and mental health by forcing him to continue living a lie that's destroying him, Harry replied coolly, and you can explain to Dumbledore why you're not allowing the boy who lived to defeat Voldemort for good. The threat hung in the air between them. Harry realized that maybe for the first time he sounded more like a Malfoy than he'd ever care to admit. Snape's expression darkened further, but Harry could see the moment when the professor realized he was backed into a corner. You're taking an enormous risk, Snape said finally. Not just with your own safety, but with the safety of everyone around you. I know, Harry replied simply. Snape turned his attention to Draco, who had remained silent during the exchange. And you support this madness? Draco sighed deeply. I think it's dangerous and potentially disastrous. But he's my brother, and I now know that he's not going to be talked out of it. So yes, I support him. You have the most witless brother on the planet, Snape muttered, but there was something almost fond in his tone. Very well. I'll ensure that your periodic appearances as Potter don't attract unwanted attention from the other professors. But mark my words, when this inevitably goes wrong, don't come crying to me. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. Don't thank me yet, Snape replied grimly. You have no idea what you're walking into. As the days passed and Christmas break approached, Harry found himself increasingly nervous about the prospect of spending the holidays at Malfoy Manor. He'd never had a real family Christmas, never experienced what it was like to be wanted and welcomed during the holidays instead of merely tolerated. The night before they were scheduled to leave, Harry lay awake in the room of requirement, staring at the ceiling and trying to calm his racing thoughts. Tomorrow, he would step into a world he'd only ever seen from the outside, a world of wealth and privilege and family connections that he'd spent years viewing as enemy territory. But more than that, tomorrow he would begin the process of becoming Dimitri Malfoy in earnest. Not just in appearance, but in truth. He would learn what it meant to be a son to Lucius and Narcissa, a brother to Draco, an heir to a family with centuries of history and tradition. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was the beginning of something entirely new. Are you ready for this? Draco asked that evening. Harry turned to look at his brother, identical in every way except for the confidence that came from a lifetime of knowing exactly who he was and where he belonged. No, Harry answered honestly. But I'm doing it anyway. That's very Gryffindor of you, Draco said with a slight smile. Are very Slytherin, Harry countered. Ambitious enough to reach for what I want, cunning enough to plan how to get it. Maybe you're both, Draco suggested. Maybe that's what makes you unique. As Harry finally drifted off to sleep, his last coherent thought was that maybe, for the first time in his life, being unique might actually be a good thing. Tomorrow, he would begin learning what it meant to be a Malfoy. Tomorrow, he would start building the foundation for Dimitri's life. Tomorrow, everything would change. The morning light filtering through the room of requirements conjured windows felt different somehow. Softer, more hesitant, as if it too was uncertain about what the day would bring. Harry had been awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and lay there listening, waiting. His packed bag sat at the foot of his bed, small and pathetic looking. 16 years of life reduced to a handful of belongings that weren't even truly his. The sound of movement made him turn his head. Draco had arrived into the room of requirement, running his hands through his platinum hair in a gesture that Harry was beginning to recognize as nervous habit, one they apparently shared. Morning, Draco said quietly, his voice still sounded tired from sleep. Morning, Harry replied, sitting up in his bed and stretching, his back cracking. Today's the day. Second thoughts? Draco asked, studying Harry's face carefully as he walked in and hovered near Harry's bed. Harry considered the question seriously. Was he having second thoughts? The terror was certainly there, a cold knot in his stomach that had been growing larger with each passing hour. But underneath the fear was something else, anticipation, maybe even excitement. No, he said finally. No second thoughts. Just nerves. Draco nodded, seeming to understand. I need to leave soon. The train leaves at 11, and Mother will have my head if I'm late. Right, Harry said, though the thought of being left alone for several hours before his own departure made the knot in his stomach tighten. About that, Draco continued, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. Someone will come to collect you later. To help you apparate to the manor. Someone, Harry repeated, sensing there was more to this than Draco was letting on. Draco sighed, running his hand through his hair again. A teacher. Someone who knows about us. Someone we can trust. Harry waited, watching as his brother clearly wrestled with something. Finally, Draco's shoulders sagged in defeat. It's Snape, he admitted reluctantly. Snape. Harry felt his eyebrows shoot up. You want Snape to escort me to your family home for Christmas dinner. He's the only teacher we can fully trust with this, Draco said defensively. Anyway, Snape already knows, he's agreed to help, and he has a complicated relationship with our family that makes him the safest choice. Harry considered this, finding the logic sound even if the prospect of spending time alone with Snape was less than appealing. And Dumbledore knows we're both leaving for the holidays to Malfoy Manor, Draco said carefully. But he's choosing not to get involved. Apparently, he thinks we need space to figure things out on our own. There was something bitter in Draco's tone that suggested he wasn't entirely convinced of Dumbledore's benevolent intentions. That's surprisingly reasonable of him, Harry said, though he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the headmaster's hands-off approach than simple consideration for their emotional well-being. Don't get too comfortable with it, Draco warned. I doubt his restraint will last forever. They finished getting ready in relative silence, both lost in their own thoughts. When Draco was fully dressed and had shouldered his own travel bag, he turned to face Harry with an expression that was equal parts excitement and concern. This is it, he said simply. For a moment, they just looked at each other, two boys who had spent most of their lives as enemies, now bound together by blood and circumstance and a shared determination to rewrite their stories. I'll see you at home, Draco said, and the word, home, carried a weight that made Harry's chest tighten. See you at home, Harry replied, testing the words on his tongue. They felt strange but not unpleasant. After Draco left, Harry found himself alone with his thoughts for the first time in days. The room of requirement seemed larger without his brother's presence, more echoing and empty. He tried reading, tried pacing, tried meditation techniques Hermione had taught him, but nothing could quiet the constant churn of anxiety and anticipation in his chest. When the knock finally came at the door several hours later, Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. He opened it to find Professor Snape standing in the corridor, dressed in his usual black robes and wearing his usual expression of general displeasure with the world. Potter, Snape said curtly. Professor, Harry replied, grabbing his bag and stepping out into the corridor. They walked in silence through the castle, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The halls were largely empty. Most students had already departed for the holidays, leaving Hogwarts feeling hollow and abandoned. Harry found himself studying Snape's profile as they walked, wondering what the man was thinking, what he knew, what he had always known. Their destination turned out to be the potions classroom, which was dark and cold and smelled faintly of sulfur and preservatives. Snape waved his wand to light the torches, casting dancing shadows across the walls lined with jars of mysterious ingredients. Sir, Harry said quietly as Snape moved to secure the door behind them. How long have you known? Snape paused, his hand still on the door handle. When he turned to face Harry, his expression was unreadable. Known what, specifically? He asked, though his tone suggested he knew exactly what Harry was asking. About us. About me and Draco being twins. Snape was quiet for a long moment, studying Harry's face with those dark, penetrating eyes. Finally, he sighed, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. I've known about the adoption since you were an infant, he said simply. Lucius and Narcissa chose to tell me. But I hadn't known they had given you to the Potters until rather recently. Harry felt his heart rate pick up. Recently? How recently? But how could you have known when we didn't even know? Snape replied, the potion confirmed my suspicions. I've been suspicious for the past couple of years. There were unusual nuances. Odd expressions that you would make that reminded me of Lucius, not even necessarily of Draco. And the strange relationship you had with your brother, it was almost as if fate kept pulling you closer together. Harry frowned, trying to understand. What do you mean? You hated each other, Snape continued, but you were always around each other. Like a force was drawing you together, even when logic and circumstance suggested you should stay apart. In 6 years at this school, how many times did you and Draco Malfoy end up in situations together that had nothing to do with house rivalry or coincidence? How many times did you seek each other out, even when it would have been easier to avoid conflict? Harry had never considered it. He thought back over the years. The confrontations in corridors, the way they always seemed to end up partners in classes despite Snape's supposed favoritism toward Slytherin, the strange moments of understanding that had passed between them even in the midst of their worst fights. Harry started, then stopped. He didn't know what to say. Magic recognizes magic, Snape said quietly. Blood calls to blood. Your souls knew what your minds had been prevented from understanding. Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes, though he couldn't have said whether they were from sadness or relief or something else entirely. Prepare yourself for apparition, Snape said, his voice returning to its usual clipped professionalism. "Side along is unpleasant under the best of circumstances, and the wards around Malfoy Manor make it particularly intense." Harry nodded, shouldering his bag and moving to stand beside his professor. But before Snape could initiate the spell, the older man spoke again. "Don't be too hard on your parents," he said quietly. "They didn't know you were given to the Potters. They didn't know any of it." Harry looked up at him, surprised by the gentleness in his tone. "Enjoy your holiday." Snape paused, meeting Harry's eyes directly. "Mr. Malfoy." The world twisted around them, pressing in from all sides with a sensation like being forced through a tube far too small for a human body. Harry felt his stomach lurch, his vision blur, his ears pop, and then suddenly they were standing in snow up to their ankles, cold air biting at his face and hands. Snape was gone. Harry stood alone in the falling snow, looking up at the imposing gates of Malfoy Manor. The ironwork was intricate and beautiful and somehow menacing, twisted into patterns that seemed to shift and change in his peripheral vision. Beyond the gates, he could see the manor itself, larger than he had expected, all dark stone and tall windows that reflected the gray winter sky. The snow was falling heavily, thick flakes that clung to his eyelashes and melted on his cheeks. He pulled Draco's borrowed Slytherin cloak tighter around his shoulders, grateful for the warmth but acutely aware of how foreign the green and silver felt against his skin. "You a Slytherin now?" Harry squinted and saw Draco approaching through the falling snow, his own cloak whipping around him in the wind. His brother's cheeks were flushed with cold, his platinum hair dark with snowmelt, but he was grinning. "Bloody cold out here," Harry replied, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Draco laughed, the sound carrying clearly in the winter quiet. He raised one hand as he drew closer to the gates. "Feel the wards." Harry paused, extending his magical senses cautiously. Immediately, he was overwhelmed by the complexity of what surrounded them, layers upon layers of protective magic, some old and some new, some subtle and some as powerful as physical walls. The magic seemed to hum and pulse around the manor grounds, weaving in and around the gates like living things. "Yes," he said, awed despite himself. "This is your moment," Draco said, his expression growing serious. "Your final moment to determine if you're truly my brother. Blood wards will make your blood boil from the inside out. That is, if you're not a Malfoy by blood or someone very specially invited into our home, like my mother." Harry felt his face pale, nervous energy shooting through him like electricity. The rational part of his mind knew that the potions had already confirmed their relationship, that the physical evidence was overwhelming, but standing here at the threshold of the Malfoy family home, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of doubt. "Nervous, Potter?" Draco asked, though there was no malice in his tone, just gentle teasing. Harry straightened his shoulders, drawing on reserves of Gryffindor courage he hadn't known he still possessed. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Never, Malfoy." Draco grinned at that, his gray eyes sparkling with something that looked like pride. "Put your hand against mine." Harry stepped forward, extending his hand to press palm to palm with his brother's. The moment their skin made contact, he felt it, a strange tingle, almost like a tickle, that ran from his fingertips up his arm and through his entire body. The sensation was warm and oddly comforting, like coming inside from the cold or settling into a familiar chair. The gates responded immediately, groaning as they swung open against the thick snow that had accumulated at their base. The movement was smooth and soundless despite their obvious weight and age. Draco dropped his hand and shoved both of them deep into his pockets, his breath coming out in puffs of white vapor. "Then welcome home," he said, stepping aside with a gesture that invited Harry through the gates. "Dimitri." Harry felt his eyebrows rise. It was the first time Draco had used that name, his real name, and hearing it spoken aloud by his brother sent a shiver through him that had nothing to do with the cold. "Dimitri," he repeated quietly, testing the sound on his lips. Draco gave him a small, genuine smile, not the sharp, practiced smirk Harry was used to, but something softer and more private. "It suits you better than you might think." They walked together through the gates and up the long, winding path toward the manor house. The snow crunched under their feet, and Harry found himself taking in every detail of his surroundings. The perfectly manicured grounds, the ancient trees that lined the drive, the way the manor seemed to loom larger and more imposing with each step they took. "It's beautiful," he said, and meant it. "It's home," Draco replied simply. As they rounded the final curve in the drive, Harry could see two figures standing on the front steps of the manor, bundled in heavy cloaks against the cold. Even at a distance, he recognized them immediately: Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, his parents, waiting for him to come home. Harry's steps faltered slightly, and Draco noticed immediately. "They've been standing there for 20 minutes, Draco said quietly. "Mother was too excited to wait inside." "What if?" Harry started, then stopped. What if they changed their minds? What if seeing him in person made them realize they had made a mistake? What if 16 years was too long to bridge? What if nothing? Draco said firmly. "You're their son. You're my brother. This is where you belong." Harry took a deep breath, filling his lungs with cold winter air, and continued walking. As they drew closer to the manor steps, he could make out more details. Narcissa's owned hair escaping from beneath her hood, Lucius standing straight and formal despite the wind, both of them watching Harry's approach with expressions he couldn't quite read from a distance. "Breathe," Draco murmured as they reached the bottom of the steps. Harry looked up at the two people who had given him life, who had lost him through circumstances beyond their control, who were now waiting to welcome him back into their family. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Narcissa and Lucius simply stared, their eyes moving between Harry and Draco, taking in the impossible sight of their twin sons standing together for the first time in 16 years. The silence stretched, heavy with emotion and disbelief. Harry could see Narcissa's hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide and bright with unshed tears as she looked from one identical face to the other. Lucius stood perfectly still, his expression unreadable but his eyes never stopping their movement between his sons, cataloging every similarity, every proof that this was real. "My boys," Narcissa whispered finally, and the words seemed to break something open in the air between them. "Dimitri," she said, her voice breaking slightly on the name as she focused on Harry. "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry replied, the formal address feeling safer than anything more intimate. Lucius moved to stand beside his wife, his gray eyes, so like Draco's, so like Harry's own, studying Harry's face with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable but somehow wasn't. "Welcome home, my son," he said, and there was something in his voice that Harry had never heard before: warmth, pride, and underneath it all, a profound relief. Harry felt tears starting to build behind his eyes as the reality of the moment hit him fully. He was standing in front of Malfoy Manor, in the middle of a snowstorm, being welcomed home by parents he had never known he had, carrying a name he had only just learned belonged to him. "Thank you," he managed, his voice thick with emotion. Narcissa stepped down from the stairs, moving carefully through the snow and ice. She stopped just in front of Harry, her hands raised slightly as if she wanted to reach for him but wasn't sure if she should. Her expression was hopeful but uncertain, afraid of overstepping boundaries that neither of them fully understood yet. "May I?" she asked quietly, her arms opening slightly in invitation. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice, and she stepped forward to embrace him. The hug was gentle at first, hesitant, as if she was afraid he might pull away. But when Harry's arms came up to return the embrace, she held him closer, and he could feel her trembling slightly with emotion. It was the first hug he had ever received from his mother, and the realization hit him like a physical blow. 16 years of birthdays and scraped knees and nightmares and achievements, all without this. All without her. The tears he had been holding back spilled over, and he found himself clinging to her like the lost child he had always been. She smelled like expensive perfume and something floral and indefinably maternal, and Harry found himself melting into the hug despite his nervousness. "We've missed you so much," she whispered against his ear. "So very much." When she finally released him, Lucius was there, extending his hand formally. Harry shook it, surprised by the firm warmth of his father's grip and the way Lucius's eyes softened as they made contact. "Come inside," Narcissa said, taking Harry's arm and guiding him up the steps. "You must be freezing, and I have tea ready, and dinner planned, and so many things to show you." As they reached the front door, Harry turned back for one last look at the grounds, at the gates through which he had passed to begin this new chapter of his life. The snow was still falling heavily, already beginning to cover their footprints, erasing the evidence of his arrival and making it seem as though he had always belonged here. Draco appeared at his side, following his gaze. Any regrets? His brother asked quietly. Harry considered the question seriously. Was he giving up too much? Was he making a mistake that he would spend the rest of his life paying for? Maybe. Probably. But standing here on the threshold of Malfoy Manor, surrounded by family members who wanted him and welcomed him, feeling more like himself than he had in months. No, he said firmly. No regrets. Good, Draco said, pushing open the heavy front door and gesturing Harry inside. Because there's no going back now. Harry stepped across the threshold into the warmth and light of Malfoy Manor, into his new life as Dimitri Malfoy, and let the door close behind him on Harry Potter forever. The entrance hall was even more magnificent than he had imagined, all marble floors and soaring ceilings and portraits that watched his arrival with interested eyes. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over everything, and a fire crackled in an enormous fireplace that could have heated the entire Dursley house. Welcome home, Dimitri, Narcissa said again, and this time Harry smiled when he heard his name. It's good to be home, he replied, and for the first time in his life, he truly meant it. The warmth of Malfoy Manor enveloped Harry like an embrace as they stepped inside, such a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside that he had to pause for a moment to adjust. The entrance hall was even more magnificent than he had glimpsed from the doorway, soaring ceilings with intricate molding, marble floors that gleamed in the light of crystal chandeliers, and portraits lining the walls whose occupants watched the small group with undisguised curiosity. Let me take your cloak, Narcissa said gently, helping Harry out of Draco's borrowed Slytherin cloak. Her fingers lingered for just a moment on the green and silver fabric. Though I must say, you look quite natural in Slytherin colors. Harry felt heat rise in his cheeks. It was all I had for warmth. Draco lent it to me. It suits you, Lucius observed, his tone carefully neutral but not unkind. Perhaps more than you realize. There was an awkward moment of silence as the four of them stood in the entrance hall, nobody quite sure how to proceed. Harry found himself studying the portraits, noting how many of the faces bore resemblances to Draco, and by extension, to himself. The realization was still jarring, seeing his own features reflected back through generations of Malfoy ancestors. Well, Narcissa said finally, clasping her hands together with what Harry was beginning to recognize as nervous energy. Shall we show you the house? It's your home now, after all. You should know your way around. I'd like that, Harry said sincerely. They began with the ground floor, moving through rooms that seemed to grow more impressive with each doorway they passed through. The formal sitting room was decorated with garlands of evergreen and silver ribbons, a massive Christmas tree in one corner adorned with ornaments that looked like they had been collected over centuries. The dining room featured a table long enough to seat 20, with a centerpiece of holly and white roses that filled the room with a subtle, elegant fragrance. We typically take our meals in the smaller dining room during the winter, Narcissa explained as they passed through. Much cozier. Though for Christmas dinner, we'll use this one. How many people usually come for Christmas? Harry asked, then immediately worried he had overstepped somehow. Just family, Lucius replied. Though this year will be different. Better. There was something in his voice that made Harry look at him more closely, but his father's expression remained carefully composed. The library was perhaps the most impressive room Harry had ever seen. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, accessible by rolling ladders that looked like they belonged in a fairy tale. A fireplace large enough to stand in crackled cheerfully, surrounded by comfortable chairs and reading tables. The Christmas decorations here were more subdued, simple green garland and flickering candles that cast dancing shadows across the leather-bound volumes. Merlin, Harry breathed, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. There must be thousands of books here. The Malfoy family has been collecting books for over 8 centuries, Lucius said, and Harry could hear the pride in his voice. Many of these volumes are the only copies left in existence. You're welcome to read anything you'd like, Narcissa added quickly. All of it belongs to you just as much as it does to Draco. Harry felt a flutter in his chest at her words. The idea that all of this house, these books, this family, belonged to him was still too large to fully comprehend. They moved through the conservatory, where tropical plants bloomed impossibly in the middle of winter, kept warm by magical heating charms. The music room held a grand piano and several other instruments, all decorated with tasteful ribbons and small arrangements of winter flowers. Every room was beautiful, every space decorated for Christmas with an elegance that spoke of long tradition and careful attention to detail. "It's more than I ever imagined," Harry said as they completed the circuit of the main floor. "I've never seen anything like it." "Wait until you see upstairs," Draco said, and Harry was surprised by the excitement in his brother's voice. Throughout the tour, Draco had been unusually animated, pointing out details and sharing stories with an enthusiasm that Harry rarely saw from him. It was as if having Harry here, in his home, had unlocked some part of Draco that was usually kept carefully hidden. "Come on," Draco continued, already heading for the grand staircase. "I want to show you everything." The upper floors were just as impressive as the main level, but somehow felt more personal. Family portraits lined the hallways, generations of Malfoys looking down with expressions that ranged from stern to gentle to slightly amused. Harry found himself pausing in front of one particular painting that showed a young couple with a small child. "Your grandparents," Narcissa said softly, appearing beside him. "Abraxas and Ephesia Malfoy, with your father when he was about 3 years old." Harry studied the faces, looking for similarities, for connections. The woman had the same eye color as Lucius, light gray, silver some might say, while the man's bone structure was unmistakable Malfoy, aristocratic and defined. "You have Abraxas' nose," Narcissa observed. "And his stubborn streak, from what I'm beginning to gather." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. "Is that a bad thing?" "Not at all," she assured him. "It served him well. It will serve you well too." "This way," Draco called from further down the hall, practically bouncing with excitement. "You have to see this." They followed him to a large window that looked out over the back grounds of the manor. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he took in the view. Even covered in snow, he could make out the distinctive oval shape of a Quidditch pitch, complete with goal posts that rose like sentinels from the white landscape. "Your own pitch?" Harry asked, pressing his face to the window for a better look. "Our pitch," Draco corrected, grinning broadly. "Father had it built when I started showing interest in flying. We can play tomorrow if the weather clears up. You haven't played in a while. I'm sure you could use some practice. You need practice against someone with experience." "I've only missed a few games," Harry said, matching Draco's grin. "I'm not out of practice." "We'll see about that," Draco said smartly. "Don't hold back." "I don't intend to." Draco's eyes sparkled with competitive spirit. "Fair warning though, I don't go easy on family. I wouldn't expect you to." Lucius cleared his throat behind them. "Perhaps we should let Dimitri get settled before we start planning Quidditch matches. He's had a long day." "Right, yes," Draco said, though he looked reluctant to move away from the window. "But first, you have to see my room. And then yours." Draco's room was exactly what Harry would have expected, yet somehow more personal than he had imagined. The space was large and elegant, decorated in Slytherin colors but with touches that were uniquely Draco. A collection of rare potions ingredients lined one wall, organized in a way that spoke of serious study rather than casual interest. Books were scattered across his desk, some open, others marked with strips of parchment. "Sorry about the mess," Draco said, though he didn't sound particularly sorry. "It's perfect," Harry said honestly. "It looks lived in. Comfortable. These are my personal cauldrons," Draco continued, gesturing to a collection of cauldrons in various sizes arranged near the window. "Father gave me my own brewing space when I turned 15. And these," he moved to a bookshelf filled with volumes Harry didn't recognize, "are my potions books. Rare ones, mostly. Some are family heirlooms." Harry moved closer to examine the books, running his fingers along their spines. "May I?" "Of course. What's mine is yours, remember." The casual way Draco said it, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, made Harry's chest tighten with emotion. He had a brother who wanted to share his books, his room, his space. Who was excited to show him things, to include him. And this, Draco said, moving toward the door with barely contained excitement, is your room. They walked a short distance down the hall to another door, this one standing slightly ajar. Draco pushed it open and stepped aside to let Harry enter first. The room was beautiful, larger than any space Harry had ever been given to call his own, with tall windows that looked out over the snow-covered grounds. The walls were painted a soft cream color, and the hardwood floors gleamed in the afternoon light. A fireplace stood ready to be lit, with comfortable chairs arranged nearby. But what struck Harry most was how empty it felt. Not in a bad way, but in a way that suggested possibility, potential. I know it's rather plain right now, Draco said, and Harry could hear the nervousness creeping into his voice. Mother wanted to decorate it, but I convinced her to wait. I thought you might want to make it your own. We could go shopping in Diagon Alley eventually, or you could tell us what you like, and we could help you decorate however you want it. Harry walked slowly around the room, taking in every detail. The bed was large and comfortable looking, with a detailed quilt in deep blues and silvers that looked like it had been made by hand. There was a desk by the window, perfect for writing or studying. Empty bookshelves waited to be filled. A wardrobe stood ready for clothes he didn't yet own. It's mine, he asked quietly. It's yours, Draco confirmed. Your space. Your sanctuary. No one will come in without your permission, no one will take it away from you. It's yours for as long as you want it. Harry sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, his legs suddenly feeling unable to support him. He put his hand on the quilt, tracing the intricate pattern with his fingertips. The fabric was soft and warm, clearly expensive but somehow comforting rather than intimidating. The reality of it all was hitting him in waves. This room, this house, this family. He had his own space, his own bed, his own place in the world where he was wanted and welcomed. No cupboard under the stairs, no cold nights on a camp bed, no uncertainty about where he would sleep or whether he would be welcome in the morning. A long, emotional sigh escaped him, and he felt tears building behind his eyes again. Harry. Draco's voice was gentle, concerned. Are you all right? Harry looked up at his brother, at this person who had been his enemy and was now offering to help him decorate his first real bedroom, who was excited to share his home and his interests and his life. I've never had so much, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. A room of my own, a family who wants me here, a brother who. He trailed off, overwhelmed by the enormity of it all. Draco moved closer, his expression softening. A brother who what? A brother who cares enough to wait for me to decorate my own room. Who wants to share his books and his Quidditch pitch and his life? Harry wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. I've never had any of that before. Well, you have it now, Draco said simply, sitting down beside him on the bed. He hesitated for only a moment before leaning over slightly and giving Harry a short, half embrace that lasted for only a moment or more, all of it. Forever, if you want it. Harry felt the tears spill over then, 16 years of loneliness and longing finally finding release. I can feel that you're overwhelmed, Draco said quietly, and Harry realized his brother was right. The twin bond they had discovered was still there, still connecting them. In a good way, Harry promised quickly, not wanting Draco to worry. In the best way. I never imagined I could have this. Any of this. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, both of them processing the magnitude of what was happening. Finally, Draco spoke again. So, what do you think? For decorating, I mean. We could do Gryffindor colors if you want. I promise I won't disown you. His tone was light, teasing, but Harry could hear the underlying seriousness of the offer. Harry looked around the room again, imagining what it could become with the right touches. I think I'd like to try something new. Maybe blues and greens. Something that's neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin, but something that's just mine. Blues and greens it is, Draco agreed. We'll make it perfect. We'll make it yours. Harry leaned back against the headboard, feeling the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with him. But underneath the tiredness was something he had never experienced before, a sense of belonging, of being exactly where he was supposed to be. Thank you, he said softly. For what? For this. For wanting to share all of this with me. For being excited that I'm here instead of resentful that your life is changing. Draco was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was serious. My life needed to change, Harry. I've been half of something my whole life without knowing what the other half was. Having you here, it feels like I'm finally complete. Harry felt fresh tears threaten, but these were tears of joy rather than sadness. I feel the same way. From downstairs, they could hear Narcissa calling them for tea, her voice carrying easily through the manor's halls. Come on, Draco said, standing and extending his hand to help Harry up. Mother's probably prepared enough food to feed half of London. She's been planning this meal since I told her you were coming. Harry took his brother's hand and let himself be pulled to his feet. As they walked toward the door, he took one last look around his room, and felt a sense of peace settle over him. This was home. This was family. This was where he belonged. Ready? Draco asked from the doorway. Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had in months. Ready. The first few days at Malfoy Manor passed in a blur of quiet contentment that Harry had never experienced before. The estate felt different during the holidays, less imposing, more welcoming. Garlands of silver and green draped the grand staircases, and the soft glow of magical candles cast everything in warm, golden light. For the first time in his life, Harry woke each morning knowing he was truly wanted where he was. Ready for another round? Draco called out, hovering 20 feet above the manor's private Quidditch pitch, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp December air. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, but neither twin wanted to end their flying session. Harry grinned, adjusting his grip on his borrowed nimbus. You're on. But this time, I'm catching the snitch first. They'd been out here for hours, racing each other around the pitch, diving through the goal posts, and chasing the elusive golden snitch that Draco had released earlier. It was pure joy. No rules, no house rivalries, no expectations. Just two brothers enjoying the freedom of flight. The snitch darted suddenly toward the edge of the Malfoy property, where the manicured grounds gave way to the wild Wiltshire forest. Both boys shot after it, their brooms cutting through the cold air with practiced ease. Harry pulled ahead slightly, his seeker instincts kicking in as he tracked the snitch's erratic movements. Not a chance, Draco shouted, leaning forward on his broom to gain speed. He pulled alongside Harry just as they crossed into the forest canopy, weaving between ancient oak and beech trees with reckless abandon. The snitch seemed to dance just out of reach, leading them deeper into the woods before suddenly changing direction and shooting back toward the manor. Harry banked hard to the left, nearly clipping a low branch, while Draco took a wider arc to avoid a cluster of evergreens. They burst from the forest simultaneously, racing neck and neck across the grounds. The snitch hovered tantalizingly close to the pitch, its wings beating frantically as if deciding which way to go. Harry reached out, his fingers just brushing its surface. Got it! Draco's triumphant shout echoed across the grounds as he snatched the snitch from right under Harry's nose, holding it aloft with a victorious grin. Harry couldn't even be annoyed. The exhilaration of the chase, the bite of cold air on his cheeks, the simple joy of flying with his brother, it was perfect. Lucky catch, he called out, but he was smiling as he said it. They landed on the pitch, both breathing hard and grinning like children. Same time tomorrow? Draco asked, carefully placing the snitch back in its carrying case. Absolutely, Harry replied without hesitation. Though maybe we should tell your parents before we go chasing snitches into the forest again. I don't think they'd appreciate us getting lost on my first holiday home. Home. The word still felt strange on his tongue, but increasingly right. Draco's expression softened. They're your parents too, you know. Mum keeps calling you both my boys, when she thinks we're not listening. Harry felt that familiar warmth spread through his chest, a feeling he was still getting used to. I'm still adjusting to all of this. Sometimes I can't believe it's real. It's real, Draco said firmly. You're stuck with us now. As they walked back toward the manor, their Quidditch robes billowing behind them in the evening breeze, Harry caught sight of a house elf in the distance tending to the garden. The small figure reminded him of Dobby, and he wondered briefly what the elf was doing now that he was free. Probably still trying to help. in his own misguided way. The next few days blurred together in a haze of family meals, long conversations by the fireplace, and exploring more of the manor's extensive grounds. Narcissa spoke about having gone shopping for him in Diagon Alley for proper wizarding clothes that actually fit. You can't keep borrowing Draco's robes forever, darling, and Lucius had spent hours showing him the family library, pointing out books that detailed Malfoy history and magical theory. It should have been perfect. And yet, as the days passed, Harry began to feel an odd sensation creeping over him. A prickle at the back of his neck, as if someone were watching him. At first, he dismissed it as lingering paranoia from years of being hunted by Voldemort and his followers. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger each day. He'd catch movement in his peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. Shadows seemed to shift when they shouldn't, and he could swear he heard soft footsteps following him through the manor's corridors late at night. "You're being ridiculous," he muttered to himself as he made his way through the East Wing on his fourth evening at the manor. He'd been restless, unable to sleep, and had decided to explore more of the house. The family portraits watched him pass with mild interest, their painted eyes tracking his movement in the way that magical portraits did. But this felt different, more immediate. Harry paused at the top of a marble staircase, listening intently. The soft scuff of a footstep on stone, just around the corner behind him. His hand instinctively moved toward his wand. "Draco," he called out quietly. "Is that you?" No response. Harry turned and began walking back the way he'd come, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Another sound, a soft pop, made him freeze. He knew that sound. House elf magic. Moving quickly but quietly, Harry rounded the corner and pressed himself against the wall, peering down the corridor. At first, he saw nothing but shadows cast by the moonlight streaming through tall windows. Then, a movement caught his eye. A small figure was crouched behind a decorative table, clearly trying to hide. Harry could just make out the distinctive silhouette of large ears and a tea towel wrapped around a thin frame. Dobby. Harry's blood ran cold. What was the elf doing here? How had he gotten past the manor's wards? And more importantly, how long had he been watching? Moving with the stealth he'd learned during years of sneaking around Hogwarts, Harry crept closer. Dobby was muttering to himself in the way house elves did, his voice barely audible but clearly agitated. Must watch over Harry Potter. Must keep him safe. But the Malfoys are being kind to Harry Potter, which is very confusing for Dobby. Harry took a deep breath and stepped out from his hiding spot. "Dobby," he said quietly, causing the elf to let out a startled squeak and spin around. "Harry Potter." Dobby gasped, his enormous eyes wide with terror and guilt. "Dobby is so sorry, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby did not mean to be caught." "What are you doing here?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low to avoid waking the family. "How did you get past the wards?" "The wards? They remember Dobby," the elf said miserably, wringing his hands. "Dobby served the Malfoy family for many years. The manor's magic still knows Dobby, even though Dobby is free now. Dobby can come and go, but Dobby knows he should not." That made sense, Harry realized. Of course the ancient wards would recognize a house elf who had served the family for decades. They probably couldn't distinguish between a bound elf and a free one. Magic recognized magic. Dobby is only trying to protect Harry Potter. Dobby has been watching to make sure Harry Potter is safe with the bad wizarding family, but they are not being bad to Harry Potter, which is very confusing for Dobby. "They're not bad, Dobby," Harry said, then took a deep breath. "Answer me truthfully. Did you know that I'm not actually a Potter? Did you know the truth about me being a Malfoy? I'm assuming you know now considering I look like Draco, but you're calling me Harry." The question seemed to hit Dobby like a physical blow. His ears drooped and he began wringing his hands frantically. For seconds he did not answer, but when he did, he was at least honest. "Dobby. Dobby has known since the first time Harry Potter came to Hogwarts, sir." Harry felt as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. "What? Dobby can see through glamours, sir," Dobby whispered miserably. Dobby could see that Harry Potter looked like young Master Draco under the magic. But Dobby did not understand why the magic was there, or why Harry Potter did not know he was really a Malfoy. The implications hit Harry like a bludgeon to the chest. You've known this entire time. Every time we met, every conversation we had, you knew I wasn't really Harry Potter. Harry Potter is still Harry Potter. The elf said desperately. But Harry Potter is also a Malfoy. Dobby was very confused, but Dobby knew it must be a secret for Harry Potter's safety. Big wizards were keeping it secret, so Dobby kept it secret too. Harry ran a hand through his hair, feeling a mix of frustration and understanding wash over him. Can other house elves see through glamours too? Dobby shook his head vigorously. No, sir. Dobby is the only house elf Dobby knows who can see through glamours. Some house elves have special powers, and seeing through magical disguises is Dobby's special power. Dobby has never met another house elf who can do what Dobby can do. You should have told me, Harry said quietly, though his tone held more weariness than anger. All those years, Dobby. All that time I spent wondering who I really was. Dobby is sorry. Dobby is very, very sorry. The elf immediately began banging his head against the marble floor with loud, echoing thunks. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby should have told Harry Potter. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Stop that, Harry said firmly but not unkindly, reaching out to gently grab Dobby's shoulder to prevent further damage. Stop hurting yourself. You'll wake up the whole house. Dobby froze, his eyes wide and filled with tears. But Dobby thought if he told Harry Potter the truth, bad wizards might hurt Harry Potter. Dobby did not know why it was a secret, but Dobby knew secrets like that are kept for protection. Harry sighed, settling down on the floor so he was closer to Dobby's level. Despite his frustration, he could see the twisted logic in the elf's reasoning. Dobby had been trying to protect him in his own misguided way. I understand why you did it, Harry said slowly. I'm frustrated that you kept it from me for so long, but I understand. You were trying to keep me safe. He paused, then asked urgently, Dobby, have you ever told anyone else about this? About me being a Malfoy? Dobby shook his head vigorously. No, sir. Dobby has never told anyone. Dobby did not understand why Harry Potter was a Malfoy or why it was a secret, so Dobby knew he must never speak of it to anyone. Not even to other house elves. Relief flooded through Harry. Good. That's very good, Dobby. Dobby nodded eagerly, tears streaming down his face. Dobby only wanted to protect Harry Potter. Dobby has always wanted to protect Harry Potter. Well, now I need your help in a different way, Harry continued. I need you to keep this secret for now. Don't tell anyone else that you know the truth about me. Can you do that? Of course. Dobby will keep the secret. But Dobby, Harry said, his voice becoming more serious, there will come a time when I need your help. When the war against Voldemort gets worse, I might need you to tell other house elves the truth about who I am. When that time comes, I'll give you permission to tell them the truth. Your ability to see through glamours could be very useful. Dobby's eyes went wide with fear, and he wrung his hands nervously. That is very dangerous for Harry Potter, he whispered. Dobby wants to help, but fighting you know who. His voice trembled. Dobby is very frightened of what might happen. I know it's dangerous, Dobby, Harry said gently but firmly. But it's the only way. Voldemort has to be stopped, and this is the only plan that makes sense. The house elves could be crucial allies. They know magic that most wizards don't understand, and they can go places others can't. Dobby's ears twitched as he considered this. House elves are very powerful, he admitted quietly. Most wizards do not know how powerful house elves can be. Exactly, Harry pressed. And when the time comes, they'll need to know they can trust me. Your word, your ability to see the truth, it could make all the difference. Dobby was silent for a long moment, his large eyes reflecting his internal struggle. Finally, he straightened up slightly, his voice gaining a bit more strength. If it is the only way to stop the you-know-who from hurting good people, then Dobby will help. Dobby will be brave for Harry Potter. When the time comes, Dobby will tell the other house elves the truth. Good, Harry said, standing up. But for now, you need to leave. The Malfoys have welcomed me here, and I don't want you spying on us anymore. I'm safe here. He paused, then looked directly into the elf's large eyes. And Dobby. My name is Dimitri Malfoy. Please call me Dimitri from now on. It's for safety. Mine and yours. Dobby's eyes went impossibly wide with understanding, and he nodded eagerly, though his expression was tinged with sadness. Sir Dimitri Malfoy has embraced his true self. Dobby is happy to help Sir Dimitri with anything he needs. The elf's voice grew smaller. But Dobby will miss watching over Sir Dimitri. Thank you, Dobby, Dimitri said quietly. When the time is right, I'll call for you. Dobby nodded sadly, his large ears drooping. With a soft pop, he disappeared, leaving only the faint scent of magic in the air and a sense that something important had shifted between them. Dimitri stood alone in the corridor, his mind racing. Dobby's unique ability could indeed be valuable in the fight against Voldemort. The elf's years of silent protection suddenly seemed less like a betrayal and more like a gift he hadn't known he'd been given. And now, for the first time, someone had called him by his true name and meant it. Harry stood alone in the corridor, his heart still pounding from the confrontation. He made his way back to his room slowly, his mind racing. In just a few days, he would return to Hogwarts and begin the most challenging performance of his life, convincing the entire wizarding world that Dimitri Malfoy was a real person who had always existed. The plan seemed increasingly daunting now that he'd been reminded how many people might know more than they were letting on. As he settled into bed, staring up at the canopy that Draco had helped him choose just days earlier, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that his confrontation with Dobby was just the beginning. The elf's words echoed in his mind. That is very dangerous for Harry Potter. Maybe Dobby was right. Maybe revealing himself as Dimitri Malfoy would bring more danger than he was prepared for. But the alternative, continuing to live as someone else, continuing to hide behind glamours and lies, felt impossible now. He'd spent his entire life being what other people wanted him to be. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry Potter, the chosen one. Harry Potter, the hero who was supposed to save everyone. But he wasn't Harry Potter. He was Dimitri Malfoy, and it was time the world knew it. Even if that truth destroyed everything he'd built as Harry Potter, at least it would be his choice to make. Harry closed his eyes and tried to push away the lingering unease from his encounter with Dobby. Soon he would tell his brother the house elf's secret. Soon his family would need to know. But tonight, he would try to hold on to the peace he'd found here, however fragile it might be. In just a few days, everything would change again. For now, he was home, he was wanted, and he was finally becoming who he was meant to be. The shadows in his room seemed less threatening now, and gradually, Harry drifted off to sleep, dreaming of Christmas trees and holiday cakes that were not so far away. Harry woke to the soft sound of snow pattering against the tall windows of his new bedroom. For a moment, he lay still, taking in the unfamiliar but comforting surroundings, the heavy green curtains, the warm fireplace that had burned low during the night, the silver fixtures that caught the pale morning light. It was Christmas morning, and for the first time in his life, he was waking up somewhere he truly belonged. A gentle knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Dimitri. Draco's voice called softly. Are you awake? Mother says breakfast is ready, but... There was a pause, and Harry could hear the smile in his twin's voice. I thought you might want to see the tree first. Harry sat up, running a hand through his hair that was now unmistakably Malfoy platinum, no longer hidden behind glamours. Come in, he called, still adjusting to the sound of his real name on someone else's lips. Draco entered, and Harry had to blink in surprise. His brother was wearing deep green silk pajamas with silver trim, his usually perfectly styled hair slightly mussed from sleep. There was something wonderfully ordinary about it, so different from the formal, guarded Draco he'd known at school. You look. Harry started, then laughed. Normal. I mean, relaxed. It's Christmas morning, Draco said with a grin. Even Malfoys are allowed to be undignified on Christmas morning. He paused, then cleared his throat awkwardly, pulling something from behind his back. Actually, speaking of undignified, Mother asked me to ask you something. Harry raised an eyebrow at his brother's suddenly uncomfortable expression. What is it? Draco held up a set of green silk pajamas identical to his own, his cheeks slightly pink. She bought you a matching set. She was wondering if you might, possibly, want to wear them. Matching pajamas. Harry stared at the garments, then looked back at his brother. Matching. Draco's embarrassment deepened, and he shifted uncomfortably. Mum asked me specifically. She actually went out and bought them. Said she wanted her boys for once in their lives be able to wear matching pajamas. She said she only has a few years left with us before we grow up. Draco shrugged, looking anywhere but at Harry. I didn't want to do it either, but she's convincing. Matching. Harry asked again as Draco handed him the pajamas, fingering the soft silk fabric. Draco gave a wry smile, some of his embarrassment fading. Well, we are twins, I suppose, he admitted. Harry looked at the pajamas, then at his brother, then back at the pajamas. The green would suit him, and the silver embroidery along the collar was understated but elegant, distinctly Malfoy. More importantly, the hopeful look Draco was trying to hide behind his casual demeanor made the decision for him. All right, Harry said grudgingly. But if anyone at school ever hears about this. They won't, Draco said quickly, relief evident in his voice. I'll hex anyone who tries to spread rumors about Malfoy family Christmas traditions. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself standing at the top of the grand staircase beside his brother, both of them wearing identical green silk pajamas, feeling both ridiculous and oddly content. Ready? Draco asked, though he looked as uncertain as Harry felt. I think so, Harry replied, though his heart was racing with anticipation. They descended the stairs together, their bare feet silent on the thick carpet runners. As they reached the bottom, Harry heard voices coming from the main parlor. Warm, happy voices that sounded nothing like the formal tones he associated with the Malfoy family. Told you the tree was too large, Narcissa. It barely fit through the doorway. Oh, hush, Lucius. It's perfect and you know it. Besides, you're the one who insisted on the imported ornaments from Germany. They were for authenticity. Harry stepped into the parlor and stopped short. The Christmas tree was indeed enormous, at least 12 feet tall and covered in what must have been hundreds of ornaments. Real candles floated among the branches, casting a warm, flickering light over delicate glass baubles, silver ribbons, and intricate decorations that looked like they belonged in a museum. Beneath the tree, wrapped packages in elegant silver and green paper were arranged with mathematical precision. But it wasn't the tree that made him stare. It was his parents. Narcissa was curled up on an elegant sofa, wearing an ivory silk nightgown and matching robe that managed to be both regal and comfortable, her hair in a simple braid rather than her usual elaborate style. Lucius sat beside her in a luxurious black Egyptian cotton robe with LM embroidered in silver thread on the chest, leather slippers on his feet, his usually immaculate hair slightly disheveled as he held a cup of tea and looked thoroughly relaxed. They looked human, happy, like a real family. Boys, Narcissa called from the sofa as she spotted them in the doorway, but then she stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she took in their matching attire. Oh my, you actually wore them. Well, I'll be damned, Lucius said, setting down his teacup and staring at his sons with obvious surprise. You actually convinced him to wear them. Language, Lucius, Narcissa chided, but she was beaming as she looked at the twins. Oh, you both look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Her voice caught slightly with emotion. I never thought. After all these years. Don't get too sentimental, Mother, Draco said, though he was smiling. Dimitri only agreed because I told him you'd hex us if we didn't. I did not say I would hex you, Narcissa protested, though her eyes were twinkling with mirth. I merely suggested that Christmas photographs would be much more aesthetically pleasing with coordinated attire. Neither Draco nor Harry argued. The tree is incredible, Harry managed, still taking it all in. Draco picked out half the ornaments, Narcissa said warmly. Every year since he was 5, we let him choose new ones. This year, we thought you might like to help with that tradition. I saved some for you, Draco said quickly. There's a whole box of ornaments we haven't put up yet. I thought you might want to pick which ones go where. The thoughtfulness of it, that they had included him in their traditions, that they had been planning for his presence, made Harry's throat tight with emotion. I'd like that, he said softly. Excellent, Lucius said, rising gracefully despite his casual attire. But first, I believe there are some gifts that need attending to. Narcissa clapped her hands together. Oh yes. Dimitri, you must open yours first. I've been waiting weeks to see your reaction. Mine first. Harry asked, confused. But shouldn't we? It's your first Christmas with us, Draco interrupted. That makes it special. Besides, he added with a grin, I want to see what they got you. With gentle insistence, his family guided him to sit cross-legged on the thick Persian rug in front of the tree. The packages around him were beautiful, some large, some small, all wrapped with the kind of careful attention to detail that spoke of genuine care. Narcissa handed him the first gift, a small, delicate package wrapped in silver paper with an elaborate green bow. This one's from me, she said, settling back in her chair with obvious anticipation, though there was something almost nervous in her expression. Harry carefully unwrapped it, trying not to tear the beautiful paper. Inside was a simple silver frame, and within it, a moving photograph of two identical babies sleeping side by side in what appeared to be the same crib. The babies had tiny wisps of platinum hair and peaceful expressions, their small fists curled near their faces. That's you and Draco, Narcissa said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. You were only a few hours old. It's the only picture I have of you both together as babies. Draco leaned over to look at the photograph, his eyes widening as he took in the image. I've never seen this before, he breathed, reaching out to touch the edge of the frame. We were so small. You were born 11 minutes apart, Narcissa continued, her voice catching slightly. You were inseparable from the very beginning. Even as newborns, you would cry if we tried to put you in separate cribs. Harry stared at the photograph, watching the tiny babies, himself and Draco, sleep peacefully together. One of the babies stirred slightly in the picture, and the other immediately shifted closer, as if even in sleep they sought each other's comfort. I wish I had more, Narcissa said, tears gathering in her eyes. I wish I had albums full of your first steps, your first words, all the moments I missed. But when you were taken from us, this was all I managed to save before we had to pretend you were gone. This is perfect, Harry said hoarsely, his own eyes burning with unshed tears. It's more than I ever thought I'd have. Draco was still staring at the photograph, and Harry noticed his brother's jaw was tight with emotion. We really were together, Draco said quietly. Right from the start. Harry held the frame carefully, as if it were made of the most fragile glass. Thank you, he managed. This means everything to me. There's more, Draco said, pushing another package toward him. This one's from Father. This box was heavier, and when Harry unwrapped it, he found an ornate wooden case. Inside, nestled in green velvet, was a collection of books, but not just any books. These were ancient texts on magical theory, rare volumes on advanced spellwork, and what appeared to be a complete set of Malfoy family grimoires. Every Malfoy heir studies from these, Lucius explained. They've been in our family for generations. I was prevented from giving them to you when you were younger, but they're yours by right. The family magic is in there, Draco added excitedly. Some of the spells date back centuries. I've been studying them since I was 12. Harry ran his fingers over the leather binding of the top book, Advanced Protective Enchantments, a Malfoy Legacy. The weight of history, of belonging, settled over him like a warm cloak. And this one, Draco said, barely able to contain his excitement as he shoved a third package at his brother, is from me. This package was smaller but oddly shaped. When Harry unwrapped it, he found what looked like a silver mirror, but as he turned it over, he realized it was actually two mirrors, each one fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand. They're twin mirrors, Draco explained, pulling an identical pair from his pocket. I had them specially made. No matter where we are, we can talk to each other through them. Just touch the surface and say my name, and I'll hear you. Even if we're in different countries? Harry asked, fascinated. Even if we're on different continents, Draco confirmed. I thought, well, we've been apart for so long. I don't want to lose touch with you again, no matter what happens. The practical thoughtfulness of it, the clear indication that Draco had been planning for their continued relationship, made Harry's eyes burn with unshed tears. These are perfect, he said hoarsely. All of them. I can't believe. There's one more, Narcissa interrupted gently, from all of us. This final package was the largest, and when Harry unwrapped it, he found a beautiful wooden chest with his initials, DM, carved into the lid in flowing script. Inside was a complete set of new clothes, but not just any clothes. These were robes, casual wear, formal attire, even pajamas and undergarments, everything he would need to build a new wardrobe as Dimitri Malfoy. We know you've been wearing Draco's things, Lucius said quietly, and while we're happy to share, you should have your own belongings. Your own identity. Harry fingered the soft fabric of a deep blue sweater that would complement his coloring perfectly. Everything was in his size, in colors chosen specifically for him, in styles that reflected both Malfoy elegance and what he was beginning to recognize as his own personal preferences. I don't know what to say, he admitted. You don't have to say anything, Narcissa said, rising from her chair to kneel beside him on the carpet. You're our son. This is what families do. The simple statement broke something loose in Harry's chest, and before he could stop himself, he was crying, not sad tears, but overwhelmed, grateful tears that he couldn't seem to control. I'm sorry, he said, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. I'm not usually. Don't apologize, Draco said firmly, moving to sit beside him. This is a lot. It's okay to be overwhelmed. 16 years is a long time to go without a real Christmas, Lucius added, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Take all the time you need. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the family arranging themselves around Harry in a protective circle. The Christmas tree lights flickered overhead, casting warm shadows on the walls, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt completely, utterly safe. Now, Narcissa said eventually, with a bright smile, I believe it's time for the rest of us to open our gifts. Dimitri, would you like to help distribute them? The next hour passed in a blur of wrapping paper, laughter, and gentle teasing. Harry learned that Lucius had a secret fondness for expensive quills and rare books on magical history. Narcissa collected delicate jewelry and silk scarves from around the world. Draco, despite his sophisticated exterior, was delighted by a new set of racing brooms and a collection of advanced Quidditch strategy guides. New tactics to try against Gryffindor next year? Harry asked with a slight smirk, watching his brother examine a book on advanced seeker maneuvers. Assuming there is a next year, Draco said, then caught himself. I mean, assuming things return to normal enough for Quidditch to matter again. You're good, Harry said simply. I should know. You've caught the snitch against me more than once. Only twice, Draco protested, but he looked pleased by the acknowledgement. And you got it more often. Competition runs in the family, apparently, Lucius observed with amusement. They spent the rest of the morning in comfortable companionship. Narcissa taught Harry how to select ornaments for the tree, letting him choose where each new decoration should go. Lucius regaled them with stories of Christmases past, some funny, some touching, all of them painting a picture of a family that had always made room for tradition and joy despite the darkness in their world. Draco stayed close to Harry's side throughout the day, pointing out family photos on the mantelpiece, explaining the significance of various heirlooms, making sure his brother felt included in every conversation and activity. As the afternoon wore on, they moved to the smaller, more intimate family dining room for Christmas dinner. The meal was elaborate but not overwhelming. Roast duck with cherry sauce, roasted vegetables that must have come from the manor's own gardens, and desserts that Narcissa admitted she had made herself. You made these? Harry asked, surprised. Some of the desserts? Yes, Narcissa said with a slight blush. It's soothing. Baking, that is. And I wanted your first Christmas dinner with us to be special. It is special, Harry assured her. All of it. As evening fell, they retired to the library, where a fire crackled warmly in the grate. Harry found himself curled up in a large armchair with one of the books Lucius had given him, while Draco sprawled on the carpet nearby with his new Quidditch guides. Their parents sat together on the sofa, Narcissa's head resting on Lucius's shoulder as he read aloud from a collection of wizarding poetry. It was perfect, peaceful, everything Harry had never known he wanted. The week between Christmas and New Year's passed in a gentle blur of family time, quiet conversations, and slowly growing comfort with his new identity. Harry learned the rhythms of life at Malfoy Manor: morning tea in the sunroom, afternoon walks through the extensive gardens, evening discussions by the library fire. He learned, too, about his parents as individuals rather than the intimidating figures he'd known them to be. Lucius had a dry sense of humor and a genuine passion for magical history. Narcissa was fiercely protective but also gentle, with a talent for reading people's moods and knowing exactly what they needed. But most of all, he learned about having a brother. Draco was nothing like the spoiled, cruel boy he'd appeared to be at Hogwarts. Away from the pressures of school and the expectations of his peers, he was thoughtful, funny, and surprisingly insecure. He second-guessed himself constantly, asked for Harry's opinion on everything from book recommendations to wardrobe choices, and seemed genuinely amazed that his newfound twin actually enjoyed his company. "You don't have to stay with me all the time," Harry said one afternoon as they sat in Draco's room, ostensibly reading but mostly just talking. "I know this is your space, your home. I don't want to impose." "You're not imposing," Draco said quickly. "I want you here. I actually enjoy having you here." "Really? Really?" Draco set down his book and looked at his brother seriously. "Do you know what it's like being an only child in a family like ours? The pressure, the expectations, the loneliness. I've spent my entire life wishing I had someone who understood, someone who could share the burden of being a Malfoy heir." "And now you do," Dimitri said softly. "Now I do," Draco agreed. "And it's better than I ever imagined it could be." New Year's Eve found them in the manor's highest tower, a circular room with windows on all sides that offered a panoramic view of the grounds. Draco had suggested they watch the fireworks from there. Apparently, the nearby village always put on a display at midnight, and the tower offered the best view. They'd brought blankets and hot chocolate, settling in to wait for midnight. The room was cozy despite its size, warmed by a magical fire that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. "Can you believe it's almost over?" Draco asked as they watched the clock approach 11:30. "This year, I mean. So much has changed." Harry was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the snow-covered grounds. "Sometimes I feel like I'm living someone else's life," he admitted. "Like I'm going to wake up back in the cupboard under the stairs, and all of this will have been a dream." "It's not a dream," Draco said firmly. "You're here. You're real. You're my brother. I know that, logically. But emotionally." Harry shrugged. "It's hard to accept that this is really my life now. That I really belong here." "What's the hardest part?" Draco asked gently. Harry considered the question seriously. "The kindness, I think. The way you all just love me. No conditions, no expectations beyond being myself. I keep waiting for the catch, for someone to tell me what I have to do to earn it." "There is no catch," Draco said. "Love isn't supposed to be earned. It's supposed to be given freely." "Is that how it was for you? Growing up here?" "Mostly," Draco said thoughtfully. "I mean, there were expectations. There always are, in families like ours. But underneath all of that, I always knew I was loved just for being me." "You're lucky," Harry said. "We're lucky," Draco corrected. "Both of us. We found each other, despite everything that tried to keep us apart." They fell into comfortable silence, watching the minutes tick by on the ornate clock on the mantelpiece. As midnight approached, Harry found himself thinking about the year that was ending. The discoveries, the revelations, the complete upheaval of everything he'd thought he knew about himself. "Are you nervous about what comes next?" he asked as the clock struck 5 minutes to midnight. "Terrified," Draco admitted. "But also excited. We have a plan, we have each other, and we have a real chance to end this war. And after that, we figure out how to be brothers in peacetime," Draco said with a small smile. "We learn how to be a family without the threat of Voldemort hanging over us. We go to university, maybe travel, definitely cause Mother to worry about grandchildren far too early." Harry laughed despite himself. "Grandchildren. We're 16. Exactly. Far too early. But she'll worry anyway. It's what mothers do." The clock began to chime midnight, and in the distance, they could see the first burst of colorful light as the village fireworks began. Both boys stood, moving closer to the windows to get a better view. Happy New Year, Dimitri, Draco said quietly, his voice carrying a warmth that was still new between them. Happy New Year, Draco, Harry replied, and despite everything, the uncertainty, the fear, the enormous challenges ahead, he found himself meaning it. I think I'm actually looking forward to the future, even the changes, Draco admitted. About that, Harry said, his voice growing more serious. We need to talk to them, don't we? Mother and father. About our plan. Draco's expression sobered immediately. Yes, we do. He paused, staring out at the snow-covered grounds. Are you nervous? Terrified, Harry admitted. They're not going to want us anywhere near Voldemort. They've spent 16 years trying to protect us from him. And now we're going to ask them to help us walk directly into his lair, Draco finished grimly. Do you think they'll understand? That this might be the only way? Draco was quiet for a long moment. I think they'll hate it, he said finally. But I also think they'll realize we're right. The twin magic, the connection we have, it might be the advantage we need to finally end this. When should we tell them? Tomorrow, Draco said with a sigh. Let them have tonight to enjoy the holiday. Tomorrow we'll sit them down and explain everything. As they made their way back down the tower stairs, Harry caught sight of their reflection in one of the tall windows, two identical figures walking side by side, their platinum hair gleaming in the candlelight. For the first time, seeing his true face didn't shock him. It felt right. He was Dimitri Malfoy. He was home. And tomorrow, he would begin learning how to use that identity to save the wizarding world. But tonight, he was simply a young man who had finally found his family, celebrating his first new year with the people who loved him. It was, he thought, the perfect way to end what had been the most transformative year of his life. A few days after the holidays occurred, Harry knew it was time to talk to his family about his encounter with Dobby. Harry found Draco in the Manor's conservatory, surrounded by his mother's prized winter roses. His twin was staring out at the frost-covered gardens, a cup of tea growing cold in his hands. Couldn't sleep either? Harry asked, settling into the chair beside him. Draco glanced over, taking in Harry's rumpled appearance and the dark circles under his eyes. Nightmares. Not exactly. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Draco, we need to talk. A few nights ago, I caught someone spying on me. That got Draco's full attention. He set down his teacup with a sharp clink. What? Who? Dobby. Draco's eyebrows shot up. The house elf. How did he even get past the wards? When did it happen? Before Christmas. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I wanted to enjoy Christmas without interruption. I knew Dobby wasn't a threat. Harry explained the encounter, watching as Draco's expression grew increasingly troubled. When he finished, his twin was quiet for a long moment. You should have told me sooner, Draco said and shook his head. Dobby has known through all of those years. All those years you felt different. All those years you were alone. He knew. That's what bothers me the most, Harry admitted. Not that he was spying, but that he could have saved me years of confusion with just a few words. Draco leaned forward, his gray eyes intense. Harry, if Dobby can see through glamours, who else can? How many people know the truth about us and just aren't saying anything? The question had been haunting Harry since last night. I don't know, but I think it's time we stopped worrying about who knows what and started preparing for what comes next. You mean the reveal at Hogwarts? Harry nodded. That, and everything else. Voldemort will find out eventually. Not about my true identity, at least not right away, but about Dimitri Malfoy existing. When he does, he'll want to meet the lost Malfoy heir. And when that happens, we need to be ready. Draco was quiet for a moment, then stood abruptly. Come with me. I want to try something. He led Harry down to the manor's lower levels, to a spacious room that had once been a ballroom but now served as a dueling chamber. The walls were lined with protective wards, and the floor was marked with practice circles. What are we doing here? Harry asked. Testing our theory about twin magic. Draco pulled out his wand. Yesterday, when we were flying together, I felt something. A kind of resonance. Like our magic was echoing off each other. Harry drew his own wand, immediately feeling the familiar Hollywood warm under his fingers. I felt it too. It was strongest when we were flying in sync. Let's see if we can replicate it with spellwork. Draco moved to stand beside Harry, their shoulders almost touching. Try something mild first. 6th year level. Protean Charm. They aimed at matching coins on the practice table and cast together. Immediately Harry felt it. A thrumming sensation, like his magic was reaching out and finding an answering call in Draco's. The coins didn't just link. They practically hummed with magical energy, the connection between them so strong it was visible as faint golden threads in the air. Merlin, Draco breathed, staring at the glowing coins. Did you feel that? Harry nodded, his heart racing. It was like our magic recognized each other. Look at those threads. I've never seen a Protean charm do that. The connection is incredibly stable, Draco said, touching one coin and watching the other react instantly. This should have taken us multiple attempts to get right. Try something more complex, he suggested, his voice tight with excitement. Fiendfire. Harry's eyes widened. Fiendfire. Draco. That's Newt level, I know. But controlled, just a small flame. If our magic really is this synchronized. They aimed at the far end of the practice room, both of them focusing intensely on control, on keeping the cursed fire small and contained. When they cast in unison, what emerged wasn't the wild, destructive blaze that Fiendfire was known for. Instead, a single, perfect flame shaped like a phoenix rose from their combined magic. Beautiful, controlled, and radiating such power that the very air around it shimmered. Bloody hell, Harry whispered, sweat beading on his forehead from the effort of maintaining control. The flame phoenix spread its wings once before they ended the spell together, the magical creature dissolving in a shower of golden sparks. Draco's hands were trembling slightly. That should have been impossible. Fiendfire can't be controlled like that, not by two separate casters. But we weren't separate, were we? It was like we were casting as one person. Harry lowered his wand, still staring at the spot where the phoenix had been. I could feel your magic the entire time. Not just alongside mine, but woven through it. Like we were sharing the same magical core. This changes everything, Draco said quietly, his voice filled with awe and something that might have been fear. If we can do this with Fiendfire, with any spell really. Do you realize what this means for the war? Harry met his brother's eyes, seeing his own mixture of excitement and trepidation reflected there. Voldemort won't be expecting this. No one will. Twin magic like this. He shook his head. I don't think this has ever been documented before. We need to practice more, Draco said, though he was still looking shaken by what they'd accomplished. Carefully. If we can master this connection, we could be unstoppable, Harry finished, the weight of possibility settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. For the first time since learning the truth about his identity, he felt something that might have been hope. They spent the next hour experimenting, trying increasingly complex, intricate charms that felt could deflect a killing curse. Healing spells that worked faster and more completely than anything they'd learned in class. Even simple household charms became incredibly potent when cast together. This is exactly what we'll need, Harry said as they finally stopped to rest. When the time comes to face Voldemort, this is our advantage. Draco nodded grimly. He won't be expecting it. Twin magic is incredibly rare, and most people don't even know it exists. We'll need to practice more, Harry said. A lot more. But Draco, I think we might actually have a chance. More than a chance. For the first time since learning the truth about his identity, Harry felt genuinely hopeful about the future. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't be facing them alone. Their magical experimentation was interrupted by a house elf, not Dobby, but one of the manor's staff, informing them that their parents wished to speak with them in Lucius's study. Harry's stomach knotted as they made their way through the manor's corridors. He had a feeling he knew what this conversation would be about. Lucius and Narcissa were waiting for them, their expressions serious. Narcissa was perched on the edge of Lucius's desk, while her husband stood by the tall windows overlooking the grounds. Sit down, boys, Narcissa said gently. We need to discuss your plans for returning to Hogwarts. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance as they settled into the chairs across from Lucius's desk. We've been thinking about your intention to reveal yourself as Dimitri, Lucius began, his tone carefully neutral. And we have concerns. What kind of concerns? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. The safety kind, Narcissa said firmly. Darling, the moment you appear at Hogwarts as a Malfoy, you become a target. Not just for those who want to hurt our family, but eventually, for him. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Voldemort. He will hear about you, Lucius said grimly. It's inevitable. When word spreads that the Malfoys have a second son who suddenly appeared, a twin who was supposedly hidden away for protection, he will want to meet you. To evaluate you. To determine your usefulness to his cause. The school has powerful protective wards, Draco interjected. It's one of the safest places in the wizarding world. Wards can be broken, Lucius said. And even if they hold, what happens when you graduate? What happens when he demands that we bring you before him? I can't live my entire life hiding, Harry interrupted, his voice rising. For once, just once, I want to be myself. Even if myself is now a Malfoy. Narcissa's expression softened. Oh, sweetheart, I understand. I truly do. But. No, mother, you don't understand, Draco said, using the formal address he reserved for serious moments. You don't know what it's like to watch your brother struggle with an identity that was forced on him. Harry, Dimitri, has never had the chance to just be himself. And what if being himself gets him killed? Lucius demanded. What if Voldemort decides to make an example of him? What if? That's exactly why we need to be proactive, Harry said quietly, exchanging a meaningful look with Draco. We can't just wait for him to come to us. We need to control when and how that meeting happens. The room fell silent. Narcissa's brow furrowed with concern, and Lucius turned from the window, his gray eyes sharp with attention. What are you suggesting? Narcissa asked, though her tone suggested she already dreaded the answer. Harry took a deep breath. When Voldemort eventually demands to meet me, and we all know he will, I want to make him believe that I'm exactly what he's always wanted. A Malfoy heir who's ready to serve his cause. Absolutely not. Lucius's voice was like a whip crack. I won't have you anywhere near that madman. Father. Listen, Draco began. No. Narcissa stood abruptly, her face pale. I won't lose you to that monster. We've suffered enough under his thumb. I thought we were finally free of all that. We'll never be free as long as he's alive, Harry said firmly. Don't you see? He'll always be hunting for me. Maybe not as Harry Potter, but as a Malfoy he can use. This is our chance to turn his expectations against him. How? Lucius demanded. By walking straight into his hands. By giving him exactly what he wants. By making him think he's getting what he wants, Draco corrected. While we prepare to destroy him from within. Harry leaned forward, his voice urgent. Today, Draco and I discovered something incredible. Our twin magic. It's more powerful than anything I've ever experienced. Together, we might actually be strong enough to defeat him. But we need to get close enough first. Might, Narcissa repeated, her voice breaking slightly. You're talking about gambling your lives on, might. Mother, we've been thinking about this carefully, Draco said gently. If we can convince Voldemort that the lost Malfoy heir has finally been revealed, that he's discovered his true heritage and wants to join the winning side. He'll trust us, Harry finished. Or at least, he'll want to believe it so badly that he'll lower his guard. And when he does, you'll strike, Lucius said slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. You're talking about getting close enough to end this war. We're talking about choosing our battlefield, Harry said. I've been a target my entire life, whether as Harry Potter or now as Dimitri Malfoy. At least this way, we control the circumstances. This is insane, Narcissa whispered, sinking back onto the desk. The risk. The risk is worth it, Draco said firmly. Mother, father, think about it. How long can we keep running? How long can we keep hiding? Voldemort will find out about Dimitri eventually. It's only a matter of time. But if we approach the situation strategically, Harry continued, if we make the first move instead of just reacting, we buy ourselves the advantage of preparation. Time to perfect our twin magic. Time to plan the perfect moment. Lucius was quiet for a long moment, his strategic mind clearly working through the implications. You're suggesting we play a very dangerous game. We're already playing it, Harry pointed out. We have been since I arrived here. The only difference is that now we go on the offensive instead of just waiting for him to make the first move. And when he asks you to prove your loyalty? Narcissa asked, tears in her eyes. What happens when he demands you demonstrate your commitment to his cause? The question hung heavy in the air. Harry felt his stomach clench, but he forced himself to answer. I'll do whatever I have to do to maintain the deception. Take the dark mark if necessary. Provide false intelligence. Participate in raids where we can secretly help people escape. But we won't hurt innocent people, Draco added quickly, seeing their parents' expressions. That's a line we won't cross. I can't, Harry said firmly. I won't become a monster just to defeat one. There has to be another way to prove loyalty without compromising who we are. And if there isn't? Lucius asked quietly. If he demands you do something unforgivable. Then we find a way to make our move sooner, Harry said. We don't let it get to that point. The twin magic changes everything, Draco added, his voice passionate. When we cast together, I feel like we could take on the world. Imagine what we could accomplish with that power if we had the element of surprise. Lucius moved away from the window, beginning to pace. It's risky. Incredibly, impossibly risky. If Voldemort suspects for even a moment that you're deceiving him. He won't, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. Because I'll be exactly what he expects, a Malfoy heir who's finally come home. Someone who's discovered his true heritage and wants to claim his birthright. His ego will blind him to the possibility of deception, Draco agreed. And by the time he realizes the truth, it will be too late. Narcissa was crying now, silent tears streaming down her face. I can't bear the thought of you in that monster's presence. After everything he's put our family through. Harry stood and moved to her side, taking her hands in his. Mrs. Malfoy, Mum, this is our chance to make sure he can never hurt our family again. To make sure no one else has to live in fear of him. You're both still so young, she whispered. You shouldn't have to. We stopped being children the moment we discovered the truth about who we are, Draco said quietly. At least this way, we have some control over how our story ends. Lucius stopped pacing and turned to face them. If, and I mean if, we were to consider this plan, it would need to be perfect. Every detail planned to the smallest degree. No room for error. We know, Harry said. That's why we need your help. Your knowledge of how Voldemort thinks, how his inner circle operates. And we'd need contingency plans, Draco added. Multiple escape routes. Allies ready to help. Everything prepared in case things go wrong. When? Narcissa corrected, her voice bitter. When things go wrong. This isn't the sort of plan that goes smoothly. Maybe not, Harry admitted. But it's better than waiting for him to come for us. At least this way, we're making the first move. Lucius was quiet for several minutes, clearly weighing the possibilities. Finally, he spoke. The logistics alone would be staggering. We'd need to convince Voldemort that Dimitri Malfoy appearing at Hogwarts was always part of some larger plan. That his emergence serves the Dark Lord's interests. What if we tell him that we've been hiding Dimitri to protect him until he was old enough and powerful enough to serve? Draco suggested. That we've been waiting for the right moment to reveal him. Harry caught on immediately. We could convince him that I am ready to take my place among his followers. We could say that I have some unique magical abilities. A perfectly reasonable explanation, Lucius murmured, a hint of admiration in his voice. Yes, that could work. The protective parent narrative, combined with your obvious magical ability. But what about the practical aspects? Narcissa asked, clearly still hoping to find flaws in the plan. The sorting, for instance. What happens when Dimitri is placed in Gryffindor like he was before? I won't be, Harry said with certainty. The sorting hat will know who I really am. It will place me in Slytherin, since I'm actually a Malfoy. I just know it will. Would that bother you? Draco asked curiously, being in Slytherin. Harry considered it. A few months ago, it would have terrified me. Now, I think it's exactly where I belong and we need it that way to pull it off. And what about your former friends? Narcissa asked gently. What happens to them in all this? Harry was quiet for a moment, then straightened with newfound resolve. Former friends. I wouldn't consider them former. Just old friends. And they need to know the truth. All of it. Not just bits and pieces. Hermione, Ron, I'll need them as allies, not just as people I'm protecting. If we're going to make this work, we need people on the inside who know what's really happening. That's incredibly risky, Lucius said, frowning. The more people who know, the more people we have fighting with us instead of against us, Harry interrupted. Think about it. We'll need allies everywhere. Aurors who can help when the time comes. Ministry officials. Even some Slytherins and their families who are only following Voldemort out of fear. Draco's eyes lit up with understanding. Like Pansy's family. Her parents only support him because they're terrified of what happens if they don't. If they believed we were strong enough to protect them. Exactly, Harry said. But we'd have to be selective and it has to be just the right time. Only people we absolutely trust in the inner circle. Everyone else just needs to believe that Dimitri Malfoy is exactly what he appears to be. It could work, Narcissa said slowly. Especially if we can demonstrate that you're not alone in this. That you have powerful allies. We'll also need to maintain the illusion that Harry Potter and Dimitri Malfoy are separate people, Lucius added thoughtfully. If Voldemort begins to suspect they're the same person. That's why we'll need to be seen together, Harry said. Harry Potter and Dimitri Malfoy in the same place at the same time, not just once, but several times. Make it impossible for anyone to think we're the same person. There's one more thing we need to discuss, Harry said, his voice growing heavy. What happens to Harry Potter? If I'm going to approach Voldemort as Dimitri Malfoy, Harry Potter needs to disappear completely, but believably. That's actually manageable, Lucius said. Harry Potter can't simply vanish without explanation, but we can create a convincing narrative. The pressure finally got to him. The burden of being the boy who lived became too much. He's gone into hiding. But we'll also need to show him at Hogwarts occasionally before he disappears, Harry continued. At least at first. Harry Potter and Dimitri Malfoy need to be seen together, in the same place at the same time. Make it impossible for Voldemort to connect us. How would we manage that? Draco asked, intrigued. Polyjuice potion, Harry said simply. Someone I trust will impersonate Harry Potter when necessary. Make public appearances, interact with students, maintain the illusion that we're completely separate people. We already have this planned out, in fact. That's actually brilliant, Lucius admitted. As long as we had someone willing to take that risk. And eventually, Harry continued, when Dimitri starts to gain recognition for his power, Harry Potter could become afraid. Maybe he hears rumors about how strong the Malfoy twins are becoming and goes into deeper hiding. It would explain his disappearance while making Dimitri look even more formidable. And if someone comes looking for him at Hogwarts? Draco asked. What if they want to question Dimitri about Harry's whereabouts? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. I'll have to be prepared to lie. To convince people that I don't associate with Harry Potter, that I have no idea where he might have gone. Can you do that? Narcissa asked gently. Can you convincingly deny your own existence? Harry met her eyes steadily. I've been living a lie my entire life. This will just be a different kind of lie. One I chose. The room fell silent as they all contemplated the magnitude of what they were discussing. Finally, Lucius spoke. If we do this, and I'm not saying we will, it has to be perfect. One mistake, one moment of hesitation, and we're all dead. We know, Harry said. But we're in danger anyway. At least this way, we fight back. You won't be fighting alone, Draco said fiercely. Our twin magic. It's something Voldemort has never encountered. It could be the advantage we need. Narcissa looked between her sons, seeing the determination in their identical gray eyes. You're really going to do this, aren't you? With or without our blessing. We'd rather have your help, Harry said honestly. But yes, we're going to take control of our fate instead of just reacting to threats. She closed her eyes, taking a shuddering breath. When she opened them again, her expression was resolved. Then we'd better make sure you survive it. Lucius nodded grimly. If you're both truly set on this course, then we'll do everything we can to make it work. I'll begin arranging the proper documentation for Dmitri Malfoy. Birth certificate, school records, medical history, everything needs to be perfectly legitimate. How will you manage that? Draco asked. The same way powerful families have always managed inconvenient truths, Lucius said dryly. Money, influence, and very discreet contacts at the ministry. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his biological father. Despite his obvious fear, Lucius was willing to help. We'll also need to start planning for the eventual confrontation, Narcissa said, her voice steadier now that she'd committed to the plan. When and how you'll make contact with him? Not immediately, Harry said. I need time to establish myself as Dmitri at Hogwarts first. To build relationships, create a believable background. The longer I'm there as just another Slytherin, the more credible my eventual approach will seem. But yes, we'll need to plan for the future, as well. Good thinking, Lucius agreed. And it gives us time to prepare everything else. Safe houses, escape routes, contingency plans for every possible scenario. As the conversation continued, covering everything from potential threats to emergency protocols, Harry felt both excited and terrified about what lay ahead. They were planning something that could save the wizarding world, or get them all killed. When they finally finished discussing the immediate logistics, Draco caught Harry's arm as they prepared to leave Lucius's study. Are you absolutely certain about this? Once we start down this path, there's no going back. Harry looked at his brother, his twin, his other half, the person who understood him better than anyone ever had. I'm certain. For the first time in my life, I'm completely certain about something. Draco smiled. Good. Because I'm with you, whatever happens. As they walked back through the manor's corridors, Harry felt a strange sense of completion. Within a week he would become Dmitri Malfoy officially, Harry Potter would fade into legend, and they would begin preparing for the most dangerous gambit of their lives. It should have felt like a death. Instead, it felt like being born. Draco, he said as they reached the main staircase. Yeah, thank you for all of this. I know it's not easy. I couldn't imagine saying this months ago, but it's different now. Draco stopped walking and turned to face him. I have a brother and there's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Harry smiled, feeling that familiar warmth spread through his chest. Same here. As they headed upstairs, Harry suddenly stopped. Wait, there's something else. My wand. Draco turned, confused. What about it? Everyone knows Harry Potter's wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. If I'm using it as Dmitri Malfoy, someone's bound to recognize it. You're right, Draco said, his brow furrowing in thought. Then his face brightened. Actually, I might have a solution. He led Harry to his room and opened an ornate wooden box on his desk. Inside was a second wand, elegant and dark. I lost my regular wand during a duel last year, found it eventually, but I had to use this temporary one for a few weeks. It never felt quite right for me, but maybe. Harry picked up the wand, feeling its weight in his hand. It was longer than his holly wand, with an intricate silver handle. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a warm pulse of magic. Try a simple spell, Draco suggested. Lumos, Harry whispered, and the tip of the wand blazed with steady light. It felt different from his own wand, but not wrong. More controlled, perhaps. More refined. It likes you, Draco observed with a smile. What wood is it? Harry examined the wand more closely. Ebony, I think. And the core? Dragon heartstring, Draco confirmed. It should work well enough for you to use as Dmitri. Though I suspect when the time comes to face Voldemort. I'll use my own wand, Harry finished. Holly and Phoenix Feather. The wand that chose me. It feels right that it should be there at the end. As they continued to Harry's room, his thoughts drifted to the twin magic they shared. The power they'd felt when casting together was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. With practice, with preparation, they could be unstoppable. And when the time came to face Voldemort, when they chose their moment, their battlefield, their terms, having each other and their carefully chosen allies would finally be enough. Perhaps the chosen one wouldn't have to save the world alone after all. The familiar sensation of apparition left Harry slightly dizzy as his feet touched the stone floor of Dumbledore's office. The circular room spun around him for a moment before settling into focus. The same cluttered shelves, the same whirring silver instruments, the same phoenix perched regally on its stand. Fawkes let out a soft trill of greeting, and Harry found himself oddly comforted by the sound. His hand instinctively went to the ebony wand tucked in his robes, Draco's gift, the wand that would help complete his transformation into Dimitri Malfoy. The dragon heartstring core hummed with subtle power, different from his holly wand but reassuring in its own way. Beside him, Draco steadied himself with practiced ease, while Snape smoothed down his black robes with characteristic precision. The potions master had been unusually quiet during their journey from Malfoy Manor, his dark eyes unreadable as he'd facilitated their direct arrival into the headmaster's private chambers. Punctual as always, Severus, came Dumbledore's familiar voice from behind his ornate desk. The elderly wizard looked up from a stack of parchments, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles as they took in the three arrivals. "And welcome back, Mr. Malfoy." His gaze shifted to Harry with deliberate emphasis. "Both of you." Harry felt his stomach clench. Even now, even after everything that had happened, facing Dumbledore still filled him with a complex mixture of emotions. Anger, betrayal, and despite everything, a lingering desire for approval that he hated himself for feeling. "Professor," Draco said stiffly, inclining his head in a minimal show of respect. Harry said nothing, his jaw set in a hard line, his fingers tightening around his new wand. Dumbledore gestured to the chairs in front of his desk. "Please, sit. I believe we have much to discuss before the evening's festivities." Neither twin moved. They stood shoulder to shoulder, identical in their defensive postures, and Harry realized that even their body language had begun to mirror each other. The thought should have been comforting, but it only served to remind him of how much his life had changed, how much Dumbledore had stolen from him. "We don't have anything to discuss," Harry said quietly, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "I'm here to be sorted as Dimitri Malfoy. That's all." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "I'm afraid it's not quite that simple, my boy. The moment you walk into that great hall, you change not only your own fate, but potentially the fate of everyone in this war." "Don't call me my boy," Harry snapped, the words coming out sharper than he intended. "You lost that right when you decided my entire life should be built on lies." Snape stepped forward slightly, his voice measured but firm. "Albus, the Malfoys have shared certain strategic considerations with me regarding their long-term plans. Perhaps it would be beneficial for you to understand the full scope of what they're attempting." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with interest. "Indeed. And what strategic considerations might those be?" Harry and Draco exchanged a glance. They had discussed this possibility, that Dumbledore might need to know at least part of their plan to avoid interfering with it. "We're not just hiding from Voldemort," Harry said finally. "We're preparing to face him. On our terms." "What he means," Snape said smoothly, "is that the Malfoy family has decided to take a more proactive approach to their situation. Rather than simply waiting for the Dark Lord to discover Dimitri's existence, they intend to control when and how that revelation occurs." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepling before him. "Go on." Draco took a breath. "When Voldemort eventually learns about me having a twin, and he will, we want him to believe that Dimitri is exactly what he's always wanted. A Malfoy heir who's been hidden away until he was old enough and powerful enough to serve. You intend to deceive Tom into believing you're a willing recruit," Dumbledore said slowly, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "More than that," Harry said, his hand unconsciously moving to his ebony wand again. "Draco and I have discovered something about our magic when we work together. Something powerful. Something Voldemort has never encountered. Twin magic," Snape added quietly. "I've heard of it, though I haven't seen it yet." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, studying both boys with an intensity that made Harry uncomfortable. "You're planning to get close enough to strike at him directly." "We're planning to end this war," Harry said firmly. "But we need Voldemort to believe that the Malfoys are still loyal, that Dimitri appearing at Hogwarts is part of some larger plan to serve his interests. And what happens when he demands proof of that loyalty? Dumbledore asked gravely. The question hung heavy in the air. Harry felt his jaw clench. We'll do what it takes. We've discussed the lengths we'll go. We'll even take the dark mark if necessary. The dark mark. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. Harry, you cannot possibly understand what you're suggesting. Don't, Harry interrupted, his voice cold as steel. Don't you dare lecture me about sacrifice and the greater good. You've made those choices for me my entire life. This time, I'm making them for myself. Snape cleared his throat. If I may, Albus, their plan has merit. The Dark Lord's ego will make him want to believe that he's finally claimed the lost Malfoy heir. That weakness could be exploited. And you support this madness, Severus. I support giving these boys the agency you've denied them for 16 years, Snape replied evenly. Harry, Dimitri, will be a target regardless. At least this way, they choose their battlefield. Dumbledore studied them all for another long moment. Harry could feel his new wand growing warm in his grip, responding to his emotional state. The dragon heartstring core seemed to pulse with determined energy. The risks, Dumbledore began, are ours to take, Draco said firmly. Professor, with respect, Harry has been living with a target on his back since he was a baby. We're not asking for your permission. We're informing you of our intentions so you don't accidentally interfere. If Dumbledore was stung by the rebuke, he didn't show it. Instead, he sighed deeply. And what of Harry Potter? What happens to the boy who lived in all of this? Harry Potter disappears gradually, Harry said simply. In the meantime, Draco and I will work on getting close to Voldemort when the time is right. Snape seemed to consider something. Dimitri will be a powerful new player whose emergence will capture Voldemort's complete attention. It could work, Dumbledore admitted reluctantly. Tom's obsession with the Malfoy family, combined with his ego, yes, he would want very much to believe he could claim you as his own. Then you won't interfere? Harry asked. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his ancient eyes seeming to see through them to some deeper truth. Finally, he sighed, a sound filled with weariness and what might have been regret. I will not interfere, he said quietly. But I cannot pretend to approve. The dangers you're courting, they could destroy not just you, but everyone you care about. We know, Draco said. But we'd rather fight back than spend our lives running. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward his twin. Even here, even facing Dumbledore's disapproval, Draco stood with him completely. The sorting ceremony will begin in 20 minutes, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. I trust you're prepared for the immediate challenges, at least. 20 minutes. Harry felt his heart lurch in his chest, and his grip tightened on his ebony wand until his knuckles were white. 20 minutes until he walked into the Great Hall and changed everything irrevocably. 20 minutes until Harry Potter ceased to exist and Dimitri Malfoy took his first breath in the wizarding world. 20 minutes. He repeated, his voice higher than he intended. That's not very much time. Time has a way of moving forward regardless of our readiness for it, Dumbledore said, moving toward the office door. He paused, looking back at them with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. For what it's worth, I hope you find what you're looking for. And I pray that your twin magic proves as powerful as you believe it to be. You may need every advantage you can get. The door closed behind him with a soft click, leaving Harry, Draco, and Snape alone in the sudden quiet of the office. Harry's carefully maintained composure began to crack. 20 minutes, he said again, running a shaking hand through his hair, a gesture that was so characteristically Harry Potter that it made his chest ache. The ebony wand trembled slightly in his other hand. Merlin, Draco, what if this is a mistake? What if? Hey. Draco's hand caught his wrist, stopping the anxious movement. Look at me. Harry met his twin's gray eyes, eyes that were identical to his own now, eyes that held understanding and unwavering support. Are you worried? Harry asked quietly. Draco shrugged, but there was tension in his shoulders that belied his casual gesture. We've been planning this, Harry. We've thought it through from every angle. Our twin magic, the deception, everything. It's going to work. Harry. The name hung between them like a ghost, and both twins felt its weight. Actually, Draco said slowly, I think that might be the last time I call you that. His voice was soft, almost reverent. You're Dimitri now. I need to get used to it. You called me Dimitri at the manor, Harry pointed out. That was mostly around mother and father, Draco admitted. And we had slip-ups. Lots of them. But no more slip-ups. His voice grew firm, filled with promise. From this moment forward, you're my brother Dimitri. No mistakes, no lapses. I won't risk your safety or our mission because I can't remember to use the right name. Something warm and grateful spread through Harry's chest. Even now, even facing the unknown, Draco was thinking of protecting him and their larger plan. Thank you, he said simply. Snape cleared his throat, drawing their attention. If you're quite finished with your touching brotherly moment, perhaps we should discuss the immediate logistics of the evening. What logistics? Harry asked, unconsciously running his thumb along the silver handle of his ebony wand. How this will be presented to the school, Snape replied smoothly. And how it supports your longer-term objectives. We cannot have any mishaps that might undermine your eventual approach to the Dark Lord. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of their dangerous gambit settling on his shoulders. Transfer student, Snape continued. From Durmstrang. Your parents, concerned about the rising tensions in British magical society, sent you to complete your education abroad. Now, with the situation stabilizing somewhat, and with your magical abilities fully matured, you've returned to finish your final term at Hogwarts and take your place in Wizarding Society. Harry nodded. It was believable, and it laid the groundwork for Voldemort to later believe that his return was all part of some grander plan. What about questions? Harry asked. People will want to know why I look exactly like Draco. Let them wonder, Snape said with a slight smirk. You aren't obliged to announce that you're twins immediately. The resemblance is obvious, but unless someone directly asks, there's no need to volunteer that information. You don't owe anyone an explanation unless you feel the need. And if someone does ask directly, then you tell them the truth, Snape replied. That you're Draco's twin brother, separated for educational and security reasons. Most purebloods will understand the need for discretion in family matters, especially given the current political climate. Harry felt some of his anxiety begin to settle. Snape was right. This could work, both as an immediate strategy and as part of their larger plan. A soft chime echoed through the office, and Snape straightened. That's the 15-minute warning. It's time to go. They made their way through the castle's corridors, Snape leading while the twins followed close behind. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs with each step, and he found himself drawing comfort from the steady weight of his new wand. The dragon heartstring core seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, as if it was already attuning itself to his magic. As they approached the great hall, the sounds of student chatter grew louder. Harry could hear the scraping of benches, the clink of goblets, the buzz of hundreds of conversations blending together. Soon, all of that would stop. Soon, everyone would be staring at him, and his new life as Dimitri Malfoy would truly begin. Remember, Snape said quietly as they paused outside the great doors, you are Dimitri Malfoy. You have spent the last several years at Durmstrang. You are intelligent, composed, and proud of your heritage. You do not know Harry Potter, and you have no idea where he might have gone. Everything you do here tonight will eventually reach the Dark Lord's ears, so ensure that every word, every gesture, supports the narrative we need him to believe. Harry nodded, adjusting his grip on his ebony wand and trying to center himself in this new identity. Dimitri Malfoy. Not the boy who lived, not the chosen one, just Dimitri. A Malfoy heir returning home, ready to take his place in the war. I'll go in first, Draco said. Take my seat at the Slytherin table like normal. Give everyone a chance to settle before. Good thinking, Snape agreed. Mr. Malfoy. Dimitri, you'll wait here until I call for you. Draco hesitated for a moment, looking at Harry with an expression that held years of shared experience and newfound brotherhood. Are you ready for all of it? Harry managed a smile, nervous but resolute. His ebony wand felt warm and steady in his hand. Ready. Draco slipped through the doors, and Harry was left alone with Snape in the corridor. Through the gap, he could see the great hall in all its magnificent glory, the floating candles, the enchanted ceiling, the 4 long tables filled with students. The Slytherin table was closest, and Harry watched as Draco made his way toward his usual spot. Several of Draco's friends looked up as he approached. Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Knott. They seemed to be asking him questions, probably about his holiday, but Draco's responses were brief. Harry could see the tension in his twin's shoulders, the way his hands fidgeted with his napkin. At the Gryffindor table, Harry spotted familiar faces that made his chest ache. There was Seamus Finnegan, laughing at something Dean Thomas had said. There was Neville Longbottom, looking more confident than Harry had ever seen him. And there, at the far end of the table, were Ron and Hermione. Ron looked sullen, picking at his food without enthusiasm. Hermione appeared to be trying to engage him in conversation, but he was barely responding. Harry wondered if they were discussing him. He wondered what would become of their friendship. "It's time," Snape said quietly. "Remember, everything begins now. Every person who sees you tonight will carry word of your existence out into the world. Make sure they see exactly what we need them to see." Harry nodded, drawing his ebony wand and holding it loosely at his side. This was it. This was the moment everything changed forever. Snape pushed through the doors and strode to the front of the Great Hall with his usual dramatic flair. Conversations began to die down as students noticed his presence at the podium where Dumbledore usually made announcements. "Your attention, please," Snape said, his voice carrying easily through the vast space. The remaining chatter ceased immediately. "We have an unusual circumstance this evening that requires immediate attention." Harry pressed himself against the wall outside the doors, his heart pounding so hard he was certain everyone in the castle could hear it. His ebony wand hummed with subtle magic, responding to his heightened emotional state. "It is most irregular to admit new students mid-term," Snape continued, "but exceptional circumstances occasionally require exceptional measures. Tonight, we welcome a transfer student from Durmstrang Institute." A low murmur rippled through the hall. Harry could imagine the confusion on everyone's faces. Transfer students were almost unheard of, especially this late in the school year. "Joining us today will be Dimitri Malfoy." The murmur exploded into a rumble of shocked voices. Harry closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing. He could hear fragments of conversation drifting through the doors. "Malfoy. Another Malfoy. Did he say Dimitri? But Draco's already here. How many Malfoys are there? Perfect. Let them wonder. Let them speculate. Eventually, those questions would reach the right ears." Snape's voice cut through the chatter with sharp authority. "Mr. Malfoy, if you would join us." This was it. No more hiding. No more pretending. No more living as someone else. Harry Potter would soon disappear, and Dimitri Malfoy would be born once again. The first step in a plan that would either save the wizarding world or destroy them all. Harry stepped through the doors, his ebony wand held confidently in his right hand. The great hall fell silent so suddenly it was as if someone had cast a silencing charm on the entire room. 400 pairs of eyes turned toward him, and Harry felt the weight of their stares like a physical force. He forced himself to walk with confidence, the way he'd seen Draco move through crowds, chin up, shoulders back, every step deliberate and assured. His ebony wand caught the light from the floating candles, its silver handle gleaming. He ran his free hand through his hair in what he hoped looked like casual confidence rather than nervous habit, and continued his measured pace toward the front of the hall. He was wearing simple black trousers and a crisp white button-down shirt, topped with a plain black robe that bore no house insignia. The outfit had been carefully chosen to look elegant but not ostentatious, appropriate for a pureblood heir but not flashy enough to draw unnecessary attention to itself. Of course, Harry realized as he felt the weight of hundreds of stares, the attention was going to be entirely unavoidable regardless of what he wore. The silence stretched on, broken only by the sound of his footsteps on the stone floor. Harry could see faces turning between him and Draco, comparing, analyzing, trying to understand what they were seeing. The resemblance was perfect. Not just similar, but identical in every detail that mattered. Same height, same build, same aristocratic features, same platinum blonde hair, same gray eyes. At the Slytherin table, Draco's friends looked stunned. Pansy Parkinson's mouth was hanging open, her fork suspended halfway to her lips. Blaze Zabini was staring with the kind of intense focus usually reserved for particularly complex potions formulas. Even Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which, Harry reflected, was probably not difficult to achieve. The Gryffindor table was equally shocked. Harry's eyes found Hermione automatically. She was sitting rigid in her seat, her face pale and her eyes wide with what looked suspiciously like dawning realization. Next to her, Ron appeared to be experiencing some kind of mental short circuit, his mouth opening and closing without producing any sound. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs didn't look much different. Harry spotted a few familiar faces, but was sure to keep his expression neutral. He had to remind himself that he knew none of these people, other than his brother, of course. Harry reached the front of the hall, where Snape was waiting with an expression of carefully controlled neutrality. The potions master flicked his wand, and a simple wooden stool appeared in front of the staff table. "Please, be seated," Snape said formally. Harry sat down on the stool, his back straight and his ebony wand held loosely in his lap. The sorting hat felt heavier than he remembered as Snape lowered it onto his head. The ancient fabric that once fell over his eyes now fit him perfectly. The hat's voice, when it came, was warm with amusement and recognition. "Well, Harry Potter once again. How interesting indeed." Harry's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression carefully neutral. To everyone watching, he was simply a transfer student being sorted into his proper house. "Already had your time in Gryffindor, I see," the hat continued conversationally. "Years of bravery and heroics. But now you're ready to finally join Slytherin, as I suggested in your first year. It's the house of your father, and your father's father. The house where ambition and cunning are valued above all else." Yes, Harry thought back, surprised by how certain he felt. "I'm ready. But are you ready for what comes with it?" the hat asked, and Harry could sense a note of concern in its mental voice. "Slytherin will not be the easy path, young Malfoy. Your housemates will expect great things of you. Your enemies will use your heritage against you. And the Dark Lord himself will take a very personal interest in your existence." "I know," Harry replied. "That's exactly what we're counting on." The hat was quiet for a moment, and Harry sensed it sifting through his thoughts, his plans, his desperate hope that their twin magic would be enough when the time came. "Ah," the hat said finally. "I see. You're not just seeking truth, are you? You're seeking justice. Revenge, perhaps. And you believe your twin bond will give you the power to achieve it." "We have to try," Harry thought. "People are dying. The war needs to end." "Indeed it does," the hat agreed. "And perhaps this is the way. Certainly, it's the most ambitious plan I've encountered in quite some time. Very Slytherin of you, I must say." Harry felt a moment of uncertainty. Was he making a terrible mistake? Was he putting everyone he cared about in danger for what might be a foolish gambit? But then he thought of Draco, sitting just a few meters away, ready to support him no matter what came next. He thought of the twin magic they'd discovered, the power that flowed between them when they worked together. He thought of Narcissus' gentle acceptance and even Lucius's grudging support. For the first time in his life, he had a family that wanted him exactly as he was. And he had a plan to end the war that had stolen so much from so many. He wasn't going to give that up, no matter what the cost. "I'm ready," he thought again, and this time there was no uncertainty in it. The hat chuckled, a sound like old parchment rustling. "Yes, I believe you are. Very well, then. Let us see how this story ends, Mr. Malfoy. And may your magic prove as powerful as your ambition." Harry felt the hat shift slightly on his head, preparing to announce its decision to the waiting hall. His heart hammered against his ribs, and he could feel his ebony wand growing warm in his lap, responding to the magical tension in the air. This was it. The moment that would define the rest of his life, and possibly the fate of the wizarding world. The sorting hat's voice boomed out across the great hall, loud and clear and absolutely certain. The applause that followed the sorting hat's declaration was polite but confused, scattered across the four tables like rain on uneven ground. Dimitri, he had to think of himself as Dimitri now, completely and utterly, rose from the stool with what he hoped looked like dignified composure. His legs felt unsteady beneath him, but he managed to walk toward the Slytherin table without stumbling. The sea of green and silver robes parted to make room for him, and Dmitri found himself settling onto the bench next to Draco. His twin's gray eyes met his for just a moment, a flash of support and shared understanding, before Draco's attention was immediately hijacked by his friends. Bloody hell! Malfoy, Blaise Zabini breathed, his dark eyes darting between the twins with unconcealed fascination. All these years, you never mentioned having a brother. It's complicated, Draco replied smoothly, but Dmitri could hear the slight tension beneath his casual tone. Pansy Parkinson leaned across the table, her eyes bright with curiosity. Complicated how? I mean, look at you both. You're practically identical. How do you hide a twin brother? Family business, Draco said with the kind of finality that usually shut down further questioning. Unfortunately, his friends seemed too shocked to take the hint. But Durmstrang. Theodore not interjected, his pale eyebrows raised. Why weren't you both at Hogwarts from the beginning? Or both at Durmstrang? This was the moment Dmitri had been dreading, the first real test of their carefully constructed story. He straightened his shoulders and let a hint of his newfound Malfoy pride seep into his voice. My parents thought it best that we receive different types of education, he said carefully. Durmstrang has a more traditional approach to certain subjects. Dark arts, blood purity, the proper order of things. He paused, letting his eyes sweep across the curious faces around him. My father believed one son should understand the old ways thoroughly, while the other learned to navigate the political landscape here in Britain. It wasn't entirely a lie, just a twisted version of the truth that painted his separation from the family in a more strategic light. The kind of long-term planning that would impress other purebloods and, more importantly, sound appealing to any Death Eaters who might hear rumors of the conversation. Smart, Blaise said with genuine admiration. Two different skill sets, but both valuable to the family legacy. Exactly, Draco said, picking up the thread smoothly. Father always thinks several moves ahead. You look exactly the same, though, Crabbe observed with his typically blunt directness. Like, exactly the same. That's weird, right? Twins often look alike, Crabbe, Draco said dryly. It's rather the point. But not this alike, Goyle added, his heavy brow furrowed. My cousin's a twin and they don't look anything like this. You two could switch places and no one would know. Dmitri felt a chill run down his spine at the comment. If only Goyle knew how close to the truth he was, and how useful that truth might prove to be in the coming months. The questions kept coming, rapid fire and relentless. Why haven't your parents ever mentioned another son? Were you a secret or something? What's Durmstrang like compared to Hogwarts? Can you do that thing where twins feel each other's pain? Are you older or younger? Why transfer now, of all times? Draco fielded them with increasing irritation, his jaw growing tighter with each inquiry. Dmitri tried to contribute answers where he could, weaving their cover story about different educations and strategic family planning. But his mind was elsewhere, scanning the Great Hall with growing anxiety. Where was Harry Potter? The plan had been carefully constructed over weeks of preparation at Malfoy Manor. Dmitri would be sorted as himself, establishing his identity as Draco's twin brother, a twin who had been educated in the dark arts at Durmstrang, who understood the old pureblood ways, who might be valuable to the Dark Lord's cause. Then, to prevent anyone from ever connecting Dmitri Malfoy to the missing Harry Potter, the boy who lived himself would make an appearance. But the great hall doors remained closed, and there was no sign of the messy-haired, bespectacled hero anywhere. Dimitri's breathing grew shallow as panic began to set in. Had something gone wrong? Had whoever was supposed to play Harry Potter been discovered? He thought it was supposed to be Hermione, but she was there, sitting, gossiping with Gryffindors at their table. Don't you think, Dmitri? Dmitri snapped back to attention to find Pansy staring at him expectantly. I'm sorry, what? I was saying that Durmstrang must have a very different social structure than Hogwarts, she repeated with slight irritation. The way they separate students by blood status is much more traditional. Right, Dmitri said, grasping for the details they'd rehearsed. Yes, very traditional. Much more hierarchical. Purebloods are given proper respect, and everyone knows their place in the natural order. He let a note of approval creep into his voice. It's refreshing, actually. No pretense that blood doesn't matter. Several faces around the table lit up with interest. This was the kind of talk that resonated with his new housemates, and the kind of reputation that would reach the right ears if their plan was going to work. Are you all right? Millicent Bulstrode asked with surprising gentleness. You look a bit pale. Just adjusting, Dmitri managed. It's overwhelming, being here. Everything's so different from. The great hall doors burst open with a tremendous crash, cutting off his words and causing every head in the hall to turn toward the entrance. Harry Potter stumbled through the doorway, his arms wrapped around a precarious tower of books, parchment, and what appeared to be several large potion bottles. His signature messy black hair stuck out at impossible angles, his round glasses sat crooked on his nose, and his Gryffindor robes were disheveled as if he'd been running. Dimitri's heart nearly stopped. There he was, the original Harry Potter, looking exactly as Dmitri had for the first 16 years of his life. Green eyes bright behind wire-rimmed glasses, that stubborn cowlick that never lay flat, the slight build that came from years of malnourishment at the Dursleys. Sorry. Harry called out breathlessly to the hall at large. Sorry, I'm late. Lost track of time in the library, and then Professor McGonagall needed help with. His foot caught on his own robes, and the entire tower of books went tumbling to the floor with a tremendous crash. Bottles rolled across the stone, parchment scattered like snow, and several heavy tomes landed with echoing thuds right in the space between the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. The hall erupted in a mixture of laughter and sympathetic groans. Several Gryffindors started to rise from their seats to help, but it was Hermione who reached him first. Honestly, Harry, she said in that exasperated, motherly tone that Dmitri remembered so well. She knelt down beside him, gathering up scrolls and bottles with practiced efficiency. How do you always manage to make such a production of everything? Dmitri stared, transfixed. Seeing his old body, his old life, his old friends interacting as if nothing had changed was surreal beyond description. But something felt off. Something in the way Hermione's eyes flickered toward the Slytherin table, the way Ron's shoulders seemed tense despite his amused expression. Draco kicked him sharply under the table. Dmitri jerked, realizing he'd been staring with obvious shock and concern, exactly the opposite of how a pureblood Slytherin should react to Harry Potter's public embarrassment. He forced his expression into something colder, more disdainful. The way a Malfoy would look at the famous half-blood's clumsiness. But it was too late. Harry Potter had noticed. In the middle of collecting his scattered belongings, Harry suddenly went very still. His green eyes, Dimitri's old green eyes, lifted from the books in his hands and found Dmitri across the hall. The staring contest that followed was electric with tension. Harry's eyes moved from Dmitri to Draco and back again, his expression shifting from confusion to something that looked almost like recognition. Harry, Hermione said softly, following his gaze. You missed something important. Harry blinked, seeming to shake himself out of his daze. I must have missed something important, he said with a laugh that sounded slightly strained. His eyes remained fixed on the twins. 2 Malfoys. Isn't one enough? Had to use polyjuice to produce another. The question was directed at Draco, but there was something sharp in Harry's tone, something that suggested he already knew the answer. No, Potter, Draco snapped back with familiar venom. Unlike some people, I don't need to resort to luck to get ahead. This is my brother, Dmitri. From Durmstrang. Dmitri straightened at the introduction, meeting Harry Potter's gaze with what he hoped looked like cool assessment. This was it. The moment that would sell their entire deception. So you're the famous Harry Potter, Dmitri said, his voice carrying clearly across the space between tables. He let his tone convey polite interest tinged with skepticism, exactly how a pureblood raised on stories of the Dark Lord's power might sound. I've heard so much about you at Durmstrang. They have quite different opinions about your celebrity status there. The implication was clear without being openly hostile. Durmstrang, with its dark arts curriculum and pureblood traditions, would view Harry Potter with skepticism rather than hero worship. It was exactly the kind of subtle slight that would reinforce Dimitri's cover story while establishing the proper dynamic between them. I'm sure they do, Harry replied, his voice tight. Durmstrang's always had interesting perspectives on current events. Current events, Dmitri repeated with a slight smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yes, that's one way to put it. Though at Durmstrang, we tend to focus more on facts than propaganda. The comment sent a visible ripple through both tables. Several Slytherins looked intrigued, while the Gryffindors appeared shocked at the barely veiled insult. And what facts would those be? Harry asked, his green eyes flashing dangerously. Dmitri felt the weight of every gaze in the Great Hall. This was his moment, his chance to establish himself as someone with the right kind of beliefs, someone who might be useful to the Dark Lord's cause. That surviving an attack as an infant, however fortunate, doesn't make someone the prophesied savior of the wizarding world, Dmitri said calmly. That luck and circumstance are often mistaken for destiny. That perhaps the wizarding world's faith in a teenage boy to end this war is misplaced. The silence that followed was deafening. Dmitri could feel Draco's tension beside him, could see the shock on several faces at both tables. But he also saw something else. Approval from some of his new Slytherin housemates, and calculation in the eyes of a few older students. How very enlightening, Harry said, his voice carrying an edge that hadn't been there before. I suppose it's easier to theorize about things from the safety of a distant school. And I suppose it's easier to believe in fairy tales than facts, Dmitri replied smoothly. The exchange had gone far enough. Any more and it would cross from establishing his credentials into outright provocation. Professor McGonagall appeared at Harry's side as if summoned by the tension. Mr. Potter, please collect your belongings and take your seat, she said briskly. Mr. Malfoy, she looked directly at Dmitri, welcome to Hogwarts. I trust you'll find our educational standards meet your expectations. The dismissal was polite but firm. Harry gathered the last of his books and made his way back to the Gryffindor table, sliding onto the bench beside Ron with his usual energy. But Dmitri noticed how his shoulders remained tense, how his eyes kept darting back toward the Slytherin table. Well, Pansy said, breaking the spell that had fallen over their section of the hall. That was illuminating. Potter's always been too comfortable with his fame, Draco said dismissively, but Dmitri could see the slight tremor in his twin's hands as he reached for his goblet. Is that really what they teach at Durmstrang? Theodore asked quietly, leaning closer. About Potter. I mean, about his chances against you-know-who. This was dangerous territory, but it was also exactly where they needed to be. Dmitri chose his words carefully. They teach us to think critically, he said slowly. To question whether a boy who's spent most of his life in the Muggle world, who only learned about magic 6 years ago, can really stand against a wizard who has studied the dark arts for decades. He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the interested faces around him. The Dark Lord has followers, armies, centuries of accumulated knowledge. Potter has, what? Good intentions and the support of an aging headmaster. But he's survived multiple encounters with you-know-who, Millicent pointed out, though her voice carried uncertainty. Has he? Dmitri asked with raised eyebrows. Or has he been fortunate enough to escape situations where the Dark Lord wasn't trying to kill him immediately? There's a difference between surviving and winning, between luck and skill. The distinction sent a visible thrill through several of his housemates. This was exactly the kind of thinking that would mark him as someone with traditional sympathies, someone who might be receptive to the Dark Lord's cause. You really think Potter will lose? Blaise asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dmitri shrugged, as if the answer were obvious. I think the war will be decided by power, preparation, and political reality, not by children's stories about chosen ones and the power of love. And in all three areas, the Dark Lord has significant advantages. The conversation gradually shifted to other topics as dinner continued, but Dmitri could feel the weight of what he'd accomplished. In one evening, he'd established himself as Draco Malfoy's twin brother, demonstrated his proper, pureblood education and values, and subtly indicated that he believed the Dark Lord would ultimately prevail. As the meal wound down and students began filing out of the Great Hall, Dmitri found himself walking beside Draco toward the dungeons. The Slytherin common room was exactly as he remembered from the brief times he'd seen it in his original form. Green and silver everywhere, expensive furniture, the underwater quality of light that came from being beneath the lake. Well, Draco said quietly as they climbed the stairs toward their dormitory. That went better than expected. Did it? Dmitri asked, keeping his voice low. Because I have about 1,000 questions about what just happened. Later, Draco murmured, nodding toward Crab and Goyle, who were walking just ahead of them. We'll talk later. The dormitory was a revelation. 4 beds draped in silver and green, each with its own set of drawers and a small writing desk. Draco's belongings were scattered around one bed in his usual organized chaos, while a second bed sat pristine and empty, clearly prepared for Dimitri's arrival. Older students have single rooms at Durmstrang, Dmitri said, settling onto his new bed. It was true, according to the research they'd done, and it explained why he might seem uncomfortable with shared sleeping arrangements. You'll get used to it, Goyle said with a shrug. Though Malfoy snores, so you might want earplugs. I do not snore, Draco protested, but there was amusement in his voice. The other boys began their usual evening routines, changing clothes, organizing books for tomorrow's classes, engaging in the kind of casual conversation that came from years of shared living. Dmitri tried to follow along, but his mind kept drifting back to the Great Hall and the perfect performance he'd witnessed. It wasn't until nearly midnight, when the last of their roommates had fallen asleep, that Draco finally crept over to Dimitri's bed. We need to talk, he whispered. But not here. Too many ears. They slipped out of the dormitory and made their way through the common room, past the dying fire and the empty chairs. Draco led them through a series of corridors until they reached a small, abandoned classroom that he'd clearly used for private conversations before. All right, Dmitri said the moment the door closed behind them. What the hell was that? Draco sank into one of the dusty chairs with a sigh. That was Hermione's idea. She said that she and Ron should be in the Great Hall when Harry comes in. At first I thought it was a bad idea, but she said it wouldn't have been believable otherwise. It was a rather smart idea. Hermione. But she was sitting at the Gryffindor table. I saw her help Harry pick up his books. Hermione came up with the idea, Draco corrected. But she wasn't the one playing Harry. Dmitri stared at him. Who was? Draco hesitated. Promise you won't be angry. That depends on what you're about to tell me. It was Snape. Dmitri stared at him blankly. What? Professor Snape. He used Polyjuice Potion and Hermione's Time Turner. The silence that followed was deafening. Dmitri could feel his heart hammering against his ribs as the implications crashed over him. Snape, he said slowly, went back in time to pretend to be Harry Potter. Just by a few minutes, Draco said quickly. He took the Polyjuice right after he escorted us here, used the Time Turner to go back to before dinner started, and then made his entrance as Harry. He needed to be seen in the Great Hall at the same time. Everyone needed to be seen. And you didn't tell me. Dimitri's voice was rising. You let me sit there panicking, thinking the plan had fallen apart, when you knew the whole time. I knew you'd say no. Draco interrupted. If I'd told you we were asking Snape to risk using a Time Turner and illegal Polyjuice Potion, you would have called the whole thing off. You're damn right I would have. Dmitri snapped. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Time Turners aren't toys, Draco, and if Snape had been caught. But he wasn't caught, Draco said firmly. And it worked perfectly. Better than perfectly. Dmitri ran his hands through his hair, trying to process this revelation. So when Snape was standing there during my sorting, was that before or after he was Harry Potter? He'd already done the whole thing. The books, the conversation with us, everything. That's why he looked so calm. For him, it was already over. Dmitri sat down heavily in the chair across from his brother. So tonight, everyone in the Great Hall saw Harry Potter and Dmitri Malfoy in the same room at the same time. Exactly. Now, no matter what happens, no matter what anyone suspects, they can't possibly believe that you and Harry Potter are the same person. They saw you both. They saw you interact. You're officially and completely separate people in everyone's mind. And even Professor Snape was in the room, courtesy of the Time Turner. It was perfect. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And terrifying. What happens now? Dmitri asked. Snape can't keep using Time Turners forever. He doesn't need to. But we might need him to use Polyjuice a few more times, just enough to establish a pattern. Have Harry Potter show up for a few more meals, maybe be seen in the library or walking the corridors. Then Harry can gradually become more reclusive until he just disappears. And Hermione and Ron were both in on this. They had to be. Hermione provided the time turner and helped brew the polyjuice. Ron had to act natural when Harry sat down next to him. They all knew it was Snape. That's why Hermione kept looking at me, Dimitri realized. She was checking to see if I'd figured it out. Probably. She was worried you'd give something away if you looked too shocked. Dimitri shook his head in amazement. I can't believe Snape agreed to this. He said. Draco paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. He said he owed it to Lily Potter to make sure her son could choose his own path. Even if that path led away from being her son. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, both processing the events of the evening. Finally, Dimitri spoke. I still can't believe he did it. Snape, of all people. He's not as heartless as he pretends to be, Draco said quietly. And I think he understands what it's like to live a lie for years, pretending to be someone you're not. You mean the double agent thing? Among other things. Draco's expression grew thoughtful. He told me once that the hardest part wasn't fooling Voldemort or Dumbledore, it was remembering who he really was underneath all the masks. Dimitri looked at his twin, his identical twin, who had risked everything to help him discover his true identity, who had stood by him through every revelation and every challenge. Are you, Draco asked suddenly, happy, with how tonight went? Dimitri considered the question seriously. The evening had been a performance, yes, but it had also been his first real step into his new identity. He'd spoken as Dimitri Malfoy, established his reputation among his new housemates, and begun laying the groundwork for their dangerous plan to deceive Voldemort. Yes, he said finally. I think I am. For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Even if it's terrifying. Draco smiled. A real smile, not the smirk he wore for public consumption. Good. Because this is just the beginning. We have twin magic to explore, a dark lord to fool, and about 16 years of lost brotherhood to make up for. No pressure. Then. None at all, Draco agreed with a laugh. As they made their way back to the dormitory, Dimitri felt something settle in his chest, a sense of rightness that he'd never experienced before. He was no longer living a lie. He was no longer pretending to be someone else. He was Dimitri Malfoy, twin brother to Draco, son of Lucius and Narcissa, Slytherin student. And if their plan worked, he might just be the key to ending this war once and for all. He was exactly who he was supposed to be. And tomorrow, the real work would begin. After the long-awaited reveal of Dimitri Malfoy, the twins had spent hours debating their next move. They both agreed that they couldn't face what was coming alone. They needed more allies, people they could trust with their lives and their secrets. The question was who to approach first. Hermione, Dimitri had said without hesitation. She's brilliant, she already knows everything, and she helped coordinate the polyjuice deception with Snape. She already knows most of what we are planning anyway. Draco had agreed, though with some reluctance. But she's a muggle born, he'd pointed out, quick to correct himself. This plan is going to require us to say and do things that will hurt her personally. Are you sure she can handle that? She's stronger than you think, Dimitri had replied. And if we can't trust her with this, we can't trust anyone. So here they were, in the same abandoned classroom where they'd discovered so many truths about themselves, preparing to ask their friend to support what might be the most dangerous gamble of their lives. The abandoned classroom felt smaller with 3 people in it, the shadows seeming to press closer as Hermione listened to the twins' explanation with growing alarm. Her bushy hair caught the wandlight as she shook her head repeatedly, her face pale with worry. This is madness, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. You're talking about walking directly into Voldemort's hands. You're talking about getting yourselves killed. We're talking about ending this war, Dimitri corrected, though his voice was gentler than usual. He understood her fear. He shared it. Hermione, think about it. This gives us the opportunity we've been looking for. A chance to get close enough to actually use our twin magic against him. But what if it doesn't work? Hermione's voice cracked slightly. What if your magic isn't strong enough? What if he sees through your deception? What if? Then it's better to have tried than not, Draco said firmly. Better to have given our all in an effort at defeating the Dark Lord. Better to have attempted to gain our freedom than to wait passively for him to destroy us. He paused, seeing the fear in Hermione's eyes. But you're getting too far ahead. Let's focus on today and making allies, starting with you. Hermione turned to stare at him, her voice emotional. How can you be so casual about this? You're talking about your brother's life. About your own life. Because there really isn't another option, Draco replied, his voice softer now. Voldemort will find out about Dimitri. It's only a matter of time. And when that time comes, he will demand that Father deliver him. We can either wait for that to happen and hope for the best, or we can take control of the situation and use it to our advantage. But the things you'll have to do, Hermione said, turning back to Dimitri. The things you'll have to say to convince him you're really on his side. You'll have to act like you believe in pureblood supremacy. You'll have to pretend to support the persecution of Muggle-borns. You'll have to. She couldn't finish the sentence. I'll have to act, Dimitri said firmly. That's all it is, Hermione. Acting. Playing a role to save lives. But everyone will believe it's real, she protested. Students, teachers, they'll all believe that you're dark, Harry. I'm a Malfoy. They're going to believe it anyway, Dimitri reminded her and then paused. And please, you have to call me Dimitri. If you call me Harry out loud on accident. Her eyes looked glassier, but she sniffled a bit and nodded, understanding. We need it to be believable to keep him safe for as long as we can, Draco added, which is the entire point. I don't like it, Hermione said, wrapping her arms around herself. I don't like the idea of you having to pretend to be something so awful, even if it's not real. I don't like any of it. Neither do I, Dimitri admitted. But it's pivotal to the plan, Hermione. Everyone has to believe it. Not just Voldemort and his followers, but everyone. The moment someone suspects I'm still the same person I was before, the deception falls apart. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her analytical mind clearly working through all the implications. Finally, she looked up at them both with worried eyes. Even if I could accept this plan, which I'm not saying I can, there's still the problem of Ron. Draco's jaw tightened. What about Weasley? He already hates Malfoys enough as it is, Hermione said carefully. I don't think he'll understand why this is necessary. I don't think he'll be able to support it. Then he'll have to learn, Draco said, his voice growing cold. Will he? Hermione challenged. When have you ever done anything nice or even decent for Ron? When have you ever given him a reason to trust you or believe you're capable of change? Draco's eyes flashed dangerously and rather loudly he declared, I'm taking care of my brother who happens to be Harry Potter. Isn't that decent enough? Shish. Dimitri hissed, grabbing Draco's arm. Do you want someone to hear you? Draco clenched his jaw but lowered his voice. Sorry, he muttered. Look, Dimitri said, looking between his brother and Hermione. I know Ron won't like this. I know it's going to be difficult for him to accept. But he needs to know the plan. We can't have him doing something unpredictable because he doesn't understand what's happening. He needs to know that it's an act. And if he tries to stop you? Hermione asked. He's already hesitant about all of this, even accepting you. Then we'll deal with that when it happens, Dimitri said grimly. But we have to try. I want to believe that he's still my friend, Hermione. Despite everything that's happened, despite the Cruciatus curse, despite all of it, he's still my friend. And I need him to understand, whether or not he feels the same way. Hermione sighed deeply. When do you want to tell him? Tomorrow night, Dimitri decided. Can you arrange a meeting? Somewhere private. I'll figure something out, Hermione said reluctantly. But, promise me you'll be careful. Both of you. This plan terrifies me. I promise, Dimitri said, though they all knew it was a promise he might not be able to keep. The next evening found Dimitri and Hermione waiting in an unused classroom on the third floor. The tension in the air was palpable, made worse by the memory of what had happened the last time Ron and Dimitri had been alone together. When Ron finally arrived, his expression was guarded, his hand hovering near his wand. He took in Dimitri's appearance. The identical features to Draco, the different wand at his side, the Slytherin robes, and his frown deepened. So, Ron said without preamble. Hermione says you wanted to talk. I do. We need to discuss what's going to happen next, Dimitri replied carefully. This is our opportunity to work together instead of against each other. Ron's eyes fixed on the ebony wand at Dimitri's hip. New wand. Yes. Dimitri Malfoy wouldn't carry a holly wand with a phoenix feather core. Too many people know that wand belonged to Harry Potter. Ron was quiet for a moment, still studying Dimitri's face as if trying to find something familiar in the Malfoy features. His laugh, when it came, was bitter. Work together. Because last time we were alone, I used the Cruciatus curse on you. His hands shook slightly. I tortured my best friend. The words hung heavy in the air. Hermione flinched visibly at the reminder. I know you thought I was Draco, Dimitri said, his jaw tightening. And I know you believed someone had hurt Hermione and put her under a spell. I was so angry, so scared for her, Ron started. Scared for me? Hermione's voice cut through his explanation, hurt evident in every word. Ron, is that really what you thought? That I could be so easily fooled? You doubted me so completely that when I tried to explain, you decided torture was a better solution than listening. That doesn't make it right, Dimitri added quietly. Ron looked stricken. Hermione, I didn't mean, I was trying to protect you both. By using an unforgivable curse. Dimitri's voice had gone cold, more reminiscent of Draco than either of them was comfortable with. You looked at who you thought was Draco Malfoy and decided he deserved to suffer. And Ron, you have to just stop, Hermione said firmly before Ron could respond. You're making excuses instead of taking responsibility. Tears gathered in Ron's eyes. Every time I look at you, all I can see is Malfoy, pale skin, those silver eyes, that hair. I remember every cruel thing he ever said to us. Every sneer about my family, about Hermione being Muggle-born. Those were Draco's choices, Hermione said, her expression softening slightly. Not Harry's. You can't hold him responsible for what Draco did. And I've talked to Draco since and he's changing too. He's not the same person he was before this war, either. But you're one of them now, Ron said, looking directly at Dimitri. You're a Malfoy. Not even Harry anymore. You're someone I don't know, a stranger. I don't even know what to call you. Something snapped inside Dimitri. All the patience, all the careful explanations he'd been trying to maintain, it crumbled. I'm not a stranger, Ron. The truth is that I always was Dimitri Malfoy. Harry Potter was the lie Dumbledore created. His voice rose sharply, causing both Ron and Hermione to flinch. Do you think Lily and James didn't notice as I grew up that I was starting to look just like James? That I had Lily's eyes when both of them knew I was adopted? It makes no sense that I would look like a Potter. They had to have known about the glamours. And the Malfoys. Dimitri continued, his hands shaking with emotion. They had to pretend I was dead to keep me safe. Imagine having to pretend your child is dead because the alternative is even worse. You have no idea what they went through. You never asked about any of this. You didn't care. I just don't understand how you can be so okay with all this, Ron said quietly. How you can just accept being a Malfoy. And how can you just dismiss the Potters? Okay with it. Dimitri's voice cracked. You think I'm okay with finding out everything I knew about myself was a lie? Do you have any idea what it felt like to brew that potion and see Malfoy results? To realize that my worst enemy just became my brother? And do you have any idea what my life has been like? To lose my parents, to lose Sirius and then deal with this. None of this has been easy. Your parents died for you, Ron pressed. Yes, they did. And so did countless other people. People who deserve justice, Ron. I appreciate everything that my parents did for me, all their love and all their sacrifices. And because of that, you need to know that this plan, as crazy as it sounds, has meaning. But the Malfoys. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but Dimitri wasn't finished. You need to understand something about the Malfoys. In the very beginning of all of this I spent days thinking I was going insane. Every time I looked in the mirror, Draco Malfoy's reflection stared back at me. When I realized it was all true, I had nowhere to go. I couldn't tell you because I knew you'd react exactly like this. I was completely alone, Ron. I spent weeks hiding in the room of requirement, not knowing who I was or where I belonged. Tears were gathering in Dimitri's eyes now and his voice cracked. I felt like Harry Potter had died and I didn't know who was left. But Draco. Ron started weakly. Draco was just as shocked as I was. He spent the first week thinking I was an imposter. But you know what? He came around. He chose to support me, to help me figure out who I was supposed to be. And think about it. Draco was helping me, someone he used to think of as his enemy. Dimitri's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. And then you cast the Cruciatus curse on me. The words hit the room like a physical blow. Ron flinched as if he'd been slapped. In that moment, lying on the ground in agony, I realized I had lost everything. My identity, my past, and now my best friend. Dimitri wiped at his eyes angrily. When I was completely lost, it was Draco who came to support me. He was the one who stepped up, becoming the brother I never had before. Hermione had tears streaming down her face now, her hand pressed to her mouth. Draco warned me that all of this would be near impossible to convince you of, and he was right, Dimitri continued. Even now, I don't think you're convinced. You look at me and all you see is Draco Malfoy. You can't look past the platinum hair and gray eyes to realize that underneath, I'm still the Harry you know. He took a shaky breath. But it was Draco who welcomed me into his life, his home, his family. I have parents who want me, who've been grieving for me for 16 years. I have a real family now. His voice cracked. But I still don't have you. You do have me. Ron started desperately. Do I? Because every time I try to explain, you act like I'm choosing to betray Harry Potter. Like I should be ashamed of my heritage. Dimitri's voice was rising again. Sometimes I feel like Draco is all I have, he continued, his voice breaking. You have 5 brothers plus Ginny. If something happened to you, wouldn't they support you no matter what? I thought you would be that for me. But if you can't be my friend when I need you most, then I'm done. The room fell silent except for the sound of Hermione's quiet crying. Ron stared at Dimitri with wide, stricken eyes, finally seeing the full scope of what his friend had endured. Ron's voice cracked when he finally spoke. I never realized how completely alone you felt. I didn't think. You didn't think. Dimitri agreed quietly, frustrated. But you're here now, listening. That's something, I guess. It's not enough. I know, Ron said, shaking his head. And you're right. What you said about my brothers. If I found out I wasn't truly a Weasley, they'd support me no matter what. They wouldn't make me prove I was still their brother. He looked between Dimitri and Hermione, his expression pained. I've been looking at you and seeing Malfoy, but I know that's not fair. You didn't choose this any more than Draco chose to lose his brother for 16 years. I just want my friend back, Ron, Dimitri said softly. I want to know that when this is all over, I'll still have you in my life. You will, Ron said firmly, and for the first time, he sounded certain. I'm working towards acceptance. It's hard. Nothing about this is easy. But I'm trying. The tension in Dimitri's chest began to ease. So you'll help with the plan. Ron's face went pale. The plan where you pretend to become a Death Eater and get close enough to you know who to, what exactly? To end this. To use the twin magic that Draco and I share to finally destroy him. Then what should I call you? Ron asked quietly. If you're not Harry anymore, what name do you want me to use? Just call me Dimitri for now, Ron. It doesn't have to be complicated. Ron was quiet for a long moment, then seemed to inhale deeply and nod to himself. I know you're right. Both of you. And I want to make the right decisions. You've proved yourself to be, well, you are still my friend. So how can I help? Dimitri explained the plan then. The deception they were preparing, the role he would have to play as a loyal Death Eater, the terrible things he might have to say and do. Ron listened with growing horror. This is suicide, Ron said when Dimitri finished. The most dangerous, stupid plan I've ever heard. Do you think it's something Harry Potter would have done? Dimitri asked quietly. Ron hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Yeah, it's exactly the kind of noble, self-sacrificing, idiotic Gryffindor thing Harry would do. Then you understand why I have to try. Understanding it and liking it are two different things. Ron ran his hands through his hair. But what do you need me to do? Remember that no matter what I say or do in public, it's still just an act. I need you to trust that the person underneath is still your friend. And if you have to say things about Muggle-borns. Ron's eyes flicked to Hermione. If you have to act like she's beneath you. Then I act, Dimitri said simply. And you both remember it's not real. I don't know if I can watch you pretend to be everything I hate without wanting to hex you, Ron admitted. You have to, Hermione said firmly. If you react the wrong way at the wrong time, you could expose everything. And remember, Dimitri started, it's Dimitri now. Don't make a mistake with my name, especially in public. It will keep me safe. It will keep all of us safe. We can't risk anyone finding out about who I really am. Not yet. As they prepared to leave, the weight of their decision settled over them. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new deceptions, and new dangers. But tonight, they had taken the first step toward building an alliance that might be enough to end this war once and for all. The first few days of term passed in a strange sort of rhythm. Dimitri found himself settling into the role of Draco's twin brother with surprising ease, or perhaps it wasn't so surprising, considering it was the truth. The Slytherin dormitory didn't feel as intimidating as he expected, and his housemates, while initially curious, had begun to accept his presence as simply another Hogwarts student. More importantly, Dimitri was carefully cultivating his reputation as someone with traditional views, someone who might be sympathetic to the Dark Lord's cause. Every conversation was an opportunity to drop subtle hints about his Durmstrang education, his family's values, and his growing skepticism about the official narrative of Voldemort's defeat. It was delicate work, but essential if their ultimate plan was going to succeed. But the most crucial part of their deception was still ongoing. Professor Snape continued to make occasional appearances as Harry Potter, each one carefully orchestrated to cement the illusion that Dimitri Malfoy and the boy who lived were two entirely separate people. It was during their third day back that the most convincing performance yet took place. They had discussed it, they had practiced, but when the time came to actually act it still took everyone by surprise. Defense against the dark arts had always been a volatile class, but with Professor Blackthorne at the helm, it had become something else entirely, a rigid, theory-heavy course that seemed designed more to bore students into submission than actually teach them useful defensive magic. Dimitri sat beside Draco in the back of the classroom, watching as Professor Blackthorne droned on about the theoretical applications of shield charms while completely ignoring the practical component. As you can see from page 47, Blackthorne was saying in his nasally voice, the mathematical precision required for a proper protean shield requires exact wand movements that most students never master. The classroom door suddenly burst open, and Harry Potter came running in quickly. Sorry I'm late, Professor, Harry said breathlessly, pushing his glasses up his nose. I was in the library researching shield variations and lost track of time. Potter, Blackthorne's voice was filled with irritation. You have missed 2 days worth of classes. How gracious of you to finally join us. We were just discussing the theoretical foundations of defensive magic. Harry's eyes swept the classroom, taking in the bored expressions of most students. Right. Theory. Very practical. Perhaps you'd like to demonstrate your superior practical knowledge. Blackthorne's tone was condescending. I'm sure Mr. Malfoy would be happy to assist with a demonstration of proper dueling etiquette. Dimitri felt his blood run cold, but Draco was already half rising from his seat, that familiar Malfoy smirk playing across his lips. He didn't have to be asked twice. I'd be delighted to show Potter how a real wizard handles curse work, Draco drawled, his voice carrying the perfect note of aristocratic disdain. Harry's green eyes, Dimitri's old green eyes, flashed with familiar anger. I don't need lessons from Death Eater spawn, Malfoy. The classroom went dead silent. Even Blackthorne seemed taken aback by the venom in Harry's voice. Draco stood fully now, his hand drifting toward his wand. Death Eater spawn. His voice was dangerously quiet. At least my family has the courage to stand for something, Potter. Unlike your precious Gryffindors, hiding behind Dumbledore's skirts. My parents died fighting Voldemort, Harry snarled, taking a step forward. They died protecting people who couldn't protect themselves. What has your family ever done except bow and scrape to anyone with enough power to make them rich? That's rich coming from you, Potter. Dimitri's voice cut through the tension, cold and sharp as he leaned forward at his desk. Several heads turned toward him. At least the Malfoy family knows how to survive. Harry's eyes darkened and he looked at Dimitri with obvious disdain. Ah, the other Malfoy speaks. Let me guess. Another coward hiding behind Daddy's reputation. Our father. Draco began. Your father is a coward and a murderer. Harry cut him off. Just like you'll be, when you take the mark. Both of you. Dimitri watched, transfixed, as the argument escalated. It was perfect. Too perfect. Every word, every gesture, every flash of genuine seeming hatred was exactly what everyone expected from Harry Potter and the Malfoy twins. The other students were leaning forward in their seats, some with excitement, others with worry. But Dimitri could see something the others couldn't. He could see the way Draco's left hand trembled slightly, not with anger, but with the effort of maintaining his performance. He could see the calculated precision in Harry's movements, the way each insult was designed for maximum impact without crossing lines that couldn't be uncrossed. And he could see Professor Blackthorn's uncomfortable expression as he watched two of his most troublesome students tear each other apart. This clearly wasn't what he'd intended when he suggested a demonstration. Perhaps, Blackthorn interrupted nervously, we should let you two settle this with a proper academic duel. Wands out, gentlemen. Standard dueling rules. No dark arts, no permanent harm. I don't duel children, Harry said coldly, never taking his eyes off Draco. Even ones who think they're grown up because Daddy bought them a fancy wand. Children. Draco's voice rose. You arrogant. At least Draco earned his reputation through skill, not by being the poster boy for martyred parents, Dimitri called out from his seat, his voice carrying the perfect Malfoy sneer. Some of us don't need a scar and a sob story to be noticed. The classroom buzzed with murmurs at the bold insult. Harry's face flushed with anger. How dare you? Hermione stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. Harry earned everything he has through bravery and sacrifice. Sit down, Granger. Draco told me about how you are, Dimitri said coldly, not even looking at her. And no one asked for the opinion of a mudblood. Despite Dimitri's quiet tone, the word hit the classroom like an explosion. Several Gryffindors gasped in outrage. You take that back right now. Ron roared, jumping to his feet with his wand already drawn. Dimitri almost swore that for a moment Ron might actually use his wand. Don't you ever call her that. Or what, Weasley? Dimitri's voice was silk over steel, keeping up the performance. You'll hex me with your broken wand. Oh wait. That's right, your family can actually afford proper equipment now. How refreshing. Harry stood before the twins with his wand out, but hadn't made the move to yet start the duel. Mr. Potter. The time to duel is now, Blackthorn said sharply. Harry's jaw clenched. For a moment, Dimitri thought he might refuse, might break character and reveal that something was wrong. But then Harry's shoulders straightened and he stepped forward. Fine, Harry said. But when I put Malfoy in the hospital wing, don't blame me. Make it a fair game, gentlemen, Blackthorn purred. Begin. What followed was the most convincing fake duel Dimitri had ever witnessed. Harry and Draco circled each other like predators, firing curses and hexes with what appeared to be genuine murderous intent. Harry's spells were powerful but defensive, shields and disarming charms mixed with the occasional stinging hex. Draco's were more aggressive, favoring curses that would cause pain or humiliation. Is that all you've got, Potter? Draco taunted as he deflected a disarming charm. I've seen first years with better form. Show him what real pureblood training looks like, Draco. Dimitri called out encouragingly. Go on, Harry, Hermione shouted from her seat. Show them what a real wizard can do. Yeah, teach that git a lesson. Ron added, his fists clenched. For all the times he's insulted our families. Confringo. Harry roared, and a blast of orange light shot toward Draco. Draco dove behind a desk just as the spell shattered the stone wall where he'd been standing. Several students screamed and ducked for cover. Is that the best the famous Harry Potter can do? Dimitri shouted over the chaos. Trying to blow up the classroom because you can't win a fair fight. Gentlemen, Blackthorn called out, looking genuinely alarmed now. Perhaps we should. Sectum Sempra. The curse came from Draco's wand, and even Dimitri gasped. That was one of Snape's inventions, a curse designed to slice flesh like a blade. If it hit Harry. Draco. Dimitri said his brother's name tensely, immediately wondering if he should intervene. Killing Harry Potter wasn't exactly on the agenda. But Harry was ready for it, naturally. He deflected the curse with a shield charm so perfect it looked effortless, sending the cutting curse harmlessly into the ceiling. He almost looked like he was enjoying himself. My turn, Harry said quietly, and there was something in his voice that made everyone in the classroom go very still. Expulso. The explosion curse hit the desk Draco was hiding behind, reducing it to splinters and sending him flying across the room. He hit the opposite wall with a sickening thud and slid to the floor, gasping. Draco. Dimitri was on his feet immediately, his wand already tight in his hand. For a moment, the only sound in the classroom was Draco's labored breathing and the tension between the opposing sides. I win, Harry said simply, lowering his wand but keeping his cold gaze fixed on both twins. Blackthorn was looking distinctly uncomfortable now. Well, that was certainly educational. Class dismissed. Please read chapters 2 through 4 for next time. Draco was slowly trying to pull himself to his feet, one hand pressed against his ribs. His face was pale, but his eyes were blazing with what looked like genuine fury. Dimitri hurried over quickly, leaning down and grasped Draco's hand, pulling him up the rest of the way and faced the golden trio with sharp, silver eyes. It was a powerful scene in the classroom, the Malfoy twins side by side. This isn't over, Potter, Draco gasped, his voice raspy. Yes, it is, Harry said, gathering his books. It's been over since the day your precious Dark Lord murdered my parents. You're just too stupid to realize it. At least our parents weren't naive enough to get themselves killed, Dimitri shot back, his voice dripping with venom as he supported his brother. Harry's face darkened dangerously, but before he could respond, Ron stepped forward. Don't you dare talk about Harry's parents like that. Ron's voice was shaking with rage. They died protecting innocent people from monsters like your family. The only monsters here are blood traitors and mudbloods who don't know their place, Dimitri replied coolly, his silver eyes flashing. That's enough. Hermione's voice cracked slightly, and Dimitri could see the real hurt in her eyes despite knowing it was all an act. Come on, Harry. Let's get out of here before these people say anything else disgusting. Harry said nothing more as the three Gryffindors left the classroom together, Ron still muttering angrily about Malfoy scum, while Hermione appeared to be comforting a still silent Harry. They left behind a tableau of shocked students, one very confused defense professor, and two Malfoy twins who had just given the performance of their lives. Dimitri helped Draco straighten up, whispering urgently under his breath, "Can you walk?" "I'm fine," Draco replied through gritted teeth, though he was clearly favoring his left side. "Just bruised." But Dimitri could see the way his twin favored his left side as they made their way to their next class. Whatever had happened during that performance, at least some of Draco's pain was real. That evening, after their roommates had fallen asleep, the twins made their way to the same abandoned classroom they'd used before. Draco was moving more carefully than usual, and when he sat down, he couldn't quite suppress a wince. "How badly are you hurt?" Dimitri asked immediately. "It's nothing serious," Draco said, but he was gingerly probing his ribs. "Bruised ribs, maybe a small fracture. Nothing a healing potion won't fix." "Why didn't you go to Madame Pomfrey?" "Because then I'd have to explain why Harry Potter and I were dueling in defense class, and the whole point was to make it look spontaneous. Plus, I don't want to answer questions, anyway." Draco managed a weak smile. "Besides, it was worth it. Did you see Blackthorn's face? He's completely convinced that Harry and I hate each other." "You could have been seriously hurt," Dimitri said. "That explosion curse was perfectly controlled," Draco interrupted. "Snape knew exactly what he was doing. The blast was mostly for show. It looked devastating but was actually quite mild. We discussed it beforehand. You discussed it beforehand. Dmitri looked momentarily angry, but then his shoulders sagged. Of course you did. I should have known. It was effective, I'll give you that. Everyone in that classroom is now absolutely certain that Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy are enemies, and me as well. Which means they'll never suspect that Harry Potter and Dmitri Malfoy are the same person, Draco agreed. One more performance should do it. Maybe have Harry show up to a meal when we're both there, so people can see all three of us in the same space for maybe the last time. I'll have to think about what we can argue about next time. You know, Draco, I'd almost say you're enjoying this, Dmitri said with a half smile. Enjoying it? Draco asked with raised eyebrows. Yes. Dueling with Potter. Arguing with Potter. Fighting with Potter. You do realize that wasn't actually Harry Potter, right? Dmitri asked sarcastically. I could duel with you anytime, Draco responded quickly, defending himself. We could duel right now. Dmitri rolled his eyes and snorted slightly and then decided to change the subject. Anyway, speaking of Snape, we should probably check on him. See how he's holding up. They made their way through the castle's corridors toward the dungeons. The potions classroom was dark and empty, but there was light coming from under Snape's office door. Draco knocked softly. Professor. It's us. No answer. Draco tried the handle and found it unlocked. They pushed the door open to reveal Snape's office, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a piece of parchment on his desk, folded and sealed with green wax. It's addressed to us, Dmitri said, pointing at the elegant script on the front of the letter. Draco picked it up with hands that weren't quite steady. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the contents quickly. As he read, all the color drained from his face. What is it? Dmitri asked, but he could already guess from his brother's expression that it wasn't good news. Draco's hands were trembling now as he handed over the letter. Read it. Dmitri took the parchment and read. D&D. By the time you read this, I will have answered a summons that I cannot ignore. I have been called to duty, and I do not know when I will return, or if I will return. The performance we discussed will have to end here. It has served its purpose well enough, and any additional risks are no longer justified. Be careful. Trust no one. Watch each other's backs. The game has changed. Dmitri looked up to find Draco staring at the wall with an expression of barely controlled panic. Draco, he said carefully. Called to duty. Does that mean? Draco was quiet for so long that Dmitri thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. The Dark Mark, he said. Voldemort has summoned him. The words hit Dmitri like a shock wave. You mean? I mean the Dark Lord has called his Death Eaters to him, Draco said, his voice hollow. Including Snape. And maybe Father. And if Voldemort is calling meetings. Someone told him, Dmitri finished. Someone told him about us. We may only need one more performance, Draco said quietly, with Voldemort himself. Dmitri took a deep breath. He had prepared for this. He knew it was coming. He didn't expect it to come so soon, but he was tired of playing, tired of pretending. Game on, he whispered quietly to Draco, his hand tightened around his wand and his silver eyes ablaze. They stared at each other in the dim light of Snape's office, both understanding the implications. Their secret was out. Voldemort knew about the twins. The game had now officially changed. The Slytherin dormitory was silent except for the soft breathing of their sleeping roommates, but neither Dmitri nor Draco had managed more than a few fitful hours of rest. Yesterday's bold declaration of, game on, felt like a distant memory now, replaced by the cold reality of what they had committed to doing. They'd been lying in their beds, staring at the ceiling, both acutely aware that the other was awake but neither wanting to be the first to admit that their earlier confidence had given way to something more sobering. Finally, as the first hints of dawn began to filter through the lake water outside their windows, Dmitri sat up and looked over at his brother's bed. Draco was already sitting on the edge of his mattress, his head in his hands. Second thoughts. Dmitri whispered. Draco looked up with a rueful smile. More like 20th thoughts. They slipped out of the dormitory and made their way through the empty corridors, their footsteps echoing softly in the pre-dawn quiet. The castle felt different at this hour, expectant, as if it too sensed that momentous change was coming. The room of requirement provided them with a simple, comfortable space, just two armchairs by a fireplace, warm and private. For a moment, both brothers sat in contemplative silence. Yesterday I felt so sure, Dmitri said finally. Like we could take on the world. But lying awake all night, thinking about actually facing Voldemort. He trailed off, shaking his head. I know, Draco agreed. It's one thing to say, game on, when you're caught up in the moment. It's another to wake up and realize that game could start at any moment. What if we're not ready? The question that had been haunting Dmitri all night finally escaped. What if our occlumency isn't strong enough? What if the twin magic isn't as powerful as we think? Draco was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire. Then he straightened, something shifting in his expression. But what if it is? He turned to face his brother. Dmitri, think about what we've already accomplished. The way our magic resonates together, amplifies each other, even Snape said he'd never seen anything like it. The wandless magic, Dmitri said slowly, remembering. The way we can sense each other now is unprecedented. Quote. Exactly. Draco's voice grew stronger. And it's growing stronger every day. The last few days weren't just bravado, we felt it, didn't we? That surge of power when we decided to stop hiding. Dmitri felt that familiar warmth bloom in his chest, the sensation that meant his brother's magic was reaching out to his own. We did. It was like we were finally operating at full capacity. Because we were, Draco said firmly. All these years, Harry Potter was holding back, trying to be normal, trying to fit in. But you're not just Harry Potter anymore, you're Dmitri Malfoy, and together we're something Voldemort has never encountered. Twin magic, Dmitri breathed, feeling his earlier doubts begin to dissolve. He won't know how to counter it because he's never seen it before. More than that, Draco continued, leaning forward with growing excitement. He can't understand it. Voldemort's power comes from fear, from isolation, from making people feel alone and helpless. But we're never alone, we're stronger together than we could ever be apart. Dmitri stood up abruptly, pacing to the window as energy coursed through him. That's it, isn't it? That's why it has to be this way. Every other approach, the Order's direct confrontation, Dumbledore's complex schemes, they're all playing by Voldemort's rules, fighting him with conventional magic and strategy. But we're not conventional, Draco said, standing as well. We're an anomaly. Two individuals whose magic amplifies and strengthens when we cast together. He'll never see this coming, Dmitri realized, his voice gaining strength. Any of it. And even better because for once I won't have to be alone, you'll be right there with me. Our combined power, our synchronized casting, he's never faced anything like it. And when the moment comes, Draco said, his eyes bright with renewed determination, when he realizes he's not facing one wizard but two working in perfect synchronization. Game over, they said in unison, then looked at each other and grinned. The morning light streaming through the window seemed brighter now, full of possibility rather than foreboding. The doubts were still there. They would always be there. But underneath them was something unshakable. Absolute faith in each other and in the magic that bound them together. We need to talk to Dumbledore, Dmitri said, but his tone was different now, not seeking permission, but preparing to take command. Not to ask if we can do this, but to coordinate with the Order so we can do this right. Time to show them what twin magic can really accomplish, Draco agreed. Later that morning, the twins found themselves standing near the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office at 7:30, both looking considerably more nervous than they cared to admit. The password, Fizzing Whizbees, gained them entry, and they climbed the spiral staircase with heavy steps. Dumbledore looked up from his desk as they entered, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been amusement behind his half-moon spectacles. He was already dressed for the day, suggesting he'd been awake for some time. Well, he said mildly, setting down his quill, to what do I owe the pleasure of such an early morning visit from the Malfoy twins? We need to discuss our plan in more detail, Dmitri said without preamble, settling into one of the chairs opposite Dumbledore's desk. Specifically, we need to know what kind of support we can expect from the Order. Draco took the chair beside his brother, his posture tense. With Snape summoned and Father soon to follow, we need to know that everyone is truly ready. The Order members who will need to act surprised, betrayed, angry when it happens, can they sell the deception as convincingly as we can? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, studying them both carefully. The Order understands their roles in this elaborate piece of theater, yes. They've been preparing for this moment. We're asking you to help us end this war, Dimitri corrected firmly. Whatever it takes. Dimitri hesitated, then pressed on with the question that had been bothering him. How many people know the truth about who I really am? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. The Order knows, he said simply. And the key faculty members, McGonagall, Flitwick, Pomfrey, and yes, Snape knew from the beginning. I believed it was necessary to bring them into our confidence early on. They wouldn't have believed that the Malfoys had suddenly decided to be good and wanted to kill Voldemort out of the kindness of their hearts. But they could accept that Harry Potter, now Dimitri Malfoy, would be willing to risk everything to end this war. The revelation made Dimitri's stomach clench with nervousness. That makes me nervous, he said honestly. The more people who know, the greater the risk, Dumbledore agreed. But also the greater the potential for success. The faculty has been preparing for what comes after. They're ready to vouch for you and your family when the truth is revealed. To support the Malfoys publicly when people learn that you've been on the light side all along. Draco leaned forward, his expression serious. People won't want to believe it at first. That our family turned against Voldemort, that we've been helping Harry Potter. Precisely, Dumbledore said, which is why having respected voices, Order members, beloved teachers, ready to speak on your behalf will be crucial. When the wizarding world learns that Harry Potter has been living as Dimitri Malfoy, and that the Malfoy family has been working against Voldemort, there will be shock, disbelief, even anger. Having people they trust confirm the truth will make all the difference. Dimitri considered this strategy, then straightened in his chair with sudden resolve. Actually, I've been thinking about the timeline. With Snape summoned and our Father soon to follow, I don't want to wait much longer. He met Dumbledore's gaze directly. When we're called to meet with Voldemort, and we will be called soon, I want to finish this. The silence that followed was heavy. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. My boy, that may not be wise. To rush into such a confrontation without proper preparation. But the Order is ready now, though, right? Dimitri asked. They know who I am and they're prepared to support this. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed without hesitation. They've known for some time now, and they're fully prepared to support whatever course of action we decide upon. As are the faculty members who matter most. Then we don't need to wait anymore, Dimitri said firmly. Perhaps we shouldn't be hasty, Dumbledore said carefully. More time to prepare, to strengthen your abilities. The time is now, Draco said, leaning forward with conviction, supporting his brother completely. Originally we wanted to wait, but we're done waiting. Done hiding. He looked at his brother, then back at Dumbledore. Although Dimitri's been the one concealing his secret for all this time, even I have had to hide the truth, that our family is on the light side. I'm ready, and Dimitri is ready. Dimitri felt a surge of gratitude toward his brother. Every day we wait is another day Snape is at risk. Another day our father might be forced to do something that compromises him. Another day more people die while we perfect our magic in the safety of Hogwarts. What about the other professors? Draco asked. Are there others who should know the truth? The core faculty already knows, Dumbledore replied. As for the rest, we can bring them into our confidence as needed. But I'd prefer to handle those conversations myself. He looked at both boys seriously. The less you two are seen skulking about the castle having secretive conversations with various people, the safer you'll be. Suspicious behavior now could unravel everything later. Dimitri felt a flicker of surprise at the offer. You'd do that? My boy, Dumbledore said, and there was something softer in his voice than usual. I realize I have given you precious little reason to trust me. The decisions I made regarding your upbringing, your identity, they were made with the best of intentions, but that does not excuse the pain they caused you. The old wizard removed his spectacles and cleaned them slowly, as if gathering his thoughts. I cannot undo the years of deception, but I can ensure that you have every possible advantage as you face what lies ahead. Thank you, Dmitri said quietly, and meant it. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet, but it was a beginning. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles and looked at them both with a mixture of acceptance and concern. Very well. If you're both certain this is the path you wish to take, then we'll proceed with the accelerated timeline. We are, Dmitri said without hesitation. There is something else you should know, Dumbledore continued, his expression growing serious. Twin magic. Well practiced, perfectly synchronized twin magic, might even be stronger than my own abilities. You have a weapon at your disposal that Voldemort has never encountered, never studied, never learned to defend against. He leaned forward, his tone becoming urgent. But it will only work if you practice, if you strengthen your bond and perfect your coordination. You must become more than just brothers who share a face. You must become two halves of the same magical whole. We've been working on it, Draco said. The emotional resonance, shared spell casting, occlumency. Continue, Dumbledore advised. Push yourselves. Test your limits. Because when the time comes to face Tom Riddle, you will need every advantage you can possibly gain. And that time is coming much sooner than we originally planned. Dumbledore nodded with finality. I will prepare the Order and the teachers and the rest of our allies for when the time comes. Because it's coming soon. Very soon. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore called out one final piece of advice. Remember, boys, the greatest strength of any deception is not in the lies you tell, but in the truths you choose to reveal. Dmitri felt a strange sense of finality settling over him as they left the office. The waiting was over. Soon, one way or another, this would all be finished. Later that morning, after their classes had begun and the castle had settled into its daily rhythm, the twins found themselves back in their strategic discussion. With Dumbledore's assurance that the Order and key faculty members were already prepared to support them, they knew they had powerful allies in place. But as they refined their dangerous plan, they realized they needed to secure every possible advantage, and that meant bringing in allies that Voldemort would never expect or understand. We need to be strategic about this, Dmitri said. Dumbledore has the Order and the teachers ready to vouch for us when this is over, but we need our own network of support. People who can help us during the deception itself. And we need to plan for contingencies, Draco added seriously. When something goes wrong. Not if. When. We'll need backup that Voldemort would never suspect. Exactly, Dmitri replied. Something always goes wrong with plans like this. The question is whether we'll have enough support to adapt when it happens. They paused outside the entrance to the Slytherin common room, neither wanting to end the conversation but both aware that their dormmates might overhear. After everything Dumbledore's done, all the manipulation and lies, can we really trust him not to use this situation for his own purposes? Dmitri asked. I don't know if we can trust him fully, Draco said bluntly. But we can use him. Just like he's been using everyone else. Dmitri paused, then continued more slowly. We're thinking about this in terms of wizards and witches as allies, but what about other types of magic users? Voldemort has been underestimating other forms of magic for decades. What if we could get help from someone he'd never suspect? Like who? Draco asked. House elves, Dmitri said suddenly. Dobby. Draco's eyebrows rose, then understanding dawned on his face. House elf magic is different from wizard magic. They can apparate through anti-apparition wards, become invisible without spells, perform magic without wands. And Voldemort has always dismissed them as inferior, Dmitri added. He'd never expect a house elf to be working actively against him. But can we trust him to actively work against his former family? Dobby's already broken free from most of that conditioning, Dmitri pointed out. He's been secretly watching over me for years. They made their way to the room of requirement, and Dmitri closed his eyes, concentrating on needing Dobby's help. There was a soft pop, and Dobby appeared, wearing what looked like Hermione's hand-knitted sweater. Dmitri Malfoy sir has called Dobby. The house elf exclaimed. Dobby has been waiting. Dobby, Dmitri said seriously, we need your help with something extremely dangerous. We're going to try to fool Voldemort into thinking I've switched sides so we can get close enough to destroy him with our twin magic. Over the next hour, the twins laid out their entire plan in careful detail. Most importantly, they explained their twin magic, how it worked, why it might be powerful enough to defeat the Dark Lord, and what would need to happen for them to get close enough to use it effectively. Dobby listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking clarifying questions or nodding as pieces of the puzzle fell into place. When they finished, his expression grew very serious. This is very dangerous magic, Sir Dimitri. Very dangerous indeed. I know. That's why we need allies we can trust completely. Dimitri leaned forward. This isn't just about helping me, Dobby. This is about actively working against Voldemort, spying, gathering information, maybe even fighting. If you're caught. Dobby understands, the house elf said solemnly. Dobby has been fighting bad wizards for years now. Dobby will help Sir Dimitri. There's something else, Draco added. Part of this plan involves us pretending to support pureblood supremacy. We'll have to act like we believe house elves are just property. It won't be real, but it will look real. Dobby's ears drooped slightly, but his expression remained determined. Dobby understands the difference between acting and believing. So you'll help us? Dimitri asked. Dobby will help, the house elf confirmed. But as a partner, not as a servant. And if Dobby thinks the plan is too dangerous, if Dobby thinks Master Dimitri will be killed, Dobby will try to stop them. Of course, Dimitri said immediately. That's exactly what we want. They spent time working out details. Dobby would gather information about other Slytherin students and watch the professors, while also serving as a secure communication method between their allies. This plan to fool you-know-who, Dobby said seriously. How will Sir Dimitri keep from losing himself when pretending to be someone else? That's the key, Dobby, Dimitri said, leaning forward intently. Everything we're doing, all the acting, all the deception, all the terrible things all have to pretend to believe, it's just a cover. An elaborate performance to get close enough to Voldemort to destroy him. The moment I can reveal myself as Harry Potter, the moment Draco and I can use our twin magic to save the wizarding world, all of this pretending ends. That's what I have to hold on to. That this isn't who I really am, it's just what I have to do to win this war. Then Dobby will help, the house elf said solemnly. But Dobby will also protect Sir Dimitri from himself if necessary. As dawn began to break, Dobby disappeared with a soft pop, leaving the twins with established communication protocols and contingency plans. Well, Draco said, having Dobby on our side changes everything. His abilities add layers to our plan that Voldemort will never see coming. Dobby has never betrayed me, not once, Dimitri said. If there's anyone I can trust with my life, it's him. As they finally made their way to bed, both brothers felt something they hadn't felt since this ordeal began, hope. They had allies now, and that might just be enough to change everything. The room of requirement had become their sanctuary, transforming itself each day into whatever they needed for their increasingly intensive training sessions. Today, it resembled a combination of dueling chamber and battlefield, complete with moving targets, defensive barriers that shifted and adapted, and spell-resistant practice dummies that could actually fight back. Hermione stood in the observation area, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, her wand at the ready as she monitored their progress. She'd been there more often than not over the past week, helping coordinate their training, taking notes on their magical synchronization, and pushing them harder than they'd ever been pushed before. Thank you, Dimitri said suddenly, turning to face her before they began the day's session. His voice was quiet but sincere. For being here. For helping us prepare for this. I know it can't be easy. Hermione's expression softened slightly, though there was still a flicker of hurt in her eyes. Of course I'm here, she said quietly, then hesitated before continuing. I know you're doing what needs to be done. Even if it's difficult sometimes. Dimitri ran a hand through his already disheveled platinum hair, looking uncomfortable. I also need to apologize. For that terrible word I had to call you during the staged duel. I know it was necessary for our cover, but it's actually why Ron decided not to come today, Hermione interrupted, her voice carefully neutral. He's still upset about what happened. About how convincing you both were. Draco's head snapped up from where he'd been adjusting his wand grip, irritation flashing across his features. We had to be convincing, Granger. Do you really think Dimitri wanted to call you that? Hermione shrugged slightly, her expression guarded. I know that, logically. But hearing it, even knowing it was an act. Dimitri stepped closer, his voice earnest. It was the worst thing I've ever had to do. But you have to remember, all the eyes of every Slytherin were on me during that duel. Every conversation between Potter and the Malfoy twins was being watched, every moment remembered. I hated having to do it, but it was necessary. And I hope we'll never have to do it again. I hate having to be a good actor, Draco added with his characteristic arrogance, though there was something almost apologetic in his tone, as close to a real apology as Draco Malfoy was likely to offer. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. I accept the apology. Both of your apologies. And Ron, he'll come around. Eventually. Though I have to warn you, he almost hexed you after you called me that word. I barely stopped him. Understandable, Dimitri said with a grimace. I would have done the same thing in his position. Hermione raised her wand slightly, indicating the training dummies arranged throughout the room. Well, if we're going to defeat you-know-who, we need to get to work. Dimitri gave a small nod, his expression growing serious as the weight of their mission settled over him once again. Both twins had long since discarded their robes, leaving them crumpled in a heap near the wall. Draco still maintained some semblance of his usual impeccable style. His white button-up shirt was open at the collar and rolled up to his elbows, his black trousers and polished dress shoes somehow still looking relatively pristine despite the intensive training. But even he couldn't maintain perfect composure. His usually perfectly styled platinum hair was ruffled with sweat and falling forward into his eyes as he moved. Dimitri looked more casually disheveled in his black t-shirt and black pants, his leather dress shoes scuffed from the constant movement and dodging. His platinum hair was more thoroughly messed than his brother's, longer and wilder, sticking up at odd angles in a way that would have been instantly recognizable to anyone who had known Harry Potter. He'd never bothered trying to tame it the way Draco did with his. It was just perpetually disheveled, as if he'd given up the fight entirely. Both were wiping sweat from their faces as they stood back to back in the center of the room, their wands raised against a dozen animated training constructs that circled them like predators. They'd been at this for 3 hours already, and their clothes clung to them with perspiration from near misses with cutting hexes. Ready, Draco murmured, his breathing labored but steady. Always, Dimitri replied, and they moved as one. Their magic had evolved beyond anything either had thought possible. Where once their twin bond had been a curiosity, something that let them share emotions and occasionally thoughts, it had become something far more profound. Their spells didn't just complement each other. They fused, creating effects that were exponentially more powerful than the sum of their parts. Protega Maxima. They cast in perfect unison, and the shield that erupted around them wasn't just strong. It was alive, shifting and adapting to counter each attack before it could strike. The practice construct's hexes didn't just bounce off. They were absorbed and redirected with surgical precision. Expulso Gemini. The explosion curse they'd developed together tore through the air in twin spirals of destruction, each bolt seeking a different target. Where they struck, the practice dummies didn't just fall. They disintegrated entirely, their magical cores overwhelmed by the synchronized assault. In seconds, the chamber was silent except for the sound of their breathing. Again, came Hermione's voice from the observation area, sharp and demanding. She was taking notes, her quill scratching furiously across parchment. Again, Draco panted, looking incredulous. Granger, we just destroyed 12 advanced training constructs in under 30 seconds. Not good enough, she said curtly, already conjuring new practice dummies. These ones were larger, more aggressive looking. For the next 2 hours, Hermione pushed them relentlessly. Every time they thought they'd mastered a technique, she demanded they do it faster, more precisely, with less energy expenditure. She conjured increasingly difficult scenarios, multiple opponents, environmental hazards, situations that required them to protect imaginary bystanders while fighting. By the time she finally called a halt, both twins were utterly exhausted, slumped against the wall and barely able to hold their wands. Your synchronization is nearly perfect now, Hermione said, but her tone was still unsatisfied. The way you're channeling magic through each other is unprecedented. Then what's the problem, Granger? Draco asked, irritation clear in his voice. We're exhausted. We've been at this for hours. What more do you want from us? You just need more practice, Hermione said quickly, not meeting their eyes. More preparation. More practice. Dimitri interrupted, pushing himself off the wall despite his exhaustion. Hermione, we're performing magic that's never been documented. We're synchronized to the point where we can almost feel each other's power when casting. What exactly are we practicing for that we haven't already mastered? You haven't mastered everything, she insisted, her voice growing sharper. There are still scenarios we haven't covered, still techniques you could improve. Granger, Draco cut in, his patience clearly at an end. Stop. Just stop. We're not idiots, and we're not children. Tell us what's really going on. Hermione's composure cracked then, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. What's wrong is that it shouldn't be up to a couple of 16-year-olds to defeat the most powerful dark wizard in a century. Her voice rose with each word, raw emotion bleeding through her usual control. The room fell silent. Dimitri and Draco exchanged glances, both too tired and surprised to know how to respond to her outburst. Hermione took a shaky breath, seeming to realize she'd revealed more than she intended. I know that you're capable, she continued, her voice quieter but still strained. I've never seen magic this strong, ever. I believe that you have a chance, a perfect chance. Dimitri studied her face, noting the tension around her eyes, the way she was still avoiding his gaze despite her reassurance. Then what's the problem? He asked quietly. If you know we're capable. Her eyes suddenly grew damp, and she looked embarrassed by her own emotion. I'm afraid, she whispered. Afraid of losing you. You've never walked into anything like this before. What if you leave, and you don't come back? The admission hung in the air between them. Dimitri felt something tighten in his chest, understanding flooding through him. All of Hermione's relentless pushing, her impossible standards, it hadn't been about preparation. It had been about fear. I'm worried too, he said softly. More than I want to admit. We're walking into something none of us fully understand, facing someone who's had decades to perfect his magic. The unknown variables are what keep me awake at night, Draco added quietly. We can practice all we want, but we won't know if it's enough until we're actually there. They sat in heavy silence for a moment, the weight of what was coming settling over them like a shroud. Finally, Draco seemed to shake off his exhaustion, pushing himself away from the wall with renewed determination. Look, Granger, he said, his voice carrying a note of impatience but also resolve. I'll make sure your golden boy comes back to you in one piece. Hermione hesitated for a moment, as if unsure whether she had the right to what she wanted to do. Then Dimitri opened his arms, and she stepped forward into a strong, confident embrace. He held her tightly, feeling her trembling slightly against him. I promise you, he said quietly, his voice carrying absolute conviction, I will come back. Not just to you, but to everyone who's counting on us. Whatever it takes, whatever I have to endure, I will survive this and I will come home. That's a promise I intend to keep. When they separated, Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but she was smiling. I'm going to hold you to that, you know. I hope you do, Dimitri replied. Dimitri was about to say more when the magical practice targets suddenly froze mid-motion and letters began rearranging themselves across the room, spelling out a message in glowing script. The summons has come. Report to the headmaster's office immediately. Both of you. A.D. The letters held for a moment before dissolving into sparks, leaving them in heavy silence. Dumbledore's emergency messaging system, Hermione whispered, her face pale. Draco's face had gone ashen. The summons. That means. Father's been instructed to bring us to Voldemort, Dimitri finished. His voice was steady, but his hands were trembling slightly. It's time. Dumbledore's office had never felt smaller. The portraits on the walls seemed to press closer, their painted eyes following every movement as Dimitri and Draco stood before the headmaster's desk. McGonagall was there too, her usually composed expression tight with worry. She stared at the twins for longer than necessary, most likely realizing now that Harry Potter was present. How long do we have? Dimitri asked without preamble. Your father's owl arrived an hour ago, Dumbledore said, gesturing to a piece of parchment on his desk. He's requesting your immediate presence in Nocturne Alley. The wording is carefully neutral, but the implication is clear. You're expected by sunset. He paused, his blue eyes grave behind his half-moon spectacles. You'll be taken to meet Voldemort. Where exactly? Draco's voice was carefully controlled, but Dimitri could feel his twins' fear through their bond. The letter doesn't specify, but our intelligence suggests he's been using a flat in Nocturne Alley itself for certain recruitment activities. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. You may not have to travel far. Recruitment, Dimitri repeated. You mean marking ceremonies? Dumbledore nodded gravely. It's likely that Voldemort will want to bind you to his service permanently. The dark mark is not just a symbol, it's a leash. Once you bear it, he can summon you at will, cause you pain, even track your location. But it might not work the same way on us, Draco said, though he sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Our twin bond might interfere with the mark's connection to him. Might, McGonagall emphasized. We don't actually know what will happen when dark magic of that magnitude encounters your unique magical signature. You could be unaffected, partially affected, or the interaction could be catastrophic. Catastrophic how? Dimitri asked. The mark could kill you, Dumbledore said bluntly. Or it could sever your twin bond permanently. Or it could bind you both so completely to Voldemort that you lose yourselves entirely. Do whatever you can to avoid getting marked. It is a last resort only if you cannot find an in before that moment. The weight of what they were risking settled over them like a suffocating blanket. But there was no backing down now, too much depended on their success. What about backup? Draco asked. If something goes wrong, the Order will be positioned as close as we dare, McGonagall assured them. But we can't get too near without risking exposure, especially in Nocturne Alley. You'll be largely on your own until you can create an opening for us. A flow would be sufficient. Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Though I should mention that your father and Professor Snape have been cultivating certain alliances within some of the old pureblood families. Families with children at Hogwarts whose safety we must protect by keeping their parents' true loyalties secret. You mean some Death Eaters are actually on our side? Draco asked, surprised. They may not necessarily have switched completely to the light side, however, some are having second thoughts about Voldemort's methods, McGonagall said carefully. Your father has been very persuasive in private conversations. But this information cannot leave this room. Too many lives depend on maintaining these covers. Understood. Dimitri looked at his brother. Are you ready for this? Draco's jaw was set with determination, but Dimitri could feel the terror coursing through their bond. No. But I'm ready to end this war. McGonagall stepped forward, her stern expression softening slightly. I want you both to know, what you're doing is extraordinarily brave. And extraordinarily dangerous. If there were any other way. There isn't, Dimitri said simply. This is our choice. Our responsibility. The Order owes you both a debt that can never be repaid, Dumbledore said quietly. Whatever happens tonight, know that you are not alone. Magic itself seems to have conspired to give you the tools you need for this task. Trust in that. Trust in each other. The journey to Nocturne Alley felt like traveling toward their own execution. They'd used the flow network from Hogwarts, stepping out of the old, peeling fireplace that was presented to them and found Lucius waiting for them. He looked older than when they'd last seen him, new lines etched around his eyes and a tension in his shoulders that spoke of barely controlled fear. You came, he said, and there was relief in his voice. Did you think we wouldn't? Draco asked. I wasn't certain. When I received the summons, when I learned what would be expected. Lucius ran a hand through his long hair. I wanted to refuse. To tell him you weren't ready, that you needed more time. But you couldn't, Dimitri said, understanding. No. Refusal would have meant death for all of us, and probably everyone at Hogwarts as well. He's not in a patient mood these days. Narcissa appeared nearby, her face pale but composed. Boys. I'm so glad you're safe. She moved to embrace them both, and Dmitri felt her hands shaking as she held him. I've prepared everything you'll need. Fresh robes, your family rings, documentation of your heritage. Mother, Draco said gently. We know what we're doing. Do you? Her voice cracked slightly. Do you truly understand what you're walking into? He's not the same as he was before his resurrection. He's crueler now, more paranoid. And he has particular interest in you, Dmitri. In what you represent. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances. Tell them, she said quietly to her husband. You'll need to be utterly convincing in everything you say and everything you do, Lucius warned. Voldemort is skilled at legilimency. He'll try to read your thoughts, your intentions. If he suspects deception. We know, Dmitri said. We've been preparing. They had indeed been preparing. Not just their magic, but their minds. Hermione had found references to mental shields in some of the more obscure defense texts, and they'd been practicing occlumency techniques designed specifically for their twin bond. The theory was that they could hide their true thoughts in each other's minds, making them nearly impossible for an external legilimens to detect. But theory and practice were very different things. There's something else, Narcissa said quietly. The other Death Eaters, they know about you now. Some of them are curious, others are skeptical. A few are actively hostile to the idea of accepting someone new into their ranks. Anyone in particular we should watch out for? Draco asked. Bellatrix, Lucius said immediately. She's convinced this is all an elaborate trick. She's been pushing Voldemort to simply kill you both and be done with it. She's family, Narcissa added with disgust. My sister. But she's also completely mad. Don't trust her. Don't turn your back on her. And don't give her any excuse to attack you. What about Snape? Dmitri asked. Is he? He's alive, Lucius confirmed. But he's under suspicion. Voldemort is questioning his loyalty, and he's being watched constantly. Don't expect help from him. He can't risk exposing himself. Lucius paused, his expression growing more serious. However, he has been preparing you both as much as possible. The legilimency training he's given you should help protect your minds from Voldemort's intrusions. Speaking of suspicion, Narcissa said, her voice tight with worry, there's something else you need to know about Bellatrix. Both boys tensed. Bellatrix Lestrange was a name that carried weight in their household, Narcissa's sister, but also one of Voldemort's most devoted and dangerous followers. She's been asking questions, Narcissa continued. About Dimitri's time at Durmstrang, about why we never mentioned a second son before, about his sudden appearance in our lives. She's suspicious by nature, and she's been feeding her doubts to Voldemort. What kind of questions? Draco asked. She wants to know why she never met Dimitri during family gatherings, why there were no childhood photos of him at the manor, why his Durmstrang education seemed so conveniently timed. Lucius ran a hand through his hair. She's convinced something isn't right, and she's been poison in Voldemort's ear about it. Does she suspect who Dmitri really is? Draco asked. No, Narcissa said quickly. Thank Merlin. No. Voldemort still believes Dimitri's been at Durmstrang this entire time, being properly educated in the dark arts and pureblood ideology. He has no idea who he was before. But Bellatrix senses betrayal somewhere, and she's determined to root it out. She already killed Sirius, Dmitri agreed quietly. She won't hesitate to kill us if she thinks we're lying. The sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway made them all freeze. Lucius moved to the window, peering through the curtains at the darkening sky. It's time, he said, his voice heavy with dread. The sun is setting, and we cannot keep him waiting. Dmitri and Draco stood, their wands at their sides but their magical connection humming with shared determination. Through their bond, Dmitri could feel his brother's terror, but also his unwavering resolve. They were about to walk into the heart of darkness itself, but they would face it as one. Remember, Narcissa whispered as they moved toward the door. You are Malfoys. You belong to this family, this legacy. Whatever happens, don't let them take that from you. We won't, Dmitri promised. As they followed Lucius to the deserted flat in Nocturne Alley, Dmitri felt the weight of everything they'd learned, everything they'd practiced, everything they'd planned. Their friends at Hogwarts were counting on them. The Order was counting on them. The entire wizarding world was counting on them. But most importantly, they had each other. The doors loomed ahead, and beyond them waited the most dangerous wizard who had ever lived. In minutes, they would be face to face with Lord Voldemort himself, playing the most dangerous game of their lives. Dimitri felt his brother's answering surge of resolve through their bond as they approached their destiny. The flat in Nocturne Alley was smaller than Dimitri had expected, cramped and dingy with peeling wallpaper and the lingering smell of dark magic. Shadows seemed to press in from all sides, and the single grimy window let in barely enough light to see by. It was the perfect place for a clandestine meeting, and, if everything went according to plan, the perfect trap. Dimitri stood beside his father and brother, his new ebony wand steady in his hand. Lucius looked every inch the pureblood patriarch, his walking stick held casually but ready for action. Draco appeared calm, but Dimitri could feel his twins' tension through their bond, a subtle thrumming of nervous energy that matched his own. Hidden beneath his robes, Dimitri wore a small mirror fragment, the same mirror that Draco had given him for Christmas. Normally Draco would carry the twin mirror, but this time they gave the double to Dumbledore. It was their emergency contingency plan, to get help when needed. The plan was audacious, dangerous, and utterly dependent on perfect timing. The sound of apparition filled the small space, and suddenly the flat was crowded with dark-robed figures. Voldemort appeared in the center, tall and pale, his red eyes immediately scanning the room. Bellatrix Lestrange materialized beside him, her wild hair framing a face filled with suspicious cunning rather than her usual manic delight. Several other Death Eaters filled the remaining space: Dolohov, Yaxley, and others whose names Dimitri didn't know but whose reputation for cruelty preceded them. Lucius, Voldemort said, his voice a cold whisper that seemed to fill every corner of the cramped space. His red eyes glittered with something that might have been anticipation, or menace. At last, you bring me the son you claimed was dead. My lord, Lucius said carefully, his voice betraying nothing, allow me to present my son, Dimitri Malfoy. The son who should have been mine to raise from birth, Voldemort said softly, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The son whose existence you concealed from me for 16 years. His gaze fixed on Lucius with deadly intensity. We will discuss your deception later, Lucius. At length. Lucius inclined his head, accepting the threat without comment, though Dimitri could see his father's knuckles widen as he gripped his walking stick. Voldemort's gaze shifted to Dimitri, and for a moment, those terrible red eyes seemed to pierce straight through him. There was something possessive in that stare, something that spoke of years of thwarted plans and bitter disappointment. Dimitri, he said, as if savoring the name. Identical to Draco in almost every way. The heir who was meant to be shaped by my hand from infancy. Tell me, boy, do you understand what you should have been? I understand that I am here now, my lord, Dimitri replied carefully, ready to serve as I was always meant to. Bellatrix stepped forward, her dark eyes narrowing as she studied Dimitri's face. Where have you been all these years? She demanded, her voice sharp with suspicion. Lucius claimed you died as an infant, yet here you stand, full grown. How do you explain such a discrepancy? Dimitri felt his mouth go dry, but he forced himself to meet her gaze steadily. I was raised among the walls of Durmstrang. Educated and cared for by witches and wizards who value status and the dark arts above all. And what did they teach you of your heritage? Bellatrix pressed, circling him like a predator. What did they tell you of Lord Voldemort? They told me only truths, Dimitri said, careful not to allow anger to enter his voice. They told me that blood purity is of the most importance. That the Dark Lord was maintaining a perfect society where mudbloods should not be allowed to mix with our kind. He met Voldemort's red eyes directly. I was taught about a higher society, one where purebloods rule and dark magic reigns. And your education? Voldemort questioned. Only the best from Durmstrang. They taught me truths that I may not have been taught at other institutions, Dimitri responded coolly, almost implying that Hogwarts was less than. And what truths were those? There was something almost amused in Voldemort's tone, as if he were indulging a particularly precocious child. Dimitri straightened, channeling every ounce of Malfoy pride he'd observed in his father and brother. The truth about blood purity. About the natural order of things. About what the wizarding world could become under proper leadership. He paused, meeting Voldemort's gaze directly. About my family's true loyalties, and where mine should lie. Bellatrix laughed, the sound harsh and delighted. Oh, I doubted that he was genuine. I doubted he was ready. But, he is perfect, isn't he, my lord? My nephews aren't children anymore. They are ready for the dark mark. Both of them. Another generation of Malfoys, ready to serve. Indeed, Voldemort said, circling them slowly in the confined space. And you, Draco, I trust you have been instrumental in your brother's education. I have shared with him everything I learned from you, my lord, Draco replied smoothly. About power, about the weakness of those who cling to outdated notions of equality. He was eager to learn. Eager to serve, Dimitri added, and the words tasted like ash in his mouth. Voldemort nodded approvingly. Excellent. The Malfoy family has always been useful to me. 2 sons instead of 1 merely doubles that usefulness. He moved closer to the twins, studying them with the intensity of a predator examining potential prey. Tell me, boys, what do you know of your family's history with me? We know that our family has served you loyally, Draco said carefully. We know that you represent the future of our world, Dimitri added, forcing conviction into his voice. And we know, Draco continued, that together, we can be far more valuable to your cause than we ever could be apart. Together. Voldemort's eyes sharpened with interest. You speak as if there is something special about your partnership. Dimitri and Draco exchanged a carefully planned look, one that suggested secret knowledge while revealing nothing important. We are twins, my lord, Dimitri said simply. We have found that our magic works well in harmony. Harmony. That is quite interesting. So, tell me, Dimitri, Voldemort continued, his voice silky with menace, what is your position on muggles? On those lesser beings who pollute our world with their very existence. They are beneath us, Dimitri replied without hesitation. They are a cancer that weakens the wizarding world. They should be eliminated or ends. Avenued, as you see fit, my lord. The words felt like poison on his tongue, but they had the desired effect. Voldemort's smile was coldly approving. And what of blood traitors? Of those who would protect muggles, who would elevate the impure above their betters? They deserve whatever fate you choose for them, Dimitri said, his voice growing stronger. They have betrayed everything sacred about our heritage. They deserve no mercy. Excellent, Voldemort hissed. And yet, he stepped closer, close enough that Dimitri could smell the scent of decay that seemed to cling to him. I find myself curious about your sudden appearance. Tell me, Dimitri, do you feel you are ready not only to take on the dark mark, but to serve me? This was the moment they had prepared for. Dimitri drew himself up to his full height, letting every ounce of Malfoy arrogance show in his posture. I have prepared for this moment my entire life, he said simply. I've known about my family, about my heritage. I have been waiting for the invitation for a long time. Now I am ready to devote myself to you, fully. I am ready for the dark mark and I am ready to prove my loyalty. Voldemort nodded slowly, seeming satisfied. Yes, yes, I can see the Malfoy vision. The pride, the certainty. You have the look of a true believer, Dimitri Malfoy. I only wish your father had delivered you sooner. I am a true believer, my lord, Dimitri said firmly. I believe in your vision. I believe in the world you're building. And I want to help you build it. We both do, Draco added. Together, we can be your most valuable assets. Voldemort's eyes gleamed with something that might have been satisfaction. Indeed, 2 Malfoy heirs, properly educated, properly motivated. Yes, you will be very useful to me. He began to pace the small space, his robes billowing dramatically. I have plans for you, boys. Great plans. The war is nearly won, and when it is, I will need administrators. I will need enforcers. I will need those who can ensure that the new order takes root and flourishes. Bellatrix clapped her hands together in delight. Oh, my lord, they'll be perfect. 2 more wands in service to your glory. Indeed, Bellatrix. Though I confess, I am curious to see just how devoted they truly are. Voldemort's gaze fixed on Dimitri with predatory intensity. Tell me, Young Malfoy, what do you know of the boy who was called Harry Potter? Dimitri's blood turned to ice, but he kept his expression neutral. He deserves whatever fate awaits him, Dimitri said, the words scraping his throat raw. Potter has been a persistent annoyance. A symbol of resistance that has inspired far too many fools to oppose me. Voldemort's voice was filled with cold hatred. When I finally capture him, I intend to make his death a public spectacle. I will show the wizarding world what happens to those who dare to stand against Lord Voldemort. He deserves nothing less, Dimitri said, the words scraping his throat. Indeed. And when that day comes, perhaps you will have the honor of assisting me. Would you like that, Dimitri? Would you like to help destroy the symbol of everything you once foolishly believed? It would be my privilege, my lord, Dimitri replied, and through their bond, he felt Draco's surge of supportive strength. Voldemort smiled, an expression of pure malevolence. Excellent. You see, Lucius, your sons understand loyalty. They understand power. They will serve me well in the years to come, hopefully better than even you. They are at your disposal, my lord, Lucius said, his voice carefully neutral. Good. Very good. Voldemort turned back to the twins. But first, I think a demonstration is in order. I want to see more of this harmonious magic you spoke of. Show me the extent of what two Malfoy heirs can accomplish when they work together. This was it. The moment they had been waiting for. Dimitri and Draco moved closer together, raising their wands in perfect synchronization. To any observer, it would look like they were preparing to demonstrate their combined magical abilities. In reality, they were about to spring the most dangerous trap in wizarding history. You know, my lord, Dimitri said casually, his wand still raised, I think it's time you knew the truth. Voldemort's eyes narrowed slightly. What truth could you possibly tell the Dark Lord? Dimitri smiled, and in his pocket he slowly rubbed that magical mirror that was hidden away. And his smile, for the first time since entering the flat, was genuine. That I have my brother. He felt Draco's magic beginning to resonate with his own, felt the familiar tingle of their twin bond activating. And a little help from the outside world. The words were barely out of his mouth when the flat erupted in green flames as the flow network activated. Narcissa Malfoy stepped through first, her wand already drawn, followed immediately by Albus Dumbledore, his phoenix feather wand gleaming in the dim light. McGonagall appeared next, her face set in grim determination, then Snape, his black eyes blazing with something that might have been satisfaction. Voldemort's mouth opened in shock and surprise, and he seemed to be frozen in that moment. More figures poured through the flow. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Lupin, other members of the Order of the Phoenix that Dimitri recognized from glimpses in the corridors of Hogwarts. The small flat was suddenly packed with witches and wizards, all of them with wands trained on Voldemort and his Death Eaters. What is this? Voldemort snarled, his composure finally cracking. He gripped his wand in his hand and Dimitri could see the shock on his face. How did they? What is the meaning of this? The meaning, Dimitri said, his voice ringing with power as he and Draco began to weave their magic together, is that you have no clue who you're dealing with. The twins' magic began to manifest visibly, not the simple shield charm they had demonstrated before, but something far more complex and dangerous. Silver light poured from their wands, intertwining and growing stronger as it fed on their connection. Voldemort's wand rose to meet theirs and magic began flowing out like a tunnel. The magic met in the middle in an unbelievable duel of wills, arching and turning and lighting up the room. Voldemort's red eyes went wide with understanding and fury. You dare betray the Dark Lord. You think your pathetic alliance can. You're right, Draco interrupted, his voice calm despite the incredible magical energies beginning to swirl around them. We couldn't defeat you with any normal alliance. But we're not normal, Dimitri continued, the silver light growing brighter and more intense. We're something you never expected. Something you couldn't have prepared for. The battle around them raged with deadly intensity. Spells flew across the cramped space. Jets of red and green light, shields shimmering into existence, the sound of battle magic filling the air. Bellatrix screamed in rage and launched herself toward Narcissa, her wand spitting curses. Traitors. You're all traitors. Bella. No. Narcissa cried, deflecting her sister's curse with a shield charm. Kingsley Shacklebolt had engaged Dolohov in fierce combat, their spells creating explosions of light and sound. For the order, Kingsley roared, pressing his attack. Just as the battle seemed to reach its peak, another series of sharp pops echoed through the cramped flat. But these weren't apparition. These were the distinctive sounds of house elf magic. Dobby appeared first, his tennis ball-sized green eyes blazing with determination as he surveyed the chaos. Behind him materialized half a dozen other house elves, some Dimitri recognized from Hogwarts, others he'd never seen before, all of them standing proud and ready for battle. Dobby. Dimitri called out, his heart swelling with gratitude and relief. Master Dimitri. Dobby replied, his voice ringing with fierce loyalty. Dobby is keeping his promise. Dobby is here to help Dimitri Malfoy. Without warning, the house elves raised their hands in unison. Ropes of pure magic, golden and silver threads that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, shot from their fingertips toward the Death Eaters at the back of the room who had been preparing to flank the Order members. Yaxley, who had been raising his wand to curse McGonagall from behind, suddenly found himself bound tight with magical restraints that wrapped around him like living serpents. What? How? He sputtered, struggling against bonds that only grew tighter with each movement. Two more Death Eaters near the grimy window were similarly ensnared, their wands flying from their hands as the house elf magic neutralized them with efficient precision. The magical bindings weren't just physical, they seemed to drain the fight out of their captives, leaving them docile and defeated. House elves fight for the light, declared a stern-looking elf with enormous ears, his voice carrying surprising authority. House elves fight for Master Dimitri. We is fighting for freedom, added another, a female elf with kind eyes but fierce determination. We is fighting for the light side. Dolohov, seeing several of his allies suddenly incapacitated by wandless magic, turned his attention from Kingsley to the house elves with a snarl of rage. Filthy creatures. How dare you? But before he could complete his curse, Dobby stepped forward, his small frame radiating power that seemed to fill the entire room. Dobby is a free elf, he declared, his voice strong and unwavering. And Dobby chooses to fight with Master Dimitri. With a gesture that was almost casual in its simplicity, Dobby sent Dolohov flying backward into the wall, where he slumped unconscious, his wand clattering uselessly to the floor. McGonagall moved with deadly precision, binding Yaxley with conjured ropes before he could complete his curse. Snape's wand work was a blur of motion, taking down two Death Eaters with clinical efficiency. But the confined space worked against everyone. Order members and Death Eaters alike found themselves pressed too close together, spells ricocheting off walls and ceiling in dangerous patterns. But Dimitri barely noticed the battle raging around them. All of his attention was focused on the magic he and Draco were weaving together. Ancient magic, twin magic, something that had never been attempted before. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded, and for the first time since Dimitri had known of his existence, there was uncertainty in the Dark Lord's voice. Something that should have been done years ago, Dimitri replied, his voice growing stronger as their magic built toward its crescendo. The silver light was becoming blinding now, filling the entire flat with its radiance. Voldemort raised his wand, dark magic already pouring from it in waves, but the twins' combined power seemed to absorb it, to transform it into something else entirely. Voldemort seemed confused, rattled by the events taking place. Who are you? Bellatrix shrieked, her voice cutting through the chaos of battle. Who are you? Dimitri met her wild eyes across the room, his own blazing with silver fire. I am Dimitri Malfoy, he said, his voice carrying over the sound of clashing magic. But before I was Harry Potter. The revelation rocked the room. Several Death Eaters actually staggered, their concentration broken. Voldemort's face went white with shock and rage. Dimitri took that opportune moment to grab Draco's arm, his magic supported by their physical proximity as he leaned down and grabbed his original wand quickly from a holster on his leg. It was the original Harry Potter wand, the one made uniquely with holly and a phoenix feather. The magic of the spell he previously created rippled strongly from him to his brother and out of Draco's wand. But as Dimitri grabbed his original wand, Harry's wand, the magic, the spell, seemed to expand and turn and grow, filling up the room with an outpouring of power. His wand seemed to call to him and he didn't even have to redo the spell. It poured out of him, tapped into Draco's magic and attacked Voldemort's own magic in a way they never could have imagined. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Impossible. Voldemort roared. You cannot be. This is some trick, some deception. He must be using a glamour. Dolohov shouted, raising his wand. Finite incantatum. The spell struck Dimitri, but nothing changed. His appearance remained exactly the same. Try again. Yaxley snarled. More powerful detection charms. Multiple Death Eaters began casting revealing spells. Some of the spells hit him, but Order members deflected the rest. Yet, in any case, there were no glamours to dispel. This was his true face, his real identity. How are you capable of such power? Voldemort questioned. Are you really Harry Potter? I am, Dimitri said simply, and as he spoke, he felt their magic reach its peak. And you never saw us coming. The silver light exploded outward, but instead of destroying everything in its path, it seemed to seek out one target specifically. It wrapped around Voldemort like living chains, binding him in place as he screamed in fury and disbelief. What is this magic? He demanded, struggling against the silver bonds. What are you doing to me? We're taking away what you stole, Draco said, his voice steady despite the incredible strain of maintaining the spell. We're unraveling what you built on lies and murder. The light began to sink into Voldemort's skin, and where it touched, his appearance began to change. The pale, snake-like features started to shift and blur, revealing something more human underneath. At the same time, his yuan began to smoke and crack, the dark magic within it unable to withstand the purifying force of the twins' combined power. Your magic, Dimitri explained, his own voice growing hoarse from the effort, was never really yours. You stole it, twisted it, forced it into shapes it was never meant to hold. Our bond, our connection, it can unweave those bindings. It can return you to what you truly are. No. Voldemort's scream was inhuman, filled with a rage and terror that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I am. You're Tom Riddle, Dimitri interrupted, his voice cutting through the Dark Lord's protests like a blade. And you're about to discover what it feels like to be powerless. The battle around them had slowed, both Order members and Death Eaters staring in fascination and horror as their magic worked. Voldemort's transformation was becoming more pronounced. His features were becoming more human, more mortal, with each passing second. His wand crumbled to ash in his hand, the remains scattering to the floor like burnt paper. And then, suddenly, it was over. The silver light faded, and the twins staggered, their magical reserves completely drained. In the center of the room, where Lord Voldemort had stood, there was only a middle-aged man with ordinary graying hair and frightened, very human eyes, staring at the ash that had once been his wand. Tom Riddle looked around the room with dawning horror. He flexed his fingers where his wand had been, but there was nothing. No magic, no power, nothing but the terrible reality of mortality. The Death Eaters stared at their former master in shock and disgust. Whatever hold he had over them, fear, respect, fanatical devotion, it evaporated in an instant when they saw him as nothing more than a powerless man. Most of them were in no condition to flee anyway. Dolohov lay unconscious, bound by McGonagall's conjured ropes. Yaxley was clutching a shattered arm, courtesy of one of Snape's more vicious hexes. Several other Death Eaters were similarly incapacitated, their wands confiscated by Order members who moved quickly to secure their prisoners. My lord, Bellatrix whispered, her voice cracking with desperation. My lord, what, how can you? But even as she spoke, she was backing up, her face filled with revulsion at seeing her master a mere mortal, human, a muggle. Don't leave me, Tom Riddle pleaded, his voice high and desperate. I can regain my power. I can become strong again. Please. Bellatrix turned slowly, her wild hair whipping around her face. She stared at him for a moment. Narcissa stood nearby, her wand raised, but she seemed conflicted, shocked. Bellatrix looked at her one last time. Narcissa had a clear shot. Her wand was aimed directly at her sister, and a curse was already on her lips. One spell, and Bellatrix would be dead, and her sons would be safe. But she hesitated too long and Bellatrix's face transformed into an evil smirk and she quickly dissipated with a sharp crack out of Nocturne Alley. No. Lucius roared seconds after Bellatrix disappeared, his face contorting with fury as he realized what had happened. For a moment, the room fell into an exhausted quiet. The twins were leaning against each other, drained from their magical effort. The Order members were catching their breath, believing the worst was over. Even Tom Riddle seemed to have accepted his defeat, staring at the pile of ash that had once been his wand. But then, as everyone watched, the ash began to glow faintly. Tom Riddle's eyes widened with desperate hope as he dropped to his knees, frantically gathering the remnants of his destroyed wand into his hands. "No," he whispered, his voice cracking with desperation. "No, there has to be something left. There has to be." The ash grew brighter in his cupped palms, and for a moment, Tom Riddle's face transformed with manic joy. "Yes, I can feel it. The power is still there. It's still." "Tom, don't." Dumbledore started forward, recognizing the danger, but it was too late. Tom Riddle pressed the glowing ash against his chest, trying to absorb whatever magic remained in his destroyed wand, trying to force the dying embers of power back into his mortal body. The ash flared brilliant white. And then it exploded into a fiery, magical light. The blast of raw, uncontrolled magic erupted from within Tom Riddle himself. Without the magical protection that had once made him nearly invulnerable, without the dark magic that had sustained him for decades, his mortal body simply couldn't contain the violent death throes of his own wand. The explosion sent everyone in the room staggering backward, shielding their eyes from the brilliant flash. When the light faded, Tom Riddle was gone, not just dead, but utterly annihilated. Where the Dark Lord had stood moments before, nothing remained but a pile of gray ash and the acrid stench of burned flesh that made them gag and cover their faces. The fine, powdery remnants of what had once been the most feared wizard alive drifted through the air like grotesque snow, settling on their robes and in their hair with sickening finality. His wand lay in charred fragments among the ash, useless splinters of wood that would never channel magic again. The man who had called himself Lord Voldemort, who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades, had been reduced to nothing more than dust and memory. He died as he had lived his final moments, powerless, mortal, and grasping desperately for magic that was no longer his to command. The revolting smell of human remains hung heavy in the air, a nauseating confirmation that Tom Marvolo Riddle was truly, irrevocably dead. The room fell silent except for the sound of heavy breathing and the twins' exhausted gasps. "It's over," Dumbledore said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of decades of conflict finally ended. "It's truly over." Snape moved to the twins' side, his dark eyes unreadable as he looked down at them. "Are you injured?" "Just exhausted," Dimitri managed, accepting his professor's steadying hand. "The magic. It took everything we had." "It was worth it," Draco added, his voice stronger now. "We did it. We actually did it." "You did indeed," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling despite the gravity of the situation. "Though I confess, I never imagined such magic was possible." "It's twin magic," Dimitri explained, slowly getting his strength back. "Our bond, our connection, it allowed us to reach into the very foundations of his power and tear them apart." "Remarkable," Dumbledore murmured. "I knew you were strong, but your magic exceeds far more than I ever imagined. I trust you understand the responsibility that comes with such abilities." The twins exchanged a look, one that spoke of shared experiences, shared dangers, and a connection that went deeper than blood or magic. "We understand," they said in unison, and despite everything, Dimitri felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. As the dust settled and the immediate danger passed, Dobby approached Dimitri and Draco, his large eyes shining with tears of joy and pride. The other house elves gathered around him, forming a small but dignified group. "Master Dimitri," Dobby said, his voice thick with emotion, "Dobby is so proud. Harry Potter, Dimitri Malfoy, has defeated the Dark Lord. The house elves, we is honored to fight beside you." The stern elf who had spoken earlier stepped forward, inclining his head respectfully. "I is Creature," he said, his ancient voice carrying years of complexity and pain. "Creature is Harry Potter's house elf, given with Grimmauld Place when Master Sirius died. Creature has served Harry Potter, and now Creature serves Dimitri Malfoy, for you is the same person, though you look different now." His large eyes studied Dimitri's transformed features with something that might have been wonder. Creature chooses to serve the light. Creature swears loyalty to Master Dimitri Malfoy and the cause of freedom. Dimitri's heart clenched with recognition and gratitude. Creature, he said softly, thank you for coming. For fighting with us, for believing in us. One by one, the other house elves came forward, each pledging their allegiance not to a master, but to a cause, to the light, to freedom, to the boy who had been Harry Potter and was now Dimitri Malfoy. We is fighting not because we must, declared the kind-eyed female elf, but because we choose to. We is choosing Master Dimitri, who respects house elves. Who sees us as equals. Dimitri felt tears prick his eyes as he looked at these brave creatures who had risked everything to help him. Thank you, he said simply, his voice cracking with exhaustion and gratitude. All of you. I couldn't have done this without you. Dobby beamed, his chest swelling with pride. Dobby told Master Dimitri that Dobby would help. Dobby always keeps his promises to Harry Potter, to Dimitri Malfoy. With another series of soft pops, the house elves began to disappear, their work complete. But Dobby lingered for a moment longer, his green eyes meeting Dimitri's with fierce loyalty and love. The house elves, we is watching over you, Master Dimitri, he said softly. Always watching, always protecting. You is not alone. Never alone. And then he too was gone, leaving behind only the faint scent of magic and the warmth of absolute, unconditional loyalty. And they had done it. All of them. Against all odds, despite every obstacle that had been thrown in their path, they had found each other, discovered their true heritage, and used their connection to destroy the greatest dark wizard in history. But even as he looked around the room, at Kingsley's still form, at the captured Death Eaters being secured by Order members, at the strained faces of his parents, at the lingering shadows in the corners where only one Death Eater had managed to escape, Dimitri knew that their victory had come at a cost. The war was over, but the work of healing, of rebuilding, of learning to trust and love and forgive, that work was just beginning. The Dark Lord was dead, but the darkness he had left behind would take much longer to dispel. Somewhere out there, Bellatrix Lestrange was free, carrying her hatred and her knowledge of their secrets into an uncertain future. Still, as Dimitri felt his brother's presence beside him, felt the love and support of the family that had fought to reclaim him, he couldn't help but feel hopeful. They had faced the worst the world could throw at them, and they had emerged victorious. Whatever came next, they would face it together. As Malfoys. As brothers. As twins who had finally found their way home. The morning sun streamed through the enchanted windows of the great hall, casting long golden rays across the house tables. Dimitri sat at the Slytherin table, cradling a cup of tea between his hands, trying to find some semblance of normalcy in the familiar routine of breakfast. Beside him, Blaise Zabini was methodically working his way through a plate of eggs and bacon, while Pansy Parkinson picked at her toast with unusual quietness. The events of the previous night felt almost surreal in the peaceful morning light. Had he really stood in that cramped flat in Nocturne Alley and watched the most feared dark wizard in history be killed? Had he and Draco truly managed to strip Voldemort of his power using magic that shouldn't have been possible? Had all the teachers at the school truly kept it a secret throughout the whole night? You're quiet this morning, Pansy observed, glancing at him with curious eyes. Everything all right, Dimitri? Just tired, he replied, taking another sip of his tea. The lie came easily. He'd become quite good at them over the past months. Long night. Blaise snorted. You disappeared yesterday evening. Some of us were wondering where you'd gone. Family business, Dimitri said simply, which was, in its own way, perfectly true. Around them, the normal breakfast chatter filled the hall. Students discussed homework and Quidditch and weekend plans, blissfully unaware that the war that had hung over their world like a shadow for so long was finally over. Dimitri found their innocence both comforting and strange. How quickly life could return to normal when people didn't know how close they'd come to losing everything. The peaceful morning was interrupted by the familiar sound of wings as the post owls began streaming into the great hall. Hundreds of them, far more than usual, filled the air with their hooting and the rustle of feathers. Dimitri looked up, his brows furrowing slightly. This wasn't the normal morning post delivery. All around him, Whispers began to rise from every house table as students unfolded their newspapers and magazines. The quiet murmur of breakfast conversation grew louder, more excited, tinged with shock and disbelief. Merlin's beard, he heard someone gasp from the Ravenclaw table. Is this real? Came another voice from Hufflepuff. I don't believe it, whispered a Gryffindor. Dimitri felt his stomach begin to twist with nervous anticipation. He'd known this moment would come, had prepared for it, even, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. Dimitri. He looked up to see Ron Weasley approaching the Slytherin table, his face serious and his hands clutching what appeared to be a copy of the Daily Prophet. Students from both houses watched the unusual sight of a Gryffindor voluntarily approaching the Slytherin table, their conversations quieting with curiosity. They had agreed, all of them, to avoid public contact until the story broke. It would be too suspicious, too dangerous to their carefully maintained identities. But seeing Ron's expression, Dimitri knew that their agreement no longer mattered. Weasley, he said carefully, aware of the dozens of eyes watching their interaction. What's? Ron didn't say a word. Instead, he simply turned the newspaper around and held it up so Dimitri could see the front page. The headline was enormous, printed in letters that seemed to leap off the page. Harry Potter. The Malfoy heir WHO defeated. WHO must not be named. Below it was a photograph that must have been taken by some enterprising photographer who'd been monitoring the ministry's activities. It showed Dimitri and Draco standing side by side late last night, their identical faces clearly visible, surrounded by what appeared to be Aurors and Order members. The photo Dimitri was holding his original wand, Harry Potter's wand, while photo Draco stood beside him with a look of fierce pride. Dimitri stared at the image, his tea forgotten in his hands. Around him, the whispers were growing louder, more insistent. Is that really? He can't be Harry Potter. But how is that possible? Where's Harry Potter? Is he? Pansy leaned over to look at the newspaper, her eyes widening as she took in the headline and photograph. Dimitri, she said slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. What is this? What's going on? Blaise had abandoned his breakfast entirely, staring at the paper with an expression of complete bewilderment. This is some kind of joke, right? Some sort of prank. All around the Great Hall, similar conversations were taking place as students tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Teachers at the head table were huddled together, speaking in low, urgent tones while glancing repeatedly in his direction. Dimitri looked up at Ron, who was watching him with an expression that mixed concern, pride, and something that might have been relief. His old friend, because Ron was still his friend, despite everything, gave him the smallest of nods. It was time. Standing slowly, Dimitri reached out and took the newspaper from Ron's hands. The entire Great Hall seemed to hold its breath as he studied the front page, reading the article that detailed the previous night's events with surprising accuracy. Someone had given the prophet a full account of what had happened. Dimitri, Pansy said again, her voice sharper now, demanding answers. Talk to us. What is this about? He looked around the Slytherin table at the faces he'd come to know over the past few weeks, his housemates, his friends, people who had accepted him as one of their own without question. They deserved the truth. Then he looked across the hall at the Gryffindor table, where Hermione sat with tears in her eyes and Ron was staring at him with a mixture of amazement and understanding. They had known this moment would come, had helped prepare for it, but seeing it actually happen was still overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Dimitri stepped up onto the bench beside the Slytherin table, his height giving him a clear view of the entire Great Hall. The movement caused a ripple of silence to spread outward from his position until the massive room was completely quiet except for the soft hooting of the remaining post owls. He pulled out his wand, his real wand, the Holly and Phoenix feather wand that had been his first and truest magical companion, and held it up so everyone could see. It's true, he said, his voice carrying clearly across the silent hall. The story is correct. I was Harry Potter for years. He paused, meeting the eyes of students at every table, seeing shock, confusion, and growing understanding reflected back at him. But little did I know. I was a Malfoy all along. Dimitri Malfoy, twin brother of Draco Malfoy. It's all true. The explosion of noise that followed was instantaneous and overwhelming. Students leapt to their feet, shouting questions, demanding explanations, some applauding while others simply stared in disbelief. How is that possible? Are you using a glamour? Where's the real Harry Potter? As you know who really dead? But you look exactly like Draco. How long have you known? The questions came from every direction, a barrage of curiosity and confusion that would have been overwhelming under normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances, and Dmitri found himself surprisingly calm as he waited for the noise to die down enough for him to speak. Dmitri looked out among the crowd of students and loudly confirmed it once again, it's true. Questions were immediately raised, almost overwhelmingly so. A rush of whispers and outright questions livened the great hall. Dmitri had never heard so many people talking at once. It's a long story, he said when the hall had quieted somewhat. A very long story that involves magic and family and secrets that go back 16 years. A sixth-year Ravenclaw with a camera had appeared from somewhere and was snapping pictures, the magical flash creating brief moments of blindness as he documented what was surely one of the most remarkable scenes in Hogwarts history. But the short version, Dmitri continued, is that I was born Dmitri Malfoy, identical twin to Draco Malfoy. Due to circumstances involving the war and the need for protection, my identity was changed when I was a baby, and I was raised as Harry Potter. I only learned the truth recently. So you're really a Malfoy? Called out a Hufflepuff fourth year. You're really Draco's brother. Yes, I'm really a Malfoy. I am Draco's twin brother, Dmitri responded. They looked unconvinced. Dmitri saw Gryffindors leaning over close to Ron and Hermione, whispers dancing through the air. Suddenly Hermione stood up and the audience watched her. I know it's hard to believe, practically impossible, but it's really him. It's really Harry. He's confirmed it in more than just one way. We didn't believe it at first either, trust me. We put him to the test, she said, pausing and looking at Ron and then at the other Gryffindors, but he's really our Harry. More questions followed. About his childhood, about how he'd learned the truth, about what it had been like to live as someone else for so long. Some of the questions were thoughtful and genuine, others were clearly motivated by curiosity about the sensational aspects of his story. But then the tone shifted. Wait just a minute, called out a Gryffindor fifth year, her voice cutting through the excited chatter. If you're really Harry Potter, then why were you such an absolute ass to us the past few weeks? A murmur of agreement rippled through the Gryffindor table, and several students nodded vigorously. Yeah, added a Hufflepuff third year, standing up with surprising boldness. You said those horrible things about Muggle-borns. About blood purity. You acted like we were beneath you. And you claimed you were from Durmstrang. Shouted a Ravenclaw. You lied to our faces. The questions came faster now, tinged with hurt and anger rather than curiosity. You called Muggle-borns mudbloods. I saw you say it to Hermione. You said we were a cancer on the wizarding world. You acted like you wanted to join you-know-who. How do we know you're not still lying? How do we know you're really Harry Potter and not just some Death Eater in disguise? The accusations hung in the air, and Dmitri could see doubt creeping into the faces around him. These weren't just questions about his identity anymore. They were challenges to his character, his intentions, his very soul. He looked around the hall, seeing the hurt and confusion in the eyes of students he had deceived, and felt the weight of every cruel word he had been forced to speak, every hateful sentiment he had been forced to express. You're right, he said quietly, his voice carrying clearly in the sudden silence. I was horrible to you. All of you. He paused, looking directly at the students who had questioned him. And I'm sorry. More sorry than I can possibly express. Sorry doesn't explain why you did it, said the Gryffindor fifth year, her arms crossed. Harry Potter would never say those things. The real Harry Potter would die before he'd call someone a mudblood. I don't believe this. You're absolutely right, Dmitri replied, his voice growing stronger. Harry Potter would never say those things. And it nearly killed me every time I had to. Every word I spoke as Draco's twin was a lie. Every cruel sentiment, every hateful belief, every terrible thing I said about blood purity or muggles or any of you, it was all an act. The most difficult, soul-crushing act I've ever had to perform. But why? Demanded a Ravenclaw fourth year. Why would you do that to us? To yourself. Dimitri nodded, expecting these questions. Voldemort was looking for me. He'd been looking for Harry Potter for years, and when I discovered I was actually a Malfoy, when we discovered we were twins, we realized we had an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Asked Ginny Weasley, and Dimitri realized that after all this time, she hadn't known. Ron never told her. He kept the secret. The opportunity to get close to Voldemort, Dimitri explained. To make him believe that the missing Malfoy heir had returned, ready to serve the Dark Lord. To make him trust us enough to let us into his inner circle. The opportunity to defeat him. So you pretended to be a Death Eater? The question came from a shocked Hufflepuff second year. Draco and I pretended to be potential Death Eaters, Dimitri corrected. We had to make it believable. If anyone, if any of you, had suspected that we were working against Voldemort, if you'd shown any sign of recognizing that this was all an elaborate deception. Dimitri rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing smooth, pale skin, making it clear to his audience that he wasn't a Death Eater. He didn't explain why he did it, but it was clear as he heard chatter amongst the students. So Draco was, as on the light side. This doesn't make sense, Dimitri heard a Slytherin ask. Yes, Draco and the rest of our family were once Voldemort supporters. It's a long story, really. But things changed. People change. The truth came out. And now we know. Voldemort would have killed us all, Dimitri finished grimly. Voldemort had spies everywhere. People watching, reporting back. If I'd shown even a moment's kindness, even a hint that I didn't truly believe the things I was saying, it would have exposed everything. But you were so convincing, whispered a Ravenclaw. You seem to really believe it. Both of you, if that's the case. I had to be convincing, Dimitri said, his voice breaking slightly. My family's lives depended on it. Your lives depended on it. Every night, I went back to my room and I felt sick about the things I'd said, the way I'd treated people, the lies I'd told. But I couldn't stop, because stopping meant everyone I cared about would die. I couldn't just come out and announce who I was. If I did that, I'd be dead. We had to wait for the perfect time, the perfect opportunity. And when we did, it worked. It's true, Snape suddenly said and seemed to want to put an end to the arguing, the disbelief, his robes billowing as he rose up from his seat at the table. He is Harry Potter. And yes, he had to be convincing. And now Voldemort is dead. The plan was successful. Dimitri heard a rush of confusion, talking in whispers as Snape stood, confirming his identity to the whole school. What about the Harry Potter we saw in the classroom? Asked a Gryffindor. We saw him. We saw both of you at the same time, more than once. How do you explain that? Dimitri exchanged a look with Snape, who had remained silent throughout the questioning. Their former professor gave an almost imperceptible nod. That was Professor Snape, Dimitri said simply. Using Polyjuice Potion and a time turner to maintain the illusion that Harry Potter and Dimitri Malfoy were two different people. The revelation sent another wave of shocked murmurs through the hall. Professor Snape was working with us, Dimitri said, the whole time. Every appearance Harry Potter made while I was with Dimitri, every time they needed to be seen together, that was Professor Snape, risking his life to maintain our cover for the light side. But, the duel, Dimitri heard Seamus ask from the Gryffindor table, it seemed real. That was Professor Snape, Dimitri responded, and it had to look real. We needed you to believe it. But it was only that, a farce. But why would Snape help Harry Potter? Asked a suspicious Slytherin. Snape stepped forward slightly, his dark eyes unreadable. Because, he said in his measured voice, sometimes the best way to protect someone is to help them protect themselves. Stunned expressions seemed to radiate from the Slytherin table as his housemates seemed to process the information that Draco's twin is Harry Potter and that Snape helped them with it. It also revealed something that no Slytherin had ever imagined, that their dear Professor Snape had been a spy. But your magic, said a Slytherin 7th year. The things Harry Potter could do, the Patronus, the way he fought. Still me, Dimitri said. Same magic, same memories, same, well, mostly the same personality. Just with a better understanding of who I really am. Prove it, demanded Pansy, her voice carrying across the hall. If you're really Harry Potter, prove it. Dimitri nodded, understanding her skepticism. Without hesitation, he raised his wand, Harry's wand, and spoke clearly, Expecto Patronum. The silver stag that emerged from his wand was unmistakable, the same Patronus that had helped him through his darkest moments, the same one that had convinced Ron of his identity that terrible night when everything had nearly fallen apart. It bounded around the Great Hall, its ethereal form drawing gasps and murmurs from students who recognized it from the stories they'd heard. "That's Harry's Patronus," someone whispered. "It's not just my Patronus," Dimitri said as the stag bounded around the Great Hall. "It's cast with love. With hope. With everything I truly believe about protecting the people I care about. A Patronus can't be faked. It can't be conjured through hatred or deception. It comes from the deepest, truest part of who you are." The stag completed its circuit of the hall and faded, leaving behind a sense of warmth and peace that seemed to touch everyone present. "Every cruel word I spoke as Dimitri Malfoy went against everything I truly believe," he continued, his voice growing stronger. "Every time I had to pretend to hate Muggle-borns, or dismiss the value of Muggle life, or act like I believed in blood supremacy, it was like poison in my mouth. But I did it because the alternative was letting Voldemort win. I did it because sometimes, to save the people you love, you have to do things that make you hate yourself." The questions might have continued indefinitely if not for the sound of footsteps approaching from the entrance to the Great Hall. Dimitri looked up to see Draco walking toward him, his expression calm but his eyes alert as he took in the scene. His brother standing on a bench with a newspaper in one hand and a wand in the other, surrounded by hundreds of staring students. As Draco entered, two owls followed him into the Great Hall. Hedwig, her snowy white feathers unmistakable, and Ulysses, Draco's eagle owl. A gasp rose from the crowd as students recognized Harry Potter's famous owl. "That's Hedwig," someone whispered. Without hesitation, Hedwig swooped down and landed gently on Dimitri's shoulder, nuzzling against him with familiar affection. The watching students murmured in amazement. This wasn't how an owl would behave with a stranger. After accepting Dimitri's gentle touch, Hedwig spread her wings and flew away with Ulysses, both owls disappearing through the enchanted ceiling together. "I see the secret's out," Draco said, his voice carrying easily in the stunned silence. "Draco." A Slytherin third year practically bounced in his seat. "Is it true? Is Dimitri really your twin brother? Is he really Harry Potter?" Draco looked up at his brother with something that might have been pride mixed with exasperation. "Yes to both questions. Though I prefer to think of him as my brother who used to be Harry Potter, rather than Harry Potter who happens to be my brother." "But you look exactly alike," said a Gryffindor second year. "Is it Polyjuice? A glamour?" "No glamorous. No Polyjuice," Draco replied, climbing up onto the bench beside Dimitri so they stood side by side. "We're identical twins. This is what we both actually look like." The visual impact of seeing them together, two young men with identical faces, identical builds, identical hair, standing side by side, was undeniable. Whatever questions might have remained about the truth of their story evaporated in the face of that obvious genetic reality. "As you know who really dead?" The question came from a tiny first-year Hufflepuff whose voice barely carried across the hall. Both twins nodded solemnly. "He's dead," Dimitri confirmed. "The war is over." "Who else was there?" asked a Ravenclaw. "The article mentions the Order of the Phoenix and some professors. Was Dumbledore involved?" Dimitri and Draco exchanged a glance. They had discussed this, had agreed on how much to reveal and how much to keep private, at least for now. "Many people helped," Draco said carefully. "Our parents, Professor Dumbledore, members of the Order, some of the teachers here at Hogwarts. It wasn't something we could have done alone." "Your parents helped?" The question came from a Slytherin 7th year who looked genuinely shocked. "But they were. I mean, everyone knows they supported you-know-who. They were working against you-know-who. They were really on the light side." "That's hard to believe. People change," Dimitri said simply. "When it comes to protecting family, people can find the courage to make different choices, right choices." He looked around the hall, taking in the faces of students from all four houses, some skeptical, some amazed, some still processing the magnitude of what they were hearing. "Look," he said, his voice growing stronger. "I know this is a lot to take in. I know it changes everything you thought you knew about, well, about a lot of things. But the important thing is that the war is over. You're safe. All of you are safe now. Then what happens now? Asked Hermione, speaking up from near the Gryffindor table. What happens to both of you? What happens to us? It was a good question, and one that Dimitri wasn't entirely sure how to answer, but then Ron suddenly spoke up. I still don't completely understand all of this, he said, his voice carrying across the silent hall. But I have one question. He paused, looking directly at Dimitri. What am I supposed to call you now? I mean, are you Harry? Or are you Dimitri? Because honestly, mate, I'm completely confused. And I know we've talked before, but now that the war is over, I'm just not sure. Dimitri looked over at Draco, then back at the Gryffindor table where his oldest friends sat waiting for his answer. He had known this question would come, had been preparing for it since the moment he decided to reveal the truth. Part of me wants to stay the same, he said slowly, his voice thoughtful. Be Harry Potter. Keep the name, the identity, everything that's familiar. He paused, studying Ron's face, then Hermione's, then the faces of the other Gryffindors who had been his friends for so many years. But when you look at me, he continued, what do you see? Do you see Harry Potter? Would you be comfortable calling me Harry Potter? Ron shifted uncomfortably, glancing at Hermione before shrugging. Honestly, a lot has changed, mate. You look exactly like Draco. You've been living as someone else. You've got a whole different family. He trailed off, his expression troubled. I mean, I still care about you and we've been through so much, but you're right, it's hard to look at you and see the same person I grew up with. I don't see Harry Potter anymore. Hermione nodded slowly. You're still you. We know that, she said carefully, but you're also more than you were before. You're Harry, but you're also Dimitri. You're our friend, but you're also a Malfoy. And maybe trying to hold on to just one part of that identity isn't fair to all the parts of who you are now. Dimitri felt his eyes grow warm with tears he didn't expect. I respect the Potters, he said, his voice growing thick with emotion. For everything they did for me, for caring for me, for being my parents when I needed parents most. For loving me, he paused, taking a shaky breath. But I'm not a Potter. I never was. He looked over at Draco and then back at his friends. My parents, Lucius and Narcissa, they didn't choose this for me, he continued, his voice breaking slightly. They wanted me to be safe, happy, loved, but it wasn't their first wish to give me up. They did that to save me from Voldemort, to protect me from a fate they couldn't bear to imagine for their child. And for that sacrifice, for that impossible choice they made to save my life, I'm grateful. He stood up straighter, his voice growing stronger and more certain. And there's something else you need to understand. Something that shows just how far my parents went to save me. He paused, his voice growing quieter, more intimate. The Malfoys had to fake my death in order to protect me. They created a grave for me in their family cemetery. There was a headstone with my name on it, Dimitri Malfoy, marking the death of a child who never actually died. He looked around the hall, seeing the impact of his words on the faces before him. They had to make Voldemort believe I was dead. Completely, utterly dead. So they staged my death and mourned for a son they'd secretly given away to save his life. My mother had to bury an empty coffin and pretend her heart wasn't breaking. My father had to look Voldemort in the eye and lie about losing his child, knowing that if the truth ever came out, we'd all be killed. His voice grew stronger, more resolute. For 16 years, Dimitri Malfoy has been officially dead. But he wasn't really dead, he was just waiting. Waiting for the chance to live, to breathe, to exist as more than just a name on a headstone. He straightened, looking directly at Ron, then at Hermione, then around the entire hall. Harry Potter saved the wizarding world once, but his story is over now. But Dimitri Malfoy's story is just beginning. And I think he deserves the chance to write it himself. So please, call me Dimitri. It's who I've always been, even when I didn't know it myself. The declaration seemed to settle something in the air, as if a weight that had been hanging over the hall had finally been lifted. So, will you stay in Slytherin? The question came from Blaise, who was looking at Dimitri with an expression that mixed hurt and uncertainty. Or will you go back to Gryffindor now that you don't have to hide anymore? It was a question that had been weighing on Dimitri's mind since the moment he decided to reveal his identity. Where did he belong? What was his place in this new world they'd created? I don't know, he admitted. That's something I'll have to figure out. The crowd of students might have continued asking questions indefinitely if not for the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who strode into the Great Hall with her usual brisk efficiency. That's quite enough excitement for one morning, she announced, her voice carrying the authority of decades of classroom management. Mr. Malfoy. Both Mr. Malfoys. Please step down from the furniture. Everyone else, return to your breakfasts. Classes will proceed as normal, and I'm sure there will be plenty of time for questions later. As the students began to reluctantly return to their seats, McGonagall glanced at the twins with an expression that may have been one recognized as fondness. 1 week later, the initial chaos following the revelation had begun to settle into something resembling normalcy, though Dimitri suspected that normal would never mean quite the same thing it had before. The reaction from the student body had been mixed, but it was within Slytherin House where the real tension lay. While the other houses had been cautiously supportive, many students expressing amazement that the Malfoys had been working for the light side all along, his own housemates were proving to be a far more complicated matter. Conversations would die abruptly when he and Draco entered a room, replaced by uncomfortable silences and sidelong glances. Slytherin students who had once sought their company now found excuses to sit elsewhere in the common room, leaving conspicuous empty spaces around the twins during meals and study sessions. The whispered conversations that followed them through the corridors were impossible to ignore, fragments about deception, and blood traitors, and how can we trust them now? That cut deeper than any overt confrontation might have. Even simple interactions had become strained. Housemates who had once borrowed notes or asked for help with assignments now seemed reluctant to approach either brother, as if their very presence might somehow contaminate them with suspicion of divided loyalties. The media attention had been intense but manageable, thanks largely to Dumbledore's intervention and the strict rules about reporters on Hogwarts grounds. A few carefully managed interviews had satisfied most of the public's curiosity, and the prophet seemed content to let the story evolve naturally rather than hounding him for constant updates. Dimitri was making his way back from ancient ruins when he encountered Professor Dumbledore in one of the castle's quieter corridors. The elderly wizard was examining a tapestry with apparent interest, but something about his posture suggested that the meeting wasn't entirely coincidental. Ah, Dimitri, Dumbledore said, turning with a smile that made his blue eyes twinkle behind his half-moon spectacles. I was hoping I might have a word with you. Would you mind walking with me? Of course, Professor, Dimitri replied, falling into step beside the headmaster. They walked in comfortable silence for several minutes, their footsteps echoing softly off the stone walls. You've been handling the attention well, Dumbledore observed as they climbed a spiral staircase toward the upper floors of the castle. The public attention, maybe, Dimitri admitted. But my own housemates are a different story. Ah, Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I imagine the Slytherins are finding your situation particularly challenging to process. That's putting it mildly. Dimitri ran a hand through his hair, a gesture that was purely his own, not borrowed from either of his identities. Half of them look at me like I'm some kind of spy who's been infiltrating their house. The other half act like I might hex them if they say the wrong thing. And how do you feel about your living situation? I understand there have been some questions about which house you ought to call home. This was the conversation Dimitri had been both anticipating and dreading. The question of where he belonged had been weighing on his mind constantly since the truth had come out, but it was complicated by the hostile reception he'd been receiving in his current house. It's complicated, he said honestly. I feel like I belong in Slytherin with Draco and the friends I've made there. Well, the few who still trust me. But it's not the same as it was before. Everything feels different now. But, Dumbledore prompted gently. But my heart is still in Gryffindor too, Dimitri admitted. Those friendships, those connections, they shaped who I am for most of my life. I can't just abandon them, even if I'm not the same person I was when I first sat under the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. A dilemma indeed. Tell me, If you could choose any solution, if the usual rules and traditions didn't apply, what would you want? Dmitri considered the question carefully. It was something he'd been thinking about constantly, especially during the long, uncomfortable silences in the Slytherin common room. I'd want to be part of both, he said finally. I know that's not how things work, but I feel like I've finally found all the pieces of who I am, and they don't all fit neatly into one house or the other. And honestly, maybe having somewhere else to go would help with the tension in Slytherin. Some of them might appreciate the space. Interesting, Dumbledore murmured. And not entirely without precedent, though it would be highly unusual. They had reached a window that looked out over the Hogwarts grounds, and Dumbledore paused to gaze at the view. In the distance, Dmitri could see students making their way across the lawns, their house scarves fluttering in the autumn breeze. You know, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, Hogwarts has always prided itself on adapting to the needs of its students. Perhaps it's time we considered whether our traditions serve us, or whether we serve our traditions. Dmitri looked at the headmaster with growing hope. What are you saying, Professor? I'm saying that these exceptional circumstances sometimes call for exceptional solutions, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Would you be amenable to a rather unique arrangement? One that has never been tried before, but which might suit your particular situation quite well. Yes, sir. I think I would. Excellent. Then I believe I have a rather interesting announcement to make at dinner this evening.